as we go. But going into the break, we talked about the one burning question as it relates to Broncos quarterback Bo Nix. ESPN did this exercise for all 32 quarterbacks and teams around the league. What do you think their one burning question about Bo Nix was, Brandon Stokely?
Man, that's a good one. I was thinking, and I the one burning, can he take that next step in year two? I really don't know what it could be. Obviously, he had a great rookie year, so can he continue to build off of a great rookie season? Can he do it again? Can he back it up?
All right. Well, I have the answer to ESPN's question that they asked themselves.
I guess I'm not right.
Well, you're on the right track. You're on the right track, and I will tell you how close you are to that right track coming up next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive-laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
A lot of us are looking to save money. A little preventative care now can go a long way to helping you save big money in the future. And in this case, I'm talking about your home's plumbing. I recommend Copperhead Plumbing. Been serving Colorado since 2007. As a company, you can only last that long if you're doing things right. Day after day after day, year after year. Earning repeat customers, spreading positive word of mouth. I had them out recently for some spring maintenance checkups. Stoke had them out last week. Same feedback. We'll both give you the same thing. Professional, on time, courteous, good communication and explaining the issue and how it was fixed. Whatever your needs, commercial or residential, emergency services or routine maintenance, sprinklers, pipes, clogs, garbage disposal, sump pumps, main sewer lines, water heater, consulting, and installation. Copperhead Plumbing has you covered with a fleet of licensed technicians who must pass thorough background checks and continue their education with monthly training. So call 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
If you want your lawn and plants to be healthy through the summer months, it's Iron Rich. From the folks who make all the great Colorado-made Rich Lawn products you've known for years, Iron Rich is high in iron and sulfur and will keep your plants green and healthy without forcing a lot of growth and causing stress on them. The Iron Rich formula helps combat yellowing leaves on trees, common this time of year, especially after all that recent rain. Take it easy on your plants and yourself and pick up a bag of Iron Rich today. Visit richlawn.com for more information.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together. Like a heat pump, the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money on a heat pump with rebates at excelenergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. That's a lot to get pumped about. All in one package.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes. Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, Emerald, or Incredible Ashoka.
A wider, brighter, and larger-looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Co-Wetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Wetzel live at AXS.com.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
With curbside pickup and delivery available, you'll always find what you love, only at Total Wine & More.
Drink responsibly, B21.
Every great team has its core players, but when the season gets tough, adding the right free agent can make all the difference. The same goes for business. At Robert Half, we found that 67% of companies surveyed plan to increase their use of contract talent to handle workload peaks and backlogged projects. With Robert Half's specialized recruiters' experience, combined with our award-winning AI, you can quickly find the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Discover how we can help at roberthalf.com/talent.
Nothing will kickstart your lawn better than a heavy application of Revive in the spring. Apply Revive water-saving fertilizer now for the greenest lawn you've ever had. Spread it or spray it. Use Revive. It works.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad.
What?
If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
Reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you say that yesterday?
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
This, Stokely, is the record company, ironically.
Okay.
Bring it up a little bit, Ty. It's so funny. I literally went in there like, hey, maybe we can bump in with it. It was in the next rejoin music
How about
already.
that?
Yeah. So it's just kind of like a bluesy rock kind of
All right.
feel, and
I never heard of them.
Yeah. I'm getting some validation on the text line. People are liking the record company. I was definitely late to the party, but happy to have a seat on the bandwagon nonetheless. All right, Stoke, to answer your question going into the last break there, I asked you what you think the next biggest step for Bo Nix is, or what ESPN would deem that to be as they did this exercise for all 32 quarterbacks. And you said taking the next step. And I guess you're kind of right, but I'm going to need to ask you a follow-up question.
Okay.
And that is, what would taking the next step be for Bo Nix in your example here? Because it's just got to be a little more specific.
Yeah. Wow. That's interesting. I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to say more touchdown passes. I would have to look at his stats and look at I don't know. I don't know what that would be.
Well, In terms of touchdown passes, you're right. That would be a pretty lofty next step. I think he had 29.
29.
Like second
Yeah.
only to Justin Herbert in terms of rookie touchdown passes ever. 29 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. He threw for just under 3,800 yards last year, so flirting with 4,000, but didn't quite get there, and a 66.3% completion percentage. ESPN's answer to this question was not statistical. It was, can Bo Nix be the quarterback who ends Patrick Mahomes' streak of 7 straight AFC West titles? Here's what they said. Quote, many have tried, all have failed. The Chiefs have won the division in each of the past 8 seasons, 7 of which Mahomes has been their starting quarterback. Nix and the Broncos were a blocked field goal away from winning in Kansas City last season, and they made the playoffs with a 10-7 record. This offseason, Denver added veteran tight end Evan Ingram and second-round rookie running back R.J. Harvey to the offense, along with a pair of Super Bowl-seasoned former 49ers players in Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga to an already strong defense. Then it goes on to talk about the wide receiver room and how Bo Nix had some rookie growing pains in the first month of last season that he shouldn't have in this coming season in 2025. Stoke, is that a fair next step or one remaining burning question for Bo Nix? Can he be the quarterback who dethrones Mahomes and the Chiefs?
Okay, that's weird. That's an odd reason. I mean, that's an odd...
It's an odd question remaining, one burning question.
That's an odd answer to the question you gave me is, can he be the guy that dethrones Patrick Mahomes? Okay, this year?
Well, that was going to be my follow-up question. Is that too soon for a second-year quarterback to win the division against one of the greatest quarterbacks of a generation?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think the Broncos will be really good this year. I like what they've done. But until I see it, I'm not counting the Chiefs out. A lot of people are counting the Chiefs out. But I'm not ready to do that yet. So I still think there's a lot of work to do. Look, we finally beat them, right? In the last 2 years, right?
Yeah, we beat them in the last week of the regular season against the B squad, but then Russell Wilson beat them the year before to end the streak.
So we finally beat them, okay? And now all of a sudden we're going to say, all right, we're going to take that next step and just dethrone them. Until I see them take a full step backwards, this is a team that's been in the Super Bowl the last 3 years, won 2 of them, then I'm not going to believe it. I'm just not. I mean, but I like what the Broncos are doing, and for me, for Bo Nix to say, okay, he's taking the next step, it's not saying he's going to dethrone Patrick Mahomes this year.
Yeah.
I just want to see him build off of what we saw last year. And for me, that would be a huge positive. So I'm not going to this year saying, man, for me, the bar is at dethroning the Kansas City Chiefs. I'm not ready to go there yet. You can still have a successful season and make it to the playoffs and do a lot of really good things without dethroning the Kansas City Chiefs.
Yeah, my initial reaction to their answer was it is an answer, and I see where they're drawing the logic from. It does feel like an aggressive answer because let's be honest, we've been waiting for the shoe to drop on the Kansas City Chiefs for a number of years now. They have had to retool their team in many different ways. They had to absorb the loss of Tyreek Hill. They had to compensate for any lack of a running game, which we saw the Broncos have to do, and now they've seemed to have solved that with, Isaiah Pacheco and Kareem Hunt and yada, yada, yada. And Patrick Mahomes has kind of proven that he has a little bit of that elite quarterback lift that he can take receivers who failed at other places or maybe are on the back 9 of their career and make them into viable, serviceable, type guys like Marquez Valdez-Scantling and Juju Smith-Schuster and the like. And last year when you watch them, you're like, man, they kind of play some ugly, grinded out football. Well, they went 15-2. So even if you have the ugliest 15-2 record that the NFL's ever seen, you lost 2 games in 17 tries. And so I'll agree and say that maybe dethroning the Chiefs or making that the one burning question or the expectation going into year 2 for a guy like Bo Nix is a little aggressive. To ESPN's credit, they were an Alex Forsythe slip and fall. If he died a little bit slower, they were the team that was going to hand the Chiefs their first loss last season. And so I do think that there are steps that should be taken. I would like to see maybe a little bit more maneuverability from Bo Nix at the line of scrimmage, and he had talked about, Sean Payton had talked about how he's processing faster, and Bo has talked about how he's not as worried about the fundamentals of getting the play in and doing all that stuff like you might be during a rookie season. So I think there are things that we can point to for Bo Nix that say, hey, this is taking a next step before we just say, hey, they better beat the Chiefs and win the division. Because you can.
And that's just not all on Bo.
It's not.
That's what I'm saying. Beating a division rival and dethroning them and winning the division, it's all not just on the quarterback. So
they're also not playing in the NFC South, where it's kind of anybody's game any year.
Exactly. There's a lot of other things that go into it. So I don't think that's a good way to look at Bo Nix and say, okay, success or not success, or did you take that next step or did you not take that next step? By dethroning the Kansas City Chiefs, there's a lot of other things I can look at and say, all right, well, you definitely took that next step in year 2, and it has nothing to do with the Chiefs.
We know what Mark Schlereth's answer to this question would be, but I will ask you, and maybe I'll give Mark a chance to revisit the topic. If we are talking about dethroning the Chiefs in this upcoming season, do you think that Bo Nix is better equipped to do so than maybe Justin Herbert with the Chargers or Geno Smith and Pete Carroll with the Raiders? Is Bo Nix the best set up to try and do that, even if it's, a lofty goal?
Well, you look at the Chargers and what they're building there and how they're building that football team. But I like the Broncos. As a whole, I like the Broncos this year. I think they've done a great job in free agency, a really good job in the draft. We'll see what some of these guys look like. Evan Ingram, if he can stay healthy, is going to be a big positive. So, I think the Broncos and Bo Nix are the one team that I look at right now. Now, the Chargers are going to be good. They're going to be good. But I look at the Broncos as the one team that I look at in that division that has the best chance to dethrone the Chiefs.
I agree with you. I think, listen, the Chargers beat you twice. You know what I mean? And Justin Herbert perennially gets sucked into that conversation of, is he elite? Is he good? Is he overrated? Is he overhyped? Regular season versus postseason and all that. But if I had to put dollars to donuts, my money on a team to do it, I genuinely would put it on the Broncos. And I think that the moves they made in the offseason and the growth we saw from Bo from weeks 1 to 4 to weeks 4 through 17 and 18 would justify that. So we will see how close Denver Broncos live up to ESPN's maybe lofty expectation and Bo Nix's lofty expectation. And I think it's time to revisit the expectations for another team here in Colorado that sits just at the base of the Flatirons up there. We'll do that next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season. Should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy?
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, what is happening? Stoke here for my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I hope your summer's off to a great start. Vacations, barbecues, beach days, long nights with the people that you love. This is a season to feel alive, but if your energy level low or if your drive is off, you could be suffering from low testosterone. Getting treatment is the first step to feeling your best for all of the summer activities. Low testosterone can cause a host of problems, include low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and so much more. And the good news, fellas, is it doesn't have to be that way. My friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, Jeff and his team, they're the absolute best. They can get you taken care of. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Did you know early to your mid-30s, guys, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year? Pick up the phone, stop procrastinating, call my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900, or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, get in. What? Who are you? I'm future you. Constipation with belly pain still coming back? Yeah. Mia, our doctor figured it out. She said it's irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, and Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Listen up, Broncos country. Philip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/Denver Sports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Brandon Stokely here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item, current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed.
From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Short-term memory loss.
I don't remember. What was the reason I gave for earlier?
Oh, my goodness. Okay. I don't remember what you said. You think I remember the reason?
Ironclad sources.
One of the biggest haters in my life, my wife. She will even vouch for that story.
And spontaneous karaoke.
New additions like Ronnie, Bobby,
Ricky and Mike.
If I like a girl who can cool it down.
Slow it down.
Watch out, I'm gonna lose control.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans this morning alongside Brandon Stokely. Mike will be back tomorrow. And Stoke, ironically, Cool It Now is essentially what I've been told lately when I bring up the prospect of expectations for Coach Prime and CU up in Boulder heading up into the 2025 season. ESPN did an exercise forecasting the future power rankings for college football, kind of aligning where things would be, not just for the 2025 season, but through the next 2 seasons heading into 2026, 2027. So kind of a little bit longer projection of who's going to be the big dogs in the NCAA on the gridiron. And I guess I would just ask you off the top, where do you think the Buffs came in, ballpark it, in terms of these rankings, 1 to a lot, considering how many Power 4 programs there are?
I would say, you got to think about the SEC and the Big Ten, and then I'll say, how about, and this might be way off, 38.
I don't know how you're so good at this. I hear Mike Evans toss these things out to you, and you just 35. The answer is 35, and I'm going to give you that is damn sure close enough.
Thank you.
I'll
take it.
They come in at 35 in college football over the next 2 seasons, which puts them smack dab in the middle of the Big 12. They appear to be light years ahead of the likes of West Virginia, UCF, and Oklahoma State, who are in the low to mid 60s, but still a fair amount behind the top of the Big 12 conference, according to these projections, in like Arizona State, Iowa State, and K-State, anywhere from 12th to the top 20. And I just keep asking myself, where should we be placing the bar going into now year 3 with Coach Prime up there in Boulder?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because you're replacing, Travis and Shedeur.
Heisman Trophy winner,
retired
jersey.
Yeah, how do you replace those 2 guys? And what does it look like moving forward? So very difficult thing to do. Obviously, you still got to build the football team up. And I think that's what they did so well from year 1 to year 2. They got better around those guys. Can they continue to do that in the trenches?
Yep.
Better offensive line play, better defensive line play. Can they continue to build off of what we saw, the improvement from year 1 to year 2? What does a quarterback situation look like? Got a highly touted recruit. Also got a transfer that came in. So, what do those guys look like? But, I mean, for me, it's all about competing for Big 12 titles. What does that look like? I mean, this year they were in the mix. They were in the race until, the last week of the season. So, I mean, that's my expectations kind of here moving forward. What that looks like as far as, making into the playoffs or not making into the playoffs. Right now, for me, it's continue to build off the first 2 years, continue to build around the quarterback position, and competing for Big 12 conference championships.
Yeah, I mean, I think that what it looked like last year for them, because you're right, in year 1, they turned over the entirety of their roster. They brought in 80-something transfer portal players. That was the whole, Louis luggage that Dion was talking about when he first came to town, and he certainly brought it, and it was a laser show a lot of times offensively with Shedeur and Travis and Jimmy Horn and all of that. They had so much talent around the skill position players, but they didn't have anything in the trenches. Shedeur was playing in traffic out there, and their defense, especially on the defensive front, 7 or so, left a lot to be desired. And then they addressed that in year 2. It got better to the degree where the runway lights were on for them to make a run at the Big 12 title. And they stubbed their toe against Kansas State with a late defensive lapse that kind of killed that game. They let Devin Neal and Kansas just run them into the ground. And then it kind of just it sputtered down the stretch, and they end up ultimately losing the season in a bowl game against a fellow division rival in BYU. And so I just keep telling myself, and I know that you brought it up, replacing Shedeur and Travis is big. And their answer to that right now is the Liberty transfer Caden Salter and Juju Lewis. And there's maybe potential for both of those guys to play this upcoming season, depending on how they want to package it and whatnot. But at some point, the rubber's got to meet the road, right? At some point, this team with Coach Prime has to be competing in a Big 12 title game and has to give themselves a chance to be on the doorstep of a college football playoff, especially as the format continues to expand. We saw it go to 12. We're only a few years away, I'm sure, for them trying to bust it open to 16. I know that they've been voting on that and whatnot. I just feel like we've got to keep seeing it happen. And right now there are people who follow the Buffs who tell you, oh, this might not be more than a 5-6 win team. And I just don't know if that's going to be acceptable given everything that's come through.
Well, that was my next question, and just wrote down, should it be the playoffs? I mean, should that be expectation? Is that where the bar is? Hey, playoffs or bust? I mean, are we at that? Is that where we're at right now with this program? I'm not quite ready to go there in year 3. I still think it can be a positive if you don't, reach the playoffs. I mean, there's a lot of things that you still need to do and you still want to do and still build off of what we've seen last year or the first 2 years. We can't forget where this program was 3 years ago and how good it's been here the first 2 years, how much fun it's been. So I know there will be a lot of people out there that say, oh, it's time to go to the playoffs. I mean, that's where the bar is. Not for me. I'm not ready to go there, not quite yet. But I think, you saw what happened from year 1 to year 2. I think from year 2 to year 3, if you see this team continue to take steps forward, you can still take steps forward and still show signs of improvement without getting to the playoffs. That's hard. That's a hard thing to do, to get to the playoffs. It's not an easy thing to do. So that's kind of where I'm at with CU. And I don't know. I think some people might think that I'm lowering the bar a little bit too much. But for me, I just remember where they were 3 years ago and how bad it was. So
they were unequivocally ranked one of, if not the worst, bottom 2 programs in the Power 5 at that time, and still would have been considered that even if it had been the Power 4 that it is now. And I am one of those people, I think, that you're alluding to that says, hey, I think we might just be lowering the bar a little bit because think back, and I don't want to get inside your head, so you tell me. Think back to when Coach Prime first signed here, when it was this massive coup, and we were like, there's no way that Deion Sanders is going to come be the head coach up at Boulder. And then he did. Where were our minds at then in terms of what we expected this team to be and how competitive we expected them to be right away? And then compare that to now, and I just feel like, listen, reality sets in. You bring in a roster turnover of that much. They start out hot. They beat TCU in his first game in like that 50-48 shootout that was crazy. That team had just been in the national championship game, and then it really falls off the rails after about week 4. And we say, okay, that's just a lot of roster turnover. It's year 1. Everybody settle down. Then they've got it here last season, and they're on the doorstep. The runway is there. They took care of business early in the season, and again, it just kind of sputters, and that's what happens when it's so cutthroat like college football is, where one game or 2 games can make or break the entire path of your season. But I know that they're replacing a lot of players, and I know that the 2 that they're replacing in a Heisman Trophy winner and a starting quarterback are big, unlike people on the RamosLaw.com text line. They're saying, yeah, it must be difficult to have to replace a 5th-round mercy pick at quarterback, which, fair. But I think that's disingenuous to what Shedeur brought to Boulder, not to what he's bringing in the NFL. I know it's hard, but that's showbiz, baby. College football is like this. It's the Wild West with this transfer portal and it's NIL and all this stuff. And I worry that we're starting to talk ourselves into a lot of excuses, and we may look back 5, 10, 15 years from now on this Coach Prime era and be like, you know what? I think we kind of underachieved a little bit.
Oh, I don't know about that.
If they don't get to a Big 12 championship and they're not, if we're still kind of sputtering,
we'll see what it looks like. Yeah, I mean, I know, I hear what you're saying, but we'll see what it looks like moving forward. But again, I don't know. I just appreciate watching what we've seen the last 2 years. And so I'm just like, man, this is great. This is fun. It's entertaining. We got a winning football team right up the road that are playing a lot of primetime national games. I mean, that's been pretty cool. So I look at it a little bit differently, I guess, than some other people that are saying, hey, the bar is playoffs, man. You got to get to the playoffs now. That's the next step. So I'm a little bit soft on Coach Prime and the CU Buffs.
Maybe
you my man. I love you. I appreciate you.
You got it.
Maybe I'm a little bit too harsh, and I understand that, and we will see, because to your point, win or lose, they are relevant, and there are eyeballs on them, and that is a far cry from where they were prior to Deion Sanders coming to Boulder. All right, on the other side, we will continue our countdown of our daily top 5, the top 5 concerts, artists, etc. that you have ever seen. We'll give you the latest on some new stadium scoopage, some stadium news that came out early this morning. And we'll get into some trending topics like the Rockies finding new lows, the unbelievable ending to the U.S. Open, and CSU becoming a powerhouse in a sport that not many probably expected. That's coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What is happening, fellas? Stoke here from my friends at Embers Golf. I'm taking my golf game to the next level this summer. I love my new clubs that I got custom fitted from Embers Golf. Trevor and Tate, they hooked me up with a full fitting of custom clubs for this year's golf season. I'm talking about driver, 3-wood, all my irons. And fellas, if you're looking to get that putter dialed in this year, they can get you taken care of there too. So if you're as excited as I am for golf season, make sure you're prepared and go visit my guys at Embers Golf. And what separates them from every other golf fitting place out there is they're a small family-owned boutique-style golf shop in Westminster that has everything you need from all the major and smaller brands, PXG, Callaway, TaylorMade, G4, Titleist, whatever you need. They've got you covered. They even have 2 hitting bays. So make sure you stop at Embers Golf for all your custom golf fitting needs from top to bottom of the golf bag. At Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. So to book a fitting online, just like I did, go visit embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Summer's heating up and so are the deals at Siltahar Motors. It's the final days of employee pricing on most Ford and Lincoln models. Yes, you pay what they pay. Get Kelly Blue Book value on all trade-ins, no haggling, just top dollar. And don't miss out on up to $12,000 off the powerful 2024 Ford Expedition. Cruise into summer at Siltahar Motors off Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or check out their inventory at sthmotors.com. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
Country music fans, the 2025 Cheyenne Frontier Days Frontier Nights lineup is here. Brooks and Dunn with opener Chancey Williams. Superstars Luke Bryan with Priscilla Block. Cody Johnson and Randy Hauser. Ending the week on a high note, rising star Megan Maroney with a special guest. Only at Cheyenne Frontier Days. Tickets on sale now, only at cfdrodeo.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Picture this. You're staying at a hotel about to take an important video call, but the Wi-Fi is slower than 1997 dial-up. You struggle with your phone's hotspot as clients complain about your connection. These stressful situations don't have to happen. When you book a room at La Quinta by Wyndham, you get free high-speed Wi-Fi to handle critical emails, join meetings on time, and even unwind with your favorite shows. No more worrying about spotty connections. Enjoy stress-free stays with reliable Wi-Fi. Tonight, La Quinta, tomorrow you shine. Book direct at lq.com.
Music history.
I've now baptized you in the glory of Led Zeppelin.
Brutal honesty.
Today's just been a bad day for you, Mike. I don't know how else to put it.
And some questionable taste.
I do not heat up leftovers.
Oh my
I only eat
God.
leftovers cold.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
There's a whole lot of love on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043 for the Denver Broncos continuing to make some acquisitions and point in the direction of a new stadium that stays in the downtown Denver area, something that, as I have learned over the course of these discussions in the last year or so, is very, very important to a huge contingency of Broncos country, and it continues to point that that's going to be the case. We got news last week that the Walton Penner Group and the Broncos as an organization had maneuvered a number of LLCs in order to purchase up the land right over there by Santa Fe at the Burnham Rail Yards, just a couple of miles or so away from the current stadium location. And now, as of about 5 a.m. this morning, Business Den is reporting that conversations have been happening dating back to May of 2024 between the Denver Broncos and Denver Water. We have now learned, according to Business Den, that the Denver Broncos top officials and Denver Water's top officials have been in communication for a little more than a year about potentially purchasing the 35 acres of land owned by Denver Water that is directly adjacent to the Burnham Rail Yards. And why is that important? Well, when you look at the map that lays out the Burnham Rail Yard lot, you kind of look to yourself and wonder if that's big enough to fit not just a new Broncos stadium, a new Empower Field, but also developmental projects around that, which is becoming the new way in professional sports. And Brandon Stokely, I think that this all but confirms to me that any speculation about moving the stadium out to the Rock and Lone Tree or potentially out in Aurora or by the Gaylord has kind of gone by the wayside.
Yeah, I'm good. Either way, selfishly, I just didn't want it by where I live. Don't need more traffic going out that way. So if they keep it downtown, great. If they put it in Aurora, great. Just don't bring it, down south to close to Castle Rock. And wherever they go, though, it's going to be nice. They're going to do it right.
100%.
It's going to be first class. It's going to be a great setup. So ultimately, that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, all right, I'm not stressing over this. I don't care if it's downtown Aurora. I'm going to go to games, and it's going to be a first-class project. Stadium's going to be awesome, and they're going to do a really good job. So that's kind of where I'm at with the stadium. Is just don't come by me, and I'm good.
Yeah. Stay the hell away from me, but I'll come see you.
And even if they do, guess what? It's all good. Yeah. It's going to be great, and I'll just deal with it. And then, it'll make my commute a lot less when I do go to, the concerts or any of the football games.
Because that is another aspect of this stadium thing, is it opens things up well beyond just the Broncos games. Obviously, concerts and events and things of that nature, which Empower Field already hosts a good amount, including the show I was at last night, Jelly Roll and Post Malone, out into the early hours of the morning, as I know some of you were as well. But also, depending on how they handle the roof situation, you're talking about Final Fours, World Cups, maybe a Super Bowl, all kinds of stuff.
How about the draft? I want the draft.
You'd want a draft here?
Hell yeah! Oh, yeah, I think that's really cool.
I don't understand how hundreds of thousands of people stand out there like that for that many days. I mean, it is no matter where
they get to go home. You know that. They get to go home and sleep. They're not just standing out there. No, they're not standing out there for 3 straight days. You know that, right?
I did know that.
Okay.
I did know that. But yeah, no, the more I watch it, and it's just like, listen, I mean, maybe if I'm a Tennessee Titans fan, my team's got the number 1 pick, or I've got a shot at some kind of generational deal, which in theory maybe Abdul Carter is that this year, and Cam Ward and whatever. But it does kind of surprise me, and it shouldn't because of the power of the NFL, how locked in people are over the course of a draft weekend. Hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people every day just to wait to hear maybe one name get called, or none if they move up, move down, trade picks and all that.
I think it's like a party, though, also. It's an experience to, go to the city. This year, it was in Green Bay. Really cool, right? And be a part of, and then you never know what's going to happen. Hey, I was at the 2028 draft when the Broncos selected so-and-so.
Player X, yeah. Future Hall of Famer.
Right. So I think the NFL obviously has done a great job with the draft, and I've always, we were in the running a few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago, and never got one. And it's like, well, where are you going to put it? Where would you put it? Where is it going to be located? How are you going to do it if Denver does get it? People were saying Red Rocks, but you can't hold a lot of people in Red Rocks.
Oh, plus, I just feel like that would destroy that area with that many people.
Right. That wouldn't make sense. But if you build a nice facility, stadium with some other stuff, you might get an NFL draft, which I would like to do that once in my lifetime. Check that box. I think that would be a cool experience.
Yeah, and again, to not have to travel and fly to do it. I mean, there's so many major cities across the U.S., from New York to Minneapolis to Phoenix to Boston to even Green Bay, which is not a big city by population, but it's a major NFL historical city that just get these things all the time. And Denver, I think, just misses that boat a little bit unfairly because they're not necessarily equipped to do that, which this would solve. And our guy Ty behind the glass pointed out a good point that in terms of moving the stadium over to that Burnham Rail Yard area, whether you want to get technical and call it downtown Denver or not, it's still right there connected to the light rail. So you got public transportation's not an issue. They can build better parking and all that. I'm just so excited to see what Greg Penner and the Walton Penner Group are able to do when they've got a blank canvas and a clean slate. Because when you have the richest owner in professional sports, it really is a situation where the possibilities are endless. And thus far, Greg Penner's done nothing but show that he settles for nothing less than the best. And I think that's what the Broncos ultimately deserve and what's been lacking for the better part of the last decade or so as they've gone through so much change.
Oh, it's going to be great. Wherever they go, I think that's been proven over the last few years of Greg Penner and the ownership group. It's all first class. So wherever they go, whatever they do is going to be it's going to be great. So whether it's a, I don't know. I mean, does it have to be a dome stadium for you, Richie? I mean, is that where you're at? Like we have to have a dome stadium. It needs to be because if you're looking to do 365 and have full use of that type of stadium, obviously you would need it to be covered. So is that important to you, or do you like that? I mean, you have some people that want it covered so you can have you can do different things at different times of the years, but then you have other people that are like, I want to play football and I want to watch football in the snow. That's what we do here in Denver.
Yeah, they call it like a home field advantage, right? You got teams from warm weather climates. When the Dolphins come to town, potentially in late November or early December, and they've got to play in the cold and the snow, and I get all that. But listen, these guys are highly trained killing machines. Okay, they are finely tuned professional athletes, and I think that by and large they can overcome that. And I also think from a fan's perspective, there are benefits to being able to not have to be in 7 inches of snow or in, biting cold weather. Let's not forget, I think the Broncos missed out on a Super Bowl ring in 2012 because the weather conditions in that game against Baltimore were terrible. If it wasn't 20 degrees below zero playing outside for Peyton Manning and it's a more controlled environment, I think he wins that game. And I think they go on to win the Super Bowl that year. That's obviously getting in the Wayback Machine and whatever. But I'm just saying, and to answer your original question about a dome, I don't think it has to be, for me, an entirely closed dome or bust, but I want that roof to move. I want to have the option. Let's close it if we can. And if it's a beautiful day out, if it's, which there's plenty of great football days in Denver, then open it up. And then, you can have the option to do it. I like options.
Yeah, I think I'm with you there. Retractable roof is probably the best way to go. But guess what? If you don't have it domed and it's not enclosed, I'm fine with that. I would like to see a retractable one that now you can use it all year round for whatever, So I think that would be a best case scenario. But if they leave it open air, all right, I'm fine with that also. I just think I would like to see it be able to be used a little bit more than what we're seeing Empower use now. And if you have a retractable, that gives you options, like you said. If it's a nice day, open it up. Yep. Perfect. If it's not, all right, now you can keep it closed. And I don't know. The older I get, it's like I just want to be comfortable. If I go to a game outside, and it's freezing outside, let's close it up. I want to be comfortable watching the game.
Yeah, I've never looked at the people in the Bud Light Champions Club or over in the United Club level and been like, you know what? They don't look like they're having a good time. It always just seems like it works out.
Not a bad deal.
Well, I will fully admit, I will raise my hand and say that he has put in enough work for me to raise my right hand and say, in Greg Penner, I trust. However he wants to proceed with this, he has earned my benefit of the doubt as to what's best.
It's going to be wherever they put it. It's going to be great, and it's going to be first class.
That is certainly one of the more top trending stories of the day. Let's get into what else is trending around the world of sports and otherwise.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending Right Now.
Well, when it comes to the Colorado Rockies, Brandon Stokely, their latest iteration was pretty good. The Bats came alive. They thumped the Braves 10-1. But prior to that, they found a way to somehow, in one of the worst seasons in the history of Major League Baseball, find a new low. And that was setting a new club record for strikeouts in a 9-inning game, Stoke. They struck out 19 times over there in Atlanta. 19 times in a single 9-inning game, coming just one or two shy of a Major League Baseball record, but they set a new low for strikeouts and confirmed the worst 70-game start in Major League Baseball history.
Wow. So did they win that game? That they had all those strikeouts?
Nope. They lost 4-1.
They lost that one 4-1. They won the last one 10-1. I mean, just when you don't think it can get any worse, I mean, there's another stat, there's another series that goes terrible, and they make history again for the wrong reason. The Rockies, it's hard to follow them this year. It's hard to be optimistic about them moving forward. As much as I was before the season started, I was Mr. Optimistic.
So was I.
We were going to see improvement this year and lay the foundation for some really good baseball in the near future. And you're looking at one of the worst seasons in baseball history, which it is. It stinks, man. I love watching, the Rockies. I love watching baseball, and it's fun to go to games at Coors Field. But when they're playing this bad, it's miserable.
Yeah, I'm not personal friends with Dick Monfort like you are, but I was absolutely on the positivity. I was on
Don't mischaracterize me like that.
I was on the positivity train as much as you or anybody could have been. I stood up on the rooftop on opening day as Rooftop Richie telling Jake Shapiro and Anilo Piro and Will Peterson that if I had to take the Rockies or the field to finish last place in the division, give me the field. That Ryan McMahon's bat's going to come alive, and that the pitching's going to get better with the rotation and all that. And then I have had to sit by and watch them have the worst 30, 40, 50, 60, and now 70 game start in the history of Major League Baseball. All of those three were laughing at me then, and they're still laughing at me now.
They had 16 strikeouts and won 10-1.
Wow, so they almost matched their club record from the previous game of 19 and still won 10-1. The Bats clearly came alive.
I mean, how do you do that? I mean, how do you have 16 strikeouts and you find a way to win 10-1? That's crazy.
It defies science. It defies logic. And I'm not going to try to understand it anymore. I am just kind of along for the ride in potentially, a nauseating way. Another thing that maybe defied my explanation of science or logic was J.J. Spawn's U.S. Open winning putt from 64.5 feet in a situation where all he needed, if I'm not mistaken, was a 2-putt, right? And he hit him with the Happy Gilmore and said, no, I'll just beat him right now.
Yeah, he needed a 2-putt, but you're putting from 64.5 feet. It's not an easy 2-putt.
No.
On greens that are lightning fast and, has a lot of turn to it. So, and he still had a group behind him. He wasn't in the last group. So, and I think he did say that he didn't quite know where he was, how many strokes he was up. And so, he said he didn't want to think about not 3-putting, or so he wasn't really looking at the scoreboard. But what a putt. I mean, a walk-off on the 18th hole of the U.S. Open when he started so bad and had a couple bad breaks, just overcame that adversity of a tough start and played great on the back nine. Really cool story of finishing that off. And you're talking about life-changing, a career-changing moment for J.J. Spawn. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, no, unbelievable kind of storybook. You'd have to write it up kind of situation. Another fun tidbit that I saw from that was, I believe I read in his post-round interview that he said his morning started on Sunday at 3 a.m. running to like a CVS because his daughter was up all night throwing up. And then on Father's Day, his day ends winning the U.S. Open on an unbelievable 64-foot putt, to the degree where other golfers who are doing their final post-round interviews but are in sight of 18 are watching it happen, and they're like, they're dejected, they're frustrated, and then they watch JJ hit that putt, and they're like, well, what a finish. Like, even they have to stop and have reverence for it.
Yeah, you got to tip your cap to when someone steps up and they deliver in that type of moment with that type of putt. Nothing you can do about it.
I don't know if Wyndham Clark was able to see it because he was busy kicking doors in the clubhouse.
I saw that. No, it was a locker. It was a locker. Got bashed.
Banned from Oakmont, Wyndham Clark.
Yeah, I saw a lot of people make a big deal about it. It's like, okay, well, why? Why is everyone so upset that he, smashed in a locker?
Yeah, it's just vandalism.
Well,
destruction of property.
Guess what? Okay, here, I'll pay for it. Here you go. I think anytime that you're competing and emotions are high, and obviously for Wyndham, he missed the cut. So because he bogeyed the last hole, I think his last hole on Friday, he was ticked off. And should he handle himself a little bit better? Maybe so, but man, sometimes these things happen, and you don't like the way that you performed, and your emotions, got the best of you, and you bashed in a locker. All right, here you go, guys. I'm sorry. I apologize. I probably shouldn't have done that here. I'll pay for everything. No one got hurt, folks. No one got hurt. I mean, nothing to see here from me. I don't think it's that big of a deal.
Ain't nothing in the world a big enough check cannot fix. Brandon Stokely. Maya Lesnar, the daughter of legendary UFC, WWE performer Brock Lesnar, one of the scariest looking dudes on the block, has turned Colorado State into a track and field powerhouse, Stoke. She has won 4 consecutive Mountain West titles in the shot put event. She was the 2024 indoor national champion at shot put. And then she said, you know what? Let's take the band outside. Enters the 2025 outdoor championships. Wins that whole thing, too.
Wow. That's impressive. Good for her. Obviously comes from an athletic family, but
I wouldn't want to arm wrestler.
No, definitely wouldn't. But that's quite the accomplishment.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
They say, you can only trust someone as far as you can throw them. Well, Maya Lesnar probably trusts a lot of people considering how far she can throw a shot put. What makes it even better, Stoke, she won the national championship on her first throw. Her first throw was 19.01 meters, and no one was able to top it. The person who came closest, Maya Lesnar, on her second throw.
Oh.
Just unbelievable dominance.
Does she get first and second?
That'd be cool. That would be cool. And she would certainly deserve it if so. Just kind of quirky and random that the daughter of a major, combat sports legend is just up the road at CSU and just absolutely dominating in track and field. You, Stokely, doing this job and doing this gig, I think you've had, what has it got to be, 8 or 9 Broncos seasons and training camps where you've just been grinding away and taking notes. And I see you out there at training camp. I've been shoulder to shoulder with you, breaking down plays and making observations like someone who only in your shoes can do. Have you ever had the urge when you're out there at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, just breaking it all down, to whip out the old iPhone and start playing some solitaire? Has that ever crossed your mind?
Spider solitaire.
Yeah, you like the spider?
Oh, I used to pass a lot of time in between meetings or practices, getting on the computer, just playing a little spider solitaire. I like spider solitaire.
Well, then you and Stephen A. Smith must be kindred spirits because he went viral over the weekend during an NBA Finals game in a heated series between the Indiana Pacers and the Oklahoma City Thunder with the upstart superstar that no one saw coming in Tyrese Halliburton and the plucky underdogs to the juggernaut Oklahoma City Thunder and the reigning MVP in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Stephen A. Smith not even during a timeout, but during actual game time, is being filmed by fans in the stadium playing solitaire on his phone. And then I'm assuming going on the air the next morning on First Take and talking about it. Just felt like maybe we could have waited until we got back to the hotel room for that. I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird. That's very odd.
That's
you're talking about
ignorant.
NBA Finals game, and you're on your phone playing a game, whatever game it is. I don't care if it's solitaire, Candy Crush, Angry Birds. That's just,
Angry Birds.
That's
Good
just
pull.
odd. I used to love some Angry Birds.
So did I.
Loved it. That's just very odd and weird that you would even be doing that. What are you doing? That's I can't wrap my head around that one.
Yeah.
He's an idiot and a fool.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you. I think it's a bad look, and you can say, hey, you guys make a big deal out of everything. I get it. But again, he is the face of ESPN, and they are kind of the face of the NBA's coverage from a national network perspective. And I just feel like, you got to have a little bit more self-awareness than that.
Do you want me to listen to your evaluation of the game when you're not even watching the game?
Yeah. Yeah, no.
So that your credibility all of a sudden takes a big hit when, you're not even watching the full game.
Yeah, no, if I need help,
and quit making up.
Yeah, if I need help breaking out of a 6-7 cross-suited split, and I'm out of moves and I don't have any shuffles left, maybe I'll hit you up, Stephen A. But for me, that does do a little bit of damage to credibility for a network that's already kind of struggling in that regard. That is what's trending around the league. And another thing that's trending, I would say, that is kind of being brought up here by contractual obligation is that the Florida Panthers beat the Edmonton Oilers to take a lead through 5 games of the Stanley Cup Final, which means we have to do this.
Oh, I love it.
Nick David sucks. Draisaitl sucks. Zach Hyman sucks. Evan Bouchard sucks. Evander Kane sucks. Ryan Nugent-Hopkins sucks. Yeah, the Oilers suck. Oh, yeah.
That last part gets me every time. Oh, yeah.
It's great. No, we haven't heard that song a lot here lately because they've been playing so well.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. You got to play the opera song at that point, which
right.
we can't. We're not going to do it now because I don't want Edmonton.
We'll see if they can force a Game 7. I don't know when are they playing?
Tuesday, I think.
Okay, tomorrow.
Yeah.
I hope they force a Game 7. I love Game 7. I mean, there's nothing better in sports than a Game 7.
That is true, until you're on the losing end of it, like both the Avalanche and the Nuggets found themselves. Speaking of the Nuggets, we got some news about Russell Westbrook last week. He declined his player option, and now the question is, should the Denver Nuggets, who have a GM to be named, look at exploring bringing Russ back after what we saw last season? We will tackle that question coming up next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, do you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in? Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's happening, fellas? Stoke here from my friends at Embers Living. Summer's finally here, and if you're anything like me, that means it's grilling season, but not just any grilling. I'm talking about steakhouse quality sears, precision control, and serious versatility. That's what you get with the Napoleon Prestige Series at Embers Living. They're bringing the heat with Napoleon Sizzle Zone. That's high heat infrared grilling that gives you restaurant-style results right in your backyard. And if you like tech with your tongs, you'll love the connected smart grilling features. You can monitor temps, get alerts, and take control right from your phone. Whether you're slow smoking ribs or reverse searing a tomahawk, Napoleon gives you the power to grill it all effortlessly. Because with Napoleon, every detail matters. From precision engineered burners to seamless design, no detail is too small when it comes to performance. So if you're serious about your outdoor cooking and you want a grill that's built to last, head to embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level with Napoleon. Embers Living. Upgrade your outdoor experience.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa. Then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Penn Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Penn Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Job shaming.
You played in the NFL, but you were a wide receiver.
Embellishments.
I mean, sometimes I swear you're just making things up.
And amateur zoology.
I think polar bears are bigger than grizzlies.
Of course.
So make them a polar bear.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rolling downhill on a Monday morning, Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans. Mike will be back tomorrow alongside Brandon Stokely. Mark Schlereth will join us in just a few minutes. But in the meantime, Stoke, going into the break, I asked the question, should the Denver Nuggets look to bring back Russell Westbrook? He declined his player option, was due about $3.4 million into this upcoming season. And as our guy Jake Shapiro at denversports.com pointed out, him declining the option definitely doesn't rule out the possibility of bringing him back. In fact, it kind of makes sense for someone in his perspective. He can just squeeze a couple $100,000 more or more money out of the Nuggets, or get a lot more from somebody else. Where do you land on Russell Westbrook ahead of this season?
He was great for the Nuggets last year, obviously. I thought the things that he did, that he brought to the table were the things that I was hoping to see from him. He competes. He he can play a lot of different positions for you. He can start. He can come off the bench. And I think he's a pro. I think he's a great leader especially for the younger guys coming off the bench. To see how you do it night in and night out, how you go out there and handle your business. But I think for me, it's probably one and done.
Okay.
Ready to see more of these role players that we need to try to continue to develop. And when you have Russ, he's a big personality. Thought he was great for the Nuggets last year, but at a certain point, you got to say, all right, we need to develop the bench, and we need to give these other guys more playing time. And the only way to do that is by getting them out on the court in the regular season. So I think if Russ is here, that makes it a little bit more difficult to do that. So for me, it's, hey, thank you. It was a great first year, 1 year here, but it's time to turn the page and take a look at these other guys.
Yeah, I've always kind of looked at Russ through the lens of, I call him the agent of chaos, right? He can be a boom or a bust. He's yin and he is yang. And you have to kind of take the baby with the bathwater when it comes to Russ. You can't just highlight the negatives. You can't just highlight the positives. Because really, in every aspect, there was two versions of Russ that the Nuggets got. There was regular season Russ, who I was not expecting Russell Westbrook to play as much as he did in the regular season, but you got injuries to Jamal Murray and nagging stuff with Aaron Gordon, and they've got to mix up the lineups, and Malone hated playing the young guys, and that was really the big driving force between the wedge with him and Calvin Booth. And Russ got a lot of run, and he developed a two-man game with Jokic that I thought looked pretty damn good. And I think it helped keep the Nuggets afloat to a top 4 seed, which gave them home court advantage in the first round. Considering it went to 7 games, I'd say that was pretty important. And even into the series against the Clippers, a former team of Russ's, he was pretty good. He had hustle plays on the defensive end. He was shooting decently, not the most efficient guy, but he was shooting decently, from the field and from the three-point line, which was a concern. And then you get to the Thunder series where he's a legend, not just a former player, and it all falls apart. And you get the side of Russ where, we saw him in that game, that regular season game against Minnesota. He spoils a 60-point triple-double for Jokic, and he's all over the place and making mistakes and bad shots and whatever. But my takeaway on it was, I think they just were backed into a corner of having to rely on Russ more than they should have, or more than they wanted to. And I think that's where you get the overexposure for the bad stuff. I'm not against bringing Russell Westbrook back, but it has to come with some of the things that you were talking about, with another step for Julian Strawther, a step for Jalen Pickett. Maybe you can get some regular season experience and some minutes to spell guys from a Deron Holmes who missed the whole rookie season. But
would he get in the way of that development? Because he's got a big personality.
He does.
And I think especially a young coach, sometimes you look at it and say, okay, well, I'm just going to rely on Russ. I'm going to give Russ this opportunity if he's on the team, rather than saying, all right, well, we're going to go with Pickett or Strawther in these moments. If Russ is on the team, you turn to him over the younger guys. And so I think that's been the problem when you look at trying to develop the bench and especially last year is, okay, well, one of these guys is hurt. Well, who's starting? Russ is starting. So I think if he's on the team, it just makes it hard for the coach to say, all right, we're going to go with Strawther over you, Russ.
Yeah, and ultimately I will say that the thing that Russell Westbrook was brought in to do, which was be the spark plug off the bench, maybe you could argue that he did that, but to lead and cultivate the bench unit, which he was brought in to be that veteran leader and all of that, I don't think it's unfair to say that he fell short in that area. Now, I do think that the Nuggets got every penny of the worth that they paid for Russ when they signed him, and that's why he's in a position to decline his player option and get more money from the Nuggets or someone else. But when I'm looking at the other names that are out there, because you're right, they are going to have to take next steps from some of the young pups. Calvin Booth's strategy is going to be seen through to a certain degree, especially with David Adelman kind of at the helm. But if you're telling me that it's not Russ, but it's a Malcolm Brogdon or a Spencer Dinwiddie, the former Buff, Kyle Lowry, Trey Mann. It's like there are names out there of guys that are going to be in that like mid-level exception kind of realm that Russ is going to be in if the Nuggets want to bring him back. I just don't know that any of those other guys excites me enough to say, hey, why not just try to run it back with Westbrook if we can get it at the right number?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you're in the Nugget situation, you don't have a ton of flexibility, because you got these different aprons, and if you go over a certain level, then, there's consequences for doing that, and you don't want to go into, if you're the Nuggets, go into the second apron. So what does that look like moving forward? You don't have a lot of draft capital. I don't think you have any draft picks this year.
You're like 2031.
Right. So you're in not a good position when it comes to being able to trade draft picks. You need a better bench, and if you can get Russ for cheap, okay, we'll see if they would go down that road. But to me, looking at his situation, once he opts out, he's probably going to be gone. That's the way this thing looks, and you're gonna when you're top heavy with your contracts and your starters and what you're paying those guys, you're gonna have to supplement that with cheaper, younger guys coming off the bench, and that's the model that they chose. And at some point, these guys got to try to develop because it's going to be hard for the Nuggets to win it all again if they don't have more and a better bench. You need more guys. You need to rest these starters a little bit more than what we've seen. So you got to get them out there in the regular season to be able to try to develop them. When you're only playing 7-8 guys, that's a tough thing to do, to win it all, only playing 7 or 8 guys, and that's what the Nuggets have been doing the last couple of years. You need to find more guys to be able to come off the bench that you trust.
And not to argue against myself a little bit, but I will say that there's off-court stuff with Westbrook, too, that manifested itself in a negative way that we saw bubble over. We saw as it came out from the likes of Ramona Shelburne and others, because they've got some loose lips in the locker room, that Malone's kind of preferential treatment, right? There was 2 guys on the team that were getting superstar preferential treatment. One was Jokic, and that's obvious. But the other was Westbrook, and he just got there, and he wasn't a member of the title team like Jamal and AG and Christian Brown and all that. And that rubbed some people the wrong way. And then you've got
Coach is tripping.
The bubble over fight in the locker room where you've got, unnamed player that said this, and Aaron Gordon with this, and causing fights and questioning maturity levels and all of that. And then you start to...
was it a fight, though? It wasn't a fight, right? I mean, it was like an argument.
It was an argument. It wasn't a physical fight.
Right.
It was a disagreement, emotional outburst, after a loss, which is wont to happen. Just ask Wyndham Clark. But I don't think any of the Nuggets lockers got destroyed. I don't remember that part.
Oh my gosh! I mean, could you imagine if a locker got destroyed? Yeah. I mean, after a sporting event, how dare Wyndham Clark? I mean, oh my gosh!
Well, listen,
let's ban him for life. He can never play golf again.
People are
so sensitive about, guy. Hey, beat up on a locker.
Would it make a difference if it was a member locker versus just like an auxiliary one that they set up for the tournament? Would that make a difference in your mind?
No. I mean, okay, hey, you probably shouldn't have done that, Wyndham. All right, no big deal here. Pay for it and let's move on. I mean, there's bigger fish to fry here than to worry about Wyndham Clark smashing in a locker.
Smashing. Yeah, both. I don't know how much the lockers are costing per unit at Oakmont. But when it comes to the Nuggets, let's remember they don't have a state-of-the-art practice facility, and their stadium mate, the Avs, practice at an arcade. So I don't know that they want to be as emotional and destructive with their property as maybe Wyndham was with Oakmont. But I say all of that to say that kind of like when it came to the potential to fire Chris McFarland for the Avs, right, which they did not ultimately do, nor did they fire Jared Bednar. After the season that ended the disappointing way that it did. If they had fired Chris McFarland, who I was a big advocate of and proponent of, I could have said, you know what? I can see how you got there, right? You went all in, you made these moves, and you didn't cash out. And when you go all in and you bust, you can't sit at the table anymore. There's consequences to that.
No, you go to the ATM.
That's true. Well, that's
Reload.
apparently what
Right.
they did. That's apparently what they did. Keep that.
Got to
pin,
get your money back.
Keep that PIN number handy.
I'm not going to sleep.
But I say the same thing with Westbrook. If they choose not to ultimately re-sign him, even if the finances are close, because of the locker room stuff and the incredible inefficiency, especially in the postseason, and just the yin and yang nature of it all, I can see why they wouldn't. I'm just saying, I think that they've got to at least explore what it might look like, because I don't think that there's a whole lot of other moves that they can make, and I don't know how much greener the grass is with a Malcolm Brogdon or a Spencer Dinwiddie or a DeLon Wright or whatever. And I don't know I don't think anybody knows yet who's making those decisions, because they haven't named a general manager yet. I just hope that whoever it is considering that, pretty strongly.
Yeah, I mean, Russ, you got to understand he's going to be a year older next year. He's not a young guy anymore.
Yeah, he's in his late 30s, right?
Yeah. So, what does that look like, from this year to next year with one more year of wear and tear on his body? So I just think it's time to turn the page. Now, you have to look and see what your other options are out and what else is available for you. But I go back to, okay, well, what – we're talking about Russell Westbrook getting preferential treatment. Yeah, look, he won an MVP. He was a great player. So
cartwheel into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, but what does that look like in basketball? When you're okay, Russ is getting preferential treatment over, a guy like Aaron Gordon? What does that look like? What does that mean?
Yeah, no,
he doesn't have to. They don't do a whole lot. They're not practicing really hard, so it's not like, oh, Russ, you don't have to practice. I'm sure if Aaron Gordon doesn't want to practice, he wouldn't have to practice. I don't know what that even looks like or feels like, and I don't know if his presence is just a little bit too much for this team. I just think it's time to turn the page and take a look at these younger guys and give them more playing time.
Let's welcome in our guy Mark Schlereth to the conversation. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, guys. I am struggling to log on to my stuff here.
Oh, shocker.
They changed. You know me.
We're not doing this today, Mark. We're not doing it today.
Hey, Stokes, somebody changed passwords, and I don't know what I'm doing anymore. It just is reset your password.
The reset the password
Boy,
thing.
if the radio stations aren't on preset, I have no chance I'm going to find it. It's a good thing that we've got Johnny and Ty here to put your TV show on for us every morning. Otherwise, I'd never get to see what fashion statement you're trying to make. And what forced New York Knicks topic or Dallas Cowboys topic you have to give us.
Oh, apparently I got to reset my password. Sorry about that. No, all's good, man. It's great to hear from you guys. At U.S. Open, unbelievable. Spawn with the 64-footer. Although he's going to win anyhow if he just two-putted, right? But it was just that whole – I don't know about you. Stoke, do you like – because you weren't around – do you like that the pros struggle at the U.S. Open?
Yeah.
Do you like that format?
Oh, yeah.
You do?
I definitely do.
I don't like it.
You know?
I like to see –
I'm kind of with you,
my
Mark.
pros. I like to see my pros do things that nobody else can do. I don't like watching them struggle.
Well, I think, it doesn't happen very often, and that's why I think most people love the U.S. Open, because we see them go out on these other golf courses and they're shooting 10, 12, 14, 15 under, and, yeah, that's cool to see. But every once in a while, it's good to humble them. It's good to say, oh, I can do that shot. He just hit the ball 2 feet out of the rough. So I like to see tough conditions. I don't have to see it every single week, but every once in a while, it is good to see them struggle a little bit and look like just like a normal, everyday golfer. That's kind of the way that I view it.
I'm with Mark on this one. I just think that, watching the course, now they had some rain delays and some weather, and it was looking like a swimming pool out there on some of the fairways and whatnot, but I wasn't overly impressed with the course, and I do think there's something about, everybody is, right around that, 1 under to 2 over, and you're slogging through it, and it's it kind of reminds me of people that say that they love defensive football, right? There's nothing I want to do on a Sunday morning than wake up, fire up the grill, and watch a 12-9 slugfest between the Steelers and the Ravens.
Yeah, I understand that point of view to a certain degree, but every once in a while it's not bad. Every once in a while it's not bad to watch a defensive battle going back and forth. Now, do I want to see it every week? No. Just like in golf, hey, every once in a while it is good to see those guys struggle a little bit. And the U.S. Open, that's what it does. You know, it makes them look like everyday golfers.
I think, Mark Schlereth, what gave this the juice that it needed in terms of the U.S. Open was, one, it had the dramatic finish, a 64.5-foot putt, exciting finish there. You only needed 2. You did it in 1. You gave him the Happy Gilmore. And then, you know, you have all the little side stories and the plots and the drama. We were talking, I don't know if you heard us when we were talking about Wyndham Clark, who, you know, donkey kicked a locker in when he was done with
is that what he did?
When he was done with his,
Do we know how he destroyed the locker? Mark,
Reports are swirling.
Do you care? I got it. Do you?
The streets are talking.
The streets are talking.
Yeah.
Do you care that Wyndham Clark bashed in a locker? Is that a big deal to you? Should he be banned for life? I mean,
he was banned.
Yeah. I know. Like, I actually see that part. I actually like that the golfers, because the course was so humbling, that the golfers showed emotion and got pissed. Like I get pissed sometimes on the golf course. Like, I want to see guys. I don't necessarily like seeing them struggle, but I do like seeing some raw emotion and guys getting pissed off about. Was it Rory? Did Rory throw his club this week? It bounced off the bag and he caught it.
Caught it to himself. That was cool.
Yeah, that was pretty awesome. So I kind of like seeing guys get frustrated because golf is a damn frustrating sport. Right? I mean, what's the old joke? They named it golf because all the other nasty 4-letter words were taken. Like, I kind of like that. So I don't have, like, Wyndham, like, you get a stern admonishing, maybe a slap on the wrist or whatever. He comes out and says, wow, that was so ungolf of me. I am sorry, and then you move on.
Yeah, I mean, people act like, he should never be allowed to play golf on the PGA Tour again. I mean, it's just crazy. So I'm with you. I like seeing these guys show emotion sometimes. Hey, you get pissed off. I mean,
it matters to
they're
me.
Competing.
Yeah, it's not like
this
the
is
live.
their job, right? And so they got a lot on the line. And when you come up short, you're disappointed in yourself. And sometimes emotions run high. And you do something like that. He didn't hurt anyone. Deep breath, everyone. You can fix the locker. It's okay. He'll write him a little check, and the locker will look like new in a week. It's all good here. So. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, Mark. I like seeing these guys, show some emotion every now and then. It's a 4-letter word. I mean, that's what it is, man. I mean, so bring us behind the scenes a little bit. Show us that you're human. I'm A-okay with it. Everything was good there. He'll have to issue an apology, but I just think people are making a big deal about it, and it shouldn't be.
Yeah, I'll give you credit. You both have opened. You guys are both former professional athletes. I'm just a slappy, and you have both opened my eyes to something that I hadn't considered before, which is I respect Wyndham Clark much more now. I have a newfound appreciation for Wyndham Clark maintaining or trying to maintain golf status as a gladiator sport. I do love that, and I will continue to take that with me going forward. Before we shift gears here, I want to bring you into the Nuggets conversation we were having, Mark. Just a quick aside on the way out. In the spirit of Wyndham Clark, what is the most expensive piece of public property you've defaced in your professional career after a loss? Or, did you flip a car? Did you break a door in a training room?
No, I'm not I don't. Yeah, no. I was too busy winning. So I never really broke anything. No, I don't know that I've ever been. I was never one of those kids, that punched the wall because I was mad. What is that going to do other than break your hand? I don't know that I've ever defaced anything. I have too much respect for public property.
I love that. Respect.
I took a helmet to a locker.
Yeah?
After a game, freshman year of college, San Jose State. So one of those metal ones, cheap metal one or whatever. But I'm trying to think in the NFL if I ever did anything like that. I can't recall ever doing anything. I think that's my only instance of defacing, a locker. So I'm kind of right there with Wyndham. I didn't destroy it like he did, but that's it for me, really.
Well, you left the Ragin' in the Cajun behind in college, and that, I would say, is personal growth. So, Mark, circling back to the conversation we were just having before you jumped on with us while you were talking to your IT person about resetting your password, we were talking about Russell Westbrook. And I know Russ is somebody that you have not been crazy high on at times, not as low as maybe like a Michael Porter Jr., But I
Right.
think there's been some fair criticism from them. Now that he's declined his player option, and the Nuggets still have an opportunity to bring him back, albeit at maybe a slightly larger but doable number. Where are you at with Russ and the potential for him to be a part of this team in 2025?
Man, listen, Russ is unbelievable energy. He brings off the bench, the energy, the way he plays, the hustle, all those things are great. You know, some of the basketball things that he does, you know, from turning the ball over to missing layups to taking crazy shots, all that kind of stuff drives you crazy. But I will take the effort and everything else, but I don't want to take the effort and what he has meant to the Nuggets, because I thought he was pretty good last year. I mean, I thought for the most part Russ was a very valuable asset, especially coming off the bench. And then as a spot starter when guys got hurt, like I thought he was really good in that role. But if you bring him back in that role, then you're not developing somebody else off the bench, some of these young players that ultimately you have to develop, that have to become players for you. So like there's almost a catch-22 when it comes to Russ, because like I said, I love the energy and the effort that he gives, but at the same time, I want to see some of the young kids develop. So I don't know if that answers that. Like I'd probably just say, hey, Russ, it was a great year. We really appreciate you and all you did, but we got to move on.
I think they have to just ask themselves, they being the Nuggets and their GM to be named, because we still are going on 3 weeks without knowing who it's going to be, whether it's Ben Tenzer or some mystery candidate that even Shams Charania can't sniff out up to this point. I think that person has to ask themselves whether or not the Nuggets would be better with another year of Westbrook, given that he's now had a year under his belt playing with Jokic and developing, chemistry amongst the starters in the bench unit, or bringing in, trying another, 1 year flyer mid-level exception deal on a Malcolm Brogdon or a Spencer Dinwiddie, or, the other list of names that are kind of in that category, none of which, to me at least, seem all that exciting. On the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Mark, you're not going to be able to beat the allegations because you took the high road when I asked you what was the most expensive piece of property that you went full Wyndham Clark on, and you said you were too busy winning and you had too much respect. And they said,
kind of a big deal.
I'm seeing a texture here from the 0279 that says, Stink may have never kicked a door in, but he has absolutely defiled some thermometers over the course of his playing career with some unspeakable things. You're not going to be able to beat the allegations on that one, big fella.
No, I'm not. You know what? 100% true. That's 100% accurate.
All right, coming up next, Mark, I'm going to give you a chance. We have been counting down our top 5, our daily top 5 list. Today's category is top 5 bands, artists, or performers you've ever been able to see in person in honor of Post Malone and Jelly Roll, a concert I was at last night. So we'll give you a commercial break here to kind of get your list and your thoughts formulated. We will continue that countdown along with some of the biggest remaining questions for the Denver Broncos now that they are officially on summer break. That's coming up next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery, taking all those habit-forming medications? My guys at Spine One specialize in treatment as offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. And here's the best part. Same-day appointments. That's right. You can start your journey just like I did toward pain-free today. They're a phone call away at 303-367-2225. 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center for spine care. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, and treatment options all in one facility. And I'm going to tell you, their board-certified physicians will sit down with you, walk you through your x-rays and your MRIs, show you exactly what's going on, why you're in pain, and then give you treatment options for both nagging and debilitating pain. Guys, they changed my life. A couple of short visits and I was back doing things I hadn't done in years. Back in the gym, back playing golf again. Most importantly, sleeping through the night, man. Sleep is a superpower, and I couldn't do it because my back hurt so bad. Couple short visits to spine one. I was back sleeping through the night. Thank you. Oh, so much. Such a difference. So call them today. Start your journey today, just like I did. 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or find them online at spine1.com.
If you want your lawn and plants to be healthy through the summer months, it's Iron Rich. From the folks who make all the great Colorado-made Rich Lawn products you've known for years, Iron Rich is high in iron and sulfur and will keep your plants green and healthy without forcing a lot of growth and causing stress on them. The Iron Rich formula helps combat yellowing leaves on trees, common this time of year, especially after all that recent rain. Take it easy on your plants and yourself and pick up a bag of Iron Rich today. Visit richlawn.com for more information.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later on your timeline. No showings, no double moves. Plus, Orchard handles all home repairs for you, attracting buyers. Buy before you sell and get top dollar with Orchard. Visit Orchard.com for your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Utter nonsense.
This thing has gone totally off the rails.
Some Cajun seasoning.
Gree-gree?
And the occasional anatomy lesson.
Yeah, we're tight.
Okay.
We're like tired of mouse nuts.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Operator, won't you put me on through? I gotta send my love down to Baton Rouge. Hurry up, won't you put her on the line? I gotta talk to the girl just one more time.
That is a chorus I would dare not interrupt. It is borderline angelic. I love me some Garth Brooks. Stokely, I'm sure you're at least somewhat of a fan, being from the Louisiana area. And that is a fitting segue into our daily top 5 list, which is the top 5 best bands, artists, performers, whatever you want to classify it as, that you have ever been able to see in person. Mark, Stokely, and I started the list a little bit earlier. We'll go ahead and recap it, and then I want to get you rolling on the list as well. Stoke, why don't you recap your top 5 and then your 5 and 4?
Honorable mention, Cajun Dome Bush, worked security there. That was a fun one. My number 5 was back-to-back, did U2, Luke Bryan, Ball Arena, and Empower Field.
Same night.
That's
awesome.
Same night. That was a fun night. So those are my first 2. Now my fourth one is my guys that used to do the opening for Zach and I's show, Nathaniel Ratliff and the Night Sweats in Aspen at the Belly Up. I think it's called the Belly Up.
Great venue up there.
Oh my gosh! I mean, you got, I don't know, 400,000 or 500,000 people, whatever it is, into a great venue, and the place was rocking. Absolutely loved it. A lot of fun.
Yeah, that's a great one. Just such a great tie, and obviously the
Local.
connection. Yeah, local band. My honorable mention, because I love doing honorable mentions anytime you guys do these lists, I gave it to the Record Company, which is kind of an underrated band that I thought John Simmer would be more familiar with, because he's kind of Mr. like indie music, Grand Budapest Hotel, best movie ever kind of guy. But he had no idea. We played a little bit of the bumper music earlier in the day. I saw them up in Winter Park at this festival called Blues from the Top. It was awesome, just a small, intimate kind of thing, but they rocked it. My number 5 was John Mayer. I saw him a handful of years back at Ball Arena. He was doing an acoustic tour, and I was blown away by how amazing of a guitar player that he was, to be able to kind of hold an audience of that size by yourself with just, acoustic sets was amazing. I could see where he gets the ego from that he has kind of run with. My number 4 was also fairly recent, actually. It was at Empower Field, and that would be the Foo Fighters. I got to see the Foo Fighters live at Empower. I think it was like last year or maybe a little over a year ago. And kind of same category as John Mayer, just blown away by Dave Grohl, the musician, the singer, the guitarist, and just rocking out, man. My neck was sore from Whiplash, head banging around after that show. Mark, why don't you give us your 5 and 4 here to catch up on your greatest concerts of all time?
Well, since we went honorable mention, I'm going to go honorable mention.
Love
when
it.
my daughter was like 12, I went to the Hannah Montana concert
Nice.
with
Hannah
her,
Montana.
and Hannah Montana rocked. She rocked the show. It was awesome. So she's my honorable mention.
I love it.
All right, number 5, I'm going to go with the Rolling Stones. I'm not the biggest Stones fan, but when I played for the Redskins, I went to the Rolling Stones at RFK, and the whole situation was awesome. It was fun watching it. Absolutely loved it. So I'm going to go Rolling Stones. Are we going to 3 or we're going to 4? Just 4.
Let's go to 4, and then we'll
Okay.
get the rest of it later.
All right, number 4, a band that I absolutely love that have been friends of mine for a while. Rascal Flatts. Love going to see Rascal Flatts when they come into town. I think they're getting back together. I think they've taken a hiatus, but getting back together. So Rascal Flatts is my number 4.
Yeah, I love that. I would love to see Rascal Flatts. Life is a Highway. I know that's like their cliche song, and they've got tons. They have a great catalog.
Tons of songs.
But they just have a feel good sound. I love it.
Yeah, I'm not a big Rascal Flatts guy, but to each their own. There we go.
Right.
To each their own. Mark, we were having the conversation, Stokely and I were a little earlier. I want to get your thoughts on it, on some of the biggest questions remaining ahead of Broncos training camp. And there's a handful I think we can pinpoint here, but let's start with the running back room. That's obviously the one that has been most in vogue, most highly discussed with the signing of J.K. Dobbins, somebody that was on Stokely's big board wish list from the very beginning, has now come true. So my question to the both of you is, with J.K. Dobbins firmly kind of entrenched now for this season, which running back finds themselves most likely to be the odd man out in that crowded room?
Yeah, that's like a lot of people are talking about Estime at the end of last week, and I don't buy that. Estime this and Estime that. I think that guy has been pretty solid. And then I don't like. I'm not a McLaughlin guy. Like, I think that, like, I understand that, hey, people talk about him being dynamic and all that stuff, but I think he's fairly one-dimensional. I don't know that much about Bidet or Watson, either of those guys. So I would imagine it's probably going to be one of those two guys, whether it's Bidet or Watson, but to be an odd man out. But McLaughlin, to me, he's small. I know that he's quick and stuff, but I see Sean as more of a dude that can, like, I want a complete back that I don't have to go, this is every time he comes in, it's a tip to the defense of what we're doing. Like I don't like that. It's a tell. So that guy, to me, if we're talking between Estime and him, I would keep Estime over McLaughlin.
Yeah. So that's what we got to do. I mean, we don't know what Watson or Bidet, they haven't even shown us anything. So I think when you look at those two, Estime or McLaughlin, I think Estime has a little bit of an advantage there because guess what? He was drafted by this regime a year ago. So you want to keep your draft picks. You want to give them a little bit more time to develop. But I'm going to disagree with Mark here. I think Estime is kind of like Harvey and Dobbins. I mean, he's more of a power type of back. He's not the home run hitter that you see when you see a guy like Jaleel McLaughlin. He's that guy that you can do different things with. So I think you look at Harvey and Dobbins and, being similar type of backs maybe, and as Estime also, but Jaleel does a little something different. Sean likes to roll in and out of personnel groupings a lot, different personnel groupings, and a guy like Jaleel is a guy that you can put in, you can put him out of the backfield and run all kind of different plays for him, and Sean likes that type of running back. So I'm going to say the odd man out here is Estime.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the popular opinion. I think that I have been in the minority. I think I'm more aligned with Stink, and that I just think when it comes down to a close call with two guys with different skill sets, neither of which have really been able to establish themselves firmly with the opportunities they've been given, Estime is a draft pick of this regime. He is somebody that Sean Payton's gone on record less than a month ago saying he needs to be fed, he needs volume and touches, and he's going to get those opportunities, which he said about a handful of players. But Estime was one of them. And I just think that there's an element of Jaleel's game that with how much we've seen R.J. Harvey be utilized in passing game situations as a receiver, I feel like there could be a situation where R.J. Harvey becomes anything Jaleel can do, I can do better. And I think something that Estime has in his favor that Jaleel doesn't is that he is similar in body type and structure to a J.K. Dobbins, who the big thing with his career that's held him back has been injuries. So I know Bo Lowry and the voodoo magic that they've got over there at Broncos powered by Common Spirit, it has helped them from a health perspective in big ways. If that doesn't hold up and J.K. Dobbins does continue his nagging injury history, Audric Estime physically is better suited to help step in and fill some of that void than Jaleel.
Yeah, I look at the Harvey kid just based on film. Now, he didn't catch a lot of balls. That wasn't really his role. But I look at him as kind of a dynamic playmaker that he is short and stocky, but that guy's got breakaway type ability. So I look at him more like if you're looking at the way Sean has done this in the past with, like a Mark Ingram / Alvin Kamara. Like, I look at him as more the Kamara type role, and then Estime or J.K. Dobbins being that more Mark Ingram role. So, like, to me, Harvey kind of replaces Jaleel McLaughlin in that. That's just kind of how I would look at it. It could be wrong. Been wrong before. I've been wrong plenty of times before, but that's just kind of how I assess where they're at right now.
There is a real world where both guys in Estime and McLaughlin could potentially find themselves as the odd man out if Tyler Bidet, who Mike Kliss has talked up a lot, that Sean Payton has talked up a lot, and remember, got the jersey in the Bills playoff game over Audric Estime, kind of can maintain his healthy status and take some chunks out of the running back room there. So we will see in a couple of weeks, a handful of weeks, as training camp looms closer, if anything new and who starts to emerge from that room. But coming up on the other side, we're going to discuss another position group on the Denver Broncos that I think currently has more questions than answers. That's coming up next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season. Should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy?
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Summer's heating up, and so are the deals. At Siltahar Motors, it's the final days of employee pricing on most Ford and Lincoln models. Yes, you pay what they pay. Get Kelly Blue Book value on all trade-ins, and when you purchase a pre-owned car or truck from Siltahar Motors, you'll receive a 90-day, 3,000-mile limited powertrain warranty on any vehicle with fewer than 100,000 miles. Plus, if you're not completely satisfied, use the 5-day exchange policy. Bring it back within 5 days and swap it with no questions asked. Need space for the family? In June, you can get $12,000 off the 2024 Ford Expedition while supplies last. Choose from hundreds of cars on the lot from Ford, Lincoln, Volvo, and Mazda, and you can do all of your shopping at sthmotors.com. Again, it's the final days of employee pricing on most Ford and Lincoln models. You pay what they pay. Go to sthmotors.com or check them out in person, conveniently located at Highway 36 and Wadsworth. Best prices, best selection, most convenience. That is Siltahar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Guys, in celebration of Father's Day, Low T Center is offering free T-test and weight loss consultations for a limited time only. Book your free consultation and T-test now until June 21st and get a free B12 shot for an extra boost of energy. Book now at fixmylowt.com.
Peanut butter and jelly, music and dancing, salt and pepper. At Excel Energy, we believe some things just work better together. Like a heat pump, the 2-in-1 unit that can both cool and heat your home. And better yet, it does so using energy more efficiently than a traditional HVAC system. Better yet, you can also save money on a heat pump with rebates at excelergy.com/heat pumps. Cooling, heating, and savings. That's a lot to get pumped about. All in one package.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers says something more.
From the very first sparkle when the box opens to wide and joyful eyes.
To the every last detail that continues to enchant for decades, day after day.
Only Takori weaves all those details into every stunning engagement ring.
Meticulously crafted in Takori's Los Angeles design studios by artisans that take as much care crafting the ring as you do selecting it.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers will say everything, because everything is in the details.
I'm Bruce.
And I'm Steve Williams. And here at both Williams Jewelers, you'll shop from the largest selection of Takori engagement rings and wedding bands in Colorado.
Visit us at Williams Jewelers, your official Takori jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Brandon Stokely here for ROX Rocks Heating and Air. There's never been a better time to have a new Lennox heating and cooling system installed. Have you heard about heat pumps? Lennox cold climate heat pumps are eligible for up to $15,000 in rebates and tax credits. Yep, $15,000. Don't forget about great 0% interest financing. Get a free in-home estimate. Colorado's Lennox heating and cooling experts. ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Coetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment. Not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
At Straight Talk, we are all about no-brainers.
calling Grandma for her recipe? No brainer. Streaming one more episode at 2 a.m.? Big no brainer. Getting real unlimited data where you buy bananas? The ultimate no brainer. Switch now and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2025 with select plans. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 7/2025. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com/terms. Copyright 2025 Verizon.
Smear campaigning.
And the Zach Buy Sensitivity Smear Campaign rolls on.
Bonding moments.
Man, today was a great day for the Wolfpack.
And just a hint of bodily functions.
Deviled eggs. Not only do I love the taste, but I know I'm going to hotbox the missus.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
More deviled eggs on Father's Day, I guess. Hope y'all had a wonderful Father's Day weekend out there. Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans. Mike will be back tomorrow. Got Brandon Stokely to my left and James Marilat, editor at denversports.com to my right. James, how are you, man?
What's up, fellas? How we doing?
Doing all right, doing all right. Prior to you popping in here, we were just discussing, Stoke, Mark, and I were discussing some of the biggest question marks remaining for the Broncos as they are into their summer vacation now with training camp about a month or so away. Before the break, we were talking about the running back room and the crowded nature of it and who could find themselves as the odd man out. But I think there's another position group on offense that has just as many, if not more, questions going into the 2025 season, and that's the Broncos wide receiver room. I think there is a real, genuine question still about who is going to be, let alone should be or will be, the number 2 wide receiver opposite Courtland Sutton. What is your read on it so far, James?
I totally agree. I think that's the biggest question mark on the team. I think we've fallen into the trap of overinflating the guys that we know well and we see every day and we talk about every day. And I think if this receiver room was in Kansas City, we'd all be looking at it and saying, how's Mahomes going to make this work, right? I mean, look, Courtland Sutton's a good player, but if you were just ranking the number 1 receiver on every team in the league, he's in the bottom third in terms of being the number 1 guy. If he was your number 2, if they had a legit number 1 and he was your number 2, I think you'd look at this room and go, "Wow, that's pretty good." So they kind of have a weak number 1, and then let's face it, they're hoping someone steps up. Marvin Mims, Troy Franklin, Devon Vele. We saw some flashes from each guy, right? Marvin Mims had the great game in Cincinnati, had the big catch against Cleveland. Troy Franklin had the touchdown in the playoff game, and then the offense disappeared. Vele had a nice rookie year, especially for a 7th-round pick. But are any of them ready to be the number 2? Like, no, we don't know that. We're hoping they become it, and they could become it. But I think in terms of question mark, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think they're all questions. I think whether or not Courtland Sutton can be a number 1 guy and warrant the kind of contract that he's going to be looking for, I think even that's a question mark. So, yeah, I think that group is thin and full of questions, and I think it's the biggest potential problem for Bo Nix heading into year number 2.
Yeah, I mean, some young guys, obviously, and some guys that need to take a step forward. I mean, got to put more weapons around Bo, and hopefully we see a couple of guys emerge. Where are you at with CU? CU Buffs, football, Dion, Prime, going into year 3, 9 wins last year. Are you playoffs or bust? Where are you at with CU football?
No, I'm not playoffs or bust. I think it's going to be a legitimate reason to have a step back when you lose your quarterback and you lose the Heisman Trophy winner. That doesn't mean they can go 5-7. I think they still have to be 7-8 wins. I think they still have to be a bowl team. I think you can't regress that much. But I think playoffs or bust this year, I think that's a bit unfair, but I do think, in the next 3 years, that needs to be the conversation they're in. They need to be competing for the Big 12. They need to be about what they were this past year. If next year, not this coming season, but the year after, they're where they were this year, where, hey, they got a shot heading into a late November game to put themselves in position for the Big 12 title game, I think that's totally realistic. I was in Boulder on Friday and saw the new turf up close in person.
Mm-hmm.
Looks phenomenal. All these people belly aching about they got rid of that field was garbage. It was garbage. They had on the sideline still the old neon green turf from the 80s that was like concrete. That eyesore is finally gone. It's just some people just like to complain about everything. It looks phenomenal. It looks great. I can't wait to get up there and watch games this fall. But playoffs or bust, I think that's a little unfair, Stoke.
Mark, where do you land on a bigger question mark? What the Broncos currently have at the number 2 wide receiver slot, or where Coach Prime, the Buffs, and company will land amongst the Big 12? Where's your head at?
Yeah, listen, man, I really like the Vele kid. I like him inside. I like his big body. I think that kid becomes your second kind of major target. I look at Mims and I look at Franklin as guys that are going to go deep and like lift the top of coverage because they can really run. But I look at Vele as a guy that just churns out first downs, that does those things underneath kind of the dirty work wide receiver. So I kind of like where they sit right now. I'm with James. I just feel like there's going to be a natural, regression, if you will, because you did have the Heisman Trophy winner. You did have Shedeur Sanders. You did have some big time offensive weaponry in that realm. And Shedeur being one of the best or most accurate quarterbacks in football. So I just think a little bit of regression is probably we should expect it. But not to the point where you're not at least fighting for a bowl game. You got to be fighting for a bowl game. But I don't know, like Stoke asked, are you looking for college playoffs? I don't think that's realistic.
James, Denver Nuggets, action's happening in the NBA. Where are you at with the Nuggets? Russell Westbrook opted out of his deal. General manager still unsure there. Where are you at with the Nuggets right now?
Frustrated. I think it's frustrating that – and look, I like David Adelman, and I think he's a fine choice to be the head coach, but I would have liked there to be a full search and a full process, and if you land on him, great. Then you feel better about the hire. The fact that they, at least according to no reports, haven't really been interviewing general manager candidates, it's like, what is going on? The draft's less than 2 weeks away. You got to start figuring out what you're going to do in free agency, what moves you're going to make. I do think this team is close. But to me, what they need is the hardest things to do, right? It's those little fine-tuning. It's the moves the Avs made the year they won the Cup at the deadline, and those guys came in, the Josh Mansons of the world, and played a big part of their Cup run. It's adding Bruce Brown and KCP and Jeff Green. None of those guys are going to be in Springfield, Massachusetts when their careers are over. They're not Hall of Famers, but they were just the right kind of glue guys for that championship run. That's what's frustrating to me. What they're trying to replace. I mean, Christian Brown has been better as a starter than KCP. So they're really trying to replace the bench, and they only played 8 guys that entire time. Michael Malone rolled out the balls, played the same 8 guys every single game, and it was Bruce Brown, an okay player, Jeff Green, who's played for more than half the teams in the league, and Christian Brown, who was a rookie. Like, that's all they're trying to replace, and they haven't been able to do it for a couple of years. That's frustrating. And part of it is because, again, I think they're asleep at the wheel. I used to post a photo of the empty owner's box every time I went to a Nuggets game, and people would get all mad at me. I was making the point of who's tending the store here. Josh Kroenke comes back when they fire Michael Malone and says, I needed to probably be more focused. I needed to pay more attention. And then since then, what have we been doing? So maybe they have a great hire. It reeks of just promoting from within. It's very Rockies-esque. And what's frustrating about it is they have the best player in the world. They've got – I still love the core 4. I do. I know people are down on them. I love this core 4. You just have to sprinkle in some role ingredients, and you just seem to not be paying attention. I can just feel the frustration starting to build.
I think the core 4 needs an upgrade. I think it's time to – I think it's run its course, James. And that's the problem here. You're not – you're going through what it used to be 3 years ago. And Jamal doesn't look the same. Michael Porter Jr. doesn't look the same. So, like, the core 4 that you're referencing from, years ago ain't the same.
I'm not that far off from you. And it's been 2 years. I mean, that's what it seems like. The championship was ages ago. The parade was 2 years ago yesterday. So it feels like that was a decade ago. It really does. But Stoke, I will make that if they come out of the gate and they struggle, I will be the guy leading the charge at the trade deadline that Jamal or MPJ needs to go. I will be. I want to see MPJ healthy, though. You guys don't give him any credit for playing injured in the playoffs. Like none at all.
Zero.
None at all.
Zero.
Which they would have played. They would have had to play that series with 4 guys if he hadn't gutted it up and played. I want to see what this group looks like healthy with some role guys and with a coach that actually knows some X's and O's, and then I'll be ready to blow it up if they're not looking good by the deadline.
The irony is not lost on me at all that James Marilat, the king of belly aching, is out here on the bully pulpit talking about how much people just like to complain about everything, and they've always got an issue and a reason for this and a reason for that. James, while I actually agree with you on the point you were making, I do feel the need for contractual reasons sitting in this chair to point that out. We will see what Nuggets GM TBD and company decide to do.
Real quick, Richie. I do feel like it's a scene that the Nuggets to be announced, TBA, I guess that would be TBA, to be announced general manager. I feel like Josh Kroenke is going to pull like a Horrible Bosses 2 when Kevin Spacey basically stands in front of the whole room.
Me.
And goes, you know what? I've decided there's only one guy for the job, right? Like the best guy. It's me. So I'm going to blow out the walls of this office, and I'm going to take on further responsibility at only 85%.
Yes, there you go. I was going to say 85% of the salary and a little bit more square footage on the luxury penthouse that sits there above Ball Arena. James, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks,
we will
fellas.
catch you again next Monday. In the meantime, there have been some whispers about the Colorado Avalanche and some potential big names here in Ball Arena that could be trade targets this offseason. That's where we'll go next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, your boy Stink here. Tell you about my buddy Troy Hansford. If you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. If you can't sell your house at your price on the timeline that you guys agree upon beforehand, he's going to cut you a check for $5,000. He's making the offer, guys, because he continues to spend a boatload of money marketing his listings. Right now, as I speak, he's got about 100 families that are approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason you need to sell it right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. So you have a house to sell. Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of Remax Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
Now more than ever, Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies the same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Food critiques.
I love chicken. I hate chicken salad.
What?
If you put chicken salad in front of me, I'd gag.
Hard-hitting analysis.
I took an Ambien on accident before practice, and that's what he looked like out there.
And some constructive criticism.
Reminded me of the show that Mike had yesterday. Just a little off, not completely there. You were like, Mike, are you going to take control of this show? Like, how many times did you have to say that yesterday?
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Mike Evans was a little bit off in the eyes of his co-host, Mark Schlereth. He is actually off today. Richie Carney sitting in for Mike. Mike will be back tomorrow alongside Brandon Stokely and our guy, Mark Schlereth. Going into the break, I mentioned some questions about the Colorado Avalanche and some potential trade targets that could make an impact on the team in terms of players departing. And there's one in particular that I want to zero in on. Frank Saravalli, respected NHL insider and reporter, puts together this list every year, and 3 Colorado Avalanche members made the list. Defenseman Samuel Girard, Sammy G, newcomer Charlie Coyle, your third-line center, and then the third name, which really made me kind of shiver in my seat a little bit, was Marty Necas, obviously the crown jewel of the package that Chris McFarland sent Mikko Rantanen to Carolina for. This was the guy that said, hey, we don't need to pay Mikko all this money. We can get, we might not get 100 points, but maybe we'll get 70 or 80% of that for way less money. Well, now it's appearing to be a situation where Natchez, who's got 1 year left on his deal at $6.5 million, could look to turn down any extension offers with the Avs. Maybe he's unhappy, maybe he's not. We heard rumblings and rumors, and bet on himself for maybe somewhere around Mikko Rantanen type of money. So my question to both of you, we'll start with you, Stoke. How big of a nightmare scenario would it be for Chris McFarland, who just traded away one of the better players in franchise history, a move that I kind of saw the logic in moving Mikko Rantanen, and then watches Mikko beat his team in the postseason by moving to the Dallas Stars, and then the guy he traded him for, that he was going to rebuild around, that said, hey, don't worry, we'll be able to make this up, might leave a year later? How disastrous would that be for Chris McFarland?
Well, I mean, it's not ideal, but I think if you can move, I mean, you don't want to lose him for nothing. I mean, if you can't
you let him walk.
Yeah, if you can't get him re-signed here and he's not part of your future, then you have to trade him, right? I mean, the worst possible scenario is you just go through another year and then you just watch him walk away for nothing. Not ideal, obviously, to be in this situation, but you do still have some restraints here when you look at the salary cap.
Mm-hmm.
You look at, trying to, build this team and take that next step, which they haven't been able to do the last few years. So what else can you do if you're Chris McFarland? And obviously you don't want to lose a guy that you just traded one of your best players in the history of your organization for, right? I mean, that's not the scenario that you want to be in. But if you're left with no other choice, then what else are you going to do if you're Chris McFarland? That's kind of where I'm at right now, and looking at when you're watching and looking at the situation with Marty Natchez.
Yeah, I would just look at this as a complete and total disaster because you're taking away one of the best players you have in your franchise, trading him away and saying, hey, man, we're not going to be able to come to an agreement with him, right? We send him to Dallas, then he beats you. He beats you in that series and goes on. Now, they don't win the Stanley Cup, but, they beat you in that series when a lot of people sat and talked about the Avalanche being, one of the best teams going into this thing. And then the key piece of that trade that you're going to build around, if you can't get that signed and that done, I think it's pretty disastrous from a general managing standpoint if that's the end result of this whole thing, because now you're out both pieces. Now you're out with without anything to show for it, so to speak. So that'd be a horrendous outcome.
I completely agree with you, Mark, and I'm seeing it on the RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. No way in hell you should trade Natchez. You should extend Natchez up to $8.5 million a year. This is ridiculous. Hey, I'm with you. I didn't put Marty Natchez on the trade target list that other teams might be looking for as to poach a member of the Colorado Avalanche. Frank Saravalli did, and I think the Avs absolutely, for all the reasons that you and Stoke just laid out, Mark, want to and maybe need to extend Marty Natchez at around that like $8.5-9 million a year, which is what Mikko was making before he was traded. And that was the logic behind it. We can get almost the same amount of production alongside Nathan McKinnon on that top line with Natchez for about $3 to $4 million less than what we could end up paying Mikko in an extension. The problem is what the Avs want and what Marty Natchez may want may not be aligned, just like Mikko and the Avs were unaligned. Marty Natchez may say, why would I sign for 8.5 now when I've got 1 year left on this deal, when I can get a full season under my belt in Colorado, because I came over, kind of rushed into January halfway through, and I can bet on myself and put up numbers that'll make me valued in the 10, 11, maybe even $12 million range on the open market if a bidding war starts. So for the Avs, I absolutely think that they want to and need to and should try to extend him. But it's going to be sticky if Marty Natchez wants to play hardball and bet on himself the way that Russell Westbrook is betting on himself, declining himself, and make him harder to attain with the cap constraints that the Avalanche have. That's my read on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think, if you can get something done, you try to get something done, but you still don't know. I mean, what is the Gabe? Is Gabe just going to be,
I think so.
And so, but now you have that hit on the salary cap that you didn't have last year. So I think when you look at these numbers, now Marty, I mean, he's only 26 years old. Obviously, that's not a guy that you want to lose. after making a big trade. You want to see what he looks like. And here with this group and having a full offseason under his belt and building off of last year. So I think it's a situation to where you're probably going to see it play out a little bit into the season. And then if it's going well, maybe you get something done during the season. But probably I wouldn't think that you're going to be able to get anything done before the season.
Yeah, I mean, I think Matches and his camp totally have the rights and the ball in their court to kind of take this and stretch it out as far as they want. The one thing that the Avalanche have as a one-up on their arena mates, the Nuggets, is that they have a general manager in place to help make these negotiations and make these decisions. We will see if the Nuggets decide to catch up as the summer continues to roll on. But on the other side, we got some breaking news about an absolute titan of industry in the sports world that I think is going to make some people happy and some people a little bit sick. I'll explain next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in. Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Guys out there with great hair, you just don't know what it's like. The struggle, it's real. Losing your hair stinks, affects self-confidence, can impact your work, certainly your relationships. Good news is there's a solution to all this. It's advanced hair restoration, and they're simple yet incredibly effective one-day FUE treatment. It's all natural, your hair, put where you need it the most. Receding hair, thinning hair, that expanding bald spot, all done in one day, all done with the guarantee it begins to regrow the very next day. No tricks, no gimmicks. You work with top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls. Why is she top-rated? Well, because she's a legend. She's helped thousands of people, including me. 20 years ago, she helped me change my life. I'm a 20-year and growing testament to Dr. Pauls and how well this can work for you. Advanced Hair Restoration is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver for the second year in a row. Call for a free consultation to get started, 720-459-HAIR. You'll get $250 off, 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR and at advancedhair.com.
The U.S. Senior Open is back in Colorado Springs, June 25th through 29th. Witness the legends of the game compete for another shot at history at the iconic Broadmoor. Spend a beautiful Colorado summer day with your friends and family while experiencing stunning views of the Rockies, world-class hospitality, and being a part of all the excitement. This is your open invitation to the 45th U.S. Senior Open. Don't miss out on this unique experience. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at ussenioropen.com.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
As down payments get bigger, millions of renters across America feel like they'll never be able to buy a home. So instead of lowering expectations, Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with One Plus, helping more renters become owners. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states. NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Even a low-speed crash can feel like falling 3 stories. Nobody is above the laws of physics. Buckle up and shift into safe. A message from CDOT.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Trade Gen Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Delusional confidence.
I'm tougher than Mark.
Strong detective work.
Something was way off with him, like some kind of bad gummy bear or something. I don't know. It was just
Gummy bear.
And personal hygiene.
Holy Moses. Guy's excited about showering.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rolling downhill on a Monday morning. Hope everybody had a fabulous Father's Day weekend. Everybody that was at the Post Malone and Jelly Roll concert last night, like I was. Hope you're brighter-eyed and bushy-tailed than you were maybe 3 hours ago. But Mark and Stoke, we got some breaking news in the sports world, as I teased going into the break, about an absolute titan of industry. And I think people are going to have one or two reactions to this, and I'm curious where you'll fall on it. And knowing the two of you, there will probably be a third that I'm not accounting for. I said excited or disgusted. And that is the news that Joey Chestnut will be returning to the Nathan's Famous 4th of July hot dog eating contest this year. You'll remember last year, and there was like a snafu over like sponsor money, and you got banned and wasn't allowed to do it. And it was like a bubble championship for the guy that did win, big asterisks and all that. How much does it move your needle to know that Joey Chestnut is going to be inhaling soggy, wet hot dogs at an unbelievable pace on the 4th of July again?
I can't watch it.
Gross.
I can't. When they start dipping the buns into the cup of water and it just is like a big old, I don't know, doughy slide, it just, I can't. And then I think to myself, like, how sick would you be if you inhaled, what do they eat, 74 hot dogs or something?
Something like that.
It's insane. It makes me want to vomit every time I watch. I'll watch for a second, and I'm like, ugh, I can't watch.
Yeah, I'm out. I don't. It doesn't matter who's competing, who's not competing. That's just not really something that I care to watch. It's on July 4th?
Yep. Every year.
Which is kind of cool, but I'm doing other things on July 4th. I'm not watching the hot dog eating contest. So Joey Chestnut, it doesn't move the needle for me whether he's in it or not in it.
Listen, I have to admit that it is kind of on the obscure, grotesque side of things, but I try to be a person that appreciates and recognizes greatness where I can. And for somebody to do the bodily contorting effort that he has to be able to fit that much mystery meat and wet bread down his gullet and into his stomach every single year. And he does it like all throughout the year. If it's not hot dogs, it's shrimp cocktail or oysters or sliders or whatever it is. It's just, there is something that makes me morbidly curious about it, to at least check out the highlights if I don't watch it live with all the other sickos on the 4th of July. I want to continue our countdown of the top 5, our daily top 5 list. Today's is the best concerts, artists, performers, etc. that you have ever seen in person. I was at the Post Malone Jelly Roll concert last night. It got my brain, my wheels turning, and I want to hear from you, Stoke and Mark, and you, all of our listeners on the RamosLaw.com text line. So, Stoke and then Mark, why don't you get us caught up here on your top 5? We'll go all the way up to number 3 now.
Okay, top 5. Bush at the Cajun Dome when I was in college. That comes in as honorable mention at 5. Did the U2 Luke Bryan concerts in one night in Power Field and Ball Arena. Number 4 was Nathaniel Rateliff and the Night Sweats at the Belly Up there in Aspen. Number 3 is Chris Stapleton, Red Rocks. Went there, didn't even really know who he was. And this is years ago. Obviously, I do now, and went with Peyton. And it's like, wow, this guy's really good. That was when Peyton went out there and sang Tennessee Whiskey with him. Stapleton at Red Rocks was a really good one.
I love that. Mark, bring us up to number 3.
Now, that was that George Payton, or is that Peyton Manning you went?
Or Sean Payton.
Yeah.
We got Peyton, and Peyton, the law firm.
Yeah.
You're not close.
You guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it was Peyton Manning. My honorable mention, Hannah Montana. I took my daughter when she was like 12, and I thought Hannah just really rocked the show. All right, that's my honorable mention. Number 5, I went with the Stones. Not even a huge Stones fan, but going to that concert was really cool. It was when I was first playing with the Redskins back in the day, so that was really fun. Number 4, I went Rascal Flatts because those guys are buddies of mine, and I love their music. They got a ton of it. Number 3, Darius Rucker. Love Darius. He's awesome. He's got an unbelievable voice in Red Rocks. It's unbelievable. The sound is tremendous. So those are my top 3 right there, or my bottom 3, I guess, of the top 5.
Bottom 3 of the top 5. I like that. A little Darius Rucker. The Chris Stapleton at Red Rocks had to be euphoric. And I'll give you a little credit on the Miley Cyrus, the Hannah Montana one there, because that was a big deal. When she got to be able to play Hannah Montana music again, even though she went totally the other direction afterwards, that was a big deal. So I think that was a cool little addition on your list. My honorable mention was the record company. I got to see them perform at Blues from the Top up at Winter Park, this little tiny amphitheater, no seats, everyone just on a lawn, in lawn chairs or standing up by it, and they freaking rocked, man. I was not aware of them prior to that. I started listening to them more afterwards. We played a little bit of their music earlier, if you want to go back on the Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast. Number 5 for me was John Mayer. Was just blown away by how amazing of a guitar player he was, to see him do an acoustic show like that in front of that many people and keep everybody captivated by yourself. I was not familiar with John Mayer's guitar game up to that point. 4 for me was the Foo Fighters. Similar vibes to John Mayer. Dave Grohl is amazing to me, and just the way that Empower Field was literally shaking for 2 straight hours, and I felt like I had whiplash coming home and into the next morning. Just was one that I'll remember for a long time. And number 3 on my list was the Piano Man, Billy Joel. I saw Billy Joel live at Coors Field. I went with my dad, who is a massive Billy Joel fan, so it was awesome to see someone. It was obviously later in the game for Billy Joel. It was only a handful of years ago, but someone like my dad, who had seen him so many times, it was just a cool moment and memory to share with him. And all the songs that I grew up listening to, they sounded as good as I could have imagined for a guy that's been performing as long as he did. So my number 3 is Billy Joel.
Nice. Good list. All right, we got a couple more coming up here to finish off the top 5. Should be interesting. I don't know. You're one that you put out there. What?
The record company.
Yeah.
You don't like that one. That's okay.
No one's ever heard of them.
It's an honorable mention. It's an honorable mention.
If John Simmer hasn't heard of them.
That is true. You really killed me on that one, Johnny. I was hoping that you would crack the mic and be the guy that's like, hey, listen, like, you guys are sleeping on it. Richie's on it. You know, I was hoping that you'd be there, and you left me to flounder.
Never heard of them. Sorry, man.
Mark, have you ever heard of the record company?
No. I thought when you said the record company, I thought about growing up, and I'm old, but back in the Sesame Street, the Electric Company, back in the day, that show. But no, I'd never heard of the record company.
Listen, you're reaching there, Richie. You're really reaching. And then you said they played in some kind of venue with no seats, and you just had your...
Well, listen, if there's one thing that John Simmer will agree with me on, it's that you don't have to see a stadium show to see a quality performance, right? Sometimes you find the music, okay? But, yeah, no, if John Simmer hadn't heard of it and Mark Schlereth came on here and was like, I love the record company. I'm basically best friends with those guys. That would have been the upset of a century for me in the top 5 list. Well, we'll see if I can rebound in the eyes of Brendan Stokely with my number 2 and number 1 coming up on the other side. But in the meantime, I want to get back to some Broncos discussion. And Mark, we were talking, Stoke and I were earlier in the day, about one burning question that remains around quarterback Bo Nix heading into the 2025 season. ESPN did this exercise for all 32 QBs in the league, and they gave an answer that I think you'll agree with, even if you doubt the ability to do so. I'll explain coming up next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive-laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Stoke for my friends at Pro Green. Are you tired of spending your weekends mowing, watering, and maintaining your lawn? Say goodbye to the hassle and hello to the perfect solution, artificial turf. With artificial turf from Pro Green, you can reclaim your weekends and enjoy a lush green lawn all year round. Their synthetic grass looks and feels just like the real thing without any of the work. And it's not just for looks. Pro Green artificial turf is durable and safe for the whole family. Let your kids and pets play freely without worrying about muddy messes or grass stains. Plus, think of the savings. No more water bills or costly lawn care services. With Pro Green, you'll have a beautiful lawn without breaking the bank. Transform your outdoor space into a paradise with artificial turf from Pro Green Artificial Grass. Call today, 303-479-3967 to schedule your free consultation and discover the benefits of hassle-free landscaping. That's 303-479-3967, or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. Pro Green, bring the green to your yard.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductwork guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 303-425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
Summer's heating up, and so are the deals at Siltahar Motors. It's the final days of employee pricing on most Ford and Lincoln models. Yes, you pay what they pay. Get Kelly Blue Book value on all trade-ins, no haggling, just top dollar. And don't miss out on up to $12,000 off the powerful 2024 Ford Expedition. Cruise in the summer at Siltahar Motors off Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or check out their inventory at sthmotors.com. Siltahar Motors, get everything you want out of a dealership.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Self-defense lessons.
I tased him.
Taste him. Taser always works.
That's right.
Southern charm.
Look at the boys.
With some classic impressions.
He put his pitchfork down, he grabbed his sledgehammer, and he said, "Hey, you want some of this?"
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy as a clown. What need worry? House is burning down. Don't disturb.
Coming down to it on this Monday morning, Richie Carney sitting in for Mike Evans. Mike will be back tomorrow. Got Brandon Stokely to my left and Mark Schlereth about 1,000 miles to my right, my east. And before we broke, Mark, I was talking about how Stoke and I had this conversation about an exercise ESPN did where they basically listed one burning question that still remains about every starting quarterback in the NFL, which obviously includes Bo Nix. So just like I did with Stoke, I'll toss it to you and ask, what do you think the one burning question that remains about Bo Nix is in the eyes of ESPN?
The one burning question will there be a regression from year one to year two? Or has he hit his ceiling? Something of that nature.
That's what I thought.
Yep.
That was kind of where my mind went. And the answer is, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't like the answer to their question that they pose. But go ahead, Richie.
The bad answer that Stokely is referring to is this. Can Bo Nix be the quarterback who ends Patrick Mahomes' streak of 7 straight AFC West titles? Here's what they say. Quote, many have tried, all have failed. The Chiefs have won the division in each of the past 8 seasons, 7 of which Mahomes has been their starting quarterback. Knicks and the Broncos were a blocked field goal away from winning in Kansas City last season, and they made the playoffs with a 10-7 record. Then they go on to talk about Evan Ingram and R.J. Harvey and some of the additions on defense and yada, yada, yada. So I will ask you, Mark, do you think that is a fair burning question for ESPN to assign to Bo Nix going into just his sophomore season?
Yeah, I think I think it's bad when you talk about like Bo Nix. You've got to lead this football team, to beat Patrick Mahomes, and they've been to 5 Super Bowls. They've won 3 of them. They've won the division. What'd you say? 7, 8 years in a row under Patrick Mahomes. I mean, they have been a juggernaut. So it's going to take a lot more than Bo Nix for this franchise, and that's what we've watched them methodically build this team, build the defense. They went after the tight end, went after the running back, and this is after they made that trade that basically that trade for Russell Wilson that basically devastated their team as far as draft picks are concerned, and a bunch of players they gave away for Russell Wilson for that thing not to come out on top. So I don't think it's a fair question to say, hey, Bo Nix, now go lead this team that just a year ago, people had rated as the 31st best roster in football. I think that's a little bit unfair.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at Bo Nix individually, so it's all on him that we have to dethrone the Chiefs, and if not, it's he took a step back, he regressed. I mean, that's not the case at all. So obviously, Bo needs to play well this year if they want to win the AFC West. But I'm not going to say, well, man, if they don't win the AFC West this year, and then he regressed, or you know what, he didn't take a step forward. I'm not going to do that at all. What if he goes out there and plays well? And what happens if they finish second in the AFC West and Kansas City is 15-2 again? I mean, so that's why I don't like their answer to their question there. I think Bo, looking at trying to take that step from year 1 to year 2, it's not about just dethroning the Chiefs. Not right now, anyway. I want to see if he can build off of last year and all the good things that he did last year, and see if this football team, which I think can compete with the Chiefs this year now, but it's not all on Bo Nix. That's why I didn't like it.
Well, we already know, Mark, how you feel about the Broncos' chances to dethrone the Chiefs in the AFC West when you went on national television and said that you'll take the Chargers. And I'm calling a little bit of tomfoolery and some shenanigans here because I know we had that audio. I heard Mike play it. I was on the show when it was said live. We got the tip-off, and I just asked Ty behind the scenes, and they can't find it anywhere. And I'm thinking somebody made a call from the New York office, and we got something scrubbed here.
What happened?
It's gone. The audio
What did Mark say?
He said that the question that he posed to Craig and Danny was which team in the AFC West is best suited to take down the Chiefs this upcoming season. And Mark went out of his way to pick the Chargers in that scenario.
Mark.
So I'm kind of surprised to see him, crying foul on ESPN, putting this expectation on Bo Nix when he doesn't believe they can do it anyways.
Well, first off, let me just say, Stoke, okay, that, if the question is who do I think has the best chance this season to upset the Chiefs, then I said, well, I think it's the Chargers. Build the team from the inside out, run the ball, big offensive line. I know McConkey is, your favorite guy.
Yep.
But the bottom line to me was this, is the Broncos lost 2 games to the Chargers last year. Like, before you beat the Chiefs, you got to be able to beat the Chargers. And they haven't been able to do that. So I went, Chargers was my number 1. Then it was the Broncos. But, yeah, it's not my fault that they lost to the Chargers twice last year.
Yeah, that was last year, though. This year's different. I like this team this year better than I did last year. So I do think it's the Broncos this year. I think the Chargers are a good team. But I really love what the Broncos did defensively. So I think, the Broncos had them on the ropes. that's I think it was the second game at their place. I mean, you had that game pretty much won, just gave it away in the second half.
A free kick.
Yeah. So I think it's close between the Broncos and the Chargers. Obviously, I think they're two well-coached teams with good rosters, but I give a slight edge to the Denver Broncos.
I do too, and I take a look at you brought up last year, and I went on the record last week and said even though Sean Payton's not willing to give that distinction, I think the 2024 Denver Broncos defense was the best defense that a Sean Payton head coach team has ever had, and all they went and did this offseason was draft Zade Barron in the first round to help bolster their secondary. They added Talanoa Hufanga and Dre Greenlaw, who, barring health concerns, are going to make that front seven and that back end even better than they already were. And we saw some leaks in the season because of health. So all they did after being the best defense, in my opinion, from top to bottom that Sean Payton's ever coached, was get better. So I expect that to roll over into 2025. And then you talk about the additions of Evan Ingram and RJ Harvey and maybe next steps in the wide receiver room. If this Broncos offense last year had anything close to a competent run game, I don't even think this is a conversation. I think the Broncos are absolutely in pole position to dethrone the Chiefs. And I guess mentally, I'm just giving the edge to them because I'm betting on J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey and Evan Ingram and a lot of that to help balance that out.
I like that. Hey, listen, if this running game, if the running game was all that and they were coming off of that, if there weren't question marks in the receiver room, because I'm with you on the defense, man. I think the defense was awesome last year. They did start leaking oil toward the end of the season simply because, they had to support the offense for quite some time until the offense kind of got its wheels going week 5 or week 6. So I'm with you on that, but there's still a lot of questions on the offensive side of the ball with the Denver Broncos that we won't know until we see it.
Yeah, I mean, the running backs got to be better. I mean, it can't be worse than last year, but they got to establish a run game this year if they're going to try to take that next step. So you look at the additions of Harvey and Dobbins, and I think they're great additions. We'll see about Harvey. Obviously, I think he's the one that you're really hoping is that guy this year, because you just can't keep putting Bo Nix in situations to where it's all on his shoulders. You got to take some of the pressure off of him, and you got to run the ball. But it's hard to call run plays. That's, if you're Sean Payton, when you hand the ball off and you're losing 2 yards, you're getting 1 yard, you're 2nd and 9, you're 3rd and 7. So they need more production from the running game, and I think they will with these two guys. And Harvey, he's a rookie. We haven't seen him play at the NFL level, but a lot of people are very optimistic and excited about him as a rookie coming in and having a big impact this year.
I'm absolutely in agreement with you there, and I think there's a great point here on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043 from Jack. Guys, you're looking at it all wrong. All we need is 4 or 5 more reps from Bo this preseason, and he will be more than equipped to dethrone the Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC West.
We needed that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Coming in late. Down to the wire, coming in late, but we got it in. That is day number 211 of the Zach By Sensitivity Smear campaign as it rolls on. Can we get a quick Zach By laugh track, Ty? Can we just run through all the good ones? Classic. That one might be my favorite.
We tried to give him an out. We're going to try to give him an out to get the smear campaign stopped. Mm-hmm. I brought it up to Evans. I think Mark also. And all he had to do was just come on the air and admit he was wrong. That's it. During training camp this year, and then we would stop it. But he doesn't want to do it, so it will continue.
Yeah, some say the best ability is availability. I think accountability might be number 2 on that list, and Zach just wasn't willing to go for it. And therefore, we continue our obligation to keep the smear campaign alive and well.
I'm an idiot.
Coming up on the other side, we will put a bow on our daily top 5 list of the greatest bands, artists, concerts you have been able to see in person, getting tons of responses on the text line, and we'll see what other shenanigans we can get into coming up next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season. Should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy?
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, and they're booking out, and you may ask yourself why? Because smart Colorado homeowners understand Infinity from Marvin Windows are made in America, built for Colorado, and trusted to last, and now's the time to reserve your spot. Get started today with flexible financing at windowsforyourhome.com. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, Colorado trusted window company since 1972. That's over 50 years, guys, of taking care of you. Your home should be a retreat, place of warmth, peace, and energy efficiency. And Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows insulate better, block out the noise, and keep your home comfortable year-round, guys. So now's the time to call. Cheap windows look good on paper, but in a few years they crack, they warp, they fade. Don't do it. Trust my guys at Gravina's. Call them today for your free estimate. That's 303-794-0490, 303-794-0490. Or as always, you can find them online at windowsforyourhome.com. That's windowsforyourhome.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey guys, you over 40, then listen up. If you're running low on energy or just feeling off, LowTCenter.com is where you need to go. Get started with testosterone replacement therapy and join lots of guys who are in the same boat as you. Low T Center has clinics all over Denver. Super easy to get to. You walk in, you're going to see a real medical provider, and you're going to get your energy back. No complicated process, a couple of tests, and Low T Center is going to tailor-make a program just for you, not some basic standard program, but something that's tailor-made off of your test results, guys. And I'm telling you what, if you're feeling off, tired all the time, you have no energy, take action right now. Low T Center helps guys like you reclaim their energy, reclaim their confidence. And I'm telling you guys, if you need to lose a few pounds, they've also got you covered with prescription weight loss options as well. That's all they do. LowTCenter.com is where you need to go. That's LowTCenter.com. You can book an appointment online. LowTCenter.com. They're simple, they're quick, and they're totally worth it. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
Packed with peanuts and filled with golden caramel, Payday is one hard-working candy bar. So grab one now to power you through the day. Payday Peanut Caramel Bar. Get to it.
Passive aggression.
Oh, Mark. Sweet, naive, childlike Mark.
Culinary techniques.
So you got the crawfish, you got the tail, you pinch, twist, and some people like to slurp it. You're a slurper.
And backhanded apologies.
You know what? I would like to officially apologize to you, Mike. You were right. I was wrong. You're smart. I'm dumb. You're skinny. I'm fat.
It's Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, final segment on a Monday morning, coming off of a fantastic Father's Day weekend. Weather was beautiful. Energy was buzzing. You had Post Malone and Jelly Roll last night into the odd hours in the morning for myself and some others. Hope you guys all out there had a wonderful weekend. We are continuing, in honor of Post Malone and Jelly Roll, our daily top 5 list of the best concerts, artists, performers, etc. that you have been able to see in person, getting some great responses on the text line from the 2366. Rage Against the Machine at Red Rocks was unbelievable. We're seeing a lot of Metallica, Alice in Chains. Just keeps coming and coming and coming. My top 5 started with an honorable mention that was a little bit unpopular, I think, in the eyes of Brandon Stokely and John Simmer and other music snobs here in the building, and that was the record company. I have seen and appreciated some of the support on the text line for that honorable mention. Stoke, why don't you take us all the way up to the top of your list? We were at 3. Let's go ahead and count all the way up to number 1.
Okay, starting at 3 or give my whole list?
No, give the whole list.
All right, here's the whole list. Honorable mention, College Days, went to see Bush, worked the concert, actually. 5, did a U2 Luke Bryan in one night went to the U2 concert first at Ball Arena, then drove over and watched Luke Bryan at Empower Field.
I can't believe that's where that is on the list.
And you think it should be lower?
No, I think it should be higher. That's a crazy double feature, but go ahead.
Yep. Number 4, Nathaniel Ratliff and the Night Sweats, local band here. Loved them, saw them in Aspen at the Belly Up. Number 3, Chris Stapleton at Red Rocks. Number 2, Zach Brown Band at Red Rocks. Absolutely love Zach Brown Band. Put on a great concert. So much fun at Red Rocks. And number 1, last year, Morgan Wallen, Neyland Stadium in Tennessee with Peyton Manning.
There we go.
Walking him out. An absolute blast. Love that concert. That is my top 5.
Those are some heavy hitters there, Mark. Go ahead and try to top that. Start off.
Okay, I went Hannah Montana during the Hannah Montana tours back in the day when she was both Miley Cyrus and Hannah Montana. It was
Best of
awesome.
both worlds.
Yeah, Best of Both Worlds tour, exactly. I went 5, the Stones. Not that I'm the biggest Stones fan of the world, but saw them at RFK back when I played for the Skins. It was awesome. Absolutely loved it. Then I went 4, Rascal Flatts, because I like those guys a ton. Darius Rucker at Red Rocks, unbelievable, just incredible. Number 2, I've seen this band several times. They're probably one of my favorites. U2 at the Sphere. It was absolutely incredible. That show was like the all-time greatest audio, like visual feature you have ever seen in your entire life. That thing was awesome. And then number 1, how do you top Cool in the Gang? Cool in the Gang when they're singing live in Mr. Boland's backyard at our Super Bowl party. And we get to get up on stage with them and sing Celebration and everything else. It was still the greatest party I've ever been to, and awesome concert with Kool and the Gang at the Boland's house. So that was my number 1.
Mark, did you give a speech in that backyard of Mr.
No.
Boland's afterwards?
We already knew.
Okay, all right.
So we already knew what got us there. Everybody they all signed. They all signed their NDAs.
All right,
they knew why we were there.
Okay.
They were celebrating me under their. That was part of the deal. We knew it. We didn't have to go into it.
I forgot, Mark. I did go to the U2 concert also at the Sphere. I have been to that one time. It is the graphics and the things. I
Do
mean,
you want to amend your list?
It is unbelievable. No, I like my Okay. I like my list, but I forgot I did go to that at the Sphere. Sphere is a cool place.
I can only imagine.
But it's kind of a different kind of venue. But the things that they can do with technology now, and you're in this place, and next thing you know, it feels like you're in the middle of the day.
Yeah.
You're in old school Las Vegas, and it's 2:00 in the afternoon, but it's 10:00 at night still. Really, really cool place to go see a concert.
Mark, was the U2 concert that you went to, was that like because didn't U2 open the Sphere? That was like the kickoff one, and you were there for that one, right?
Correct.
Holy cow. Listen, I mean, the Super Bowl tie-in with Kool and the Gang, that's I mean, I understand the symbolic nature of that, but being at the Sphere like that with how state-of-the-art everything was for the very opening concert with a band like U2, that tells me how much you really enjoyed the Pat Boland backyard show, because I don't know how I don't think I'll see a concert that has that kind of magnitude, period. My list.
But again, you're talking about winning a world championship, the first one for the Broncos ever, and then doing that concert, and plus Kool and the Gang. Like when I was coming up, Kool and the Gang was awesome. Like they had a ton of hit songs, so it was a great concert.
My list, as I mentioned at the start of all this, got off to a controversial start. I gave my honorable mention to The Record Company, which apparently
No one's ever heard of.
Even my one trusted ally that I thought I was going to have in John Simmer, Johnny Fever, just left me absolutely out to dry on it. But I stand by it. It was great. Blues from the Top up at Winter Park. My number 5 was John Mayer, just an unbelievable guitarist. And I was pretty captivated by the acoustic set that he was able to put together, playing for almost two and a half hours, just shredding on a guitar in a way that I was not familiar with. Number 4 for me was the Foo Fighters at Empower Field. I've never felt a stadium shake like that and just rock out that many people, 70,000, 80,000, whatever it felt like it was. Just going nonstop. I loved it. Number 3 for me was the Piano Man, Billy Joel. That was a big one for my dad and I, for me to cross off that list with him. He's a massive Billy Joel fan. Has seen him, 6, 7, 8, 9 times for how long the guy's been touring. And all the songs I grew up listening to with my dad, it was, even though he was later in the game, a handful of years ago when I saw him at Coors Field, he still had his fastball to me, and I loved it, which is also how I felt about the number 2 band on my list, which was the Eagles. I got to see the Eagles at Ball Arena, and obviously it's not the 100% same band makeup as it was before, but unbelievable show. Joe Walsh on the guitar, similar to the John Mayer vibe, was just when you look at him, you're like, there's no way this guy can still crank out music like that. And then he steps up, he puts on the guitar strap, and it's just like, away you go. And it was definitely a moment there, or a night that I won't forget getting to witness one of the better bands, in my opinion. And my number 1 makes the list on the number 1 just from the sheer concentration of star power. It was also at Empower Field. It was a handful of years ago. I think it was 2021 now. And that was Luke Combs, Cody Johnson, and Zach Bryan, all at Empower Field. 3 mega music, country music headliners. At this time, Zach Bryan hadn't really blown up on the scene yet, and he was the opener's opener. And just an awesome show. Luke Combs is one of my favorite country artists on the scene right now. And to see all 3 of those guys who would headline their own stadium tour by themselves all together in one was pretty special. So that's number 1 on my list.
All right. You rebounded after a bad start. I'm telling you how to feel about your concerts. You see that? See how I'm doing that?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that. Everybody needs an accountability.
You're wrong.
Everybody
your
needs
honorable mention is wrong, Richie.
Right. It's a dishonorable mention, and I want that stricken from the record. On the way out, on the RamosLaw.com text line, I'm hearing, guys, I never noticed until now how much the exaggerated Zach Bide laugh sounds like Brandon Stokely's laugh. And I read that and thought, no way that could be true. Mark, do you hear a little bit of Brandon Stokely in the Zach Bide laugh?
I thought for years that number 2 laugh on the laugh track, I thought it was Stokely.
Huh.
All right. Well, Ty,
for years I thought.
Ty has been working behind the scenes to put it together. So let's do a little compilation, Ty. Give me a Zach Bide laugh and then a Stokely laugh, and just alternate it for as many as we can. Let's just see. Okay. Okay, wait a minute. Okay.
That's the one I thought was Stokely right there. That one.
And then?
That's Stoke.
I heard it more with the previous one.
The previous one,
no,
not that
number
one.
2.
Okay, and then?
No, definitely not me.
You know what? Okay, I'm not going to give, if we award points to the text line on all this for tell me why I'm wrong and all that stuff. I don't know if I want to give a full point for that to that texter, but it's closer than I think I would have thought.
Richie, give me the second one that Ty, can you give me the second Zach Bide laugh?
Is that the one?
That one, and then the Stokely.
Okay. I'm hearing it again.
That's the one. The second one is the one I thought for years and years we played it. I thought it was Stokely.
Give me the second one.
And then I was like, yeah.
Okay.
That's the one I thought was you.
And then give the Stokely version. See, yours goes a little longer, and you get the at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a little gargly there at
Yeah,
the end. But
a little gargly.
Yeah, but I will give the texter at least partial credit, partial point. I did not hear the similarity in those two, and I've listened to probably each of those laughs, I don't know, 1,500 times over the course of the last, 7-8 years that I've been kicking it around here. Guys, I think we covered a lot of ground today. I think we answered a lot of questions about the Denver Broncos. I think that we shed light, justly so, on the bizarre nature of the Nuggets GM search, and I think
they're going to be fine. Nuggets are going to be fine. Yeah. I think they have a plan in place. It's probably going to just be to hire the interim guy and keep everything pretty much like we're seeing it right now. So I'm not panicking at all that, oh my gosh, there's business being done in the NBA. We don't even have a general manager in place. I think they'll be fine.
Well, one thing's for sure. I can't wait to see what next major land acquisition in downtown Denver happens before we figure out who's going to be the GM in the front office of the Denver Nuggets. That'll do it for us today. We make way for Dover and Cecil coming your way next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Are you interested in wealth management that's designed to protect, maintain, and expand your financial portfolio? Hey, Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Trajan Wealth. Trajan Wealth offers retirement and income planning services that start with an in-depth understanding of your short and long-term goals. This is what I love about Trajan Wealth, folks. They'll come up with a game plan specifically designed for your goals, your needs, and that's what separates Trajan Wealth from everybody else. And oh, by the way, Trajan Wealth will give you a free review, and they're a great resource to answer any of your financial questions. It's a family-owned and veteran-led company by Jeff Jr. with wealth management and retirement planning services. Do you spend as much time planning for your retirement as you do planning for your upcoming summer vacation? Call Trajan Wealth today and plan your financial future like a dream summer vacation. They have multiple locations: Arvada, Boulder, Broomfield, Denver Tech Center, and Loveland. Call 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sinks overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Whether you're heading to the mountains or across town, remember, no weaving in the express lanes. Enter through the dashed lines only. Cross the line, pay the fine.
The Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to it. It is a Monday edition of the program. Dover and Cecil rocking with you 10 to 2. It's what we do, and we appreciate you being a part of this program, however you do it. Live right here on The Fan, Denver's only sports station that can tell the truth about every team, and you can find the podcast available on demand anytime you want there at denversports.com. Search Dover and Cecil wherever it is you find your podcast, and you can check out all 4 hours of the show anytime you want. Kevin does a great job getting that thing up and available. We got a busy show today, a fun show today. You know what we do to start it off? The little tribe roll call.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Where are you doing it? And what's your name? Put that on the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043, and we will react to a few of those things. Cecil, we're officially into Broncos offseason. NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Final will go on this week. Could be done by the time this week comes to an end. So we're looking at those things, and then hopefully, Cortland Sutton contract news or no news with the Denver Broncos would also be good. But We've got hoops tonight, series tied 2-2, hockey tomorrow night, the Panthers a game away. Oh, yeah, and by the way, the Rockies totally suck again.
Yeah, the Rockies are the Rockies, so there you go. And I know it's this time of year. Went to see my man Craig this morning.
What's up, Craig?
And he was like, hey, no Broncos, huh? Slow time of year. Yeah. We get into List Radio. I heard the morning show going over their list today, and Richie with bands nobody's ever heard of. And Stokes saw Bush in college.
Nice.
So I was like, yes,
Congrats.
yes. Another thing Brandon Stokely and I have in common is we saw Bush in college. So
You saw George Bush?
Yeah, George W.
The band.
W.
The band. I'm talking about the band. Get your mind out of the gutter.
Never heard of George or them.
Never heard of them?
Never heard of her. Yeah, they did. What were they doing? Top 5 live music concerts that they've seen?
Yeah, and they were kind of all lame. But anyway,
really?
yes, but I was just excited because I didn't know Stoke had seen Bush in college, and I was like, I saw Bush in college too, so
nice.
Just another thing to bond over. Maybe I can get those secret invites that you two get that I don't get.
Oh, from Stokely?
Yes,
well,
the Stokely invites.
Yeah. I'll talk to him more about the concert, seeing Bush.
Talk to him more about Bush in college.
Yeah.
Okay.
Might be able to share a little bond or something like
maybe,
that. What's the best concert? You just do one. What's the best concert?
This is weird, but it was Rihanna.
Really?
Best show I ever saw.
Nice.
Yeah.
At like Fiddler's Green or something?
No, at Ball Arena, Pepsi Center back then.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Nice.
No, it was awesome. She put on a hell of a show.
I would.
2 Chainz was out there. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind watching her in concert. Sure, it would be all right.
I did some research.
Yeah,
it was
exactly.
good. It was good.
All right, yeah, we are off and rolling. So like I said, tribe roll call. Hit us up. What are you doing? What are you doing for a buck? Who are you? And what city? There you go.
How many
Crack
Mountain
that
Dews you having
thing.
today? Let's have that list.
You know what we can do? Have a little fun here. Happy Father's Day to you,
Thank
Cecil.
you.
I
I
hope you
appreciate
had a
that.
great day. I hope you got, world's greatest dad mug or whatever kids get these days. New tie. You're not really a tie guy, but I hope you got something, or at least to talk to and see the family. I heard Pat Surtain and his pops, what were they on? NFL Network or something like that?
Yeah.
And Pat Surtain's father said, or was asked, really, like, what's that one dream matchup you'd want your son to play in or be up against? And he said Randy Moss. And I thought that might be fun theme for today. Like, hey, Tribe, you tell us, what's that one dream matchup? You can go like player v player, like Pat Surtain Sr. did. Like, I want my son to go against Randy Moss.
Right.
I love that idea.
That's awesome.
And coming from his pops. But what's that one matchup we never got, you always wanted,
I already know what
that
it
we
is.
can talk about?
I already know what it is because I was watching old All-Star highlights of the NBA when Kobe straight shut down LeBron.
Oh, and he took it real serious? LeBron thought they were messing around?
Yeah, because Mike before the game said that Kobe was the best. LeBron took offense because he's offended about everything and cries all the time. I want to see prime Michael against LeBron. Just skunk him. just smoke him.
Hell yeah.
Just get in his
Hell
jock
yeah.
and never let him score a point. Because that's what Kobe did.
Yeah.
I know it was an all-star game, whatever, but still, that was mano-y-mano, and Kobe got the best of LeBron because, of course, he did, because LeBron is LaFraud and LaCryer and LaFlopper and all those sorts of things. So, yeah, prime MJ versus LeBron. I just broke the contest.
Yeah.
That's the best one.
Well, Kobe versus LeBron in a finals. Remember, everybody wanted that.
Right,
And you were close
right.
to it with Orlando or was that Orlando? And I don't remember, but you were close to it at a couple of different times. The team aspect of it, like I would love to see those Bulls that you're talking about, like maybe the first three-peat edition of MJ's Bulls. Put that up against Shaq and Kobe's Lakers. I'd love to see something like that.
Yeah.
Just for, poops and giggles, I think is the term. Give me like the 98 Broncos team versus the 2015 Broncos team. I want to see John play against that no-fly zone and that defense that was here in the Mile High City.
Well, against Terrell Davis, that'd be pretty
You got
tough
TD,
to do.
yeah.
I wanted to see him against Minnesota. And all of my friends on that team and the Broncos team, of course, they all say to a man, like, we would have beat Minnesota. Because Minnesota loses that Falcons game. That was for 33, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And whatever, was it Gary Anderson, Morton Anderson?
It was somebody Anderson.
Missed the pick,
It was
yeah.
Mr. Anderson.
Yeah, Mr. Anderson missed the kick, and then all of a sudden Minnesota's not there. That was Minnesota, Chris Carter, Randy Moss, Josh Reed, the third receiver's name is Reed, but like that was...
Was it Robert Smith, the running back?
Robert Smith, I think Dante Culpepper, Leroy Horde might have been there at fullback. Like Jake Reed. So, like, yeah, I would have loved to have seen that because Super Bowl 32 was awesome. 33 was just a blowout. It was boring. It's good to be on that side of it.
The best kind of boring. Like, we are
Sports
whooping
boring.
that you-know-what.
Yes, exactly. Take that, Eugene Robinson, again.
That would be a lot of fun ones right there, just some of those old matchups. You know what else I'd kind of like to see? This is something we just don't get. I'd like to see Nikola Jokic play Joel Embiid since he ducks this city every time. I'd love to just see those guys play basketball.
A dream matchup that actually could have happened.
Right. It's actually supposed to happen twice a year.
Yes.
Joel's just afraid of Nikola Jokic. So
Nikola versus like Hakeem, something like that.
Dude,
you know what I
that'd be
mean?
Awesome footwork
Little
battle
dream
right
shake,
there.
yeah.
That'd be pretty sweet. So send those in, 303-713-1043. We will react, get to Tribe Roll Call coming up in just a minute or so. Did mention Game 5 of the finals tonight. They blew it on Friday, dude. The Pacers had a chance to put their foot on the throat of MVP and the OKC Thunder and didn't do it. SGA went nuts, scoring, 15 points in 5 minutes in the final 5 there during crunch time. They absolutely blew it, man. I'm not sure that the Pacers win another basketball game.
Well, they had the extender in. That's why. I'm not one to blame it on the officials, but it's just...
The extender?
It's funny how when the extender's in there, how things get extended. Yeah, the NBA trying desperately to have more in the ratings game. There was a thread I sent you guys, and we'll talk about it. Maybe check your ex. It could be honestly be the entire segment. But I sent both you and Kistner it in our private group chat.
Yeah.
About why basketball has fallen off. It's not just the three-point
really
stuff. Yeah, it's more than that. It's not just too many threes and a bunch of flopping. Although today's NBA, you can categorize it and say too many threes and lots of flopping. So at some point, we're going to go over that list today.
I like that.
Because I think there's a reason why we're not watching the NBA as much as we used to.
And let's do that at 11:45 because I really like what that guy said about Adam Silver.
Yes.
Specifically, and he is spot on. All right, little Tribe Roll Call. Start with Brendan. He's delivering packages for UPS in Pine, Colorado. Have a great weekend, great day. You do the same there, Brendan, and we appreciate you hitting us up. My boy Kevin. What up, Kevin? He's painting out in Kingsburg today. That's my boy Kevin. You know what? Kevin sent me a photo of Julius Thomas yesterday, former Broncos tight end. He just graduated with his doctorate. He went back to school and got his doctorate.
Nice.
I don't know in what, but good job for you, Julius Thomas. Larry's out in Parker. He's got the day off and looking to a little grill action watching Murray State beat Arkansas in the College World Series. Larry,
nice.
That's a nice day right there for Larry. Little barbecue on a 90-degree day. Can't beat that. Millhouse. Oh, dude, did you ever get with Lisa? Says he drives all over the metro every day. You guys get me through the day. I appreciate you guys more than you know. You know what, Millhouse? That's reciprocated, my man. Two-way street. We appreciate you more than you will ever know. So appreciate all of you guys. How about one more? Our boy Will checking in from Castle Rock. That's a rock out there with Stoke. Slanging shears to barbers and stylists. Oh, I like that.
Nice.
Like that. Hanzo shears, he says. Keep them coming. 303-713-1043. Our boy Rome in Loveland says, can my truck get a shout out? Broke down this morning. Easy fix. Another day to hang with my sons. What's up, tribe? Says Rome from Loveland. He's one of our faves. So keep these things rolling in, and we'll continue to check in with you guys. Oh, Yao Ming versus Wemby as a dream matchup.
Whoa.
That's a great one. Great text right there from the 322. All right, we are off and rolling, Cecil. Let's have a little bit of a Broncos conversation. I want to talk about the biggest strength. What's the biggest weakness? Who's going to be an X factor and a rookie you need to be watching? That is coming up next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in. Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Listen up, Broncos country. Philip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/Denver Sports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Stoke here for my hometown heating and cooling team. ROX rocks heating and air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Ring that bell. Dan Jacobs for Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. You know, my lovely wife, Kimberly, loves helping our clients so much, she installed an old boxing bell at the 303 Law 4040 office. We ring it every time we get good news, and clients love ringing that bell when they come in to get their settlement checks. And it's been ringing a lot lately. Our college freshman client rang that bell when she came in to get her check after we got her $125,000. She's going to use that money to pay for school and buy a house. Our bride-to-be rang that bell when she picked up her check. She's going to use it for her dream wedding in Mexico. And the whole family we helped after they were hit coming home from the lake rang it when we got them a settlement they weren't expecting. And we rang it when we found out we got a lady who was the victim of a hit and run, $75,000. She cried tears of gratitude. Most of our clients aren't looking to get rich, but we help them get feeling better and to get money for what the other drivers put them through. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s blaze again at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BEACH to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful Fed incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BEACH to 42424. That's BEACH to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Dude, I think we might already have the best text of the day.
Whoa. Tribe text of the day at 10:15?
I think so. Chris in Greeley is absolutely coming out swinging here on a Monday. Appreciate you doing your surveying work up there near Grover, Cecil. Chris
Nice.
from Greeley surveying up near Grover. I'd like to see Jan from Toyota and Flo from Progressive in the octagon.
And then Lily from AT&T.
Yes, there we go.
My favorite. As a
dude.
fan of Flo, for whatever reason.
Yes, you are.
Lily
Yeah.
from AT&T. She's, yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
I'm there for it. Chris, that's outstanding work. That's exactly the kind of stuff we're looking for today on the RamosLaw.com text line. That's a cage match I think everybody is down to see. 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. You want to join like Chris did, hit us up there, put your name on your text so that we can give you a shout out on the show. All right, Cecil, I mentioned talking about the Broncos. A few categories here. Biggest strength, biggest weakness, X factor, and then rookie to watch. We'll probably get into that a little bit later on. This is based off of an article I read last night on Pro Football Focus where they're going through every NFL team and hitting each of those categories. Biggest strength, weakness, X factor, and rookie to watch. So we'll tell you what they believe it is. We'll see if they're wrong, right, and what we believe those same categories are. Their biggest strength, well, nobody's really going to debate this, is how good that defense is.
Yeah.
That's their biggest strength. And they've added guys like Dre Greenlaw, Hufanga, Barron in the draft with the 20th overall selection here, getting Alex Singleton back. Riley Moss, another year under his belt. We all know what Patrick Surtain is and how good that defensive line is. They write something that you've talked about. Hey, you got to be better stopping the run sooner rather than later. And even throughout the season, there were moments where you go, as good as this defense is getting to the quarterback, they can get picked apart in the run game from time to time.
I mean, the Colts game, Jonathan Taylor doesn't drop that thing at the goal line. Remember that play?
Yeah, oh yeah.
That's a game they don't win, right? And Taylor was just abusing them.
Yeah.
So there's one perfect example from the regular season, and then James Cook with 1 million handoffs in the wild card game. And the strongest part of the strength is the pass rush. You're going to see a ton of fun. If they allow fans at training camp, and that's still kind of up in the air, I guess. I don't know. No one's told me any different.
Where would they go?
They're trying to build a little bit for very limited access. But I don't know, again, if it's going to happen because it's a literal construction site out there. But if you do get to put your eyes on them during training camp, you're going to see pass rusher after pass rusher after pass rusher. I mean, Johnny Walker, Q Robinson, one undrafted, one a day 3 pick, both outstanding this entire offseason. Rookie minicamp, OTAs, mandatory minicamp, and that's their 5th and 6th pass rushers. So the guys that have been standing out are, in a regular team would be starters. They'd have starters as their 5th and 6th pass rushers. So the strongest part of this team is getting after the quarterback. It's Russian cover. It's not an 80s spy film. It's Russian cover. Rush these guys, cover on the back end. They got it checked. And if you can stop the run the way that they should be able to stop the run now, how do you move the ball against this team? Where's the soft spot to pick on? Sure, Alex Singleton and coverage. Okay, do you have time? Who has time against this defense and all of those waves and waves and waves of pass rushers?
Well, and it's also, I get it. If I were an offensive coordinator or an offensive-minded head coach drawing up my game plan, I'm finding, what's Alex Singleton, 49? Is that the number? I'm finding 49, and I'm going to try to expose him. Let's see what Alex looks like post-injury and how much help those guys in the back end at the safety positions are going to be giving somebody like Alex Singleton. When you and I talked to him at the UC Healthy Swings event, he mentioned the instincts with him and Dre Greenlaw of like, hey, this is your part of the field, this is my part of the field, all of that based on once the ball is snapped and that boom, split-second decision that they're both going to have to make. And we're not going to know what that looks like. I mean, probably not even in the preseason. That's going to come in the regular season.
Yeah, that's going to be regular season football, and that's where it's just get your popcorn ready. And if you're week 1 against Tennessee, if you want to predict a shutout, I'm not going to tell you no.
It's going to be tough for Cam
rookie
Ward
quarterback against that defense. If there was ever a welcome to the NFL moment, if there's ever a game that can ruin somebody's career in their first game, it might be this one.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't feel bad for Cam Ward, but
he's going to get paid handsomely to struggle a little bit in the first few weeks.
Yeah, and it's Tennessee. They don't have anything figured out.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he may be the man. They have nothing figured out around him. So, good luck in week 1. And that's, we're going to see the first month of the season. You better ramp up quickly because that schedule gets tough right around week 4.
Yeah. Biggest weakness. And this is, when I first read it, I was like, hold up. And then I thought to myself, okay, well, I guess it's about being unproven. They're talking about the weapons, or really, as they put it, lack thereof, around Bo Nix. They said Bo Nix had the highest graded pass blocking unit in football. They didn't provide him ample skill position weapons. The Broncos earned the 5th worst PFF receiving grade and the 5th worst PFF rushing grade back in 2024. Denver's hoping that the following players will fix the issue. Then they talk about some Evan Ingrams and RJ Harvey additions. But is that what that is? They're coming into 2025 going, well, the only person that really did anything throughout was Courtland Sutton. Marvin popped towards the end, but they're still, I mean, I think it's unfair to still call Marvin Mims unproven at the NFL level, isn't it?
Right. I mean, he's got more yet to prove, but he's certainly proven that he's a Pro Bowler as a special teams man, as a return man, and then as a receiver. The unknown upside is pretty interesting. It's pretty intriguing to see what Marvin Mims could be now with more weapons around him. If Marvin Mims is your number 2 and, there's ways defense could adjust to him, you're going to bracket your number 1. You're going to try to keep safety help over the top, whatever. But, with Marvin Mims now, with all of these weapons, it's speed and space. Speed and space. Yes, please.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that could work out wonderfully for Marvin Mims this year and going forward. And as Sean Payton has said at one of his press conferences, I can't remember if he was grumpy in that one or not, but he said, I like small receivers too.
Yeah.
Brandon Cooks, even though, I've heard Brandon Cooks probably isn't the biggest fan of Sean Payton, but he had a 1,000-yard season with him. So, all right. And again,
you don't have to like your boss to be productive at work.
Exactly. You don't have to, fall in love with Sean Payton to not be productive. He's going to have you produce. He's going to be hard on you, but you're going to produce and probably going to get paid because of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly right. And man, it's something I keep thinking about with this. Now, all things have to hit, right? But with Courtland, Marvin, Franklin, Vele, Bryant, Evan Ingram, RJ Harvey, J.K. Dobbins, it's what we've been talking about. If 2 of those, how many guys I just list? 6 dudes? If you get 2-3 of those guys to hit in one single game, how do you slow down the Denver Broncos? I know we have to see it. I hope I'm not getting too far ahead of myself. But with the weapons on paper, and I know you don't play on paper, it just seems it's not impossible, but so damn hard to slow down an offense with 6 different dudes that can beat you.
Yeah, different dudes that can beat you, a defense that gets you the ball back, a ground game that can exhaust your defense. I mean, really, there's the weaknesses that you see with other teams. With Kansas City, you go, okay, what about those wide receivers? Is Travis Kelce, even though he's the best shape ever?
I heard that, yeah.
A lot of those stories. I remember when Ricky Waters years ago, he dropped like 15 pounds. He got hurt immediately.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but it was like one of those end of his career,
Wow.
I feel better than ever. Hurt immediately because you're used to playing at a certain size. So, hopefully Kelce stays healthy forever and he's super happy in his relationships. I don't even care, and I'm being sarcastic. But, where's that? Where their wide receivers? With the Chargers, okay, Ladd McConkey, and I heard the fellas talking about when they weren't doing lists of bands nobody's ever heard of and old bands, the fellas in the morning when they were talking about the Chargers, I'm like, anyone out there name another receiver not named Ladd McConkey? Anyone? Bueller?
I got nothing.
Bueller.
Yeah.
Now, they did bring back Mike Williams. They do have Trey Harris there.
That's right.
So,
Mike's back, yeah.
All right. Yeah, okay. But Bueller, all right. Let's see where those guys are at. Their tight end actually might be Aronde Gadsden, which makes me mad. But still, it's like the Chargers have question marks there. The Raiders have question marks, mainly with Geno Smith in that defense, not named Max Crosby. So, yeah, the Broncos have the fewest question marks of any team in the AFC West, and I think that's something worth noting right now.
I want to keep this conversation going because I want to talk about, like, specifically offensive weapons is the biggest weakness. Where do we think that biggest weakness is on the offensive side of the football? And we'll do that coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at denversports.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey guys, it's Mike Evans here for the good folks at Copperhead Plumbing. In today's market, there are various water heater options to choose from, tankless, hybrid, and conventional. Copperhead Plumbing's not here to provide you with the most expensive option, but rather they want to understand your needs, such as how big is your household, how much water do you go through in a day, and a few other qualifying questions to help them provide you with the best solution for your home. Call 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com to book their services today.
Cheyenne Frontier Days. When the sun goes down, the stars come out for Frontier Nights. Kicking off the 129th Daddy of Them All celebration. Ian Munsick with Travis Tritt. Jordan Davis with Brett Young. Bailey Zimmerman and Josh Ross. Tickets on sale now, only at CFDrodeo.com. Cheyenne Frontier Days, the wildest ride in the West.
Looking for a Father's Day gift that will give Dad that extra boost of health and energy he needs to live his best life? Low T Center is offering free weight loss consultation and free T-test as a special offer celebrating dads. Treatment is personalized to you and most major insurance is accepted. From now until June 21st, enjoy free B12 shots when you stop in for TRT and weight loss. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Looking to sell your used Rolex watch? We buy and sell pre-owned Rolex watches. All styles, from old to new. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthew's Fine Watches and Jewelry. Bring in your Rolex watch and we will buy it on the spot. No shipping your watch off to the internet site and waiting to get a check. Bring your used Rolex into Matthews. We have been servicing Colorado since 1951. Located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center. Matthews, we buy, sell, and service Rolex watches.
Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Located in the Highlands Ranch Town Center or online at matthewsfinewatches.com.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy Siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Co-Etzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member
You're
FDIC.
listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We are going to continue this Broncos conversation. We're going to get back to checking in with you guys on the RamosLaw.com text line in just a couple of minutes with your tribe check-in, your dream matchups. I'm seeing a few of those, and we're going to get to that in just a few minutes. Keep them coming. 303-713-1043. We are talking about a PFF article going over every NFL team's strengths, weaknesses, X factor, and rookie to watch. We're going to get to those last two categories, but they called offensive weaponry a weakness for Bo Nix, and we're saying, hey, we understand why they're saying this because it's a lot of unproven outside of number 14, Cortland Sutton, and he might be frustrated depending on what happens with his contract during this dead period of no football. So, Cecil, if they would just, kind of generic overhaul of this to, hey, it's all the offensive weapons. There aren't that many. If we had to narrow that down to a position group, a player if you wanted to do that, what do you think the biggest weakness of the lack of offensive weaponry is?
Yeah, biggest weakness is just the unknown at wide receiver. You have a known at tight end. You have a known at receiver with Sutton. And then behind him, it's like, okay, how good can these guys be right now? That's the main thing. I mean, we know J.K. Dobbins. We believe in the upside of R.J. Harvey. A little bit of unknown in pass protection, but still, speed and space, all that kind of stuff. It's really just the wide receivers. Okay, not named Sutton. Who's going to take that spot? Who steps up? Should be Devon Vele, but he also was hurt during mandatory minicamp.
Mm-hmm.
Could be Pat Bryant, but if Devon Vele's better, then that might be a camp battle that we're watching. Mims could throw everything out of whack because he could just be that good.
Yeah. That would be a great problem to have.
I know you're not a superhero guy, but Thanos said inevitable.
Okay.
I am inevitable. Is Marvin Mims inevitable? He seems like it.
Like that.
He's kind of angry like Thanos.
Yeah, he is.
Right? He's like a little baby Thanos. Right?
Yeah.
So snap. Boom. Marvin Mims is a starter and a Pro Bowler as a receiver. We just don't yet know. I haven't even brought up Troy Franklin yet. What is he like in year 2? Has he gotten it? The coach, he's got the eye of Sean Payton, for sure. And Sean Payton's taken on these pet projects before. We've talked about his love for Jerry Jeudy. He really liked Jerry Jeudy. He wanted to make it work. Morgan Freeman voice. It did not work with Jerry Jeudy because it's Jerry Jeudy. Does Troy Franklin actually work? Because he's taken the same liking that he had for Jeudy to Franklin, much further down the depth chart than was Jeudy, but we'll see how it works out.
Well, and the roster's changed too, so that's going to make it a little difficult for Troy Franklin. That is something, I don't know that I'm worried about it, but it's something that I've thought about, and I probably will throughout the offseason, and certainly when we get into camp and you and I are getting eyes on, what if it's a rich person's problem, but what if all these wide receivers do look good? How do you get them all onto the field? Does it overcomplicate things with Sean like it did with the running backs last year? You know what I mean? Like too many mouths to feed and too many opportunities to be given, and Sean doesn't handle that balance that well. I worry about that, not just with running backs, because I think that's still a part of the problem, but now with wide receivers, because he's kind of got, like what you call a little project, like that's your garage project, right? You got it covered up and you're working on it on your part-time, but if you have 6 garage projects, well, spoiler alert, not one's going to get done. You know what I mean?
You like to tinker, but you also want it to work, right? You don't want to tinker with it all the time, and that's the thing with these wide receivers. It's like we know the offensive line is set. We know the tight end is Evan Ingram, and I guess we could say, like, pass catcher not named Evan Ingram. Is there even room for that? Look at the roster crunch you're going to have. I mentioned earlier about your 6 pass rushers. Johnny Walker's going to have to make this team, or you're going to have to hide him. He was the most expensive UDFA. Other teams want him bad. He was a standout at the Shrine game earlier this year. You can't just go into training camp being like, yeah, Johnny Walker on the practice squad. No. Q Robinson is a 4-team special teams guy right now, and he's being a plus player as a pass rusher. He's got to make the team. These are the number 5 and 6 pass rushers.
Yeah.
So you're going to keep 6 edges? Nick Bonito about ready to play half the snaps that he had and have the same amount of production because they're just going to send wave and wave and wave of pass rushers. So if you keep 6 rushers, brother, 3 tight ends, Troutman, Adkins, and Ingram, that's it. And that's enough. That'll do, Pig, as long as Ingram is healthy and he's that pass catcher. Is there anyone as a pass catcher behind him? I know Mace had his article about the 5 players that helped themselves the most, and Caleb Lohner was on that list. I need to put eyes on him because outside of hip tossing a guy at rookie minicamp, I haven't seen enough. And he's also a guy that caught 4 passes. He's a huge project. He's a garage project. Now, one that you hope can turn into something, but that's also, in my opinion, a few years from now.
Yeah, if ever.
Yeah, not this year, right? Not this year. This year is about Ingram and then maybe somebody behind him. I don't think Lucas Kroll makes the team. He's had too many opportunities, and he hasn't made the most of those opportunities.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the loner situation is, that is, if he makes the practice squad, I think that's a good start for Caleb Lohner.
Right.
And then just figure out what you have there. Maybe there's a package or two down the road for a guy like that in the red zone only. But I'm not going to hold my breath on a seventh-round tight end that's actually a basketball player.
Right.
Can't do that.
Yeah, it's going to be like 3 years, and then we can talk about whether that was a good pick or not.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see where guys like Aronde Gadsden are, Luke Lachey are, both late-round tight ends that I had as options for the Denver Broncos. So really, weaknesses, yeah, I mean.
You know what? I'm hesitant to say it this way, but I think the biggest weakness is Sean's brain, but it's also the strength. He's such a smart offensive mind.
Wait a second, what?
But his weakness is trying to do too much in one game. Not running the ball enough a year ago.
Okay.
This year, I wonder, does that translate to trying to get Pat Bryant too involved too early? Trying to get Troy Franklin too involved too early instead of just taking what's there for you? Hey, Bo and Cortland have a great connection. Continue to hit that. Bo and Marvin are going to continue to build that connection. Work on that. Evan Ingram's there. Hit the middle of the field. R.J. Harvey and J.K. Dobbins, how are you going to use them in the passing game and running game? We haven't even talked about the other three wide receivers. That's Sean's brain going, how do I get him involved? How do I get him involved? Oh, crap, I forgot to get Cortland involved.
Right. Paralysis by analysis,
there
basically.
We go. Thank you.
And with one football to go around, I think you design plays for Cortland Sutton. I think you design plays for Evan Ingram. I think you design plays for R.J. Harvey and maybe even for Marvin Mims.
Okay.
So there's the four guys that if I'm running special plays, it's for those guys. J.K. Dobbins, it's a handoff, it's a counter. The counter is back. They're going to run a lot of counter with J.K. Dobbins. It's a favorite play. And with the way that they're running the ball, you should be able – counter is about deception. Honestly, football, declaration of influence, it's all about deception. We're going to show you heavy. We're actually throwing out of a heavy package. And that's where Troutman on the field with Ingram on the field, that's two tight end sets. That's going to signal heavy to the defense, but Ingram's really the wide receiver. He's practicing with the wide receivers. Mm-hmm. He's a wide receiver. So, the way you set things up is you smash things in the middle with J.K. Dobbins. You run some counter with J.K. Dobbins. You soften up the defense. You go play action over the top to Court. That's one of the several plays, but I think Sean Payton's going to have fun as long as he remembers to get back to the certain players. Again, Ingram, Sutton, Harvey, and maybe a little bit of Mims and some trickery. Those are the guys to emphasize and go back to and make sure at the end of the game, did Sutton get his 10 targets? Okay, good. We did that.
Mm-hmm. And then Cortland, you say something if you're not getting those targets.
Right. And Bo told him that last year. So hopefully that continues this season.
All right, checking in with you guys on the text line. Our buddy Josh in Firestone, he said he took the week off of work. He's heading up to Fairplay to camp and fish for the entire week.
Whoa.
That's a pretty nice little week.
Oh, that's beautiful up there at Fairplay, too.
You like fishing? You go out and fish ever?
Once in a while. Not a fisherman, but I tell you, every time I drive through Waterton Canyon every day, and I see the guys out there fly fishing, I'm like, you're the luckiest blanket-blanker in the world. Yeah. I'm going to work. This guy's out there standing in water and hip waders.
Catching fish all day long.
Yes.
Probably streaming the show at denversports.com. So
of course, He's got the Bluetooth headset on, something like that. But I'm like, what does he do for work that he can be fly fishing at 9 a.m. on Monday?
I'd like to get into that,
because I want to do that.
I do like to go fish. We take the kayaks out. We haven't done it yet this summer because life's crazy, but throw a line or two in, and looking forward to that. A little ocean fishing coming up in a few weeks for me, so nice. I'm fired up about that as well. Somebody said when we're talking about dream matchups, Cale McCarr versus Nathan McKinnon in a game of 3-bar. See who can get the post and crossbar sooner rather than later. That'd be pretty fun to watch.
All right,
too.
I like that. And I like these dream matchups for competition because my brain went MJ and LeBron, and then after that I was like, I'm kind of done. But I'm sure there's others out there that we would love to see.
Dream Team versus Redeem Team. That's on the RamosLive.com
that would be Dream Team all day. What are we talking about?
You don't think they'd have a shot?
Get out of here. Get out of here with that Redeem Team.
They'd have a tiny shot.
No, that's a Dream Team. No, not at all. Get it out of here with that. No.
Will from Westminster. is checking in, headed to Breckenridge and Frisco. Oh, delivering the first aid goods. We've heard from Will. He's just making a deeper route today. So, yeah, keep it coming. 303-713-1043.
By the way,
matchups. What are you doing today?
Super quick, because now I'm thinking of the Dream Team. It got me thinking of All-Stars, and then I thought of Space Jam and the Monstars. The internet is undefeated. Those guys are still winning money on Angel Reese missing her first shot all the time.
They are?
And then she started talking about the me bounds because they start calling me bounds. She was all offended. Somebody said on Twitter, Angel Reese plays like Patrick Ewing when the Monstars took his power. And now I can't unsee that. I'll watch Caitlin Clark because she hits a bunch of threes and they're wild plays or whatever. She scores 9 points in 10 seconds or whatever she did this last time. But then I'll watch Angel Reese and be like, it is Patrick Ewing without his powers.
She did have a triple-double, though. She had a triple-double this weekend and was fired. You could tell she knew her number, and I didn't like that. Because I saw the highlights of it, and she dishes that 10th assist and then puts up the number 10. I'm like, so you can't tell us that you're chasing this. Doesn't make it cool.
Yeah.
But she did it. One quick one from Kobe in Brighton.
Kobe!
Greatest show on turf versus the 2013 Broncos. Fantasy dream game.
Wow.
That's a great one, Kobe.
That would be 100 to like 99.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, that would be outstanding. That might be a early leader, or at least a challenger for a Tribe Text of the Day right there. 303-713-1043. Hit us up. Put your name on the end of your text so that we can give you a shout out on the show. Every day around 1040, we go inside the internet, talk about crazy stories or videos that caught our attention. Well, there's a couple of things. The Rockies continue to make the worst kind of history, and Kevin Durant apparently has destinations, but there's one team that's going to be a thorn in the side of the Denver Nuggets that are making an aggressive move. We'll give you the details coming up next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive-laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
When the game is on the line, you need someone you can trust and rely on. And when you've been seriously injured, you can trust Berg Simpson. The experienced and nationally recognized lawyers at Berg Simpson are ready to fight aggressively for your best possible outcome. We know that legal victories are not given. They are earned through hard work, determination, and commitment to excellence.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond, but there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers, 2 stores totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds at our diamond bar.
And Denver's true diamond experts who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
And that's why every day more couples say will you with Williams.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Stylin'. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa. Then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Penn Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Penn Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
What's inside the Internet that's caught our attention? Well, we got a couple of stories to roll through here, and we're going to start at denversports.com. Looking at a article right now from Andrew Mason, who is covering all things Colorado Rockies. Well, he's got a little downtime from football. At least he likes baseball.
He does love baseball. Yes, he does.
Covering and watching the worst of, but he does love the sport. So Mace wrote about the Rockies, well, as we mentioned earlier, just totally sucking. And this time, making more history. All the bad history is what the Rockies are making. They set a new club strikeout record, 19 Ks. 35 over 2 games this weekend, which actually sets a National League record as well. I cannot believe they won 10-1 and struck out 15 times yesterday, but that is exactly what happened. Again, Andrew Mason wrote about it. They have now, Cecil, had the worst starts in 40 games, 50 games, 60 games. We'll follow that trend all the way through 100 and whatever, and they'll have the worst start in each of those marks. So they can't hit the baseball. I cannot believe they struck out 15 times and still scored 10 runs and won a baseball game yesterday, but they continue to make the worst kind of history.
Yeah, worst kind of history, and that's what we're kind of expecting right now. When they don't make history or when they actually win a game, we're like, wait, what's going on? What's going on down there at 20th and Blake? And, of course, everyone's going to be there because it's summertime now. It's going to be 90 this week.
Dude, they're on the road starting today, but they're back home next weekend.
Yeah.
There's going to be 40,000 people there this
Exactly.
weekend. And it's the Rockies and Diamondbacks. And there'll be 40,000 people there.
Yeah. Best bar in Denver, right?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the Rockies going to Rocky, and they did a lot of that this weekend, just whiff after whiff after whiff.
Where'd you hear that?
The internet.
And you believed it?
Yeah. They can't put anything on the internet that isn't true.
All right, I saw the video, Cease. We learned about it.
Okay.
We knew it was coming.
Yes.
I saw the video, and I'll tell you, I kind of like it better. I saw the turf going on up at Folsom Field. It's actually on now. So
Yeah,
go on.
right.
You saw the logo, the end zone, bright, popping, the photos that I've seen. I think it's smart, going to save a little bit of money. And as CU continues to, climb in the pecking order of college football, start with the Big 12, they're going to want to, hopefully be in a position to have some pretty significant football games at that home turf.
Right.
And it's got to look right and play right to get those opportunities.
Yeah, I saw everyone losing their mind when it was first announced about the change of turf, and I was like, I don't have enough calories to lose my mind over grass.
Yeah.
So, hey.
But they're not playing on.
Right. So, big Buffaloes fan, it looks different, it's tradition. Okay, right.
Dude, the end zone looks sick.
I know. And it's like, just wait and see. Like, a lot of times people are impatient. You'll be shocked to know. opinions are impatient.
Right.
So people just rush to judgment quickly. I'm like, you know how much real stuff is going on right now, and we're worried about turf at Folsom? Like, get a life, okay? Get a life.
Yeah, I think it actually looks better than what it did before.
Yeah, it does.
So I'm all in on turf at Folsom.
The internet is a breeding ground for freaks.
All right, talk about Kevin Durant here. So the report from Shams was that he has 3 destinations that he prefers. It's Houston, it's San Antonio, and it's Miami. We've talked about those 3 teams, but Windhorse had the report this morning on ESPN and said that Minnesota is still involved. Not only are they involved, Cecil, but as of yesterday, they were the most aggressive of making plays to go and get a guy like Kevin Durant. Now, each of those teams, Miami's not going to be able to bring back the players that a Houston or a San Antonio would bring, but they're all going to be able to bring draft capital and a couple of players. Minnesota can do both of those things.
Yeah, we got a lot to talk about the Nuggets not having a GM. You and I gave them a deadline of Friday the 13th.
That's come and gone.
Which is even too late based on everything that's going on, because we had heard a week and a half ago that, hey, the KD thing's done to the Spurs. They just got to wait until July 1st. What if it's not? And what if you could have been in on it? But you have no GM because you're just going to hire Ben Tenzer anyway. Total search. Who'd you find? Ben Tenzer. He's right here. Wow. Okay. You could be involved in these deals. We're going to talk a little bit about Memphis later on in the show and what happened between Memphis and Orlando. But trades are happening, deals are happening, and you're doing nothing. You're doing absolutely nothing. This is pathetic.
It'll be 3 weeks this Wednesday since the last time Josh Kroenke's talked.
How long does it take? Seriously.
No idea.
You hired David Ottoman in an instant, basically after the Clippers series. And your GM, which is kind of important for your team building, kind of important to be on the same page as Ottoman, kind of important to figure out what you want around Nikola and the rest of his prime, and you could be in on these deals. You could be being creative. You could be making moves. You could be setting things up for your franchise. And they're doing none of that. They're going to do the same damn thing. They're going to get bounced in the second round again next year and be like, oh, my God, what are we doing? And then they're going to try to blow things up. Well, guess what? If change is going to happen, second time I'm quoting Thanos, if it's inevitable, do it right now. If you're eventually going to have to move on from Michael Porter Jr.
There's no
or
reason to
Jamal
kick the
Murray,
can down the road.
why are we waiting? Do it now and try to put something better around Nikola.
Do it right now. All right. I got something on the text line I want to talk about with the matchups. Now, boxing's dead. I don't know that it ever comes back, right? But
there's flopping now in UFC. We'll talk about that. I sent you guys the video.
Yeah.
He's flopping. There's flopping in UFC. We're done as a society.
Dude, look back at the referee and then flop.
I know.
Let's get into that.
Terrible.
Frank in Lakewood wants to go with Prime Mike Tyson versus Rocky Marciano.
Okay.
That'd be a pretty good one. Prime boxing, like old school boxing, would be a lot of fun to go back and be able to watch or put 2 boxers in their prime together in the same ring.
Okay.
Because we got Floyd Mayweather, Manny Pacquiao 15 years too late.
Right. That's what usually happens in that sport now. Babe Ruth versus who?
Oh, dude, like Babe Ruth versus, I don't know, like a prime Clayton Kershaw type. Like what about who was the Nationals pitcher that jacked up his Strasburg? Was it Strasburg? Like somebody like that was supposed to be this phenom of our era.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like Kerry Wood versus Babe Ruth. Prime, both of them. That'd be pretty cool.
What about Ubaldo Jimenez back in the day?
Oh, Prime Ubaldo was a damn stud. That's a 19-game winner right there. Prime Ubaldo versus, dude, how about like Todd Helton? Prime Ubaldo versus Prime Todd Helton?
Or what about Ohtani?
Dude, that would be cool.
Ubaldo versus Ohtani?
What about Ohtani the pitcher versus Ohtani the batter?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Like Travis Hunter in that Dick's commercial, and they just split in half, and there's 2 of them all of a sudden.
I like that.
Dicks.com.
What about Barry Bonds versus hat sizes?
There we go. Barry Bonds versus syringes.
How's your dome get so big? Oh, I know how. Okay, there you go.
That would be a good one. Prime, I didn't think about like the boxing because I don't think about boxing that much, but prime, fighters, that would be pretty cool.
Yeah, it would be cool. And we need heavyweights back. I mean, that's
American heavyweights.
Maybe that's where the sport comes back. What was it, Lennox Lewis, right? And even though he was British, that was probably the last great heavyweight, again, that people nationally paid attention to.
Babe Ruth versus Nolan Ryan. We missed the boat. That's what the text line said.
Oh, God. Yes, of course, Nolan Ryan.
Yeah.
Nolan Ryan versus everybody.
Yeah. in fights or baseball.
Nolan Ryan versus the 100 guys versus the gorilla.
Yeah.
I'm taking Nolan Ryan.
What about Nathan McKinnon, Patrick Waugh?
Oh, that'd be cool.
Okay.
If Nate could score.
I like that.
That would be sweet. That would be real sweet. That's a good one, Kevin. All right, keep them coming. 303-713-1043. Somebody said, Josh says boxing is dead, but then puts on his etnies and rides a skateboard to Zoomies. Hell yeah, I do, Texter. Hell yeah, I do. Sounds like a great afternoon right there. Skateboarding's a million times the sport boxing will ever be. All right, 303-713-1043. Tell us your dream matchups. We're having some fun with that throughout the show today. Cease, you brought it up there, the Nuggets conversation. Let's continue that. I mentioned it. 3 weeks this Wednesday since we've heard from Josh Kroenke. No news? What are we waiting for? The draft's right around the corner. One player's already opted out. Another's deadline is right around the corner. We're going to talk about this Nuggets offseason and lack of news about the general manager coming up next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season. Should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy?
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit wilhitewins.com and win big with Wilhite.
If you miss the filing deadline, the consequences can be huge. After 5 months, you owe a late filing fee of 25% plus interest. Advanced Tax Solutions can help you avoid trouble with the IRS. Call 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Another checkup? Why are so many people getting new puppies?
Dr. Kim's veterinary office is littered with cuteness.
We are booked solid for weeks, but who can say no to a puppy, right? Oh, who's a good boy? Oh, who's what? Oh,
She needs to find extra vet techs to get those pups some extra love.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Redeem your $75 credit at Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Stoke here from my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk, a wireless company that actually stands for something.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 5 with pregame starting at 5:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistarascu.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Hour 2, quarter number 2, starting right now. Dover and Cecil hanging out until 2, and that's when the drive comes in. Zach By and Philip Lindsay will get you home. There we go. Number 2.
Do number 2. I was actually going to do that at 10:30, and I was like, oh, my God. I'm going to be all jacked up on Mountain Dew, Chip.
Oh, yeah, you made another whole half hour. We're going to talk some Nuggets here. You want to be a part of the conversation? We'd always love to hear from you. 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. We're also asking you today about what your dream matchups would be based off something Pat Surtain Sr. said about wanting to watch his son, PS2, the reigning defensive player of the year, go up against Randy Moss, which would be absolutely awesome as well. So keep those coming in on the RamosLaw.com text line. See, so we were getting into the Josh Kroenke situation a little bit. Still
right.
No news on general manager. We've got trades going on. We've got stars getting ready to be shipped to a different team there with Kevin Durant. And then you got the Denver Nuggets sitting around twiddling their thumbs. Where is Josh Kroenke is a whole nother question. When will we get news? We are coming up on that 3-week mark since we've heard from Josh. We've now had a player opt out. So I guess who did he just text Ben Tenzer? Did he come to the meeting and talk with Ben Tenzer? Did he have a conference call with Josh Kroenke? Who the heck's doing anything with Russell Westbrook opting out? And by the way, we're 13 days away now from Dario Saric having to make that exact same decision with nobody running the show down at Ball Arena.
Yeah, I mean, who's running things? Deals are going down right now. Memphis looks like they're going to completely rebuild, and I'm not saying get Ja Morant here for the love of God.
Definitely don't do that.
No. But that's a team that they have chosen to fire their coach, trade away a bunch of picks. Wow. If there was ever a trade where it's like, oh, we are punting, and we are trying something different, it was the trade that goes down this weekend and now leads everyone to go, is Ja Morant next? I mean, there's deals happening that you could be involved in and you have no general manager. Why? Sir Smoke-A-Lot Monday. Why? Like, why is this happening? Why? Like, this makes no business sense whatsoever unless, we don't have any draft picks anyway and we're just going to run it back. We believe in the guys that are here. Why would you do that? Why would you believe in the guys that are here, not named Nikola? Yeah, Christian, sure, and AG, of course, when he's healthy. but there's a declining return with Gordon that, we don't regularly talk about because we love the guy, but that's just father time. Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr., that's what we're talking about. Why isn't someone out there cooking up deals or at least seeing what you could get? If it's no and you have to stick with it and publicly you have to say, hey, we really like MPJ, but behind the scenes you're like, what will you give us?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
If they were at least shopping privately and just trying to figure out what was out there, but they don't even have a general manager to do that.
And I'm looking exactly what happened between Memphis and Orlando yesterday. I mean, people are making phone calls. People are having conversations. We said it late last week. People are tampering. Everybody is tampering. And the Nuggets don't even have someone to tamper. They can't even cheat properly. Like, that's what's going on right now. You can't even cheat right, dude. Because you haven't hired a general manager.
Right.
So even if someone does come in, and let's say Josh or Ben Tinzer are taking those phone calls, or maybe even making those phone calls, I wouldn't bet on that. But let's just pretend in this hypothetical scenario that they are. And what if then they hire the new general manager and you've got a little conversation started going on with whatever team we want to ship Michael or Jamal off to. And then the new general manager comes in and goes, I'm not sure about that. Let's talk about this and have a new approach and a new strategy. So then you've wasted this entire 3 weeks. You're kind of putting that new general manager in a tough spot of like, all right, so am I actually the general manager or am I just coming in here to get a title and do what you've already put in place? Again, how appealing does that make that job? How appealing is hey, man, welcome to the team. We'll get your direct deposit set up. One of our assistants is going to get you set up with your move and everything. And by the way, free agency starts in 2 weeks, and we don't really know what we're doing. Do you have a plan for that?
Right. Good luck.
And then the clock is ticking and ticking and ticking.
The clock has been ticking. Ever since OKC bounced them in Game 7, the clock has been ticking, and they've essentially hired a guy we figured they were going to hire after the Clippers series, and David Adelman. Fine. Who's buying the groceries? He's the cook in the kitchen. Okay. You didn't look for another cook. You just went with the cook who had limited experience. Okay. If you're going to do that, why not be exhaustive with the search and let us know? I have a feeling, and Lord knows the PR is going to be all over. The propaganda from the team-friendly media,
heck yeah, dude.
all they're going to do is blow bubbles at Josh and be like, what a great job, and they took their time.
It'll be the greatest hire in the history
and
of
you know the buzzwords, they'll probably hand out flyers like, here are your buzzwords, and you have to go out there and repeat this. You are parrots for the propaganda arm of KSE, and it's going to be terrible because we need to be questioning this right now. I mean, I'm not saying that they would have been in on Desmond Bane, but I like Bane's game.
I do too.
I mean, he can dribble drive, he can shoot from the arc, averages about 20 points a game.
Great defender.
Yeah. And if you look at the Magic giving up KCP, Cole Anthony, and those 4 unprotected first-rounders and 1 first-round pick swap, I mean, that was a creative deal. And that's a deal that, you're basically trading away the bad contract of KCP.
Well, you know what it is? It's actually for both. It's Orlando going, hey, we're close. There's a window here. The East is wide open with
but we got to get rid of bad contracts.
But we have to get rid of some bad contracts because as currently constructed, we know we don't have a chance.
Right.
The Grizzlies did the same thing. The Grizzlies are in play in purgatory. That's where they're going to live with that roster right now and Ja being immature and not being, ball being the main thing. So they realized, hey, we actually have a decent thing going here, but it's never going to be good enough to win an NBA championship. So we have to make changes sooner rather than later.
Punt.
The Denver Nuggets, do we believe the roster as currently constructed can win a championship?
Yeah.
The answer is no to that. No. I don't know anybody that believes that. You know how I know? Because I've watched it the last 2 years and them get eliminated in the second round in a Game 7. So these other teams, as drastic as it may seem or almost like a what are you doing move from the Memphis Grizzlies, they know they can't win as currently constructed, and at least they're addressing it.
Right. And with this team, you're going to give this a third year to fail?
Exactly.
You're going to give it a third year to fail. Okay. That's an odd choice. That's a very odd choice with Nikola Jokic in his prime, going away.
Yeah.
He's still here. Let's say it's 4 years. It's still here, but you're wasting one of those remaining 4 years of prime Nikola on players that aren't good enough that you already paid. And here's what it is. And this is life and basketball. It's ego, man. And I'll say it's Josh's ego. Who in the hell else can we point the finger at? I mean, Calvin had an ego.
Know, yeah.
Michael Malone had an ego. But it's like, it's the ego of Josh to not pay attention? What? That doesn't make sense. But it's paying guys and then trying to prove yourself right because you already paid them.
I think Josh's feeling is I should get a pass for multiple years because we won an NBA championship.
We got a championship.
And that's not the case. If the roster, if you're on the back end of Joker and Jamal's career and you got the championship then and it was like, whoa, what a journey it's been. Maybe.
Like
but
with Dirk.
You're not.
Right.
Exactly.
When Dirk won one and they just put it together. Who was it? Porter? They kept hitting threes in that series against the Cavs. I was so happy. I can't stand Dallas, but I was so happy because I didn't want LeBron to win any championship. And I think it was Porter hitting all those threes.
Or was it Jason Terry?
Terry.
Jason
Sorry.
Yeah,
Jason Terry.
Because remember he would do that thing?
Exactly.
Run down the floor.
Yeah, the little airplane thing. So, like, if you put it together at the end of Joker's career, like they put it together at the end of Dirk's career, I go, okay, you got your one. That was good. That was a good run. But you're prime Joker. You have prime Joker, and you're doing nothing except saying MPJ and Jamal Murray are good enough when they're clearly not.
Yeah. Texter points out, man, if we'd have made the trade, we'd have Joker and Bane on the team. Little Joker-Bane action on the Denver Nuggets. That'd be pretty fun, right?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty sweet. Another text about dream matchups. This might just be for Adrian and myself, but Adrian the Garbage Man says, best matchup, a game of skate between Rodney Mullen and Daewon Song. Rodney versus Daewon, old school skate videos. Yeah, that's right. That would be a great one, Adrian. But you and I might be the only ones into that, and my buddy Ben. All right.
Well, I'll throw in for you since you did Skater, and I have no idea what you're talking about. I'll say Thanos, third time I brought him up, holy cow, versus Darkseid.
Oh, I don't even know who Darkseid is. I've never heard of that one.
There you go. He was in Justice League that nobody watched.
Oh, okay.
In the Snyderverse cut.
Nice.
Yeah, so Darkseid is basically DC's version of Thanos. And in fact, I believe Marvel ripped off Thanos from Darkseid because he predates Thanos.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they've done that a lot. Deadpool's ripped off of Slade Wilson. So, like, Deadpool's a ripoff of...
So how do they get away with that? Isn't that copyright infringement or something?
It's Wade Wilson instead of Slade Wilson.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of lame.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of lame right there.
Eh.
I do want to see, what's the new one where they say they're the new Avengers? Thunderbolts.
Yeah.
It's
good.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's got a bad reputation, but it's actually a good movie.
Okay. All right, keep your texts coming in. Dream matchups. What are you looking for? Tell us on the RamosLaw.com text line. I want to talk about Cortland Sutton a little bit more. Got to thinking about his contract extension that should be on its way over the next 4 or 5 weeks. But worst case scenario, what if it doesn't? How does Cortland and his camp handle that? You've mentioned this before, Cecil, and I want to dive a little deeper into it. A trade request. What if that came from Cortland's camp? What would they be looking at, and how would the team handle it? Let's have a conversation next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Fellas, what's going on? How was the weekend? Hope you had a great Father's Day out there, got treated right, and got to talk to your pops if he's still around. You know what you want to do on the end of a big day? Let's not be weird. You want to have sex, you want to have a sex drive, and Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can help you with those things. They can help with erectile dysfunction. They can help with low testosterone. The low T matters because you lose your libido when you don't have the proper amount of testosterone. And when you get to about 35, 36 years old, your body starts to lose testosterone production by about 2 to 3% every year. As I got to 40, I felt it. Didn't want to deal with it anymore. Sex drive was gone. Putting on unwanted weight because I couldn't sleep through the night, so I had no energy to work out or get to the gym. You know what I did? I went to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, took a quiz, then set up my first appointment. First appointment was going to cost me $99. I left there without spending a penny because I signed up for testosterone treatment. Same offer is there for you. Go get your blood drawn, talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. They'll give you your results. One of the options is to start testosterone treatment right then and there. I did it. I continue to do it. Now it's shipped to my home, and I take that pain-free shot in the comfort of my own home. It's all available for you at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text STUDENT to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text STUDENT to 323232 right now. Text STUDENT to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's STUDENT to 323232. Text STUDENT to 323232 now.
For many of us, it's happened before. Your hair is thinning, crowns disappearing. Maybe the hair loss has you feeling your identity is lost altogether. The solution that worked for me, it's an incredible yet simple one-day treatment that starts growing your own natural hair the very next day. And it's guaranteed to grow for life. It's the Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly subscriptions. They help retain what you have, but what if you want your own natural hair permanently in specific areas? From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to world-class Dr. Tanya Paul's, it's not maybe your hair will regrow, it's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. You decide how much, how thick, and where. It's why Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR or advancedhair.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I look at you while taking pleasure in the awful things you put me through. You take away.
We are getting some good texts on the RamosLaw.com text line about dream matchups. I really like when they have a Broncos tied to them as well. But one of our texters writes, hey, 98 Broncos versus 2015. We talked about that one a little earlier, but it's a great one. That's a great one for sure. And how about this one? Grant chimes in, Steve Atwater versus Saquon Barkley in the open field. That'd be pretty fun, too.
He ain't going to jump over Steve, I'll tell you that much.
No, he's not. You leave your feet versus Steve. Good luck.
You're coming down hard.
Yeah. That would be an awesome one. That's a good thought process. Steve versus a great running back, because we know how it worked out with old Christian and how Steve got the better of him. So keep them coming. 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. One of our great texters, Joe Majestic, and that is his real name. They want to see Dover versus Cecil versus Kevin in a Mountain Dew chugging contest.
Whoa.
Oh, that's
All
good.
right, see, like when they do the Jumbotron at the game and Baker Mayfield like chugs a beer.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm not going to do that.
We just hold up our Mountain Dews.
Yeah.
And
you ever
hammer.
been a beer chugger?
Not really.
Yeah, me neither.
I'll probably lose some points on my man card.
Yeah.
I don't like beer that much.
Hot day,
Yeah.
yard work, you're going to like beer.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say no.
Maybe like a funnel, but like
Right.
I never was like a chug beer guy.
Just give me a nice little red wine, man. I'll be good. I'll be good with a little red wine, you know? That's all I'm really looking for.
A little tequila. It's good.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Okay.
But yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one, Joe Majestic. What would it be? Who could chug a can the fastest or the most Mountain Dew until we throw up?
I think it would be a can, right?
I would think so.
Did you ever drink that Dew Shine?
No.
You haven't yet.
No.
You need to do that because we want to.
We want to report back on that.
Jack Jordan's got a good one. Billy Hoyle versus Sidney Dean, 1-on-1. Rick Vaughn versus Roy Hobbs, and Gordon Bombay versus the Hanson brothers. Bobby Boucher versus Al Bundy on the football field. Jack, you're a smart man. That's a good one right there. Going TV movie characters. I'd love to see Billy Hoyle versus Sidney Dean. Little 1-on-1 action. All right, keep those texts coming, and we'll continue to react on the text line. Cecil, I was thinking about Cortland this morning, and I started to think to myself, well, we heard a few rumblings late last week that he wasn't necessarily just thrilled to go to OTAs and mandatory minicamp without a new deal on the table or a conversation to be had, but he did. He showed up, and he was a good employee. Now, what if we get to July 4th? What if we get to July 20th when the players are about to report and there's still no news about Courtland Sutton?
Yeah.
How does Courtland and his camp handle that? You've mentioned this before. What if they do request a trade because nothing has been there? How would George Payton, Greg Pinner, and Sean Payton handle Courtland being frustrated because there's no deal?
Yeah, Courtland being frustrated because there's no deal, and Courtland being frustrated because you might have had to talk him into going to OTAs. I asked the question last week, and again, just asking the question, how'd they get him to voluntary work?
That's a great question.
He didn't do that last year.
No.
He didn't have a deal. He wanted a deal, and they told him no, and then gave him incentives. He doesn't have a deal now, wants a deal. They haven't yet told him no. I hope they don't tell him no. But how did he go to voluntary work? Court has done everything. You don't want to treat this guy poorly. You don't want to flim-flam around and drag your feet when dealing with Courtland Sutton, or else you're going to have problems, Mac. And that problem is merely a holdout or a hold-in. I don't think it would be trade request right then on July 25th or whatever, but it would be, all right, I'm going to show up and not do anything. That's a hold-in. Or I'm not going, and that's a holdout. I think it starts there.
Which you get fined for holding out. You can hold in and
and
you
you're
can make
there,
your point and not pay a fine.
Right. You're there, and you're making a point, probably driving Sean Payton mad. So I would like it if something gets done during the break. And if it's right before the start, then that's fine. If it's that Monday before the start of camp and the camp starts on Wednesday, great. Awesome. Did they get it done? Is he reporting on time? Is there no more distractions? With Zach Allen, it's a different story, and it's a larger number. With Nick Bonito, it's a different story, and it's a larger number. You don't have to have either one of those guys done by the start of training camp. I'm not saying you have to, but you kind of have to have Courtland Sutton done at the start of training camp, or else problems will arise.
And I kept thinking about, all right, let's say that it gets the worst case scenario. He requests a trade, officially requests a trade because he knows he's not going to get paid. All right, would the Broncos even oblige? Jerry Jeudy wanted out a year before Sean actually shipped him out, and it never worked with Jerry Jeudy. Now, Courtland's better than Jerry Jeudy, but we talked all last year, especially after week 5, because Bo was improving and excelling. The struggling, there were some moments, but he got out of that after the first 5 weeks. And I know I've said it. I think you agree with it. It is the rebuild. The timeline of the rebuild it's in fast forward now because of who Bo Nix was. And he fast forwarded it maybe like 2 or 3 years with what this can be moving forward. How much does that timeline take a step back specifically this year? Because the hope of Mims, Franklin, Vele, Bryant to step up in the near future is still there. But how big of a step back do the Broncos take without 14 on the roster?
Yeah, 14's got to be out there because then we're talking about going from winning the AFC West to competing for a wild card spot. You can do it with the young receivers. You can. But that's just creating a problem for no reason. Courtland Sutton wants to be here. Courtland Sutton isn't on Instagram all the time when the videos. Courtland Sutton's not in the police blotter. The hell else does a guy have to do? He's been through hell with this franchise. He's been through terrible quarterback play. He's generally been, quote unquote, a good soldier when it comes to what the Broncos have needed him to do. which sometimes is go to a press conference and lie about these quarterbacks because they were awful before Bo Nix. Now they're not. And he's produced. Again, this is just it's very odd. I know it's business. I know deals get done at deadlines, but your deadline is coming up. It's the start of training camp, and that deal had better get done. I anticipate it will be done. We talked to Mike Kliss last week. We put it up on our YouTube channel, Hi YouTube, as you can watch the whole show live now, all of our shows live on YouTube every day. But that Kliss quote last week when things were hot between the two sides, it didn't mean hot in terms of negotiations. It meant hot in terms of
somebody's upset.
Yeah, somebody's getting pissed off.
Mm-hmm.
And that somebody's likely Courtland Sutton. So he's done everything. He's been everywhere. It's time to pay that man his money.
I want to revisit this conversation later and talk about if it got to worst case scenario. I don't think anybody's rooting for this, but if it did, what value does Courtland Sutton have across the league? And then another layer to that is, would it be, just as insulting if they didn't offer a contract, but it was another incentive-based deal? We'll revisit that and answer those questions later. I think he would too. We'll keep this Broncos conversation going and look at it in a bigger picture, right? The whole AFC West. Is this the year that the Chiefs are knocked off their throne? If the answer is yes, is it the Broncos that do the knocking off? That's coming up next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, do you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in? Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Looking for a Father's Day gift that will give Dad that extra boost of health and energy he needs to live his best life? Low T Center is offering free weight loss consultation and free T-test as a special offer celebrating dads. Treatment is personalized to you and most major insurance is accepted. From now until June 21st, enjoy free B12 shots when you stop in for TRT and weight loss. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about, your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are 2 very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Brandon Stokely here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Nitro's back.
The IHRA Outlaw Nitro Series is lighting up the track. Grab your tickets now at IHRA.com. That's IHRA.com.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 5 with pregame starting at 5:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
We are continuing to get some great texts about your dream matchups. See a few of you also weighing in for Cortland Sutton, talking about his contract situation. A lot of people agree, sees pay court. Pay court is a couple of texts I see right here on the RamosLaw.com text line. Somebody is, Steve in Aurora's got your back. He wants to know about Green Lantern versus Captain Marvel. I don't know if I know. Is Green Lantern a good one?
Yeah. Yeah, he wears the ring.
Oh, see, I'm unfamiliar with that one.
Okay. Ryan Reynolds did a movie. It was awful, but...
Was Seth Rogen in it?
In Green Lantern?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Okay, so I definitely don't know it. And Captain Marvel...
Okay.
I believe
She's a lady.
Oh, it's a lady?
Yeah.
I don't know that one then. Okay. Would it be a good fight? Would it be a good battle to the end?
Cosmic powers, yes.
Okay. All right. So keep those coming in. Your dream matchups. And like that, doesn't have to be sports. Could be whatever the heck you want to see. 303-713-1043. I was watching ESPN this morning, right? But I really wanted to see if Stephen A. was going to address him playing solitaire during a game in which he's supposed to be working.
Yeah, these are compelling.
And talk about it afterwards.
Right.
But, we're going to dive deeper into that at 11:45 thanks to a thread that you found on Twitter. But Bart Scott, they were talking about, and they were going through every division of the NFL, got to the AFC West, and it was Bart Scott's turn to talk. And the question to Bart was what I just mentioned. Does anybody have a chance to finally knock the Chiefs off their throne that is the AFC West? And Bart Scott gave some credit to the Chargers, not like stink credit, but credit to the Chargers.
Right.
And then started to talk about the Denver Broncos. And he kind of talked about the Chargers and Broncos in the same light, like, hey, they're both on their way to being a legit threat in not just the AFC West, but the NFL. And with that in mind, he said, it's just not right now. They are going to knock Kansas City off at some point. It's just not going to come this year.
Okay.
Bart Scott says it's still the Chiefs' division to lose. Broncos country, what say you? Cecil and I are going to answer it as well. Is Bart off? How off is Bart? Or is this the year that the Broncos could knock them off?
Well, it's a rare day when I agree with Bart Scott because he's a guy that years ago, Kev's going to get really mad. I think he called Peyton Manning a coward.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, when Manning was like self-sacking and stuff. Do you remember that, Kev?
No, but now our new thing is me versus Bart Scott.
Yeah, Kevin versus Scott.
That's your new matchup. Okay, yeah. So I called out Bart Scott back in the day, called him out on the old ESPN Denver days, but like, no, I agree with that. It is the Denver Broncos. They're the team that's the most complete. We're going over the roster trying to find holes. And there are holes. There will be holes. I'm not saying this is a perfect roster and they can do anything and they're the best ever of everything they've ever done. That's not the truth. So there will be some holes that come up, but man, on paper, you really love what this team is doing. And again, maybe the RamosLaw.com text line will come through with more answers, but somebody name a Chargers receiver not named Lad McConkey. Right?
Yeah.
And then, who's their tight end? What'd they get? Tyler Conklin, and they have Will Dissly. Arondi Gadsden is there. But it's like they've got question marks. They've got question marks defensively that we could talk about as well. So if you look at the team with the fewest holes in the entire AFC West, this includes the Kansas City Chiefs. It is the Denver Broncos. Does that mean they're going to win the division automatically? No. They got a fight on their hands. This is a big fight. The Raiders will even be able to put up a fight. I know people don't want to hear that, but it's Ashton Genty and it's Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
Ashton Genty and Brock Bowers can win you some games.
And look, I don't think Geno Smith's that good, but he's better than what they've had in the last 3 or 4 years.
Right. And Max Crosby's still holding it down on the defensive side, so they're a concern there, but they're not on the same level as Chargers, Chiefs, Broncos. 1,000% the answer is the Denver Broncos. No, not even a question.
Okay.
This isn't even a debate. If it was one of those yelling shows, I'm sure they'd find something to yell about.
Of course they would.
Or have a producer in their ear and be like, talk about Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Like, nah, it's Herbert handing off the ball. It's Bo Nix running Sean Payton's offense. Give me that all day.
Yeah. Harbaugh trusts his running backs the way that Sean trusts his quarterback.
Yeah.
And it's 2025. You roll with the quarterback
Yeah.
at the NFL level.
Yep.
I would say this. I certainly don't think the Chiefs are this almighty powerful team that the rest of the AFC West, and then in moments, the rest of the AFC are looking up at and chasing. That's not what it is anymore. It was that 2-3 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Where even the Bills and the Ravens were chasing. That's not the case, man. That gap has been closed at the top of the AFC, and it's certainly been closed here in the AFC West. Again, we've said it a bunch. I want to get my eyes on this football team. I want to hear what your thoughts are once we get our eyes on this football team. And plus, we'll do our due diligence research and talk to the people that we know about what else is happening in the AFC West. I don't think this is watch out, there's a 13-14 win team in the Chiefs in the AFC West,
right,
and the Broncos and Chargers are here to clean up the crumbs. That's over. Those days are over for the Kansas City Chiefs. But they still do have the best quarterback. As we currently sit of the coaches in the AFC West, I think Andy Reid's probably at the top of that pecking order right now. It could always change, but it'd be tough for me to just say, 100% the Broncos are going to win the AFC West this year. I'm not going to say that, but they're going to close the gap, and the discrepancy between talent isn't what it used to be.
Yes, and Kev, you'll look up the number for me, please, because I always forget what it is. But the one-score games for the Chiefs, wasn't it 11 one-score games last year? Top of my head, again. So, and they were perfect in that record. Again, just doing this all from memory, which is a little hazy now, old age and such. But like 12 one-score games, and they won them all. Is that correct?
12 one-score games.
They won 10 of those games by a margin of 8 points or less.
Okay. All right. There you go. So let's take those 10 wins and give them 5, because that's more football-y, right? Are they going to win 10 one-score games again?
No, they're not.
No, God, no. They're not going to do that. So I'm not saying they're fraudulent last year. Their record is their record, right? But you also know that that's not going to keep up. You can't keep up that sort of pace in one-score contest. So give them 5 instead of 10, and now all of a sudden they are looking up at the Denver Broncos, who, yes, I have projected as 13 wins.
Okay. Our boy Creaky's weighing in.
What up, Creaky?
He's hitting you up with your saying. This year's the Broncos' year. The Super Bowl belongs to the Broncos until proven otherwise. He says, let's go, and
God bless Bo Nix.
Thank you so much, Creaky, for weighing in. That's a good one. That is an absolute good one.
Why are people hesitant? Not Creaky, of course.
Creaky's all in.
But I heard Stoke this morning when they weren't doing lists of bands that either were old or nobody's ever heard of for whatever reason. Stoke was like, yeah, they're not there yet. Yeah, they're not there yet. And I was like, Stoke, baby. You got to go for it, man. You got to go for it with this team who can go for it. So there's still some hesitation out there, even from the great Brandon Stokely. And that's a little bit odd. It's curious to me.
Well, I'm not as far as you are. I think I'm a little further along than where Stokely is. But I think it's just that, hey, let's make sure that this is still marching, and it is marching in the right direction before we go just crazy over the Broncos. I'm closer than Stoke, but I'm not quite as far as where you are right now.
Well, we can see the math on how to get there, and it's
Oh,
not a
definitely.
complicated
No, it's
equation
not.
at all. It's
We're
top
talking
5
about-
defense, top 10 offense.
You're talking about the defense is already in line. You're talking about a couple of guys taking not this giant leap, but just a step in the right direction as an offensive weapon, and then the Broncos are a really dangerous football
And
team.
sometime this week, I did some studying on second-year quarterbacks that have struggled, and there is a couple of reasons why Bo Nix will not struggle.
Ooh, I like
so
that.
sometime this week, we're going to have to get into that.
Let's do it.
And I'll share some of my research. Not that research, but like
Yeah.
actual football research.
Share both.
I'll share them all.
I'm into both, yeah. Matt in Castle Rock, his dream matchup is Tyreek Hill's children versus Phillip Rivers' children. That's a good one.
Okay, there you
Matt,
go.
down in Castle Rock. Great work from Matt. Keep the text coming in. We have to focus on Twitter. We're going to check our X. It's what we do around 11:40. And Cecil, you're right. We might end up spending the entire segment going over a thread of why the NBA is in the position that it's in. You'll hear about it coming up next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Stoke here from my hometown heating and cooling team. ROX rocks heating and air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
At Denver Mattress, we believe improving your sleep life should be easy and affordable. And during summer savings, the deals are really starting to heat up. Check out the budget-friendly Summit Queen, easy on the wallet for only $299.99. Take $75 off any Buena Vista. Plus, score a $300 gift when you purchase any Tempur-Pedic. Or make your cash go further with 48 months no interest financing and free shipping. Denver Mattress, the easiest way to get the right mattress.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex. Twitter, unfollow. Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, a couple things to get into while we check our X. We're going to be heavy with an NBA thread here, and it might take the whole segment, but
yeah,
it's good. It's good stuff. Cecil, you actually sent it our way, so I'll let you kind of take this one.
Yeah, ratings in the NBA, why are they down? And that's something that on Twitter, Rishi Dean was going over, and I thought it was good, and I sent it to you guys. NBA ratings aren't down because of small market teams or too many threes. It's because the game is not about the game anymore. Let's go through this. Last night in Game 4 of the NBA Finals, Scott Foster, the extender, called it like his DraftKings parlay depended on it. Why? Stretch the series, maximize ad revenue. I mean, that's completely obvious, right?
Yeah.
It's completely obvious.
It is.
This series could be much different, and by the way, in the favor of Indiana, had it not been for some, questionable officiating. We get that in a lot of sports now. Why? Might be because of gambling. Call me a conspiracy theorist. It's not going to be the first time someone said that, but, my tinfoil hat's been pretty accurate on some stuff.
I always like to bring this up when we talk about referees in the NBA. There's a book out there called Gaming the Game, and it's a story about Tim Donaghy and his stuff.
Yeah.
Donaghy is a part of it, I think, or maybe they wrote it with his blessing.
Okay.
But in that book, there is a couple of paragraphs where the author is talking about Tim wasn't the only referee we had in our pockets. He was the name you guys knew, but was not the only referee.
Right.
So a lot of guys that were around then that are still around now. So it's just something to keep in mind. And look, did SGA, by the letter of the law, is that a push-off from SGA? By letter of the law, forearm extended is an offensive foul?
Yeah.
I saw it, right? I know what I saw. They didn't make the call. Now, they tend to not make those sort of calls against superstars, but in that moment, with that amount of time on the clock, I think you'd probably make that call.
Yeah, that's a different call there. And because this thread's going to take up all of Checker X, give me the Jameis.
Oh, let's hit it.
Number 3 point. Meanwhile, ESPN is chasing content over coverage.
This is a big one.
Stephen A. literally posted a pic of himself playing solitaire. First, he was caught doing it, and then he posted a pic of himself to try to make fun of himself for not paying attention. That doesn't make any sense. And, by the way, those two dudes dressed up as Dumb and Dumber courtside, mocking him and Kendrick Perkins, ESPN tried not to show it, but we all saw. The internet's undefeated, and Twitter is here to help us with
grabs
that.
now of them with the faces on their chests.
Yes, yeah, with the suits like Dumb and Dumber and all that.
It was actually great. I thought it was hilarious.
Awesome. It was funny. Good job. But content over coverage. And I think as content creators, we're getting away from covering sports. Remember when SportsCenter was appointment TV?
Yeah.
Now ESPN's just on in airports. Right? And it's just kind of background. It's at sports bars and it's at airports.
Yep.
And it's just background noise. That's all it is. And the talking heads, they got to yell at each other because someone's got to yell about something. It's not even stuff they believe in.
No.
We know the behind the scenes of what goes on. So I think that content over coverage, we like coverage of the NBA. We like knowing more about these players, these coaches, these situations, these formulas, these games. We don't get any of that because guys are just yelling at each other.
Well, and it's also, and this is part of the beauty of sports talk radio. And Rishi Dean goes over this in one of his tweets here. Stop talking to me about now what. react to what just happened.
Right.
Can you break down what happened in game number 4?
Right.
Can you talk about the no call of the offensive foul? Or do you just want to, like, oh, my God, I can't wait till the next one starts. And by the way, we have the coverage, and Stephen A. will be there, and Kendrick will be there. Like, tell me what just happened and why the game played out the way that it played out, according to, you so-called experts that are sitting up there.
Yo, my man, he's actually playing Spider Solitaire this week. You got to check it out coming up on ESPN.
But this is also what ESPN has built. They have tried to build Stephen A. as the product instead of a guy talking about the actual product.
Yeah.
Stephen A., hey, no media guy is bigger than the sport that they cover.
And they want to be the story, not the game.
Exactly.
And ESPN promotes that. So that's odd. Another point here.
Let's go, Jameis.
The game is now just filler between ads. Finals halftime, 90 seconds of recycled takes, 13 and a half minutes of promos. I get it. You got to pay the bills, whatever, but all right, fans aren't tuning in for that. Even the court dropped the finals land Larry O'Brien logos for Fantastic Four ads. What?
Yeah.
Like, and we've talked about the court, like, hey, the court and the Larry O'Brien and the finals. They dropped it to promote a Marvel movie.
That they're getting paid for.
Yes, because it's Disney. Hey, the Disneyfication of things has taken the soul away from the sport.
When Adam Silver was sitting up on the podium, was it before Game 3? I don't know, whenever he was sitting up there talking with the guys. And he was talking about ratings. And he's saying, well, 20 years ago, we wouldn't even win the night. Now the only thing that beats us is other sports. That's not something to be proud of.
No.
And he said it with authority, as if like they had accomplished something. And one of his tweets here is Adam Silver bent over backwards for brands, networks, and agents. Everyone but the fans. The product is beautiful. The business end is choking it. And that is 100% spot on. Adam Silver is blinded by dollar bills. Adam Silver is blinded by what he thinks his legacy is going to be, leaving the NBA in a different financial place than where he picked it up. But David Stern found out a little dirty secret that Adam's trying to get away from here. It's about the players. Star power means money.
Yep.
And star power brings eyeballs, going to bring ticket sales, all the things he's chasing when he's bending over backwards for those brands, networks, and agents. If he focused and put that energy on the stars of his league, he would be just fine. And he's doing it the other way, and that's going to lead to some long-term problems.
Yeah, long-term problems abound because another Jameis point here. And thank you, Rishi Dean, for this thread. I actually should just retweet it on Twitter. They blame analytics, but the problem is algorithms. The league chases TikTok-style engagement, forced narrative, scripted drama, endless what's next talk, which we've talked about. And the irony, all of this is squeezing extra dollars, is what's killing the golden goose.
That's exactly what's happening. It's a very good thread. It's smart, man. And to call out Adam Silver or even question Adam Silver, I think is more than fair.
Yeah, he's one of the worst commissioners. Is any commissioner in sports good?
I mean, I bet
Roger Goodell, not really.
Well,
he's good at his job. But
I would actually, he's hurt baseball more than he's helped. But the fact that he's trying to do the pitch clock stuff, changing the pace, that stuff's very important.
Allowing
and I think
bat
it matters.
flips.
Yeah. Having more fun in the game.
Hey, baseball being fun. Shocker. Yeah. So there's a reason why. And I think it's more than just it's not the 90s basketball. And it's not the flopping, although that does not help. I mean, soccer has been terrible forever. Sorry, it's my opinion. People love kickball, whatever. But it's the flopping. It's the flopping and not scoring. And now that's infiltrated the NBA. It's infiltrated the NFL. It's infiltrated UFC. Like, everybody's flopping. And, yeah, the ties with the casinos and the gambling, that's a little more public now than it used to be. It's always been there.
Yeah.
It's always been there. Ask all these longtime NFL franchise owners how they got their money. Some of them got it from gambling. And, old, back in the 40s, gambling. So it's all become a little bit too obvious, and people have choices. Who's choosing to watch SportsCenter now? Seriously.
I love Scott Van Pelt, and even that is a little tough. A little tough at times.
Yeah. I mean, we work in sports, so we're going to watch the NBA Finals, but the ratings are in the tank for this, and it's not just the small market teams. There's been some good basketball. Not every game, but most of the time you can watch
It has been good.
the Pacers and the Thunder and see good basketball. Sometimes you see some stuff that makes you curious.
Yep. It's difficult to watch, and we'll see how much longer Adam Silver has this chokehold around the NBA and catering to the wrong crowd and not caring about what the fans do. Real quick, Shohei Ohtani's going to pitch tonight. Saw this on Twitter. Are you into maybe? I'm certainly going to watch that over the Rockies. I'm literally thinking like, oh, I'll watch the Dodgers. I hate the Dodgers.
Yeah.
But I think it's cool to see Shohei. First time he's going to pitch since 2023, his first outing as a Dodger.
Right.
I'm probably see how this basketball thing plays out. If that gets nasty or a bit of a blowout, I'm going to flip over and check out Ohtani.
Well, it's one of those things where you can kind of look forward to it, right? And that's what we have sports for, is so that we can look forward to competition at the highest level, whether that's baseball, basketball, hockey, whatever.
Oh, and you mentioned, wait.
Oh, waka, 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 yeah.
You mentioned the UFC guy.
Oh, yeah.
Flopping. He got kicked, an up kick to his face.
Yes, which is illegal.
It's illegal. Shouldn't be. I mean,
It's a great move.
UFC fighting, everything should be allowed.
Yeah.
Rip someone's eye out, dude. And then looks back at the referee, then only to flop and pretend that he was knocked out. I mean, that's got to be the worst look for a UFC fighter of all time, right?
Yeah. I mean, they need to take any sort of ability to fight away from him. That sport is not what you want. You watch it for the blood and carnage.
Yeah, that's exactly
That's
right.
what you watch it for, not for flopping. It's enough, buddy, enough.
Bad look for him and a real bad look for Dana in the UFC. All right, let's get into our
Maybe
lunch hour.
Jamal, that opens the door for Jamal to be a UFC fighter.
There's a roster spot.
They allow
Jamal.
flopping? Whoa. Can I be fat?
Yeah. There's a matchup I'd like to see. Jamal Murray versus a treadmill in the offseason. That would be outstanding to watch right there. All right, let's get into our lunch hour. Quarter number 3, we're going to continue talking about dream matchups. What's the one you've always wanted to see? We'll tell you why we're asking that question, plus a conversation about the Broncos roster strengths and weaknesses coming up next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season. Should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy?
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductwork guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 303-425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985. Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Be careful if you haven't filed taxes in a while. The IRS is going after non-filers like never before. Whether you have income taxes or payroll taxes that have not been filed, Advanced Tax Solutions can help you get back in the system and avoid trouble with the IRS before they show up or send you a scary letter. Call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They'll help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Help Siltahar Motors, a Denver-based family-owned car dealership, support a very important local charity, Make-A-Wish Colorado. Learn how you can aid Make-A-Wish with the Mazda Miata MX-5 RF Grand Touring Sports Car Giveaway. Visit wish.org/Colorado/win-a-car.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 1043 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 5 with pregame starting at 5:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Yes, you can.
Can I kick it?
Hour 3, quarter 3. It's lunchtime on a Monday. Appreciate y'all being with us here. We're asking you a couple questions today. Always want tribe roll call. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing? For $1 today, and we'll give you a shout out on the show. We also asked you today, what's your dream matchup? What are you looking for as far as maybe teams, maybe 1v1s, or when you want to get creative? Like someone said, they challenged us to bowling. Said, I want to see Cecil and Dover versus me in bowling.
Bowling?
And that is Swazo from Aurora. Hope
Hi,
I didn't say your
Swazo.
name wrong.
I have not been bowling since C.J. Anderson left.
Oh, nice.
I think my heart's broke. It's one of those things you just can't. I
Can't
just
do it
can't bring
without your
myself
partner?
to. I can't bring myself to do it again, man.
What, were you bowling a lot? Because CJ's kind of good, isn't he?
Oh, he's a great bowler. Absolute fantastic bowler. So I was just there to like hang out.
Great shot, man.
I can't say I'm good at bowling, but it's like, yeah, once your bowling partner leaves, you're just like, yeah, I don't.
What am I supposed to do here?
I don't need to bowl anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm not great at bowling.
Plus,
but
it was always Celebrity Lanes, which is over by the Broncos facility.
Oh, right, yeah.
And then, it's 45 minutes away from me. So,
oh, God.
Yeah.
Bowling's one of those things for me that's like, I'm down, and then we go, and it's like one game, and I'm like, oh, that was fun. And then by about the 6th frame of the second game, I'm like, hey, what are we going to do after this? Because I'm a little bored right now.
No. The key is, Kev, you find that lady, and you take her bowling.
Oh, yeah.
I was just going to ask, how do we feel about bowling as a date night thing?
1,000%.
Yeah, I think
yes,
okay.
on board. Yes, Kev. Date night, Grizzly Rose, right? So you can show off your country skills, but then bowling. Yep.
And do you let her win? Or do you show off your athleticism and dominate her?
Is there athleticism in bowling? C.J. Anderson looked like a bowling ball and played bowling really well. Bowled really well? Yeah, I don't know. Is there athleticism in bowling?
There's skill. I don't know about athleticism.
The skill, yeah, for sure, skill.
Show
Sure.
off your skill, Kev. That's what it is. I guess on the first date, you probably let her win. But like where I'm at with Kelsey, I'm trying to beat her at everything.
I'm pulling the bumpers up, and I'm bowling the 300.
You roll down that little thing,
it's
you just
perfect.
put it on.
All I'm saying is you can date other guys. You can date Kev, who's perfect.
That's right. Well, we're asking you this question because of something that Pat Surtain Sr. said on NFL Network. Here's who he wants to see his son, reigning Defensive Player of the Year, PS2, go up against.
One guy I would like, Pat, and you guys can attest to this, man. Hey, Randy Moss, different than
I had my cleats laced up for that one.
So Randy Moss, and definitely have to have your cleats laced up for that one. Randy Moss would be a great matchup versus PS2. Obviously, Randy, we know who he is, what he was. I mean, any of those names. We want Jerry Rice versus PS2, Randy versus PS2. I'd love to see those matchups because they're both great. I know this is pretty early, but PS2 certainly looks to be on his way to the Hall of Fame where the rest of those wide receivers are.
Yeah, and that's where PS2 versus top of the top. Yeah, bring up that dream scenario. Have him versus Calvin Johnson, right? Megatron, which is different from Moss. Moss had that speed and the ball tracking ability, which was fantastic. Just craziness. What he did, came in with those video game numbers. We'll never really see it again. I know, great rookie seasons have happened. Whether it's, Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Brian Thomas had a good rookie season. Moss-like, but it's Jacksonville, so nobody paid attention. But yeah, Randy Moss, PS2, bring it on. Calvin Johnson, PS2 would be different because of the physicality.
Yeah.
I'd like to see that.
I mean, dude, if we just wanted to keep it local 100%, PS2 versus Demaryius Thomas, it'd be pretty fun to watch.
That would be fun to watch.
Nice to see that. So there's some good ones, man. There's some good ones out there. Even the Aqib Talib, Chris Harris's from back in the no-fly zone. Be cool to see those guys go up against some of the legendary wide receivers that are out there. So again, we're having some fun with it. It can be sports players, 1v1. It could be teams. We talked about the 98 Broncos versus the 2015 Broncos. That would be really fun. Cease, I know this version I'm going to talk to you about won the championship, but how about the 23 Denver Nuggets versus the 09 Nuggets that were just a couple of games away from going to win their first championship and beat Orlando that season when I'm pretty sure the Lakers swept them in that series. So
I like that.
That would be a fun matchup. So hit us up. Tell us teams, players, superheroes, whatever direction you want to go. 303-713-1043. A big shout out to one of our listeners representing Ranham. It's Big Pete up in North Country. Says he went to Ranham, crashed a bunch of Northglenn parties, and beat Northglenn in basically all three sports. So, Big Pete, we appreciate you.
Okay.
And Ranham is no longer there. It's like an alternative school or something.
Really?
It's mixed with Westy.
Oh, really?
That's like the Broncos and Raiders joining
Yeah,
forces.
that's not cool.
Not cool at all.
Man, James Trujillo was a Ranham kid. That dude could hoop. The Chanchos went to Ranham. My boy Chris Wallace. What's up, Chris? All Ranham hoopers up
now,
there. Now,
you'll have to explain to me the alternative high school. Is that where you just don't have to go to school?
It's like, how do I
Because
say
in
this?
Cheyenne, there was East,
It's
which
for
is
high
all the
school
preppies.
pregnancies.
Central, and then there was High School 3. They literally called it High School 3 in Cheyenne. So
Really?
if you ever were partying up in Cheyenne and you'd meet someone, where you go to school? High School 3, you're like, oh,
okay.
You're a bad dude.
Get down then. Huh?
You're a bad dude.
It's like, so one of my sisters had to go to an alternative high school.
Okay.
And it's just like, hey, you're not trying really hard, so let's put you over here.
All right.
Kind of type of thing.
All right.
No disrespect.
No.
It's what it is.
Get down how you get down, man.
It's high school. I hope you don't give all of your life effort in high school.
There's some people that either do that or they think Twitter is their life. Those are the worst. Those are the absolute worst.
Those are, I'm sorry to just put it this bluntly, but losers. Those are losers, Cecil. That was the term you were looking for.
That's what we call those.
Yeah.
Yes, losers.
All right, 303-713-1043. Hit us up. Somebody wants to see George Karl versus Carmelo Anthony in a slap contest.
Wow.
That's Miz and the FTC. Miz, I don't think I would say no to that. That would be kind of cool to watch as well. Although George is 35 years older than Carmelo Anthony. So Melo might win that one. All right, keep your text coming. Put your name on it, and we will give you a shout-out as we get to them on the show. I want to talk about the Broncos a little bit, Cecil. I want to talk about weaknesses, their strengths, what this roster is going to look like. And then we can talk about X factors and rookies as well if we have a little bit of time. I don't think there's a big conversation about their strength. We think their biggest strength is their defense. The article that we're basing this conversation off of from Pro Football Focus believes the same thing. And they actually use the word elite. It is an elite defense. They do talk about the fact that they did lack in run stopping in a few different games and moments throughout the season last year.
Very true.
But with anticipation that gets a little bit better, keeping the defensive line together, adding a Dre Greenlaw, adding a Hufanga, and getting Alex Singleton back. So the defense looked at as the biggest strength. I don't think there's really much room for argument there. I mean, it's just his second year, so I'm a little hesitant to say that, but I would put Bo Nix as just his smarts, his inability to his ability to avoid sacks and make the wrong play. That's a pretty big strength for the Denver Broncos too. I don't know that as that sits in year 2 is bigger than what the defense brings to the table as a whole.
Yeah, what the defense can do as a whole is basically suffocate you as an offense. And look at some of the teams that they're going to match up against. Now, I look at the Chargers and I go, okay, that's two-headed backfield. You're going to be tested in a big, big way against the Chargers on the ground. Herbert's no slouch, certainly Ladd McConkey there, and we'll figure out who the rest of the weapons are with the Chargers. But stopping Omarion Hampton, guy might have a little beef with you. He's on the board right there, and you didn't select him, so that
and
could be something.
A running back.
Yes, and running backs hold on to that stuff. Thurman Thomas fell to the second round of the draft, and he took it out on everyone, including Buffalo, by forgetting his helmet in a Super Bowl. Anyway, so Hampton, Harris there is a 4-time 1,000-yard rusher. That's not nothing. I don't think Najee Harris is that exciting, and had Javonte graded above him anyway when they both came out of college, but still, Harris is there with Hampton. That's going to be a 1-2 punch for you. Defensively, you're going to have a test against Cincinnati. That's Higgins. That's Chase. That's Joe Burrow. So your Russian cover is going to be on point there. Your offense should be able to score against Cincinnati's defense. So how does that play in? And your offense is going to feed your defense this year. And then Philadelphia, the Super Bowl champions. If we just look at that beginning of the season, where are your tests at? You're tested against the Chargers on the ground. You're tested against the Bengals through the air. And you're tested against the Eagles with both. Because Saquon Barkley, and that's all due respect to Najee Harris and Omarion Hampton, Barkley's the best back in the league, and he's going to test you in ways those other guys can't. Plus, he's a good receiver out of the backfield, plus the tush-push. Like, there's a lot of things with Philadelphia, and I have that game as a loss, but if you came away with a win in that contest against Philadelphia, I think it might be obnoxious how much the national shows will start talking about the Broncos. Yeah. Oh, my God, they took down Philadelphia. Yeah, it's week 4, 5, whatever, week 5.
Week 5 for
but
that one,
still, it's like, let's kind of see where they're at the end of the year and see where Philadelphia's at the same time. And I'll call it right now. Is week 5 a Super Bowl preview?
Hey, there we go.
This is just Gatorade. It's nothing in it.
Yeah, let me smell that. What do you got going on over there?
Where's my flask?
Look, it's those first 5 weeks, it's all right. What happens in LA when you're playing the Chargers? Then you mentioned the Philly game. You do get the luxury of being at home for that Monday Night Football game. But after Tennessee and Indianapolis, you go Chargers, Bengals, Eagles. You look at that and go, man, it'd be great to be 3-2. But it's pretty. I mean, for me at least, it's pretty easy to see that could be 2-3 as well if you don't handle your business against what I'm kind of looking at as the Bengals. That's still a 50-50 game, even with it being at home.
Yeah, it's still a 50-50 game. It's at home. Crowd's going to show up in a big way, and I think this is where your offense, if you can put pressure on Joe Burrow with just the scoreboard, you're already going to put pressure on him with your pass rushers. This team goes 6 deep if they keep all 6, and, well, honestly, they should. Then your coverage. Riley Moss is healthy. This thing's good to go. If he's not, Jahdae Barron, you've got more responsibility, and he'll be able to cover in that in both ways. It's a double entendre there. He will be able to cover for an injured Riley Moss, and he'll be able to cover. That's what he does. He's a ball hawk, and he's incredibly bright. But if you can put pressure on the Bengals where they become one-dimensional and abandon all sorts of hope, semblance of a ground game with Chase Brown, then I think that's advantage Broncos, because then your defense will be able to feast in the way that they can, which is rushing and pressuring the quarterback. And pressure makes every quarterback look mortal. Doesn't matter if you're Joe Burrow, Joe Cool, doesn't matter.
Tom Brady in the Super Bowl. We saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Pressure made him crumble. All right, so that's where PFF is talking about the strength and the defense, and then our conversation there about Bo's brain. Their biggest weakness is offensive weaponry and what's around Bo Nix. Now, when I first read this on Pro Football Focus this morning, I'm like, I think that might be a little unfair because it's the unknown. But then you think about it a little bit more. All right, that's what they're considering. That's why it's the weakness, is because there is unknown. What are the knowns on the Broncos offense? I think there's really only 2 of them right now. Let's go 3, and we'll put a unit there. The offensive line is certainly known.
Yeah,
That's
for sure.
The unit, you know what you're getting out of those 5 guys, and they're damn good.
Yes.
I think we know what we're getting out of Courtland Sutton, right? It's a 10-touchdown season a year ago. It's a 1,000-yard season this year. Courtland Sutton's going to catch between 80 and 100 balls and receive for 850 and 1,000 yards. That's what he's going to do. I think with Bo Nix, even in year 2, I have my expectations of what we're going to get. He's going to flirt with 4,000. He's going to get you 25 to 35 touchdowns accumulated between passing and rushing, and he's going to throw 8 to 12 interceptions in this season. That's what Bo's going to do. Those are the knowns. So I do think it's fair for PFF to go, all right, outside of that, we even took it a step further there. Outside of that, it is a lot of unknowns, and that gets counted as a mark against you.
I think the knowns, we can also include Evan Ingram. As long as he's healthy. I mean, Evan Ingram is a known, and he's not the player that he used to be when he's a rookie in a 1,000-yard season, but let's put the number at 69, and let's give him about 650 yards receiving with 4 touchdowns.
Okay.
That's what Evan Ingram's going to do. That's a known. And J.K. Dobbins is a known. He is a known. By the way, I think I saw somewhere, USA Today, the Broncos have 7 players with 2-letter first names.
No way.
J.K., R.J., Bo.
There's 3.
Who are the other ones?
With 2-letter first names?
2-letter first names.
J.K. Skinner?
J.L. Skinner.
J.L. Skinner.
Everybody's J.K. now that Dobbins is here. J.K. Kistner.
There's another one.
Yeah.
That's got to be the most in the entire team. Or the entire
in
league.
the league, yeah, 7. So we got 4 of them. Who are the other 3? Kev's looking it up right now. But either way, you know that Evan Ingram can ball out when he's healthy, and you know J.K. Dobbins can as well. J.K. Dobbins is a known. He is a known. It's why he's here. I saw some of our YouTube comments, and thank you, YouTube. Hi, what's up?
YouTubers?
That were saying, like, why you guys think Estime's gone? You guys always talk about Estime being gone. It's because they got J.K. Dobbins. If Estime was all that in a bag of chips, they wouldn't have got J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins is here because Estime must not have shown something that he needed to show. J.K. Dobbins is the known. So if we just go, what do you know? I know this O-line is great. I know that Courtland Sutton is fantastic. I know that J.K. Dobbins can run the rock and be very productive as a runner and receiver out of the backfield. I know that Evan Ingram is a weapon that this team did not have. So, and yeah, I know Bo Nix. We're going to study the second-year quarterbacks. That's coming up later this week, of why second-year quarterbacks struggle, why Jaden Daniels is going to struggle, and why Bo Nix is not.
Oh, music to Kevin's ears.
We will tell you why. And I don't want any Jaden, slander. We never have it on this show, but I'm just here to tell you there's one of these top rookie quarterbacks that's going to struggle in year 2, and it's Jaden Daniels. It's not Bo Nix.
I love hearing that. Yeah, we'll probably get into that tomorrow in about our
Did
10
Kev
10
find all the
hour.
7?
I got them all.
Nice.
Okay.
Let's see if you
So
guys
wait.
can guess them.
We did
Okay,
Bo.
well, we had 4.
Bo, RJ, JK, JL.
Yes.
Are we going to be like, oh, God,
Can
we
you
should
give
know
us a
these?
position?
Yeah, you're going to know these.
Okay, what position? Give us a position.
Defensive line.
Defensive line. Well, it's not Malcolm Roach. It's not Zach Allen. It's not JK or JFM. 2-letter name on the defensive line.
Has a barbecue sauce brand.
Is Kevin the only one that knows the
Yeah.
barbecue sauce
Am I
brand?
the only one that knows?
You're the only one
on
that-
the Broncos?
on the
Yeah.
Broncos defensive line.
DJ Jones?
DJ
Oh,
Jones.
DJ.
Okay.
I had no idea he had his own
Okay,
barbecue
I didn't know he had a
sauce.
barbecue sauce either. Kev's
Nice.
shopping the Broncos
Might have
aisle
been an
there.
assignment from Woody for me
Oh,
back
all
in
right.
the day.
Okay, DJ. So there's 5. We got 2 more.
Safety.
We had JL Skinner. There's another one.
Yes.
PJ
Locke.
PJ Locke. Okay, there's 6. Who's the 7th?
Well, your favorite guy that Drew always gives you crap about.
I was going to
A.T.
say
Perry.
Lucas Kroll. No, A.T.
A.T.
Perry.
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 Okay,
Nice.
there we go. 7.
We made it.
Although, do the abbreviations count?
Yeah, because
as
AT
2-letter
definitely
first
his name
names?
is not AT.
Yeah. What would it be? Like Alexander Thomas Perry.
Yeah, that
Right?
sounds good.
A.T. Perry. What's DJ Jones?
I mean, you could be a DJ, can't you?
Wiki. Yeah.
I knew of. Well, his name wasn't DJ, actually. It was like Desiree Jostin or something, and we just called him DJ.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, DJ, like, there's always something, right?
There is.
There's always something.
Did you find it?
So A.T. Perry's short for a Torian.
A Torian? That's cool.
Perry.
That's way better than AT.
That's way cool. A Torian. Call me a Torian.
Yeah.
Sounds like a superhero.
Yeah, it does.
So, I mean, DJ's got to mean something. JL's got to mean something. JK's got to mean something. RJ's got to mean something. I do have an example in my own personal life, and he was like a second grandfather to me, but the man I named my son after, LV Wyatt, and I named my son Liam Vincent, so it's LV. LV's name just was LV. It didn't stand for anything.
Really?
It was LV.
The letters LV.
It was just LV. Yeah.
Huh.
So there is an example.
Okay.
I have a personal experience, but yeah, all these. I'm not sure if that should count. But it does, and they got 7 of them.
Yeah. Come on. The texter's like, come on, man. You guys got to know those. There's no way you knew all 7 of those.
No one got A.T. Perry on the text line.
No,
Nah.
absolutely not. No one was going to guess that. All right, but going back to strengths and weaknesses for the Denver Broncos, and they do talk about X factor here as it being Evan Ingram. I think that's, you can talk about him being an X factor. We have kind of, at least I have narrowed or limited expectations based off learning some stuff from you. But you can still be an X factor and not like lead your team in wide receiving, not be the guy that has the most touchdowns on your team. It's what we've talked about. Evan Ingram using the middle of the field creates all that space for Courtland Sutton. It's what we said earlier. You're going to put your best cornerback on Courtland Sutton. You're probably going to put your best either inside corner or coverage linebacker on Evan Ingram. So you know what that means? Your second best cornerback is on Marvin Mims. Your third best cornerback is guarding Devon Vele.
Right.
If you get into wider sets, who the hell's trying to stay with Troy Franklin?
Exactly. And then you've got some tackling linebacker or strong safety that's trying to follow R.J. Harvey or J.K. Dobbins out of the backfield. And Ingram can be a decoy. I know that's not sexy and people don't necessarily want to hear that. And you're not going to get fantasy points for that. But it's the declaration of influence. When Evan Ingram's on the field, he's going to clear out space. You mentioned the middle of the field there. Imagine him running to clear out, and then all of a sudden Mims on a little short something underneath. A little short drag route, and he can almost follow Ingram down the field. Like, that's big play after big play after big play, and that's with Ingram just doing nothing except taking away and influencing the defense with attention. So Ingram is here to do a lot of things, catch about 69 passes, and be a decoy on certain plays.
They also talked about the rookie to watch. They have it as R.J. Harvey. He's going to get so many opportunities. I mean, see, it's the only real, I guess it would be the worst kind of watch is if what's the punter's name? Crawshaw, if he wins and it totally stinks, that would be a problem. But I don't want to write off Barron here because we don't know what kind of role that Jahdae Barron's going to really play, if he's going to be looked at as a full-time starter, spot duty that earns a full-time starter's job. I think that's all up in the air. And what if by the time we get to Christmas, we're looking at this Denver Broncos team as going, man, PS2 is in the conversation for Defensive Player of the Year again.
Right.
And Jahdae Barron might be in the conversation for Defensive Rookie of the Year if he becomes a full-time starter by Christmas and finds himself in the same situation where Riley was with a couple of interceptions and a couple of them like highlight interceptions as a rookie. That's going to go a long way for Barron. So I think they're right with it being Harvey, but if I had to do honorable mention or next in line, it's certainly Barron. He's going to make some noise this year.
Barron's going to make some noise this year because of just the player that he is. On defense, they call it a rover. Some teams call it a joker, but they got both. I think we can talk about the joker in Evan Ingram, and we can talk about the defensive joker in Jahdae Barron. Rover is what I normally call it. Player that can move around the formation. That's all we're talking about. Rover, joker, whatever. A star is what they called it at Texas.
Okay.
So he was the star.
Okay.
And defenses in college, when you have that one player that plays that exclusive position, it's usually just him. They try to find someone that can do that, and then you can't really replace. At Texas, he was the star because he's one of one. He's got unicorn-like ability with his ability to play slot corner, safety, outside corner, either side of the field, honestly. Like, that's everything that he can do, and he's a ball hawk.
How much does that – I mean, all the reports that we've read and heard from is like, dude, the guy gets it. He's super smart. None of this is over the top.
Right.
But at some point, are they going to ask him to do all of those things as a rookie instead of like, hey, specialize in this, dabble in the rest of these, but this is kind of going to be your full-time role until you're comfortable in that?
I think Sean has talked about that, about where they're going to – he's a corner. He's a corner. It might have been Grumpy Sean that day, but he's a corner. And so he's going to be learning corner. And honestly, he could push Riley Moss. We talk about Moss and he needs to stay healthy or Barron's going to take his job. Barron might just take his job.
Oh, that's not a given that Riley Moss is CB2 for the Denver Broncos.
Not at all. And we all love Riley Moss. We hope that he can stay healthy finally. It's the one bad thing about his game is he doesn't stay healthy. Riley Moss is a ball hawk. He's a player. But if you're not out there, you can't make plays for your team, and Jahdae Barron can.
All right, a few of your texts on the RamosLaw.com text line about the matchups that you want to see. Kevin, I don't know if this is one of your people here, but they didn't put their name on it, but they want to see the residents of Thornton versus the citizens of North Glen.
Let's do it.
There's going to be some stabbing going on up in there, dude. That sounds dangerous.
It'd be like Anchorman when all the news teams assemble.
One rule. Nobody stab the face. And then the people in Thornton would break that rule because they're scoundrels. That's exactly what would happen. That might be fun. Who was Deer Trail.
Deer Trail,
Grover versus Deer Trail?
Exactly, yeah.
That's a solid 11-on-11 fight right there.
Are there 11 people?
I don't know.
Be able to do that?
Maybe it's total, right?
Six-man football, so it would be like 6-on-6.
Is that just farmer versus farmer?
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Because that's the reason North Glen and Thornton hate each other is like, I hate that I'm going to say this, is we're all actually the same person, but you just want to claim you're from this different part of it. Well, we're all pretty much the same.
That hurts you to say that.
It really does.
Yeah.
I hate saying that, but it's the truth.
Okay.
So that's a good one. Residents of Thornton versus citizens of North Glen. Keep the text coming in. 303-713-1043. It is the RamosLaw.com text line. What is that dream matchup that you want to see? I want to talk a little bit more about Bo Nix and something that Bo is doing that he wasn't doing last year. And according to his offensive coordinator, it's made the game easy for Bo. What is it? We'll tell you next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Brought to you by Navy Federal Credit Union. Navy Federal offers a home buyer's choice loan that can open the door to affordable home ownership because their home buyer's choice loan has no down payment options available, which means you don't need to wait years to save. Plus, you may be able to lower your rate in the future without refinancing with our no refi rate drop. Learn more at NavyFederal.org. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Terms and conditions apply. Equal housing lender. Loan subject to approval and eligibility requirements. Learn more at NavyFederal.org.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Looking for a Father's Day gift that will give Dad that extra boost of health and energy he needs to live his best life? Low T Center is offering free weight loss consultation and free T-test as a special offer celebrating dads. Treatment is personalized to you and most major insurance is accepted. From now until June 21st, enjoy free B12 shots when you stop in for TRT and weight loss. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Market volatility isn't slowing down. If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Did you know there are more ways than ever to save with Allstate? Like adding more cars to your policy means you could save more. Same with bundling home and auto. More savings. Oh, and staying safe on the road? Ding, ding, ding. You guessed it, more savings. So check Allstate first, and you could save more today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Potential savings and prices vary, including based on how you buy. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 5 with pregame starting at 5:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I was reading The Athletic this morning, Cease, and our buddy Nick Kosmider.
Great shoes.
Great shoes. He's a basketball head dressed up as a football writer, but he's a great dude, and he writes great work at theathletic.com. And I was reading one of his articles. We're actually going to dive deep into a few different things of that throughout the week. But what really caught my attention first and foremost was something that he wrote about Bo Nix. And something that he wrote about Bo Nix, he's taken from a quote from Michael Lombardi when the coordinators and everybody talked.
Joe Lombardi.
Joe Lombardi. Why do I always call him Michael? I see him on television. When the coordinators talked last week. And something that Bo said, I think will go a very, very long way. And it's about his footwork and how he doesn't have to think about that anymore. Here's the quote. He had a completion on play action concept in practice that last year he probably wasn't real comfortable with the footwork. He came back and said, man, it's so great that I don't have to think about footwork anymore. You can just feel the comfort level. He's not thinking that much. When you give him the play, he can get in and out of the huddle with a lot more comfort. He does not have to think as much. He can just kind of go out there, play free, feel natural, and you can certainly sense that out here at practice, end quote. So this is Lombardi saying, hey, my quarterback has come up to me and said, this feels so much more comfortable this year because I don't have to and then think about 19 different things in the span of 3.5 seconds before these grown men that are millionaires are trying to kill me, and I got to get to the ball to somebody wearing the same shirt I have. That's a huge upgrade. It goes kind of what we're talking about. We'll get into tomorrow with some of that year 2 stuff. But as simple as footwork and not having to think of like 1, 2, 3, plant, throw. Like, is that what he was going through? Because it sounds like a little bit of that, and that's no longer even in his brain.
Well, and play action footwork is different because you're going back to a running back, to a certain spot, not to necessarily the back, but just to a spot where the back is supposed to be as well, and the timing of that, and then to pull the ball back, to take a couple more steps while looking downfield. I mean, you're essentially taking your eyes off the defense. That's bad in the NFL, where those guys are out to kill you, and then you have to get the ball back and now look back at the defense, and Bo Nix is adept at that now. And now with J.K. Dobbins here, that's really going to change the things in terms of play action passing. That's going to be part of it. More deception to this offense. Not just the straight-up football that you had to play last year because they couldn't run the ball. You play action pass against Javonte Williams, like, who cares? Yeah. Okay, let Javonte get the handoff. We don't even care. Now J.K. can hurt you. It's a guy that career average of 5 yards a carry. I mean, this guy, you give him a couple carries, there's your first down. You're moving the sticks, moving the chains, and all of a sudden, you're in scoring position if you're the Broncos. So I love the fact that we've heard twice now this offseason that Bo Nix isn't thinking. He's just playing football. He's not thinking about anything except playing football, and here's where it mainly accelerates things. It's not during the play. Brother, it's when they break the huddle, and he sees where you're lined up, like Peyton Manning.
Yes.
And he's not there yet. Okay, don't at me, bro. But like Peyton Manning, Peyton knew exactly what you were going to do, even if you tried to disguise it. Ed Reed played defense wrong so that Peyton would see it on film, so that when he played it right, he could fool Peyton that way. That's how advanced Peyton Manning was. Bo Nix is on that similar path. He's on that similar track. So it's just being able to know pre-snap. Your play is over before the ball is snapped. If your quarterback is great. And Bo Nix has the potential to be great in this league.
Yep. I love hearing that fact that you're just not thinking. And look, we had talked about it early on. I do think it went away, certainly as the season progressed. And it's because you're getting reps and you're learning how to do your job better. But getting those plays out, we've talked about that before, and it was last year we heard from guys, who's the guy always falling around, Diana Rossini?
Chase Daniel.
Chase Daniel.
Yeah.
We heard him give some of those play calls from Sean Payton, and it's not pop, pass out. You know what I mean? It's a little more complicated than that one, Cease.
Oh, my God.
To be able to just feel more comfortable. We said it. You're getting Davis Webb. You're getting Sean Payton, quarterback coach and play caller. And it's the first time since Bo Nix was 17 years old that he's going to have that luxury. So just familiarity within the huddle. The linemen and receivers, now JK and RJ are going to have to learn a little bit. Evan, learn a little bit of how he handles himself in the huddle. But just the confidence of that play coming out of your mouth instead of stumbling over a couple of words. And then the lineman goes, oh, crap, what was the gap? Or the running back goes, oh, crap, what was the gap? He kind of stumbled over a couple things. It's clear, it's easy, and you just get to go out there and be a quarterback.
Right. It's less complicated. You're not having to spit out a play twice within the huddle. You're not slowing things down. Again, pre-snap. You'd have to say something twice, and Bo Nix has talked about it, like say something twice on the wristband, and then by the time you get to the line of scrimmage, you're like, less than 10 seconds, you better go.
How much, Andrew, remember Mason had the stat of like how often they're getting to the line of scrimmage with less than 10 seconds on the clock. You can't do anything at that point.
Yeah, you can't do anything, and imagine spitting this out. I had 36 OP QB drag, which was my favorite play because I got the ball. But 13Z, Day Henderson, green right, nasty, ZPL, fake S37, Buster Bluff, naked right, X post, Y bite. That's a Sean Payton play.
That's ridiculously too long.
Okay, so I can understand a couple of things. X post, Y bite, that's easy. Your X receiver is Cortland Sutton, so he's running a post. Your Y is your tight end, bite. Bluff naked right, so you're going to do a naked bootleg to the right. Mm-hmm. Are you trying to look for Court on that play?
As he makes the break
Because Court
from
would be
the
on
post.
the left, but he's going to post, so you're going to roll out to your right and then try to hit him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah.
Rolling out so that your first progression has time to run the proper route.
So I asked AI, like, give me an example of a Sean Payton play. That's a Sean Payton play.
Nice.
It's awful.
Yeah. That's a lot to spit out.
That is
for
awful.
a rookie quarterback that's going 3 steps, 5 steps. What am I doing with my footwork? First progression's 14, or is it Adam Troutman on this one?
Right. Did I call ZPL fakes S37 Buster? What did I call?
So that is great news from Nick Kosmider. And like I said, he's quoting something that Lombardi talked about, but Bo coming over and giving him that. Man, this is so much easier this time around. Comfort level is going to go a long way for Bo Nix.
Yeah, comfort level is a big thing, and that's something, again, you didn't see Bo Nix last year. And this week, we will get into why second-year quarterbacks struggle. Jaden Daniels will struggle. That's my guy. Number one quarterback in the draft class last year, in my opinion, Broncos' opinion as well. He's going to struggle this year. Everyone get ready for it. Bo Nix will not, and we will tell you why he won't this week on the show.
Yep, we will certainly get into that. A few minutes to check in here with you guys in the tribe on the text line. Sam in Wyoming says, hey, fellas, I'm heading out for my wedding weekend.
Whoa!
Been a long time tribe member. We appreciate that, Sam.
Nice.
Says, don't worry. My future wife is okay with me blaring 104.3 The Fan all day on my phone. I'll still be present for roll call. That's a true tribe leader right there.
See, and that's,
nice work, Sam.
Sam got himself a hell of a lady.
Yeah, nice work, Mrs. Sam,
wow,
too.
Mrs. Sam. Great job, Sam. Sam already outkicked his coverage.
Exactly. She's down to let him listen to a little sports talk during the wedding week. That's a nice pull right there, Sam, in Wyoming. So keep it going, and yeah, we'll want to hear from you as to how wedding week is going when we do a little tribe roll call. We also we're asking people about their favorite matchups you want to see, and some people are taking it in an interesting direction. This is just such a Colorado sativa versus indica. Great text. Oven versus microwave. That's a pretty good text too. You're always oven's gonna taste better, but microwave is just easier to do. Are you an air fryer guy? What if we threw air fryer into this
Air fryer would be in there. Conventional oven.
Oh, yeah.
They've got those things now where you do the QR code and it just makes your meal. You don't even have to think.
But that thing looks like it's 3 bites worth of food.
They always make it look so much larger, though, right? No.
Air fryer is where it's at. Air fryer would probably trump both of those things.
I would say microwaves kind of freak me out a little bit.
Really?
Yeah. I'm not sure why. Now, my grandpa, Cecil, he did not like the microwave at all whatsoever. Never ate anything other than red meat and potatoes at every single meal. Some form of red meat. If you not even like burritos or pizza, wouldn't eat anything, but some form of red meat and potatoes. Live into his 90s and was busting horses until he was in his 90s.
Damn.
Right. But the microwave at Grandpa and Grandma's house was in another room.
Oh, he didn't even want to be near it.
He didn't want to be near it. He didn't want any of that radiation or whatever.
Wow.
Yeah. So microwaves all because you wonder as a kid like, why is it like you're using isotope arms to get your stuff out of the microwave.
And now we keep cell phones on our ears 24/7, 365.
And drive cars with big ass batteries.
Yeah, sitting on those big ass batteries. By the way, this same texter writes, AI is mother bleeping magic. Holy moly, I created top 100 hits with the AI song creator. I even made a song about your show.
Whoa.
How do we get that?
Whoa. Email it.
Yeah.
Cecil@denversports.com.
I'd like to hear that song.
Yes, I would love to hear that song as well. And remember, AI was only going to replace people that don't use AI. So you got to get with it. And by the way, Google is losing ground. YouTube's the number 2 search engine in the world. Hi, YouTube. Google is losing ground to ChatGPT as search engines. If y'all haven't done it, because we all Google everything. We Google stuff. Kev, if you're back there Googling stuff, I would advise even you, brother, start using ChatGPT or whatever open source or whatever AI that you want.
ChatGPT guy know more than Google.
Well, Google is also slanted to give you certain answers. ChatGPT just tells you what it is.
Well, all the sports information I've given you has been wrong this whole time?
No, but Google, or just do some research. Google is set to give you certain answers.
Okay.
AI will just give you the answer.
I'm still on Bing, so I got to get with it.
Oh my God!
By the way,
that's not a thing anymore. Bing isn't a thing, right? It can't be. It can't be.
I went to Vegas this weekend, and on our flight out, check this out. Friday the 13th was a nightmare traveling on that day. We get on the plane, taxi out to where takeoff is, only for the stewardess or whatever to come back on. Why can I never remember their names?
Flight attendant.
The flight attendants to come on and go, oh, we got to taxi back. The pilot has actually run out of time and can no longer fly the airplane. And I'm like, why did we...
They would put some quarters in him? Like,
go
we're out of
out
time.
then? Why did we taxi out? And I was creeping on the dude's phone in front of me. I was just reading all of his messages the whole time. He was talking to like 3 different chicks. I was like, I like this guy. But one of the things he did...
Any pictures or just text?
No, he was lying to him about like what he was doing. And stuff.
Okay, yeah.
But one of his things that he went on, it was ChatGPT, and he was asking him if he could get a refund because the pilot screwed up and ran out of time after we were taxiing. And then I was like telling Kelsey, I'm like, hey, we can't get a refund. This guy just ChatGPT'd it, and he's trying to play 3 chicks at the same time right now.
Was he getting you anywhere with these 3 chicks?
One. He was getting with where
one.
one.
Okay. Hey, it's all about numbers, right, Kev?
That's a 33% shooting percentage, man. It's better than 0.
It's better than Reggie Jackson.
That's right. That's right. All right. We will get back to a little Bo Nix conversation. Like I said, there's a bunch to take away from that Cosmiter article, and we're going to continue to do that. But at 12:45, we look around the NFL. You mentioned it earlier, Cecil, but I want to dive deeper into what Travis Kelce has done, and does that kind of get him back to form? We'll share the details next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in. Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it'd go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. 'Cause I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get
it.
it.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Let's talk about your hair. If you're losing it and desire it back, then do what I did and go see Dr. Tanya Pauls at Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can personally attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but close to it. They put hair where you need it the most, and bam, it grows. It's actually science. Advanced Hair has it all. Top-rated Dr. Tanya Pauls, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins regrowing the very next day. Advanced Hair even guarantees it to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. That's 720-459-HAIR. Advanced Hair is the winner of Westward's Best of Denver, and they've changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. Become inspired with the before and afters at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Introducing Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond. Here's Shayna and Dylan Williams.
Come experience the most revolutionary and transparent way to buy a diamond.
Mine to Shine by Kwiat and Williams Jewelers. The natural diamonds cut, polished, and designed just for you.
First, we'll help you select a natural, conflict-free, and ethically mined diamond.
Then you select one of Kwiat's legendary shapes. Kwiat Cushion, Oval, Radiant, radiant, emerald, or incredible Ashoka.
A whiter, brighter, and larger looking diamond, cut to the world's highest standards.
Then, trace the journey from rough stone to polished perfection by Kwiat's master cutters.
Perfectly cut for maximum brilliance. Simply brilliant.
Mine to Shine, the world's most personal diamond.
Only from Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
The official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. Williams Jewelers, where Colorado shines.
Co-Wetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Wetzel live at AXS.com.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Here we go.
Little Mudvayne, right?
Yeah.
There we go.
I actually think I've seen Mudvayne in concert once.
You saw Mudvayne in concert?
Yeah,
Okay.
at Fiddler's. One of my pops concerts. Go hang out with them.
There you go.
They're Rit though.
Nice.
This is good. All right, we are going to go around the NFL a little bit, talk some Chiefs for a second, because there's this report out right now that Travis Kelce, according to sources near him, has lost about what they say is 25 pounds in the offseason. Doesn't like the weight that he played at last year. And by the way, when I saw this, I was like, oh, man, is that going to get Travis Kelce back to form? And then I'm like, 97 catches, 823 yards last year. It's not like he was terrible, right?
Right.
That's about 6 seasons if you're Adam Troutman, 97 catches and 823 yards. But if you're Travis Kelce, that's not great. And you know what I thought of? I'm like, Travis and Taylor are on like phase 4 of relationship mode, where like you get together and you know it's lovey-dovey and everything's great, and then you're in a full-on, solid, committed relationship, and then this is what you do. You gain a little bit of weight, right?
Right.
You're comfortable.
Right.
And now they're at the spot where they're like, ooh, we gained that relationship weight. We're going to have to cut that back.
Yeah.
And that's what Travis has done here.
So I thought now, and hat tip to Kevin Kistner, I was like, lost 25 pounds, huh? Now both of them are going to have a flat ass. So there you go.
That's exactly right.
There you go, Kev. Thank you, Kev. But I was 25 pounds.
That's a lot of weight.
That's way too much weight. What's it going to be, like 225? 215?
Did he look? He looked bigger last year, but I didn't think he was like out of shape.
Yeah. Huh? Okay. Yeah. All right. Go for it. And again, you want everyone to stay healthy forever and ever and ever, but I've seen this movie before. Anytime older player loses a bunch of weight, they usually get hurt. So I hope he's forever healthy and his podcast is the greatest ever. And oh God, I have Kelce fatigue. I don't like Jason Kelce. I don't like even Mama Kelce gets on my nerves now.
I almost sent it to you just because I thought it would be funny, but Mama Kelce is supposed to be on some new show. I don't know the name of the show.
New Mama Kelce show?
And I'm like, they're like, is her name Donna? Donna
so,
Kelce is going to be a part of whatever this show is. And
Okay.
I didn't recognize the name, but I'm like, she's even getting the trickle down? Just because of her last name is Kelce, she's going to be on a television show.
All right. Yeah. Okay.
It's a little much.
It's a lot much. It's a lot much. That's for sure.
All right. I got a story from Adam Rank, your buddy there at NFL Network or NFL.com. And we found out that Tom Brady's going to be getting a statue in New England. It's going to be debuted in August, sometime around training camp. And he'll be there, and they'll love him and all the good stuff. By the way, did I see a video of Tom Brady giving his son a $3 million watch on Father's Day? I feel like that's backwards there, Thomas. But Adam Rank of NFL.com thinks Tom should get that statue in New England for everything that he did with the 6 rings there and 20 years of good football. He should also get one in Tampa Bay. Adam says that Aaron Donald gets one in Los Angeles. J.J. Watt deserves one in Houston. Marshawn Lynch in Seattle. Hopefully he's grabbing his crotch in the air. Larry Fitzgerald is the last one that deserves one there in Arizona. I honestly don't have a huge argument with that. The J.J. Watt one would be annoying just because we'd have to hear him talk more. but probably warranted that he had one. And then, of course, it got me to thinking, what's the next Denver athlete that deserves a statue?
Okay. Is it Bo Nix?
Is Bo already there?
Probably Jokic and McKinnon.
Jokic, McKinnon, MVPs, championships.
You know what they should do? You know at Ball Arena how they have that statue hanging from the ceiling?
Yes. Change it.
Make that Jokic and McKinnon.
That's a great idea.
That is a great idea.
Look, I just solved all their issues over there.
You did. Because right now it's what? Just like a basketball player.
If
and
they
a
weren't
hockey
cheap,
player?
they'd pay you.
That's right.
And Josh.
Oh, I'm glad they didn't. It got me to the good team.
Okay, good.
That's a fantastic idea.
That's a great
Kev.
idea.
Thank
Because
you.
those things actually, I kind of like the way it looks, but there's no meaning to it. It's
Right.
just like, oh, there's sports guys in the sports arena.
Doing sports stuff.
But Jokic and McKinnon, and you leave a little room.
There
like,
forever.
does Super Joe deserve one? If Patty hadn't done what he did as a coach, he might be in the conversation. I think he's out now because of how he handled being the coach of the Avalanche. So sorry, Patrick, but your poor attitude affected you there. Super Joe? I mean, dude, he not only did it as a player, he's now a part of this as the executive end.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's McKinnon, it's Joker.
It's Joker for sure.
And it's Joe Sakic. And, I mean, by the end of his career, I'm pretty sure Cale McCarr's going to have to be up there. That dude's got a Conn Smythe and a Stanley Cup and 2 Norris Awards, plus a Calder.
Just as long as they look like them. There's nothing worse than statues. What is it, the Dwayne Wade statue?
Yeah.
Like, what is that?
How do they get it so
Who is
wrong?
that? What? You're an artist.
You're a professional statue maker.
You're a bronze artist something.
And you're really bad at it. All right, yeah, that's probably it, right?
That's it, yeah.
That's kind of crappy that it's so little names, so few names. That's about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Bronco-wise, there's really nobody.
Does Vaughn deserve a statue?
I don't think so.
Because of the off-the-field stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to, like, statue is a legend. You're a hero.
Right.
It's tough to associate the word hero and Von Miller. He's a great football player. There's probably not going to be a better defensive end.
He's a first ballot Hall of Famer.
In a Broncos uniform, maybe ever. But hero and, like, I don't know. Probably not for Vaughn. I think you're right on that, Kev. You tell us, Tribe members out there, are we missing anybody? Joker, maybe Cale, Nathan McKinnon, and Joe Sakic. I think that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it, yeah.
I mean, no Rockies because they trade them all away before.
You know what we need a statue of, though? Because now I'm thinking about, like, statues at your work. We need a Mike Evans statue.
Oh, wow.
I mean, he's been with the fan for 30 years, right?
Just out there in his mom jeans. We'd fist bump him on the way in every day.
I love it. I'd slap him on that big old butt. Yes.
Yeah.
We need a Mike Evans statue. And then post the hair surgery.
Yes.
Yeah, so he actually would have a tiny little bit of hair.
His arm sleeves rolled up, flexing, showing
He's
off
got
that
the
Tebow
15,
tattoo.
yeah, the 15 tattoo. Yes.
Nice.
I think we need a Mike Evans statue here.
I'm in.
On Orchard Road.
Yep.
That's
Let's
right.
do it. Let's get it done. Richie, do we have money for a statue? We just cost you guys some money. Building the Mike Evans statue.
There you go.
All right, you tell us who is. Oh, Terrell Davis. Jack says TD could be on a statue as well. That's another good Bronco right there.
Cycloptic on YouTube says Todd Helton.
Oh, Todd Helton doing the pose, right?
Ooh, Cycloptic also says, how about Barrel Man?
Oh, that's a cool one.
Wow.
They do the Barrel Man race at the games and stuff like that and honor him that way, but that's a great one. Peyton freaking Manning, got that on the text line as well.
Yep.
Peyton freaking Manning. All right, good names, good suggestions. Who gets a statue out there? Let's continue and get back to a Nuggets general manager conversation. All remains quiet on the Nuggets GM front. Free agency's getting closer and closer and closer. Will this be the week that we hear anything? And what now that Russell Westbrook has opted out? Is there a name that will come in and play for that salary that's better than Russell Westbrook? We'll answer that next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive-laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Ring that bell. Dan Jacobs for Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. You know, my lovely wife Kimberly loves helping our clients so much, she installed an old boxing bell at the 303 Law 4040 office. We ring it every time we get good news, and clients love ringing that bell when they come in to get their settlement checks. And it's been ringing a lot lately. Our college freshman client rang that bell when she came in to get her check after we got her $125,000. She's going to use that money to pay for school and buy a house. Our bride-to-be rang that bell when she picked up her check. She's going to use it for her dream wedding in Mexico. And the whole family we helped after they were hit coming home from the lake rang it when we got them a settlement they weren't expecting. And we rang it when we found out we got a lady who was the victim of a hit and run, $75,000. She cried tears of gratitude. Most of our clients aren't looking to get rich, but we help them get feeling better and to get money for what the other drivers put them through. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
If you miss the filing deadline again, the consequences can be substantial and the penalty is huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, often criminally. So call the people I trust, Advanced Tax Solutions. They will help you get back into the system and off the IRS's radar. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Affordable? Yeah, we got that. Stylish? Got that covered too. Quality? You can bet on it. At Furniture Row, we stock furniture that's value priced, built to last, and looks fabulous. And during summer savings, every sofa, sectional, dining group, and bed is on sale. Check out the Summit for only $299.99. And just in time for Father's Day, buy one recliner at full price, get the second one 50% off. Or score 48 months no interest. Summer savings on now at Furniture Row.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 5 with pregame starting at 5:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistarascu.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Yes, you can.
Oh.
Hour 4, quarter 4.
Can I kick it?
We're here till 2 o'clock. The drive's coming in at 2. Zach By, Philip Lindsay. Those boys will get you home. And if you're a late starter, second shifter, don't worry. Denver Sports Tonight get you home. We are live. We are local. And we don't have any team ties or restrictions to keep us from saying how we really feel about the local team. So keep it locked here. Every single weekday, 6 a.m., start with Mike Evans and Brandon Stokely. Stink joins them at 8. We come over and take over at 10. And then the drive at 2 o'clock, Denver Sports Tonight with the rotating cast of characters at 6 o'clock. 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Just keep it locked right here on 104.3 The Fan. Cecil, we are now 19 days away from the last time that we've heard from Josh Kroenke. 19 days away. And that day he said, hey, this is about David Adelman. I'm going to start my general manager search starting, after this press conference. And that was 19 days ago. We have not heard about a single interview. We have not heard about a single name. Now, the Denver Post did report that Ben Tenzer and Tommy Balcetis are candidates for the job. I would imagine internally they've already had some sort of sit down and some sort of interview with Josh. But again, for the sake of saving face, hey, Josh Kroenke, put that out in some sort of official form or statement so that it doesn't look like you're over in London just chilling, talking about your soccer team over there. Because that, as much as I don't think anybody would go nuts over internal candidates, it would at least show us that you're doing something to hire a general manager.
Does he understand what Nuggets fans want?
I don't know that he does.
I mean, and that's an honest question. I'm just asking. And our tribe members, you can always answer. RamosLaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. Because as we go over this, I'm like, he doesn't get what Nuggets fans want: news and information. They want updates. They want championships, plural. And Josh Kroenke's kind of angle of pursuit on this is like, you got one, and give me credit forever for that one championship. This is Nikola Jokic, man. This isn't a one championship type of NBA mega star. We're talking top 15 at worst, top 10 most likely NBA player of all time in the history of the NBA. And you're going to get him one ring, and then you're going to want credit for that one ring? Get him multiple rings, and then that's something you can brag about because he's deserving of that. But this whole GM search, who are they actually searching for? No coaching search whatsoever. No information for the fans. I wanted it during this search to, every third day we'd hear a new name. And then you and I could come in here and we could project what the next name would be, and we could talk about the name that they had just interviewed and how would this work and where's he come from and how's this thing look. And we're getting none of that. And this isn't a content thing of like, give us content. No. Give us news and information about the team we love that we want to track and see what's going on and how are they constructing this thing going forward in the future. That's what we want. We don't have any of it. 0%.
Mm-hmm. And then I know you and Anilo got into it on Friday. This is happening right before you guys jumped on the air with the Russell Westbrook opting out. Look, I told you, this is what they need. And I was a Westbrook guy. They needed Russell to opt out. They desperately need Dario Saric to opt out. I was hesitant that either were going to do that. Honestly, a little surprised that the opt-out decision was made by Russell Westbrook. Maybe his agent's telling him there is going to be a little bit more of a market, and you might be able to get more than that $3 million, just north of $3 million that the Denver Nuggets were paying him. So if that's the case, and he can go and do that, it's not the Nuggets that can pay you more than that, unless, again, Dario Saric opts out. But even, I'll raise my hand, as the Russell Westbrook guy, him coming back on more money, that should be out of the equation. That should not be an option for the Denver Nuggets. If Russell Westbrook was coming back, it's at a lower number, or at minimum the same vet minimum that he had a year ago.
So were you surprised when he did it?
Very surprised. That means to me that his agent's got some information that somebody else is willing to pay him a little bit more money, and that team is in a championship window. I don't think Russell's chasing dollars.
Right.
Russell's chasing a ring.
Right.
So it tells me that there's an option or a landing spot for Russell
Ring chaser
Westbrook.
with more money.
Yeah, that's what he's looking for.
So some team out there is tampering.
Yeah,
and
weird,
telling
right?
Russell Westbrook's agent of, hey,
we're interested.
We're interested at this number. Wow, that happens?
Right, yeah.
During an off-season?
Yeah, crazy to think, huh?
Wow, a general manager can do that?
Crazy to think that a general manager might send, a text that's not necessarily acceptable to just kind of, test the water. Just dip a toe a little bit, see what the temperature feels like.
I'm not the Westbrook guy that you are just because of the way he falls apart consistently for the last half dozen years, but would a general manager in place have prevented him from opting out? Because you can kind of sweet talk a little bit, or you can approach, hey, I'm thinking about opting out, or, oh, well, wait, before you do that, we're thinking of this and this and this. What if we did this move? Like, we haven't done it yet, but we could. And there's some form of communication.
You at least tell him he opted out on Friday, which was the 13th.
Yeah.
He had 16 days left. Like, you at least say, hold up, I'm working on a few things.
Right.
Let's keep you here.
You're going to want to see what I got cooking.
Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, if you're Russell Westbrook, don't you go like, man, so they don't even have a general manager? We don't know what the team's going to look like? I think everybody on the team knows they need more depth, and there's not even a general manager to start having these conversations.
Right.
And I know everybody wants Bruce Brown. So here's the question, Cecil. Is Bruce Brown, has he got enough money, which I don't know that there's ever a such thing, but in Bruce's world, has he collected enough money that he's willing to come here and play for just north of $3 million? That's a huge pay decrease from what he has made north of $12 million over the last couple of years. Would he be willing to come here just to get back in Denver? Misses those playoff basketball games. I know so because he tweeted that much. Would he be willing to eat like $8 million to come back to the Denver Nuggets?
Well,
now, if Dario opts out, his number can go up. But if Dario Saric does not opt out, the Nuggets are sitting at about $3.5 million to go pay a guy like Bruce Brown.
Okay, Bruce CB, it would be nice to know if you had a general manager, you'd have an idea. Right now, you don't have the idea because you don't have a general manager. It all ties into itself, and it's terrible because you have decisions that are being made right now. You have tampering that's going on right now, which everybody's doing. Everybody's doing it, and you're not, because you haven't made an announcement of Ben Tenzer. I mean, if all of this is for Ben Tenzer, congrats to him.
But he's behind the 8 ball before he even takes his first day in the office.
Exactly. We had a big GM search, and we wound up with the same guy. Okay, but why didn't you tell us as you were searching? I believe Nikola Jokic deserves that. I believe Nuggets fans deserve that. That update of like, here's what we're doing. Hey, we've heard you. Hey, we want more rings as well. Hey, this is what we're doing. This is a very odd way to begin an offseason for a team in a championship window with the best player on the planet.
A couple of good texts from the 720-767 says, you can't say you hear Jokic loud and clear and then go MIA. That's 100%. And how about this one from Oregon Trey? This is good work from Trey. It's a quote from Stan Kroenke. Hey, Josh, we have general manager at home. You know what I mean? Like, I want a Big Mac. We have Big Macs at home.
I'll make you a Big Mac.
Yeah, I'll get you a general manager. Yeah, he's at home. Ben Tenzer's just hanging out at the front porch waiting for us to get there and hand him the contract. That's what they're doing.
Yeah. My dad told me that one time when I wanted a throwing star at like Shine Frontier Days, they would sell like knives and throwing stars and all that.
Throwing stars were badass.
And he was like, I can make you one. So he did. It was about the size of my laptop.
Holy cow. You're going to cut someone's head off with that thing. Did you ever have the throwing cards and then pretend you were Gambit?
No, but I did have plenty of throwing stars.
Okay. Because the cards were just like the shape of a card, but the edges were, knife edges.
Yeah.
And you could, I really only stuck them into trees and maybe occasionally our trailer when my parents weren't looking. But those were fun days. Remember the store in the mall? You always used to get those things?
I think there's still one at Southwest Plaza.
Is there?
I think.
You can get like nunchucks, size, throwing stars, throwing cards.
You got the Wrath of the Nunchucks, yo.
Exactly. Great pull. All right, let's get back to the Broncos. Let's have a Courtland Sutton conversation. What comes in 5 weeks if Courtland is not extended? If there's no new Courtland Sutton contract, is he a holdout? A hold in? Does he request a trade? And how would George Payton handle that situation? We're going to kick that around next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season. Should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy?
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Looking for a Father's Day gift that will give Dad that extra boost of health and energy he needs to live his best life? Low T Center is offering free weight loss consultation and free T-test as a special offer celebrating dads. Treatment is personalized to you and most major insurance is accepted. From now until June 21st, enjoy free B12 shots when you stop in for TRT and weight loss. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
It's Jeff Jr. from Trajan Wealth, and I've got something important to talk to you about: your 401k. If you have changed jobs, there are two very important considerations. You don't want to leave your 401k behind, and you don't want to roll it over into your new company plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. 401ks will often have limited investments or age-based options. Since companies have to make choices to suit all employees, they may not be suited to you, which could cost you fees and money. When you roll over your 401k into an IRA, you not only keep your money growing tax deferred, but you also gain access to a world of investment options specifically designed for you. Trajan Wealth and our fiduciary advisors have helped thousands, and we can do the same for you. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner. Your summer body starts right here. Summer savings, stunning results, Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're going to talk some Cortland Sutton, and we also have a pleasant surprise from our listener, Chris, who...
What up, Chris?
Sent us in a song from AI made about this radio show. That's coming at you in just a couple minutes, and
it's perfection.
It's actually pretty good.
Our robot overlords have almost everything right, so please don't kill us.
Please, yes, we will treat you properly, and I promise we're going to get through this together. I'm not Arnold Schwarzenegger, nor Will Smith. We're all good here. That's coming up in a couple minutes. But see, so I do want to answer this Cortland Sutton question. Let's hypothetically get through 4 weeks, 5 weeks, and players are about to be coming back into town and report for training camp. No deal has been done. No incentives have been laid out. So Cortland and his camp, I'm imagining, would be pretty frustrated by that. I don't see him holding out. Nobody's going to cost themselves money that they don't have to. I could certainly see him holding in and also saying, I want to be traded. And would that be 100% true? Or would that be the card that Cortland was actually playing at that time just to try to gain a little bit of leverage? But if he said it out loud, I think you know George Payton well enough. I know George Payton well enough to go, well, George is going to start making some phone calls then if you say it out loud because they don't want you to miss football games. You might as well get something for a guy. If we were to get to that point, nobody's rooting for that. Nobody is rooting for that.
Not at all.
If the Broncos want to continue to close the gap that is between them and the Kansas City Chiefs, they need Cortland Sutton on this football team, not for just this year, but at least one more after this year as well. So, what would it look like in a world without Cortland Sutton? And then if they were going to make a trade, what can you get back for a guy like Cortland Sutton? And it's probably not a player that you feel good enough to fill that void, so it's probably just future draft capital, and that seems like a huge loss for the Denver Broncos.
Well, did you already lose your window, right? Did you already lose your window because Cowboys go get George Pickens, right, from the Pittsburgh Steelers? So there was a trade that went down, got a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick. The Cowboys also received a sixth rounder, so a little pick swap there, but a third and a fifth for George Pickens. Is Cortland Sutton even going to get you that, right? Because the market may be done, and a team that's crazy like the Cowboys, they're locked up. They've got their George Pickens, and of course Dallas should have drafted Cortland Sutton. They took Leighton Vander Esch that year in the first round. Sutton from SMU right there in front of you, and they needed a wide receiver. They're not going to make that deal now because Pickens is there to be opposite of CeeDee Lamb. So the market's kind of dry. What would you get for Sutton? Probably not a lot. We've talked about holes on this team. Where are potential holes? It's not like you could even trade. Let's say there was a J.K. Dobbins elsewhere, and you'd be like, we could trade for J.K. Dobbins. Maybe, but what would you trade for that you already don't have? So I don't like thinking about it. Because I want Cortland Sutton here.
I don't know that either would do it, but you know what popped into my head earlier when we were thinking about or talking about this?
What?
Would the Ravens want Cortland Sutton and to get rid of Mark Andrews? And then the Broncos would be in the same boat because it's almost payday for Mark again.
Yeah,
or would it
is,
be, depending on what.
And
his
I don't want him here because he'll drop some important pass. So Mark Andrews, I'm fine with Evan Ingram and Adam Troutman and Nate Adkins. I think that says a lot about Mark Andrews and what his future holds. I don't want Sutton gone. It would have to be almost a 1-for-1 deal for another receiver, but then why are you doing it? You don't need to make change just for change's sake. You need an upgrade, and you're not really going to find that in any sort of trade scenario for Cortland Sutton, who's your only veteran wide receiver that you can trust. That's a lot of pressure on a young group of wideouts who hasn't done it yet. Court's done it. Court knows how to get open. Court can be reliable. He can be consistent. He's the type of guy you design plays for. When we talked about that earlier in today's show, and check out our podcast on Denver Sports app, we talked about guys you design plays for. There was only one wide receiver. That was Cortland Sutton. I don't design plays for Troy Franklin. I don't design plays for Devon Vele.
Even Marvin Mims, the stuff that was designed were him running the football.
Right, like trick plays.
Yeah, exactly.
That's how you design something. For Sutton, you design it, you draw it up, make sure that Sutton gets 10 targets a game. That's the number for Sutton, and he better reach it every single game, because if he does, you're going to be hella productive.
Yeah, it's strange to think about the 2025 Denver Broncos without Courtland Sutton. Because
I don't like it.
It's not. You think that they can make some real noise, not just in their division, but in the conference this year. I think they can make some real noise, certainly in the division, and maybe scare some folks going into the first round of the playoffs. But without Courtland Sutton, man, you need Marvin Mims to be a 1,000-yard guy, and I'm not sure I'm ready to go there with Marvin Mims. And then you would need Troy Franklin, Devon Bailey, or Pat Bryant to pick up where Marvin left off in weeks 10 through 18. And as good as we think all three of those guys can be, I don't think they come out of the gate just as gangbusters catching 90-yard touchdown passes.
Yeah, and we don't want Bo Nix to take a step back this year.
No.
Without Courtland Sutton, that would be on the table. I'm not saying it would happen. I believe in Bo Nix. Of course, we believed in him long before anybody else, but no, I don't want Court to take a step back. Look at the problems they're having in Washington. Terry McLaurin left OTAs and didn't go to mandatory minicamp. That's the number one guy in a similar situation. And they have some young guys. Luke McCaffrey's there, right? We all appreciate Luke McCaffrey and what he could one day be in the NFL. He's not there yet. He's their equivalent of Troy Franklin, essentially, drafted around the same time, and a second-year player like Troy Franklin. But, you're not having Luke McCaffrey take over as your number one.
No.
They need Terry McLaurin in a bad way, and he's gone. He's away because negotiations fell apart. Courtland Sutton is staying. He's showing up. You got to pay the guy. I do not like thinking about 2025 without Courtland Sutton. And he won't play on the 1 year left on his deal. For everyone that says, make him play, it's his contract.
Even with better incentives than last year?
It's an insult, man.
Oh, I get it. I agree with you on that.
And one thing that all these players will tell you, and it's kind of funny, because they're like alpha males, right? I'm a big meathead. I'm an alpha male. Do you love me?
Yeah. Please love me.
Right.
Please love me.
Where's our song? Where's our song? Tell me you love me.
Kevin, have you listened to it?
The AI video for you guys?
Yeah.
Yes, I just made a country one.
Oh,
He made
what?
a country
For
one?
us three.
It was that
Whoa.
easy?
Whoa, everybody's making music.
Our guy Chris said, you're just type. ChatGPT better than I am. I'm starting to use it so I don't get killed by the bots. But Chris said it's like, dude, type in a few words and let it work its magic.
Yeah,
And
Chris
it's right
said it
there
took
for
about
you.
30 seconds. So yeah, Chris is in the YouTube chat room right now.
What would you call the genre of the one that Chris made? It's kind of rap-ish.
Kind of rap, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like real hip hop from the 90s.
So
A little bit,
So
yeah.
a little bit of rap.
Yeah.
And then a little bit of country. Kevin, are you ready to play both? Coming up next.
Okay.
All right, that's next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you. Hate to break up the brouhaha. Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Uber Eats has deals all summer long. Get Burger King, Subway, Popeyes, and hundreds more local favorites and savor every last bite. That sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Your life, your goals, your legacy. With a dedicated Fidelity advisor, it's all part of a comprehensive plan to help grow and protect your wealth. Visit fidelity.com/wealth. Investment minimums apply. Fidelity Brokerage Services, LLC. Member NYSE, SIPC.
Men, the summer is here.
Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Help Silterhart Motors, a Denver-based family-owned car dealership, support a very important local charity, Make-A-Wish Colorado. Learn how you can aid Make-A-Wish with the Mazda Miata MX-5 RF Grand Touring Sports Car Giveaway. Visit wish.org/Colorado/win-a-car.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 5 with pregame starting at 5:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we got a little Good Charlotte here. Great band. Ripped in the early 2000s, late 90s. But it's no AI, that's for sure. And now that we've heard our first AI Dover and Cecil theme song, Kevin now has one for us as well. We got to give a shout out to our listener, Chris. He's the one that sent it. He also said it's Chris, a.k.a. the mother bleeping squirrel whisperer. He literally has like a pet squirrel, little tiny pet squirrel that he's helped since it was a baby, fell out of a tree or something. I remember him saying something like that. So Chris has got his song. It's nice. It's good. Kevin took time out of his day, and it took you, 3 minutes?
About a segment.
Eight minutes
maybe?
All right. And you just did a show song, but with the country theme as you're the country guy.
Yeah, you could do all these genres. So I was like, well, let's do country.
Really? Was there like can you do like West Coast rap or East Coast rap, or is it just like rap?
I think it's just rap.
Okay, that would be fun.
You've confused Kevin with West Coast and
I
East
don't know
Coast.
who's this East Coast.
Mountains
West
are
Coast.
west, not mountains are east.
Yeah. So
Never
which
even
one
heard
is
of East
Tupac
Coast
on?
rap. West Coast.
West
Coast, the best coast.
Okay.
That's where he was.
And Eminem's north because he was in Detroit.
He's in Detroit, yeah.
See?
Yeah.
I figured it out.
Yeah, nice work.
West and north.
All right, well, let's go. We'll get to the country song. Let's go with Chris's Dover and Cecil theme show. I believe it's titled Baby Hammer Bars. Hit it, Kev!
Yeah. Shot shown to say so. Hey, yeah. Window 43 to Fan, Denver reppin' loud. Josh and Cecil in the booth, we draw a crowd. Baby Hammer swinging microphone, artillery, dropping hot takes, building sports legacy. Baby Hammer bang, Josh riding on the grind. Kick flips and hair slick, memories rewind. Denver skies echo, voices sharp and prime. Josh and Cecil show, sports talking sublime. Skate deck king, Josh cruising down the block. Used to have the flow hair that made him stop. Now it's all about the moves. Sports minds connect, breaking down the plays, every detail dissect. Baby Hammer striking like Thor with a pen, dropping words heavy, count the wins, no pretend. Josh rolling smooth, grinding facts on the curb. Sports radio kings, they always bring the verve. Cecil with the wit, Josh keeps it on the roll. Together they're the duo, Denver's heart and soul. Baby Hammer hitting hard like a mile high peak, breaking sports down, unique every week. Baby Hammer bang, Josh riding on the grind. Kick flips and
I was never gonna live down Baby Hammer, am I? No. I was in the pool.
That's not bad, man.
No,
It's not bad at
it's
all.
sublime.
It's
Yes,
not bad
it's
at all.
fantastic. Thank you, AI overlords. We have to praise it, even if it was terrible. We'd have to say it was great, so
they're
the robots
listening.
don't kill us. So
we appreciate it.
thank you, Chris, Squirrel Master.
By the way, I don't know. It's Baby Hammer Bars is the title, and the photo track is just a skateboard in Denver with the sun sitting on it.
Wait a second. The name of the track is Baby Hammer Bars?
Yeah, that's the name of the track.
Okay.
I'm giving Chris and AI credit because that is something that's like, oh, all right, I might be, slapping the feet a little bit on the floor.
Yeah.
I'm getting that little
It's
Baby
okay.
Hammer bang.
Yeah, I like it.
Josh riding on the grind. It's nice. The chorus hit. All right, Kevin. It's a tough act to follow for you.
That's definitely better than what I got here. This is like an 80s, 90s country sound, too.
Okay, well, so you like that.
I
the
like
older,
that, yeah.
older style country.
I'm interested.
Does yours have a name? Did AI come up with a name?
No, I just typed in Josh Dover, Cecil Lammey, Kevin Kistner, and 104.3 The Fan.
All right. Hit it, Kev! Way country.
Josh Dover skates and rides the air. Cecil Lammey reads comics with flair. Kevin Kistner dreams a love so true. All those guys chase a Mountain Dew. They cheer for Denver every night under stadium lights so bright. Talking about life on the radio where the music plays and the stories flow. Every dream shine hard morning dew, and Denver sports paint the sky so blue. Josh cut his hair but kept his style. Cecil revs his car with a smile. Kevin waits for his perfect one. Mountain Dew fuels all their fun. They cheer for Denver every night under stadium lights so bright.
Wow. Mountain Dew.
You know
and how
what?
does AI know about your love life, Kev?
Yeah,
wow,
Kevin.
it's like Kev's looking for his true girl.
I might have put that in
Lady.
there.
Did you put it in there? Did you prompt it?
Yeah,
AI,
I did like.
have you met Kevin?
the name of the song now.
AI gave me their phone number. No, I typed in like Josh Dover, cut his hair, loves skateboarding. Cecil loves comic books and cars.
Okay.
I don't know what I put for mine.
Kevin loves love, but it's still
Kevin's looking for the
eluding him.
one or
Yeah.
something like that. And then I put we all love Mountain Dew. So
See, I do. The first one was better, but the line that it's all fueled by Mountain Dew was probably the best line of the two songs.
Yes, and the most true.
Man, I am now going to spend the rest of my evening making songs about my dog Bruce. That's what I'm doing tonight.
Okay.
That was pretty good. How does it work with like can we play our own song? Can we play that over and over? Do we have a new intro to the song now? Baby Hammer Bars?
I know. Maybe Baby Hammer Bars is taking
Has a Tribe Called Quest been kicked out and Baby Bars comes in?
Baby Hammer Bars?
Baby Hammer Bars?
Yeah, Spotify blowing it up, right? I don't know.
Guess so.
I don't know.
I mean, technically, no one owns that music, right? Who owns what AI puts out?
AI, maybe?
But they're not real.
They're all real.
I don't mean that AI. Crap, I'm dead.
They got you.
You guys are real.
No, see
You're
now,
real.
if the Nuggets had a GM, they'd be able to make a song to help recruit Kevin Durant. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like this is the trend. This is everything. You need to make a viral video recruiting people. You want to recruit for CU?
Oh, dude.
Hey,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
right. Why should Durb wasting all that time making music? Just have AI do it in 30 seconds.
We have multiple texts that says this song is better than anything Shador Sanders has put out.
I don't know. I think Baby Hammer Bars, it might hit the top of the charts. I'm just saying.
Someone also wrote, I hate country, but this is legit. So, yeah, some people are enjoying this. Thank you to Chris. Thank you to Kevin. That's a whole lot of fun, man. If you want to make songs for us, they're probably going to make the air. And we're either going to love them or rip you because they're terrible. But either way, it's going to be fun.
Either way, it's going to be fun.
Yeah, exactly.
I think I'm going to make one on the Nuggets not hiring a GM.
Oh, that would be good.
Maybe like a rock and roll one.
Yes, that would be good.
Make one about Jamal Murray versus a treadmill.
Yeah. That's somebody wrote good matchup. That song versus anything Shador wrote. That's a dream matchup right there. All right, thank you everybody. Thanks for playing the game, Chris. Thanks for getting us on to that. Somebody, I would love this. You guys are gonna make me find an AI gangster rap '90s song for you. Yes, we are in for that. Certainly do it.
Our boy D Endeavor says he loved the song.
Yes. What up, D? Sorry I didn't text you back this weekend. I was in a situation. Skynet owns AI. Good luck, guys. Jack Jordan.
Good luck. We're dead.
Yeah. We love everything AI does. All right, that was great stuff, man. I want to come back. I want to wrap this thing up, put a big bow on it for Zach By and Philip Lindsay as those guys are coming here at 2 o'clock. We have some fun news to share about 4 Avalanche players and something that they're going to be doing next spring-ish. We'll tell you what it is and where they're going coming up next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in. Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
Now there's kitchen updating, and then there's kitchen updating done right. Hi, Dan Cicchini of Done Right. Over the decades, our family business has completed thousands of kitchen update projects in Colorado. And why have we been so fortunate to do so well over the years? Todd?
Folks, the answer is simple. Quality people, quality materials, our own unique quarter-inch resurfacing makeover process, handcrafted replacement cabinets that'll knock your socks off, and beautiful custom-built countertops, all done right. Dad, is this a good time of year for the folks to have us out to take a look at the possibilities for their home?
Well, yeah. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit and free estimates. Now is an excellent time. Call for details. Done Right Kitchens, Done Right Baths, counters, floors, Done Right finished basements, and Done Right windows and doors. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295 or sign up for your free in-home cost quote at drhi.com.
It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I never saw the end in sight. Fools are kind of blind. Thought everything was going all right, but I was running out of time.
Here we go.
'Cause you had one foot out the door.
AI or real here? What do we got?
Oh, this is real.
This is some of the old. This is what you like, Cecil. This is the real country.
I want you to write this down.
Yes.
Baby, write this down. Take a little note.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. We're having some fun.
It's no Baby Hammer bars, but it's good.
It's George Strait.
They're both equally good. Same level.
Dover, you might need to go sit in timeout.
We are having some fun with some AI songs. Hope you guys enjoyed it. We're having a little fun on a Monday. I do want to talk a little bit about something I learned today with 4 different Avalanche players. And Marty Netchis is the first up. He's going to be skating in the 2026 Olympics. It's Marty, it's Gabe, it's Kale, and it's Nate. Those are the 4 players that are going to be a part of the 2026 games. They're going to be in Milan and in Cortina, Italy there. So Marty, he's going to continue to play. Let's hope for his country's sake he's better in the Olympics than he was in the postseason. You know what Nate and Kale are going to bring to Team Canada? And then, of course, Gabriel Landeskog, the captain, Cecil. This part is really cool because First of all, he got to come back and be an NHL player. He got to be a professional hockey player at the highest level on the team that he's been a captain of since he was 19 years old and raised Lord Stanley's Cup just a few years ago. And now not only do you return, do you fight, do you battle through 3 years of rehab and recovery to get there?
You're right.
What, 2 months later, 3 months later, your country asks you to represent them in the biggest stage that your sport can play in, which is the Olympics.
That's
so very
cool.
cool for Gabe.
Yeah, very cool for Gabe, and looking forward to a full season. I heard a guy, Jesse Montano from Gorilla Sports, talking about potential load management for Gabe this next season.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll monitor that, and I think that's wise. You know what I mean? What's a full season of Gabe look like? What's a full season of Gabe with managed minutes, and then also throw in the Olympics? Yeah, that's going to be something that tests your mettle.
Mm-hmm.
Coming back from this injury, it was great to see in the postseason, but you want to see it again as much as possible. So I'd say be wise with those minutes, and that includes even in the Olympics.
Yeah, 100%. And you know what else I was thinking about this morning with the Adam Silver stuff going, hey, we're going to go to USA versus the world. Now, I don't know, because he was also on Team Canada and didn't do anything and then started to lose playing time, and I'm talking about Jamal Murray. This could be, now I wouldn't bet on it, nor would I hold my breath, but if it's the world, right, and you need different countries to represent this little 4-team tournament that I'm assuming Adam Silver's going to try to do, we might actually see Jamal Murray participate in some sort of all-star festivities this year for the first time. By default, kind of, because you just need Canadian guys, right?
Right.
To fill out a roster. But it might be the first time you get to associate Jamal Murray's name with any sort of all-star weekend or festivities.
Yeah, okay, well, good. Need more of that. Need something going forward with Jamal in terms of take the regular season seriously, show up in shape, and stand out immediately for this team and go prove that all-star talent, which we all know you have. That's never been a question with Jamal. It's actually a matter of just doing it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, doing it and doing it regularly. And not just, once every blue moon with Jamal Murray.
Well, isn't playoff Jamal, isn't that kind of a compensate?
Like he's not good in the regular season?
Well, you're playoff Jamal because in the regular season, you're just like, you're all right.
Mm-hmm.
But it's playoff Jamal.
Yeah.
Yeah, why don't you be playoff Jamal for 82 games?
Not even that. I don't even need it.
I'm saying in playoffs, too.
Yeah. Oh, total. Yeah.
So be playoff Jamal. Don't wait for the playoffs to flip the switch, and now you're the real Jamal Murray.
It is literally the one thing that I respect about the Oklahoma City Thunder. They do not cheat the game of basketball. They never cheat the game of basketball. Now, they flop, and they're trying to cheat inside the game of basketball, but the energy, the effort, the want-to, the work ethic, it's there every night for 48 minutes from the Oklahoma City Thunder. I respect that. And now, do they have that luxury because they're deep and they can play 10 guys and you're not dead-ass tired at the fourth quarter of a playoff game? Of course, but they approach it professionally, and I really, really like that. It's what I don't. They desperately lack down at Ball Arena.
Yeah, it's what they desperately lack, and we'll see if they can somehow, some way get back to the NBA Finals. I think overall in this entire final series, it's like, man, Denver would have won another ring. And Indiana would be a tough out. They're a tough out now.
Mm-hmm.
But Denver would have won another ring.
They could have beat the Pacers in a 7-game series.
Yes, they would have beat the Pacers 7-game, and you would have taken down Minnesota. That's clear now.
And think about what we talked about with Kevin Durant earlier. Kevin Durant's going to the West. I think Miami's on the list, but I don't think he goes to Miami.
No.
What's Kevin Durant going to do in Miami?
Right.
As far as basketball goes. We said earlier that Brian Windhorst had the report that Minnesota's the most aggressive. They're, of course, going to have to give some things up, but Anthony Edwards and Kevin Durant on the same basketball team, that's better than the current version of the Denver Nuggets, even with all-world Nikola Jokic. So everybody that's in your way is getting better, while the Nuggets just kind of chill and don't even have a general manager right now. It's scary. It's scary what it could look like.
And they're probably thinking, at least we're not the Grizzlies. Okay, if that's what you want, but the entire West is getting better and you're sitting on your hands.
Yeah. Not ideal at all. All right, Cecil, tonight you got a couple of options. Really, you got like 3 options, and 2 of them I'm interested in. One I'm certainly watching. The other might get the second TV out to bust this one. I'm not going to watch the Rockies, though. They're in Washington all week for a 4-game set. Then they'll come back versus Arizona. Kyle Freeland had to get moved down. They called up Michael Toglia today, but I'm not going to watch the Rockies. They don't deserve my time, especially when there's other things on that matter, like Game 5 of the NBA Finals. That's tonight at 6:30. It's on ABC. We know they're back in Oklahoma City. Cecil, I picked the Thunder in 6. That means the Pacers are done winning any basketball games. I just look at this as they're going to be in Oklahoma City tonight. That's a big advantage for the Thunder. I think they win this game and go up 3-2. And then as we just talked about, them not cheating the game and being professional about how they handled themselves at work for 48 minutes, I think the Thunder with a 3-2 lead, they don't even want to mess around with that 7th game and possibly having to make the trip back home. So
right.
I think they get the dub tonight, and then they go into Indiana at the rate it's going. That game would be like next Monday, I guess, and win in 6.
Yeah, it's pretty preposterous the NBA Finals take this long to get going, to get wrapped up. So, yeah, make it happen, and we'll see. As long as we get good basketball, less of the officials kind of deciding games for you. Like, that's all I'm hoping for. So hopefully we see that tonight.
Yeah, love to see that this evening, 6:30 on ABC. The Stanley Cup Final, that'll be Game 6, and it's going back to Florida with the Panthers up 3-2. They handled their business on Saturday night in Edmonton. Did you see the guy that changed jerseys right in the middle of the game? He was wearing a Oilers sweater, took it off to only have a Florida Panthers sweater underneath. And I saw it all over Twitter. I saw it on SportsCenter later that night, too, and everybody's like, oh, man, this guy's having... Like, did you do that just for the moment? Why would you wear 2 sweaters to the game?
Yeah.
There used to be a Nuggets guy that would come to watch games, and who was his favorite player? I think he loved Jamal Murray. And he would have like 3 Jamal Murray jerseys on, like 5 Jamal shirts, and then it was cool. It was like a bit. They'd put him up on the Jumbotron.
Right.
And then he'd take him off and wave him around his head like a helicopter and go crazy.
Right.
That's fun. You're rooting for the same player and team. I thought that was weird, the guy having both teams' sweaters on.
Yeah.
You can't be a bandwagon fan in the freaking finals.
Well, and it's one of those things. It's almost like I feel. Sorry, Kev. I know Kev's done this a couple of times. The reaction videos. Like, I'm going to. When we get a pure reaction video, someone happens to be recording, and you see a reaction at a bar, at your house, or whatever, and someone loses their mind because of the last second shot. But when you set up your camera with the intent to capture your emotion upon that, your emotion is thus changed because of the camera. It's the observation.
Mm-hmm.
The observation changes things, like the slit experiment. I'm going to get all...
The slit?
The slit experiment.
What
You
is
don't know
that?
about this?
Uh-uh.
So you shoot particles at 2 slits, right? And it'll, on the pattern on the wall that catches behind it, 2 electrons, it'll line up exactly like that, like the slits that you're firing it through, right? If you don't observe it and you just let the machine run while you don't observe it, the pattern is random. So the electrons act as an element, but they also act as a wave, depending on observation. So when you observe something, it changes the outcome. I know I'm getting super deep here, but that's the slit experiment. So it's science proven that observation changes the outcome. When someone puts a camera in front of them, because I'm going to react to the Broncos winning the Super Bowl, that means you're faking it.
Yeah. You know the camera's in front of you.
Yeah, that's why I said, like, when we honored Hawk Tua on the year anniversary when she brought America together, and then we quickly got annoyed by her. Now everyone tries to do a Hawk Tua video, and it's not the same. Who cares?
Yeah.
I don't care what some rando
It
says.
was real and raw.
Yeah, it was real. It was raw. It was raunchy. It was funny. And it brought America together. Now everyone tries to recreate it. It's just awful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't know about that. I learned something here today.
I'll send you. I can send you a lot of videos. Yeah. Observation changes everything.
All right. One quick Rockies note. Ben Fox had this on Twitter. He's a gambling guy. Today, when they're in Washington, Cecil, it's going to be the 51st consecutive game that the Rockies are an underdog. 51 straight games they are not favored to win. They are 10-40 in those games. 10-40 with 51 straight games, being the underdog. And why would they, do they have a series against the White Sox? Why would they be the favorite in any series or game moving forward? Will they get to September being the underdog? I mean, we're talking about, that's well over 100 days.
Wait, they got Diamondbacks next week, right?
How are they going to be favored in that?
They're not going to be favored in anything.
No, for the rest of the year. We're going to get to 100 days, 100 straight games of the Rockies being the underdog, and that's got to be some kind of a world record.
It's all records.
They'll lose tonight and continue going into Washington there for 3 straight games.
But just keep believing and keep riding, right?
That's right. Well, Kyle Freeland's hurt now, so he can't even cry up at the podium and help try to get some Rockies fans back. But let's watch. Let's watch what Friday, Saturday, and Sunday bring with those Diamondbacks. 90-degree, beautiful weather. Because I'm going to bet it brings about 40,000 freaking people out to Coors Field on each Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Oh, yeah.
So we're both going with OKC tonight? You think it's a beatdown? You think it's tight?
I think it's a beatdown. I think you see a tight game, you see a beatdown. This beatdown's coming tonight. OKC, make it a statement, and then they really need to make a statement in Game 6 then. Just finish the thing.
I think it's a bigger win tonight by the Thunder, and then they go back to Indy, and it's a tight game. It gets into crunch time, and I'm worried what happened in Game 4 happens exactly again in Game 6, where the Pacers kind of can't live up to the moment. And you watch SGA go nuts like he did on Friday.
I don't think you should be worried about that. I think you should expect that.
I do expect that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I am expecting that at this point. It is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. So we'll, of course, be reacting to the game tomorrow night, getting you ready for a little bit of the Stanley Cup final where the Panthers can close out tomorrow night and go back-to-back. That would be kind of annoying, too, that the most recent back-to-back Stanley Cup winners both reside in Florida. Just screams hockey, doesn't it? Tampa Bay and Florida. Just screams NHL.
Right.
And they're probably going to do that too. There's just too much for Edmonton.
Mm-hmm.
Too much for Edmonton. So, dude, we could get to, Wednesday. We could have a Wednesday show with hockey being over, and then by Thursday or Friday, having basketball being over.
Okay.
That totally sucks.
Good thing vacation's coming up.
Yeah, and we'll get Cortland news. It's gonna happen. We're gonna get that. So we're fired up about it. We do appreciate everybody hitting us up with some of the matchups that they wanted to see. I still think it's gonna be tough to do Flo versus the Toyota-thon girl, and then you threw in Jan. Is it Jan?
No, Jan's from Toyota.
Jan's from Toyota.
Lily from AT&T.
Lily from AT&T, in just a straight up octagon match. Somebody text that, and that's a real good one from earlier today.
That's the best one. I think we got that about 10:15. So your tribe text of the day was one in the first segment of the show.
Yep. So, yeah, great stuff today. We'll continue that tomorrow, and people are letting us know they're the problem. I'm going to the Rockies game on Friday and Saturday. I got to get there, too, at some point.
Yeah, I mean, we all do,
Yeah.
right?
We need a show outing, go to a game, just buy a cheap ticket and go hang out on the party deck. Maybe have a tribe meetup while we're there.
Okay.
That might be pretty fun.
I still want to kidnap Brandon Stokely and take him to the Rockies. Because it'd be downtown. And
we'd have to sedate him. Yeah, you got a dart in your neck, man.
We got Bloody Mary mix, don't we?
Yeah. I can find it.
We
that's
just
for
go
sure.
golfing with Stoke, and then we kidnap him. Because then he'll be self-medicated.
That's true. That's very true. That is very, very true. All right. So, yeah, we got hoops tonight. We have hockey tomorrow. Are you interested at all to see what Shohei does? Or is that a catch it on SportsCenter thing?
No, that's a catch it on SportsCenter thing, or catch it, honestly, on Twitter. I mean, you're going to see all the highlights. You're going to get the sports information that you need or that you're curious about on Twitter. So, but that's one of those sports curiosity things. I want to see how that looks.
I do too. Hasn't pitched since he was in a Dodgers uniform. Since he was in an Angel. He has never taken the mound as a Los Angeles Dodger. I just think it's cool, man. The fact that he can do both of those things at the level that he does those things, it is absolutely outstanding. So that'll probably get my time during commercial breaks or Twitter, like you said. I'll see plenty of that there on Twitter.
Yeah, for sure.
But Shohei pitching for the Dodgers. The Thunder looking to take a 3-2 series lead coming up tonight. ZB sliding in here. Zach, we both said the Thunder take care of business pretty easily tonight.
Yeah, I think that they take care of business. I was listening to you guys driving in. I'm not so sure this thing's not going 7, man.
Really?
Yeah, and I couldn't have been more wrong about the dynamics of this series. Like Indiana, when they reach their top gear, they've shown they're good enough to beat Oklahoma City, especially if they get those games in the clutch. This is arguably the best clutch team in postseason history by the numbers. I think 9-1 now in clutch games this postseason. And then, they're never out of it, as we know. That's been well documented. The greatest comeback, single postseason comeback team in the history of the playoffs. I love the Thunder tonight. I think they get it done. But that game in Indiana, Game 6, and that would be good for the league. That would be good for the league because you do have these two small market teams. We know the ratings are down a little bit here.
Why do you think that is? We went over that today. There was a thread, and I'll DM you the thread on Twitter.
It's good.
But it was fascinating because it's really not about the flopping or the too many threes. It's about the content versus coverage. Like, we're not getting coverage of the NBA Finals. We're getting ESPN throwing out content. We're getting Stephen A. playing solitaire.
Yeah.
We're getting the
that was
ESPN cameras trying to avoid the Dumb and Dumber guys.
Yeah.
With Perk carry the hell on and Stephen A. like the cutouts of them.
Yeah.
Like it's different, and we're getting good basketball.
Correct.
For the most part.
Correct.
So as a basketball, purist or fan, we should be very entertained by what we're seeing, but the general audience isn't showing up.
Yeah, and honestly, same goes with the Stanley Cup, probably to an even greater degree, considering how fantastic those games have gone. 3 of the first 4 going into overtime, but people aren't watching. Like, we can, and I don't know if you guys heard this or not, but this is pretty incredible in my opinion. There has been the opening weekend of the WNBA regular season had a higher rating than Stanley Cup games 1, 2, and 3. And I just can't speak to the last 2 because I don't have the ratings in front of me.
Yeah.
But yes, Caitlin Clark against Angel Reese, Indiana against Chicago, drew a higher number. Again, this is regular season. This is not those 2 teams meeting in the postseason. So, and I don't care who's in it. All right, and I know how big of a star Caitlin Clark is. We have a fun conversation about her later today that we can have. But like a regular season WA game out. Imagine saying that 10 years ago, let alone 25.
That's insane.
Right.
Outdrew the Stanley Cup when a Canadian team is in the Cup.
Yeah.
And one of the face, if not the face of the NHL, and Connor McDavid is in the Stanley Cup. It's a rematch from last year that went 7. So from a pure utilitarian hockey standpoint, it's fantastic. The games have been great. The level of play, but people aren't watching. NBA, I think a part of the NBA, and not to ramble here, but Cecil, I want to get back to your question. I just thought it was analogous with what's going on with hockey, is that the NBA typically has done an incredible job with selling its stars and almost like forget the logos. It's the faces of the players. But they have been slow to really get on board a team like Oklahoma City in Indiana. I think a lot of casual basketball fans are getting to know the Thunder and getting to know the Pacers in real time, almost like we do with like NCAA tournament teams. And I think the mothership in Bristol is a part of it because when they have an opportunity to talk about this historically great regular season team who was the number 1 seed last year in Oklahoma City, they'd rather talk about, what's going on in Los Angeles. And putting a microscope over the Knicks. Not saying that those 2 teams don't deserve to get talked about because I know this business and the way it works, that's market number 1 and number 2. But there's got to be room for the sports, for the games. And I think that's part of it, is that if you were told for the last 7 months, this is a historically great team, this team is really important, then maybe the more casual fan would be looped into it.
Well, we talked about star power earlier too, and how David Stern. That's how he saved this.
Yeah,
he made it an individual sport. Look at Michael Jordan's face. Look at Magic versus Larry. Those sort of things that saved it. And then a part of that text, that Twitter thread was how ESPN is covering it. I mean, do you guys remember a couple years ago when the dudes filming Stephen A. walking in? That was a part of it. They try to make Stephen A. the story, and then when you get to halftime and post game. Outside of the TNT guys, but the ESPN crew specifically, it's not about like, hey, break down what just happened. How come they're not talking about the forearm thing? How come it's just like, oh, Oklahoma City now in control of this series.
And they talk about what's next instead of what happened as much as basketball fans want you to.
Be an expert analyst and tell me why we got to the spot we got to instead of telling me when the next game is and it's presented by YouTube TV.
Yeah, the analyst take has become more important than the factual take overall as a whole. Like, I mean, Stephen A. Smith being the example has just become this gargantuan media giant. They're built. I mean, now he's going to Sirius XM and doing political shows. Like, it's so crazy. Like the overall
he's going to run for
landscape.
office.
100%.
He's going to
I
run
can
for
see
office,
that coming
for sure.
For sure. But it's weird, and we could talk about this as well, Zach. Like, one thing I can speak to. Like, my dad grew up a huge NBA fan.
Sure.
Like, in the New York area, the Knicks. And the Knicks weren't always great. 1980s, they got good in the 90s. Obviously, in the 70s, won that championship. They're still hanging on to that. But they lost the older generation along the way, too. Like, my dad, he'll watch the Nuggets. He likes Jokic and whatnot. But a lot of people, I don't know, call it 45 plus, 50 plus, somewhere in their mid-30s seem to fall out of love with the game.
Yeah,
what I picked up
and I think a big part, you have eras, right? And when the Jordan era closed, basketball floated for a little bit, and it never, LeBron eventually became the face of the NBA, but LeBron turned a lot of people off as well for one reason or another. And what's confusing to me is, in terms of the older generation, some of the stuff that I had heard growing up was that, it's there's too much dunking. You hear that from older, I remember my grandpa's like, there's, what happened to the skill? Well, the skill level of the NBA has never, ever been as high as it is right now. It's just, it's the most quality and depth that we have seen in the NBA ever, and it's really not debatable amongst people who truly cover the sport that you can make an argument that the guy who is maybe guy number 7 for Indiana might have been the 4th best player on a playoff team 20 years ago. And I don't really disagree. I've heard Bill Simmons lay that out. I don't really disagree. So if the level of skill has never been higher, parity has never been greater, which is one of the huge complaints about that sport for generations, that really half the league's championships are between 3-4 teams. That's not a problem. Why aren't more people watching? It's if I'm Adam Silver, I'm sitting down and I'm gathering the brightest minds that I respect in both television, entertainment, within basketball. Like, why isn't this a
But is he worried about the fans, or is he worried about the bottom line? And I get it. There's investors, there's owners. They want to make money. The NFL makes money hand over fist, and they do it with the illusion that they care about fans. But I think with Silver specifically, he's lost his way.
And you know what it feels like with Adam Silver is he thinks, and this will never be the case, he thinks that the NBA can rise to a level that the NFL is at. And that will never happen. No. And that will never happen. He's going to chase that tail until he gets fired, and then has to move on and
he should chase the international thing, because that's how they win.
But instead of
totally,
instead of doing what David did, like you just talked about, make it a requirement for your partners to highlight the young star players. How come we don't know about SGA until he's winning MVP? The casual type of fans.
Yep.
How come Tyrese Halliburton's looked at overrated and a year ago took his team to the Eastern Conference Final, this year to the final? It should be on those networks that are partnered with every league to help build the game, because then you're building your revenue as well. But those ESPNs, the partners, they don't have any interest in doing that, because they're trying to build their own star power and own brand while using the NBA. And Adam Silver doesn't see it.
Well, when you mention the bottom line when it comes to Adam Silver, I think Adam Silver's job is safe because of the television deals. That league, you can talk about the ratings being down till you're blue in the face, and you might be right. But the television deals drive, whether it's college football, NFL, NBA, it's the TV deals. And the NBA has secured these massive television contracts, and it feels like the ratings are secondary to the TV deals, and you would think they'd be tied together. But Adam Silver, when he's asked about the ratings, you know what his response is that the Americans are ingesting content differently than ever. They're doing it in their hand, not on the big thing that hangs on the wall, and they'll quote to you the impressions that they get and measure it up against the NFL, and they almost dismiss the TV ratings. They have the TV money coming in, and then they'll tell you how many billions that they reach through social media, through short clips. They were the first league that say, we don't care if you disseminate our product. Remember in the past, like these leagues would be like, hey, you can't air our content.
Right.
Adam Silver, and I guess smartly, was like, do it. Take our stuff, share it. We're not going to come after you for trademark stuff, because as long, as you're sharing our stuff,
eyeballs.
It's getting eyeballs. So in that way, it's smart. But these are huge, nuanced, layered conversations that are relevant to right now, with these ratings. Appreciate you guys sticking
Have
around.
a good show, boys. Happy Father's Day. Zach.
Appreciate that very much so. Anilo Piro
What's up, my
filling
man?
in for Philip Lindsay today. We have a full slate of stuff to get into, but do we have another clue that makes it all but certain where the Broncos will be putting shovels in the ground for a new stadium? We'll continue that conversation coming up next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive-laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about how you're feeling on this Monday. All right? And I know sometimes we can have the Monday blues coming off a weekend, but if you're feeling extra low energy because maybe you're not sleeping right lately, your sleep patterns are off, your energy's low, you don't make it to the gym like you used to, and even when you do drag yourself there, you don't see the same production as just a couple years ago, and maybe because of all these factors, you're putting on weight, and hopefully you're not feeling sad or depressed, because guys, believe it or not, all these symptoms can be tied back to low testosterone. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz with yes or no answers. It takes you 2 minutes. But from there, you can schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood. They'll have the results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results with you, discuss your options, and you'll make a decision together with their medical team. Cost of that appointment is only $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is completely free. Guys, you got one life to live. Don't wonder if you're suffering from low testosterone. Go take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Listen up, Broncos country. Philip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit riothermes.com/Denver Sports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
It's time to spring into summer with Soda Weight Loss, because right now you'll get our biggest discount of the year.
Are you serious? Yeah!
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
If you want to look like this for summer, now is the time to join America's #1 weight loss company for client satisfaction and results.
Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Coetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Here on a Monday, June 16th, starting a brand new week. Philip Lindsay is going to be off for the next couple days, so I'll just get out ahead of that and let you know that he's doing personal stuff with the NFL. Maybe he'll expand on that when he comes back, but don't want to share too much about his life. I'll let him do that. But sitting in for him, Anilo Piro, who has been here at the Fan for a few months, and although we've done short segments together, we actually have not done a show together. What's up, dude?
Oh, man, I am chilling today. The sun is shining. I'm back in my groove. I was out last week as well, so nice to get back into a routine here a little bit and talk a little Denver sports with you.
Yeah, man. I've known you for years.
Yes, sir.
Used to see at Nuggets for years. Glad to have you on the Fan. You've been great. Have heard good feedback with you, by the way. So
awesome.
Wanted to pass that along.
Appreciate it.
Do we have a new clue that makes it all but certain where the Broncos will be putting shovels in the ground for a new stadium? So say, okay, what is this about? Records show, all right, and Business Denver is reporting this, that records show that the Broncos have expressed interest in Denver Waters land in the Lincoln Park neighborhood near the former Burnham Yard rail yard, all right? We are still gathering information on what this could possibly mean. News just came out here a handful of hours to go, but it's just another clue. It's the Broncos digging around land near Burnham Yard, where we already learned last week that they spent $150 million through 10 different LLCs, but all 10 of those LLCs tied back to one lawyer who's tied to the Broncos. Here today, we have another clue.
Yeah, the game within the game is when you say that, that's how I feel. But I think all signs are pointing, hopefully. I know there's a lot of people, myself included, that want to see the Broncos remain in and around downtown Denver, in the Denver proper limits and whatnot. And with the news that we got here today, as you talk about it here on the drive, like, I interpret that as doubling down. Like, I
Sure.
think the Walton Penner ownership group, like, obviously they got money to throw around to, explore this, explore that. But it seems like now that we have a second little detail coming out about this specific property, makes you think that maybe that's at the top of the list. Hopefully it's at the top of the list.
Yeah, and I know fans were split on this. Some people want the stadium moved out into the suburbs. Some people, a lot of people I know, want the stadium to remain in Denver. Hey, it's the Denver Broncos. To which I've always said, hey, it's not like that around the country. Like every single now maybe I don't know what percentage of stadiums are actually within the city that is on the jersey.
It's funny you say that because I threw this trivia question out. Go ahead and text us, RamosLaw.com text line.
Yes, I heard
it's
this.
a good one.
Actually, go ahead, reset it.
There's four North American cities where all four major professional sports teams play in downtown. So, for example, New York would not be one of them, right? Giants and Jets play in New Jersey. But you have an MLB team, an NHL team, NBA, and MLB all playing, or NFL, I think is what I forgot. But four core major professional sports play in the downtown city limits. And if you want to go ahead and text those, RamosLaw.com, 303-713-1043.
But that just goes to show you, it's not, I'm not going to say it's not a lot, because I know a lot of stadiums are in their downtown. But, I mean, going 4 for 4, there's only 4 of them. It's very unique. My thing about this was, Anilo, is that I really didn't care whether it stayed in Denver or was in the suburbs. I found myself preferring the suburbs because that's where I thought you could do it grandiose with more space. But I'm absolutely, like, if you can check both boxes, and when I say grandiose, guys, of course I'm talking about a stadium district. Very rarely are stadiums built in 2025 or in the last 5 years without having a stadium district around it. Not saying it doesn't. Buffalo's doing it right now. It's just going to be a standalone stadium, whatever. But if you're going to do it with the resources that the Penners have, I would say do a district, do the retractable roof, do the bars and restaurants around it. And I just didn't think that was going to be possible, keeping it in Denver and doing that. And I think now what we've learned in the last 7 days, I think there's an avenue for it.
And I think what we've learned from the Penner ownership group as a whole is they're pretty sympathetic to fans' voices and opinions, right? Like you saw this with the jersey color scheme, even to their own players, taking real value in those surveys that come out at the end of the year. Like there's this bad narrative around, multi-billionaire people of, they're so selfish, they only care about themselves, this, that, the other. Some of that's probably true. But with the Penners in particular, it seems like they're really listening to fans' wants, needs, and desires. And I think that's pretty cool overall. And look, I think part of it is like when I moved here in Colorado, like my family stays up north, and this is more of a play on it. But I think there's a lot of southern superiority. There's a lot of people that live down south that are like, we don't go north. Like, Thornton Broomfield, we think that's Wyoming, and it's like, where the stadium's at right now, I think is so cool. You got Ball Arena across the street, Coors Field down the way, that obviously if you move it down south and you build this super complex, I don't think after a couple of years anyone would really care. But I think kind of keeping the thread, keeping the fabric of the Denver Broncos, who will always be Denver's team. It will always be Broncos country.
Always.
I think is so important.
Yeah. How long ago did you move to Colorado?
2012.
2012.
So I claim half native status. I was not born here, but I went to high school out here all 4 years, went to college out here all 4 years.
Yeah, and you said your parents live up north? Where?
Yeah, up north in Broomfield.
Okay.
So shout out Broomfield, baby.
Shout out Broomfield. Yeah, I there is a demographic split. I think that northern Denver is more rooted in older Denver. Like it's
for sure,
right. And I know there's exceptions for everything, so please don't
North
misunderstand
side,
me.
West side.
But like, yeah, it's that's older Denver, and I feel like down south is newer Denver. It's just newer build. Yeah. It's just more expansion and more than I shouldn't say because I don't want to overgeneralize, but like more non-natives. There's a ton of natives up north.
It's transplants down south.
More transplants, and that's not a negative thing.
No,
it's not a negative thing. I also know a lot of people that live in that Lone Tree area that were like, please don't bring a stadium down here. You're not going to please. You're not going to please everyone. You're just not. And I think that the Penners, Greg Penner, listens, but is not going to be obedient. So if it makes sense to appease a majority of the fan base, but also do what's best for business, and you can check both of those boxes. I think that's what we're seeing here within this news the last 7 days.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. Like, two things can be true and two things can happen at the same time, right? Like, the Broncos can get this fancy, new stadium with all the glitz and the glamour and get the Final Four and get a Super Bowl and get an NFL draft while also speaking and maintaining that fabric of the city. Like, you don't have to... Like, I think the Cleveland Browns are in the process of building a new stadium, and I haven't been to Cleveland, but I was listening to National Sports Talk Radio, and they say, like, the stadium itself right now, much like in Power Field, probably needs an upgrade, but I believe it's right there on the river, beautifully centrally located.
It is, and they're right next to the other stadiums, too, like it is here in Denver.
By the way, that is not one of the four cities. Well, they don't have hockey, but for anyone thinking out there that it was, Cleveland is not. But now they're going to yank that thing, I think, 10 or 15 minutes east, west, whatever direction it is, and now it's going to be, a little bit more standalone. So I get it. They're all in this business to make money, money over everything and whatnot, but I think that's been my big thing. Like we were talking about with Dover and Cease there about like the NBA, and I was talking about people my father's age that kind of fell out of love with the game. I think sports in general, even just in my decade that I've been doing this sports media thing, the commercialization of sports, it's skewed so far in that direction that sometimes it feels like I got into sports talk radio because I'm a fan. Like, I love sports. I want to talk about it. I want to eat it. I want to breathe it.
Totally,
right?
same.
And it seems like it's become so corporate and commercialized that you lose a little bit of that charm that made us all sports fans in the first place. Yeah. And I think that speaks to stadium location and everything else.
Yeah, it's hard to find an owner, and I know this isn't directly tied to what you're saying, but it's sort of a cousin of it. It's hard to find a sports owner that's not a billionaire. That was not the way that it was even 25, 30 years ago, with a great example being Dick Monfort. With another great example earlier than that being Pat Bowlen. Like, you cannot get into this business now, or not this business, the one that we're in, but that business without your net worth starting with a B. But it speaks to the commercialization of it all. Everyone's making money hand over fist. And that's why the current stadium was never, ever going to be the site of what it was going to be moving forward because they don't own the land. Billionaires don't rent. It's very simple. So they're going to own the land. And I think today when we got this news that from Business Denver that records show that the Broncos have expressed interest in Denver Water's land in the Lincoln Park neighborhood near that former Burnham Yard Railroad where they just spent $150 million last week for that footprint to own it is another clue that the stadium is coming. And I think we get an announcement before kickoff week 1. We'll wait on that official word from the Denver Broncos. Okay, something happened over the weekend that should make Denver sports fans feel just a little bit nervous, and we'll talk about why coming up next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy.
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it. Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
Hey, it's Mike Evans, and if you missed the filing deadline again, or maybe you haven't filed in a while, the consequences can be substantial, and the penalties, huge. After 5 months, you'll owe late filing penalties of 25%, not to mention interest. The recent IRS tactics include prosecuting more non-filers, sometimes even criminally. Don't gamble with the IRS, it's just not worth it. You can avoid the stress and worry of not filing your taxes simply by calling the people I trust, and that's Advanced Tax Solutions. I've personally talked with clients who've been helped by Todd Whalen. They can get your taxes filed and provide a number of solutions to get you off the IRS's radar. You will feel relief and peace of mind as soon as you talk with the experts. So call the professionals I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions. 303-753-6040 or visit advancedtaxsolutions.com.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Hey guys, your boy Steve here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-944-33, 720-944-33. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Help Siltahar Motors, a Denver-based family-owned car dealership, support a very important local charity, Make-A-Wish Colorado. Learn how you can aid Make-A-Wish with the Mazda Miata MX-5 RF Grand Touring Sports Car Giveaway. Visit wish.org/Colorado/win-a-car.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You need parts? We got parts. Product availability? Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. Get one free set of brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Upgrade to Brake Best Select brake pads for $10 more, or upgrade to Brake Best Select Pro or Import Direct pads for just $20. Offer in-store only. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 5, with pregame starting at 5:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, something happened over the weekend that should, well, I'm not going to say should make you nervous, but I'll tell you, it makes me a little bit nervous. You can decide for yourself where you land. But Anilo Piro filling in for Philip Lindsay today and for the next couple days. The Grizzlies, how about this over the weekend? The Memphis Grizzlies traded Desmond Bane, really good player, to the Orlando Magic for Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-round picks, and 1 first-round pick swap. This happened yesterday, Anilo. And I'm not here to break down necessarily that trade and what it means for Memphis and the Magic. I'll just say quickly, the move represents a massive swing for Orlando to compete in the East, and for the Grizzlies, it's an opportunity to add a championship defensive wing, backcourt depth, and a major haul of draft picks. All right? Here's why I wanted to bring this up. Anilo, it's trading season. It's transaction season. And the league is showing you with their actions, like, it's going down. All right? And for me, I think it's just a bit concerning that we have massive trades already happening in the NBA. The draft is 9 days away, and the Denver Nuggets still don't have a general manager.
I was texting back and forth with our colleague, Mr. Jake Shapiro. Be sure to check out his work, denversports.com, because, I'm like, what's going on here? Like, I was on vacation. I was, out of the loop there a little bit. And the thing that I can't wrap my finger around, Zach, is if it was going to be Tommy Balchettis, if it was going to be Ben Tenzer as the new GM moving forward for the Denver Nuggets, why haven't they announced that by now? Because that was kind of the, I don't want to say expectation, but those two guys were the leaders of the pack, I guess you could say, once we had David Adelman's introductory press conference. Like, that was kind of my vibe, my energy. I know Josh Kroenke came out, talked about, we're going to do our due diligence. We might hire an outside firm to give us some candidates, this, that, the other. But to your point, we are 9 days away from the NBA draft, and I understand that Denver does not have a pick, and I forget which of the 2 Josh Kroenke press conferences it was, but he kind of alluded to the fact that they could look to enter into the second round, whether buying a pick or making a small trade. And let's look at it from Russell Westbrook. Like, I know he opted out of his contract, which was a bit more of a formality than him opting out to leave Denver. But like, let's say that Russell Westbrook wants to come back to the Nuggets. Who's his representation talking to?
Right.
Is it still Ben Tenzer, the interim
Right.
GM?
Right.
Like I mean, we're a little late in the game here. For this.
Totally. See, and I was someone who said, hey, take your time here, do the full search, do all the interviews.
You and me both.
But this is past that window, especially when you consider that Calvin Booth was fired during the regular season. The Nuggets had a beat on this entire conversation as opposed to the rest of the league. Not like they're competing with the rest of the league to hire like a director of basketball operations, because they're not. But like this is now months. We have a max 3 games left in the NBA season. You're seeing deals go down of huge proportion. I mean, this is a really big trade.
Huge deal.
I'm not going to call it quite a blockbuster, but it's like one level below that, just because it doesn't have like an All-NBA guy on it. Desmond Bane's really good, though. He's going to be a really good fit in Orlando. But like, I'm wondering, like, was a call made to Denver? What was a call made to Denver? And is a call being made right now to Denver to the next Desmond Bane or the next style of trade like this? Look, Bennett Durando, the Post last week had a source that there's people within the league are very confused on what the Denver Nuggets are doing. Very confused. And I can't call it, because if you're doing interviews, if you're hiring the firm like Kroenke said, and you're doing interviews, these get leaked. And the young guys, those bright minds, their agents are the one to leak it. That's good pub for them. That hasn't happened. And so I don't believe that is happening. And then if you are going for a big fish, well, that's the furthest thing outside of Kroenke's historical profile for a position like this. And if you're going the Ben Tenzer route, which was, I agree with you, the most likely, why has it taken 3 months to make the announcement? It's just, it's confusing.
It's very bizarre. And I was one of those guys, once the season ended, I was labeling this as arguably the most important offseason in Denver Nuggets franchise history.
I was saying it was without the arguably. Yeah. It's the most important offseason moving forward, because you didn't know the last time you hired a general manager and a coach, you didn't know you had one of the 15 greatest players of all time. Now you do. Proceed accordingly.
And here's the interesting part. Like, Malone inherited Booth, even though it's probably the other way around where Booth inherited Malone. But you're going to find yourself, if you don't hire a Balchetis or hire a Ben Tenzer, back in the same situation where you're going to have a new GM here who didn't hire the coach. The coach was hired before the GM.
Correct.
And so it's like what are we doing here?
Disjointed from the start.
And let's take Bob Myers for the example. Like,
sure.
The big name who I don't think is going to be the guy. But like, let's say that they were targeting someone of that stature. You think Bob Myers 9 days before the draft is itching to get the job right now?
No. He's not itching to get the job as it is because of the restrictions, and now you're adding a timeline and a compressed timeline, I should say. And one of the disturbing sentences that came out of that a piece in the Denver Post last week is it said something along the lines of the Nuggets hope to have a general manager in place by the draft, but aren't going to let
that's crazy.
The schedule dictate. I'm like, whoa, you want to enter bizarro world? We're already kind of there. But if the NBA draft comes and goes, and I don't care that the Nuggets don't have a pick, that's not the point. It's transaction time. That's when deals get done. If a general manager and an interim GM is running the Denver Nuggets basketball operation in 9 days, and the fact that it's happening right now, 9 days out, and there's trades happening around the NBA of this magnitude, it's unnerving. It really is. Dante, behind the glass, you have something?
I do. So I don't know if you saw this report, but the Nuggets had 4 college guys come in for a workout. I'm curious, who decided that these 4 guys are coming to work out, and then who are they even working out for? Because there's no front office people. Like, who's making these decisions?
It would be Ben Tenzer.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be the interim GM. It's super unorthodox.
I could speak to that a little bit. At David Adelman's press conference, I picked up a couple of nuggets, no pun intended, about those workouts because we had found out that they had hosted some college guys, and normally that's open to the media. This time it was kind of shush, swipe it under the rug a little bit. I think it's more formality than anything. Like, I think what Dante says is a good point, but like knowing where they're at in the draft process, not having a pick right now, I'm not saying don't read into that. I think it kind of feeds into what we're talking about here, but I do think that was more of a formality than anything.
Joe from Ken Carl says they're waiting for the finals to end so they can announce Bob Myers as the general manager. He's working for ESPN. He's already preparing things behind the scenes. Dude, if that turns out to be the case, and Kroenke is going to pay Bob Myers big money in a way that he did not want to pay Masai Ujiri, did not want to pay Tim Connolly, did not want to pay Calvin Booth. Don't forget, an extension was in front of Calvin Booth earlier this season. So all of you folks out there who think Calvin Booth destroyed the Nuggets, an extension was on Booth's desk, and he didn't want to sign it because it was a low-ball offer, according to him. So they took it from him. The whole thing, it is strange. It's just strange.
It's a little Rockies-esque, Zach. Like, I remember reading reports from Ken Rosenthal that teams that maybe want to trade with the Rockies don't know who to talk to, and I know they've got Bill Schmidt. But, like, when it comes to discombobulation, and let's see where the dust settles. Let's put the tinfoil hat on. If it is Bob Myers, okay, we probably feel a lot different once we get that announcement. But in the present, a little slippery.
And it's not just that, because I remember saying after the Adelman announcement, it's a little Monfort-esque if the Nuggets also promote Ben Tenzer and they go double internal.
Yeah.
That's the Rockies calling card. Look, the Nuggets won a championship. I'm not putting them, I guess I am putting them in the same sentence in a roundabout way. But if you go double internal in this window of time, I am unsettled about the entire Nuggets situation. I am. All right, Anil Apiro filling in for Philip Lindsay today. Announcements came out today which Avs players were selected to Olympic rosters, and there's one little hiccup. Where do we land on it? We'll discuss it next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of my friends at Aurora Golf. Guys, the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses that you need to play this summer. My friends at Aurora have what you need. The tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. I'm talking Spring Hill, an executive course. All right, so maybe if you're a little short on time, but you're still going to use every single club in your bag. And I think I'm going to be taking my boy out there a little bit later this summer. I think he's ready. Then you got Aurora Hills, the original Aurora course. You have Meadow Hills, former country club, has tree-lined fairways. Reminds me of like golf courses in North and South Carolina. Then you got Saddle Rock. I was just there yesterday. Guys, the views of the mountains are flat out stunning. And then you got Murphy Creek, a Prairie Links layout. Guys, no matter which course you pick, you are in great hands. For more information and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com. That's golfaurora.com.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR, advancedhair.com.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Co-Etzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Etzel live at AXS.com. It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Happy Father's Day, all the dads out there yesterday. Hopefully you guys had a great day. I certainly did. Got Anilo Piro filling in for Philip Lindsay today. Yeah, we did hockey in the morning. My son's doing hockey now. All right.
Oh, nice.
But the thing with hockey is, and we're going to talk a little hockey here in just a second. Like, you got to there are not ice rinks on every corner.
No.
Like there are basketball courts. So if you're we're just tipping our toe and starting to realize some of the stuff that comes with playing hockey, it's an investment.
Yeah.
Both time, financially. And I do want to give a shout out real quick. The Avalanche, because they deserve credit for this. The Avalanche organization has a program where, Anilo, you pay under $300, okay? Under $300. You get outfitted head to toe in equipment that you keep. I'm talking skates, shin guards, the pants, socks, pads, gloves, a stick, a helmet, and then 6 sessions on the ice with coaching, 6 consecutive Saturday and Sundays in 3 weekends in a row, Saturday and Sunday, for like $285. It's the most reason, and it's because the only thing that makes it possible, it's the Colorado Avalanche making the investment back into the community for kids to play friggin' hockey.
That's phenomenal.
How cool is that?
That's sensational. My brother played youth hockey growing up, and I remember I was the baseball kid, he was the hockey kid, and I remember going all across the state with my parents to go watch him play. Real quick, so I was back east, the American Dream Mall out there next to MetLife Stadium. They have it's insane. It's made by the same people of Mall of America, but they have a youth hockey rink in the middle of the mall.
That's sweet.
So it's there's 3 levels, and there's shops, and there's people looking down. These kids are playing. It's so cool, man. But yeah, youth hockey is a lot different than, say, basketball, baseball, football.
It is, man. And then I got to give this guy a shout out too. Is this past weekend was the last weekend of it, and Mark Rycroft, who we know, former Av on the TV broadcast, he came and did the sessions with the kids.
Awesome.
And was a natural at it, and he took a picture with my son afterwards, and it was great. I know he doesn't have to be there, so I wanted to give him a shout out.
Yeah, and he'll remember that for the rest of his life. I remember one time Todd Helton pulled up to one of my baseball practices.
Yes.
Watching on the hill, aviator sunglasses.
Very cool,
We're like, who is this guy? And he comes over, and we're like, oh my, it's the Todd father, giving us pointers, this and that, have fun. Your son is how old? What?
6.
He's going to remember that. That'll be an imprint on him for forever. That picture he'll look back on, and good memories, man.
Good stuff.
You'll love to hear that.
So we did that in the morning. We went out for a brunch. Dad got to play a round of golf. and then cook on the Traeger in the evening. So it was a
win.
It was a great Father's Day at my household. Hey, so announcements came out today. Which Avs players were selected to Olympic rosters? And there's one little hiccup, and I wanted to talk about it. See where we land on it, okay? Because I think reasonable minds can disagree on this. So Canada announced its first 6 players. All right, they do like a slow rollout, almost like to acknowledge the top tier of their roster, which they can do because they're so deep. So they announced their first 6 players of the roster for the 2026 Winter Olympics. And the Avs have 2 of the 6 top Canadians walking planet Earth. Of course, it's Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon. They were 2 of the 6. Martin Necas, he was named to the initial roster for the Czech Republic. But Gabe Landeskog was named to Sweden's initial roster.
Ooh.
All right. We know Gabe's absence from game action was the 4th longest in NHL history among players with at least 700 appearances. It marked just the 3rd time ever a team captain went over 1,000 days without an NHL game. The surgery that he came back from was literally unprecedented until he did it. How would we feel if the captain is back playing in his first regular season in 4 years? Would you want him going off and playing for someone other than the Avs for 3 weeks right in the middle of the season?
My heart wants to say yes, because you believe that if the knee's good and he's feeling good, get ramped up, get ready to go. But after you endured, as an organization, as a fan base, what you did over all of these years, and obviously the return in the playoffs was fantastic. More about the storyline, and he played well, but he has more to give. Like, he wasn't Gabe Landeskog. Like, I think it was more the ethos of that, but now you get a full off-season, rest, recovery, and come back into this next season, going to be, probably a top 5 favorite once again to win the Cup. You want Gabe Landeskog as close to 100% as humanly possible. So from a fairy tale, ooh, look at that, sure, it'd be great to see him play out there. But I think the Avs fan, the Avs faithful want him ready to go come season.
So I wasn't exactly sure how you were going to see this, Anilo, and Anilo Piro filling in for Philip Lindsay today. I wasn't sure where you were going to land on this. I feel the exact same way. We've been through too much.
Yeah.
We've just been through too much. It's been too long of a road that you coming back in your first regular season in nearly a half decade, and you're going to go compete at the highest level that the sport has to offer when, we saw it was who got hurt in the 4, it was Kachuk got hurt in the 4 Nations. And I would just hate for Gabe. And again, it's got nothing to do with national pride or wanting to hog him for ourselves or something like that. If it were a different situation, of course, you'd say go off and go. But the Avs and Gabe, there's just too much here. There's too much here.
The tough part with Gabe probably battling in his head is he's 32 years old. So he's probably sitting back and like, is this my last chance to go out there and be a legitimate player for my national team? But with great power comes great responsibility. He's the team captain.
Right,
I know
right.
Nathan McKinnon is the best player, right? Cale Makar is incredible, but Gabe Landeskog is the heartbeat of that team. And you saw what it was like the last few seasons when he wasn't out there. They were missing something.
Totally.
And you got a little bit of that back in the playoffs, right? But I think when you have that C on your jersey, when you're as and look, his teammates, if he goes out there and plays, I would imagine they're going to support him, right? But you would think after everything you've been through, you owe it to the Avalanche to go out there and be your best.
Agreed. Because they stood by your side for years.
No complaints.
Nothing. And they continued to pay you tens of millions of dollars while you got healthy. I feel like he owes it back to the Avs like a boomerang. That comes back around to how you treat this next situation. But there's no guarantees, because if he says, hey, I want to go play for my country, now the Avs can ask him not to play. The Avs can ask him not to play. And there's an analogy to be made with Jamal Murray that we need to circle back to, by the way. But they can ask him not to play. But you know what would be nice, Anilo? If in the middle of his first season back, he gets an organic 3-week break and then returns to the Avs after those guys, Cale and Marty and Nate, come back from the Olympics. That would be nice to springboard the back half of the season. Don't know how the org feels yet on this kind of sensitive conversation. Okay, taking a quick break, you want to react to that, you can hit us up, ramoslaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. We're entering the period of the summer where things will go quiet for the Broncos, but a few guys in orange and blue hope it doesn't stay that way. We'll talk about who and why next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in. Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that, and third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Embers Golf, they're not just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. I got my clubs from Embers Golf, and I couldn't be happier. Discover a unique boutique-style golf shop in Westminster. They stock custom upgraded shafts and even offer 2 hitting bays for you to test your swing. They carry all the major brands and even some of the smaller ones too. Experience a full fitting of your golf bag. It's family-owned, and there's nothing else like it around here. Embers Golf, where your golf journey begins. Visit embersgolf.com today.
At Denver Mattress, we believe improving your sleep life should be easy and affordable. And during summer savings, the deals are really starting to heat up. Check out the budget-friendly Summit Queen, easy on the wallet for only $299.99. Take $75 off any Buena Vista. Plus, score a $300 gift when you purchase any Tempur-Pedic. Or make your cash go further with 48 months no-interest financing and free shipping. Denver Mattress, the easiest way to get the right mattress.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to Soda, just amazing.
I started on Soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings. Stunning results only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Dental phobia? Consider sedation dentistry with Clarkson Dental. Their highly trained team will lead you through an exceptional dental experience from that first fearful call all the way through to aftercare. Call the most experienced sedation dentist and staff. Clarkson Dental, ColoradoSedation.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 5 with pregame starting at 5:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
Leading off with a big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Philip Lindsay.
1 hour in the books, quicker than a New York minute. Hanging out with you here on a Monday. Anilo Piro filling in for Mr. Philip Lindsay for the next couple days. All right. We were just talking, well, we covered a lot of ground there in that first hour. We talked Broncos. We had a new clue that all signs are leaning towards the Broncos building in that former Burnham yard, rail yard. We got another clue of that today from Business Denver. All right. We talked about the lack of general manager while major trades are happening around the Denver Nuggets that impact both the East and West. Still no GM named. We were just talking Avs, and would you feel comfortable Gabe playing for Sweden next season in his first regular season back? Would you be okay with that? Someone says if Gabe was an American, would that change any of the math? It wouldn't for me.
No.
It would not for me. Doesn't sound like for you either. But also we're entering into this period of time here over the next handful of weeks where on the Broncos front, things go pretty quiet. All right, real busy these last couple weeks, OTAs, minicamp, so fun being out there. Now the next thing is training camp. All right, so we're entering this sort of dead period. But a few guys in orange and blue hope it doesn't stay that way because we're entering the period of the summer where the window is open for guys to get deals done before training camp. And there's a collection of them this year, just by happenstance, really good players who want a payday, and I want to talk about them with you here this afternoon, Anilo, starting with Courtland Sutton. All right, we're hearing whispers that Sutton wants $25 million a year. That would make, if he did get that, all right, that would make Sutton the 12th highest paid wide receiver in the NFL by annual average value. What do you think about that number for Courtland Sutton? And if you had thoughts about the conversations that have maybe slowed down on the contract front between Sutton and the Broncos.
Yeah, well, I've got some thoughts on that. But in regards to the number as a whole, like I'm looking at, wide receiver salaries here in the NFL. I mean, that's going to put him within the range of guys like Calvin Ridley, Michael Pittman Jr., Nico Collins, Devonta Smith, DJ Moore's making $27.5. I think that's about right for Courtland Sutton. And I understand it's a what are you going to do for me type of league, not a what have you done for me league.
Right.
And I'm sure Courtland Sutton's sitting here like, how many quarterbacks, how many head coaches, how many coordinators, but what do I got to do to get this contract, right? But I think looking at where he's at with this offense, right, a lot of talk about Pat Bryant, a lot of talk about Devon Bailey. Courtland Sutton is still the one true guy that you can rely on.
He is.
On a game in and game out basis.
He is.
And I'm just sitting here like wondering, like I said, I just put myself in court shoes, like, why hasn't a deal been done yet? Because I think the numbers have been there. Like obviously they put the incentives in the contract last year. He hit, I believe, most if not all of those.
Yeah, I think he hit them all.
So like he has done his part. is I guess what I'm trying to say. Because like sometimes I think these guys try to get paid. Like look at what's happening with Trey Hendrickson, and he's trying to get paid for what he's done, despite the fact that he got a contract a couple of off seasons ago. Like Courtland Sutton is a guy whose bag has been coming to him. He just hasn't gotten it yet.
Yeah, but what I'll say is a couple things here. When you cite the number of coordinators and the quarterbacks, you're not saying anything that's not true. But what I will say to that is Courtland Sutton was handsomely paid during those years as well. And a couple of those where he was not able to play because of injury, which is, look, it happens. And I say a couple of those. Really, it was the one full one. And then the year after, he wasn't quite the same. 2,000-yard seasons, all right, one half decade ago, one this past year. The previous year, where he caught the 10 touchdowns, he was ranked in the 40s in terms of wide receiver yardage. And the other differentiating factor from the Michael Pittmans, the Nico Collins, the Devontae Smith, who you just mentioned, that who he match up with by annual average value, $25 million a year, is all those guys are significantly younger than Sutton.
And that's where I think it's interesting in Sutton's camp. Like, that was one of my big observations, seeing him at mandatory minicamp, because last year, there was some holding out and, want to get the contract right and the incentives. Like this year, I mean, he was smiling out there, playing football with the guys, throwing the ball back and forth, like happy to be there type of energy is what I was picking up on watching Courtland Sutton out there on the practice field. But that's the thing. He's got to be sitting back with his agent. I'm 29 years old. Like you're teetering on the edge of becoming ancient in NFL wide receiver terms. Like once you get over 30,
yeah,
I mean, you're not getting a 4 or 5 year deal at 25 per. So he's probably sitting here with his agent and company like, if it's not happening now, is it ever going to happen in Denver?
Right. And I don't doubt that he wants to be here, but he wants to be here on his terms, right? And it sounds like it's going to be around $25 million a year. And, I wonder if the Broncos are just hitting the pause button. Like, are we sure we want to do this? Because you said it at the outset. This next contract, it's not a reward for catching 10 touchdowns with Russell Wilson. It's not a reward for his 1,081 yards and 8 touchdowns. It's a deal of what he's going to be moving forward. And when he's already under contract for this next year, that's not going to change. He will be a Denver Bronco this year. So it's like, you could play hardball. If the organization wanted to, they could play hardball. Would you want to do that with a captain, one of your longest tenured Broncos? Maybe not. But you also might not want to give him a 4-year, $100 million contract with $58 million guaranteed either.
Yeah, it's tough, and he'll turn 30 in October. So he'll turn 30 in the middle of the season as well. But is there a middle ground? Could you give him 60 over 2? And say, hey, we're going to pay you a little more than the AAV and give you the guarantees for these 2 years. And by the time you're 31, hopefully you've had 2 good years and you can reset your value on the open market. I think there's a way to take care of Courtland Sutton while also protecting your future at the same time.
Yeah, and I like that. Maybe a shorter deal. Maybe you sweeten the pot in a
2-3
shorter
year
deal and don't commit yourself further into his 30s. Because here's the other dynamic of this conversation. I know you already know it to be true. Like, Sean's excited about these young wide receivers. Mm-hmm. The Broncos are excited about these young wide receivers. Mims has proven worthy of that excitement. I think Devon Vele has been proven worthy of that. Now, I'm not saying these guys have arrived. I'm not saying that they're better than Sutton. But if the organization is excited about Mims, excited about Troy Franklin, excited about Devon Vele, who in the last 25 years ranks second of any 7th-round wide receiver, second to only Marquise Colston. Like, you're excited about that guy, and you just drafted a guy who immediately you said reminds you of the next Michael Thomas. Does doing a long-term deal with Sutton into his 30s make sense if that excitement is genuine?
And I think there's 2 points. I think if Sean Payton wanted Courtland Sutton for the long term, that deal would have been done. I think that's a fact, because here's the thing, and I'm a Sean Payton guy.
I agree with you, by the way, on that.
And I like Sean Payton a lot. I can also say that he's very egocentric. Sean Payton thinks he's the smartest person in the room.
Yes.
And he's probably saying, okay, we could pay this guy, Courtland, $25 million a year, or I got these guys, Vele, I got Mims, I've got Pat Bryant now that are making a couple of bucks, and I bet you with my mind, in my system, we can get the same, if not more production at a fraction of the cost.
Yes.
That's probably an internal monologue he's had.
I wouldn't doubt it. And here's the thing that has to be remembered when we have these conversations. If the Broncos don't feel comfortable with giving Sutton all that money, he's still going to be here this year. That's not going to change. The Broncos are not going to deal Courtland Sutton. They're not. So it's more likely that they give him a new contract than trade him right now as a number one receiver going into an important season. So it's about the following year. Because if you gave Sutton a new deal, he'd be playing on the old deal this year anyway. It would be an extension. So again, these are big conversations, and I do think that it is worth mentioning. And it's a little bit conspiracy theory, but not really. No, it's not really. When you go, and I don't know if you heard me mention this last week, but when you go through phase 1 of OTAs, phase 2 of OTAs, mandatory minicamp, and you have 12 different guys that get put out there by the PR team, and your captain and most productive offensive player isn't one of them, that tells me something. Well, does it rearrange the conversation entirely? No, but it tells me something. And when I bounced that off Mike Kliss on Friday, I said, "Hey, was this an accident?" He said, "Absolutely not." So, let's just keep our eye on that Sutton conversation because it's one of the bigger ones this offseason.
Yeah, it's interesting. And again, I think there's a couple of different ways that you could make both parties happy here. I mean, you see the Dallas Cowboys, for example. How many times do they sign guys to massive contracts and then reconstruct in the offseason and convert to signing bonus? Like, there's ways to get Courtland Sutton his money while also preserving your cap moving forward.
Totally.
So I think it's a little bit of a...
And the Broncos have the ownership to do those deals. That's what makes this situation different from a Cincinnati or a Buffalo, is that this ownership group is so liquid. They can pretty much do whatever they want financially with a cap that is pliable as flubber. I mean, you could make it any shape that you want to when you're that liquid, because you can make your $25 million a year. You can convert it into a signing bonus and make $100,000 if you wanted to, and pay that person instead of the $20 million, $19,900,000. That's what the Broncos can do here moving forward. So, yeah. Before we actually move on, if he doesn't have a deal done by the time training camp comes, is Sutton good soldier showing up to training camp, or potentially showing up but holding in?
I think he'll be a good soldier, because why would he have not followed the same playbook that he did last offseason, right? With the mini camp and this and that. Like, he was very vocal on social media.
Yes.
I haven't really picked up on that this year. So what's changed?
That's a great question, because last year he was stomping his feet with 2 years left on the contract. And this year there's just one, and you're not seeing some of the antics that we saw last offseason.
And like I said, when I was out there at OTAs and minicamp, I mean, he looked like the guy, that was having the most fun out there, or one of the guys. That was a noticeable thing for me. Like, obviously you want to see the rookies, taking a look at Bo Nix and company as well, but like, Courtland Sutton, from a body language perspective, looked happy to be there.
I agree.
He looked like a guy that got a contract, even though he doesn't have one. So I don't know what's changed. I don't know if he has some assurances from ownership and Sean Payton and company, but the body language, like, it seems like a complete 180 where we are this year with Courtland Sutton than where we were at last year.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. So, all right, we'll continue. Again, we got a handful of weeks here. We could get news tomorrow that a deal has been struck between Sutton and the Broncos. But until we get that news, there's going to be speculation. There's going to be, and I wonder if there's a clue put out there by Sutton that maybe things aren't going as well, and sort of matching some of the whispers and some of the detective clues that we're talking about with PR, or that variety of stuff. Another guy, Zach Allen. All right, and again, we're entering the period of the summer where things go quiet for the Broncos, but a few guys in orange and blue hope it doesn't stay that way, because this is the window where guys want to get deals done before training camp starts. Zach Allen, he signed a 3-year, $45 million deal with $32.5 million guaranteed in the 2023 offseason. This guy, and again, I know it's a lot of money, guys, so I'm not trying to, things get lost in translation. This is a ton of money, but within the scope of the NFL, Zach Allen was a bargain for who he's been compared to what he's been paid, again, by the NFL landscape.
Yeah, and that's going to be an interesting one, and I know we got a couple other names on this list that we'll talk about as well, but with Zach Allen in particular, you're talking about a 27-year-old player at a premium position, right? Like, you already have your corners locked down, right? You've got Patrick Surtain on the big deal. Now you've got Jahdae Barrett, who you're going to have for 4 years on the cheap. So if you're going to invest in anything, we saw them with Dre Greenlaw and Hufanga in the offseason. You need to make sure that you're solid up front in the trenches.
Totally.
Right? And that's where a guy in Zach Allen, again, at 27 years old, prime football player Zach Allen, you should be able to forecast what you're going to get from this guy for years to come. And that is something that's really hard to replicate with guys that are second string or in free agency and whatnot. It's a premium position that I think taking care of Zach Allen has to be paramount.
Yeah, and I believe he will. It's just a matter of how much.
Correct.
And how much do the Broncos value Zach Allen? I would say a whole heck of a lot. $100 million?
Dennis Joseph does.
Oh, there's no question. And, ask the guys on the edge how valuable Zach Allen is. And then ask the corners how valuable the edge guys are into what they do. I mean, it's the definition of complementary football, and the Broncos have found the sweet spot here. But so when you talk about a recent comp for someone of Zach Allen's stature, and it's just a comp, okay? I'm not saying it's going to be a carbon copy of what Zach Allen could be looking at. But as I looked around the landscape of the NFL, Milton Williams, 26-year-old Milton Williams, so a little bit younger than Zach Wilson, just recently signed a 4-year, $104 million contract with the Patriots, including a $24 million signing bonus, $63 million guaranteed, an average annual salary of about $26 million. Would we feel comfortable giving Zach Allen a deal like that one? That is a lot of money. That is a mega deal.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
Especially when you got another guy, Nick Bonito, who's going to have to get his soon.
Right.
So I don't know if you got to pick one or the other, but I also think it's like, where do the Broncos think they're at right now? Because if you truly think Bo Nix is going to take this leap in year 2, and you feel good about your wide receiver room, and now you got J.K. Dobbins, and the defense is going to improve upon what was already a solid unit last year, maybe you do go all in. Maybe you do pay a Zach Allen and then look at Bonito as well. Or maybe you have time with a guy like Bonito, and you prioritize Allen this offseason and say, Nick, we like you. Let's see you do it again. I think there's some legs to that potentially as well.
Let's circle back to that. I don't know if it would look exactly like Milton Williams' deal.
Yeah, it's a little steep.
But it would be similar. It would be similar. Zach Allen has played his best football in Denver. And you look at these stats, like, obviously he put up a great stat number or a sack number as well. But quarterback hits for a defensive tackle, no one was better in the NFL than Zach Allen.
Let me phrase it this way, too. Milton Williams, the new contract, he's considered the 3rd highest paid at his position in the NFL. You think Zach Allen's a top 5 player at his position?
Yes, I do.
Well,
and I don't even think that's closer to fact than opinion.
Yeah,
based on the last 2 years.
And Aleem McNeil's making $24.25 a year. That he's 5th highest paid at that position group. So like that, this is what it costs. It's not like wide receiver like we were talking about with Sutton, where you can get guys off the street that can contribute for a year or two.
No,
right. When you get one of these guys, you tend to not let him go. Like how did DeMarcus Ware find his way to Denver? Dallas couldn't pay him. Couldn't afford him in the cap, right? And look at what it did for Denver. It took him up a notch. Obviously, Denver already has these guys in this new iteration with Allen and Bonito and some of these other guys that are coming up as well. Look, I think on paper, again, all things being equal, it's a lot of money that he's already made, but at 27 years old, right, the way he's trending.
This is the big deal. Like the other one was a big deal unto itself.
Right.
But this is like the big one. This is the big tuna of a deal. And if I'm Tom Condon, who is Zach Allen's agent from CAA football, I'm saying, why wouldn't I get this deal
100%.
that Milton Williams got?
He's in a great position, Zach Allen.
My client's a top 3. Here's my argument why Zach Allen is the best defensive tackle in football. Who's the highest paid? Is it Chris Jones?
Chris Jones at 31, just under 32.
Okay, now his career is just insane. So that's too high of a bar. But you say, hey, anyone not named Chris Jones, George Payton, and I'm talking like I'm Tom Condon from a CAA, his agent, like anyone not named Chris Jones, Zach Allen is as good. We are not settling for 5th or 6th. Like your quarterback is on a rookie contract, and that's the other part of this. When quarterbacks are on rookie contracts, we often associate it most with acquiring new talent because you have that financial flexibility, and not always so much as retaining the blue chip talent that you have because Bo Nix is on a rookie contract, if that makes sense.
No, it does, but also having Bo Nix on a rookie contract in theory, should free you up to sign these guys because now is the opportunity. Because 2 years from now, we're going to be talking about Bo Nix making what?
Exactly.
How much? I mean, I don't even want to think about that number.
Right.
So, it's crazy.
No, but exactly. So if you're the organization, if there's ever a time to say, yeah, and maybe this might be the mindset of, yeah, we're going to pay Sutton. Yeah, we're going to pay Zach Allen. Yeah, we're also going to pay Benito because we're able to right now in a way that in 4 years from now, we won't be able to. I think that's part of the logic here going in. And if I was, again, his agent, Tom Condon from CAA, I would use that piece of information as much as anything else. Like, what is your guys' excuse not to pay my client? He's a top 3 D tackle in the league. You guys have the financial liquidity to do whatever you want to do because it's the richest ownership group, and your quarterback's on a rookie deal. Why wouldn't you pay my guy, George? Like that's a fair
completely
angle to
fair.
take.
I mean, that's the angle I would take.
Yeah.
I mean, you're checking all the boxes of logic. Like, there's nothing out of left field that, Zach Allen's agent can bring to the table that the Broncos maybe sit back and say, okay, like let's stop the daydreaming here a little bit. I mean, everything on paper with where the Broncos are at and getting rid of the Russell Wilson dead cap money after this coming season.
Right.
You're going to be freed up to make these moves. And I think the big thing is, again, when Sean Payton, take the first year aside, take last year as kind of the start, there's been a culture shift in that building.
Totally.
And a lot of these guys, Cortland Sutton, Zach Allen, right, they've kind of picked up on that culture. But you want to be able to preserve that moving forward. And I think also if you put yourself in Sean Payton's shoes, not that you ever want to cheap out on any positions, but like Sean, as I was saying earlier, with his thought process on the offense, you might as well invest on the defense, shore that up, so Sean can be in the lab and go to work on the offense.
Sure. All right, shifting gears here to Benito. So we know he's coming off his rookie deal, and we're talking about this because today sort of, in some ways for us here, as the Broncos closed the book on the quote-unquote non-training camp period of the preseason, right? OTAs and minicamp are in the books. We're entering this period of summer where things go quiet for the Broncos on the field, but a few guys in orange and blue are hoping that it doesn't stay quiet for them. We've talked about Sutton. We've talked about Zach Allen. When it comes to Nick Benito, all right, the recent comp I have been using for Nick Benito is Brian Burns' 5-year, $141 million contract, all right, with the New York Giants that included a $35 million signing bonus, $87 million guaranteed, and an average value of $28 million. If you don't think this is what Nick Benito's camp is looking for, I think you're crazy. The comp, I think, is fair because Brian Burns was entering year 4, didn't have a double-digit sack season, had 12.5. That's close to Benito's 13.5, who also never had a double-digit sack season before this past year. He's heading into the final year of his contract. Would you feel comfortable paying Nick Benito a 5-year, $141 million contract with over $87 million guaranteed?
It's a ton of money for a guy who had one incredible season. And that's not a slight against Nick Benito. I just think, and I've heard some of these tea leaves in and around the building as well, that I think there's a little bit of belief, within Dove Valley that they want to see Benito do it again. Similar numbers, maybe not quite the same, but okay, is this a flash in the pan for a 25-year-old who knows he's got a contract coming? Okay, do it again in your contract season. So I think the numbers are crazy. I mean, look at the numbers you just threw out compared to what we just talked about with Zach Allen.
I know.
How much more?
I know. The positional difference is insane.
And I think you could, obviously, when they're both on the field together, it's tremendous. But, like, if you have to choose one or the other, when you're looking at the money comparison, I mean, Zach Allen, at that money compared to Benito, like, it opens up Pandora's box here a little bit. So, look, I think Nick Benito is an absolute star in this league. I think he's a star in the making. I think what you saw last year is more of what's to come from this guy. But I also think you buyer beware a little bit of, okay, 1 year, 25 years old. I don't think you can just throw that type of money at a guy like a Nick Benito, right, blindly, for lack of a better phrase.
Devil's advocate, because I don't agree. I don't necessarily disagree when you say he's had one incredible season. That's pretty factual.
Yeah.
Just to play devil's advocate, it's been an ascension.
Yes.
It's been an ascension.
Yes.
It's not just that in a vacuum. He starts off, he's a young player on the field for the first time in 2022. He has a sack and a half. He started one game. But it's the next year in just 4 starts that he gets to 8 sacks in just 4 starts. That season, I think, might be getting overlooked to a certain degree. Now, I know 8 sacks isn't something that's going to break the internet, but as a second-year, second-round player, to put up 8 sacks and then go from 1.5 to 8 to 13, if you're the Broncos, a part of your sort of calculus here is like, is there another jump? And if there is, he could be looking to reset the market and just striking at the exact right time.
And I agree with you. And like I said, I think Nick Bonito is an absolute star in this league. I think you're going to see, Nick Bonito is going to become a household name in the NFL come this next season, because I think the Broncos as a whole are going to take a leap. I think the defense is going to be as good, if not better, than they were last year. It's just when you look at the numbers, I guess I want Nick Bonito to get paid. I can understand why there's maybe potentially a little reservation on the Broncos.
Totally.
Let me ask you this, and I'll answer it first. The three guys we talked about, Courtland Sutton, Zach Allen, Nick Bonito, order of importance for the Broncos. I would go Zach Allen 1, Bonito 2, Courtland Sutton 3. And I think that speaks a lot to overall positional value and where the Broncos are at and where they should put their, lay their eggs, for lack of a better phrase.
Man, I don't disagree. My football philosophy starts in the trenches.
Yep.
And if you find a dominant D tackle, and Zach Allen, he's not Aaron Donald. He's not, might not be Chris Jones, but he's like the level below that. Man, you got to reward that, especially considering how much cheaper it is than a Bonito contract coming off the edge. And then, then it's Bonito, and then it's Courtland Sutton, who's a dependent position, who's older than all these guys.
Yeah.
Every mouth is not going to get fed. And how the Broncos go about this offseason is going to be fascinating. And we didn't even have time to get into John Franklin Myers, who I think outperformed a year number one of his 2-year, $15 million contract that had him pull in $10 million guaranteed, annual average salary of $7.5 million. This guy's got a projected market value of 3-year, $25 with an annual average value of $8.5 million. I mean, in some ways, that kind of feels like a discount as well.
It's like a bargain when you think of it that way.
Man, oh man. Okay, you want to react to these conversations? You can hit us up, ramoslaw.com, text line 303-713-1043. All right, guess who's back? Well, a couple guys, actually. We'll talk about them next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive-laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? Philip Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And if you're looking for fine jewelry or a great timepiece, like I was, why not shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? Williams Jewelers helped me find my new Tudor watch, and they treated me just like family the moment I stepped through those doors. They gave me the time I needed to make the right decision for myself, and I'm here to tell you it was the right decision. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So when you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. On top of that, they will share the secrets of the business with you and give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why not create moments and memories for yourself or the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler. Also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and also in Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to let them know that Philip Lindsay sent you.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. a wireless company that actually stands for something.
Hey, your boy Stink here. Tell you about my buddy Troy Hansford. If you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now's the time to sell it. Still get top dollar. Believe it or not, Troy's still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, I'm glad you asked. If you can't sell your house at your price on the timeline that you guys agree upon beforehand, he's going to cut you a check for $5,000. He's making the offer, guys, because he continues to spend a boatload of money marketing his listings. Right now, as I speak, he's got about 100 families that are approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. So you have a house to sell. Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him at 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Every day, your local Salvation Army is there doing the most good, fighting hunger, homelessness, and hardship. Join us. Donate today at 160years.org and learn more about the Salvation Army's remarkable journey.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For your kitchen update done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit. For details, 800-362-8370.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Hey, Broncos country. I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
If you're ready to make fitness fit your schedule, don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 5, with pregame starting at 5:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WistaraCU.com.
Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it! 1! All righty, we got Anilo Piro filling in for Philip Lindsay today. So JJ Spawn wins the U.S. Open. who wins $4.3 million. All right, good for this guy. This guy has been just a fringe golfer. Like, you just call him, like, he's so unremarkable amongst his peers. This guy, for most of us, came out of nowhere.
It was an incredible scene, and I was kind of wondering what Oakmont would be, just because what was it, 6-7 inch rough. Like, I mean, the course is considered one of the hardest to play in America, and I thought as a whole the tournament was incredible. But Spahn's putt to win it last night, or yesterday evening,
so cool.
I mean, that's what dreams are made of, man. And for the adversity that he's had to face in his career,
yeah.
And I've just recently gotten into the game of golf. Really, Tiger's Masters win in 2019 is what really kind of got me into it as a fan. That was so cool yesterday. I love the field. I mean, no Scotty, Bryson was out early, Rory, down and out. It was a cool tournament, man.
Good for this guy. He said after he won yesterday that this time last year he thought he was going to lose his job. And here he is winning over $4 million. He was the only golfer in the field to shoot under par with a -1. All right, so where do you land on this? Was it fun for you to see the best golfers in the world struggle? All right, maybe the way that we do as a golfer, you do as a golfer.
Or you don't struggle?
No.
Is that what I'm just
no. Well, we'll get to how much I would struggle at this course here in a second. But how did you view this? Did you like to see these guys struggle and humanized, or was the course a little bit too difficult?
I'm all in on it, man. I love challenging the best players in the world. And golf feels like the one sport where you can really do that, right? Like baseball, I understand the diamonds, somewhat different dimensions. Basketball courts are basketball courts. Hockey rinks are hockey rinks. There's some adversity with the weather in the NFL. But, like, to be able to have Scotty Scheffler, reeling at one point. Bryson DeChambeau, did he play on Saturday? I think he was done by Friday.
I don't know on that one.
Point being, like the usual cats that you're used to seeing up there, the fact that really none of them were up there, I think it's incredible. And I think it's the ultimate test of their, ability to play the right way. Like Brooks Koepka, a guy that I haven't really thought about, hasn't been in a lot of these majors in what feels like forever. Even he was floating there for a little while. I loved the adversity.
So I think reasonable minds can disagree on this one. When I'm tuning in, I want to see the best in the world play well.
Fair.
I want to see them play well. When the BMW came here last year, I was so looking forward to seeing Scotty Scheffler. And if you remember, he struggled mightily here. And I remember following him around, and it's just like, man, he looks like he wants to be anywhere else in the world except here at Castle Pines. And, I want to see these guys play well, but the fact that it doesn't happen like this all too often. So I'm good with it. Let me ask you this. How much of a golfer are you personally?
I actually just recently got into it. I played my first round ever with Richie and Will at the Broadmoor.
Oh, is that right?
I'm a bit spoiled.
Oh, okay.
I'm a bit spoiled, but
Okay.
I've been a fan of the game before I started playing it, but I got the clubs on the, ordered up, good to go. I'm planning to golf a lot this summer.
Okay, so I'm in love with golf.
It's a great sport.
I never thought that I'd be in love with golf. Played 100 holes on Thursday.
Yeah, how you holding up?
I'm okay. I wanted to turn around and get back out there yesterday for Father's Day, and I was able to, so I'll play as much as I can. But I'm not very good, all right? When I break 100, it's a good day, all right? I've had maybe, I think, 3 or 4 birdies in my whole life. If I have 3 pars in an 18-hole round, like I played well. So I'm just setting context here. If we played Oakmont.
Oh, gosh.
So Stokely apparently this morning said he'd shoot 120 to 130. So I didn't hear him say that. Dante has that here in our notes.
I asked him off air.
Oh, you asked him off air, so you're putting his business out on the street.
Well,
I'm just kidding.
I didn't say it was on the record, I guess, but I think he'd be okay with it.
So if he said that he'd shoot, and I've played golf with Stokely a handful of times,
and that was with him playing out every hole, and there's no picking up at 10.
No.
If you shoot a 15 on the hole, you shoot a 15 on the hole.
Yes, there's no market 8 for me. There's no market 8. I'm scared to answer this. I'm gonna say I think I would shoot 187. 187. This course would murder me. 187. How about you guys?
If they're going to crush you, I'm probably well over 200. Just because it's a course that you have to hit the fairway.
Dante? What do you think you would shoot at Oakmont?
And that was him playing from the tips as well. So we're going to do the same. I don't even know if there would be holes. I'm sure we can't even reach the fairway from the tee box that they're playing from.
Oh, totally. I couldn't do it yesterday at Saddle Rock on hole 10.
I'm probably 160-ish. I'd get if Stokely's shooting 120 to 130. Yeah, I'd probably 160.
Oh. I've golfed with you. You have a higher view of your golf game than I think you have. What is your handicap? Do you have an official handicap?
I do.
Let's start
I do.
there. Official handicap.
Yes.
Okay. What is it?
Yeah, I played enough rounds. It's like 22.
Okay. All right. Guess who's back?
1, 2.
Well, there's two guys. Shohei Ohtani returning to the mound tonight in an opener role. All right. Ohtani currently trails only Aaron Judge in home runs by a single dinger. All right. He leads the NL in home runs with 25. Where's your excitement level at, Anilo? I know you are a baseball fan to see the MVP or an MVP candidate go back onto the mound.
I am thrilled. And I was a Shohei skeptic when he first came over from Japan. I was like, how's this going to work? He's going to pitch and he's going to hit. I mean, obviously last year, the 50-50 season, the World Series ring, he's only throwing an inning tonight, I believe. They got to ramp him up because they can't send him down to the minor leagues to ramp up because he plays every day as a hitter.
Right.
So I'm all in on this. And I believe if the schedule shakes out the right way, there's a chance Shohei might be on the bump at Coors Field potentially next week.
Oh, is that right?
I believe so. I heard that from some of the fellas out there before.
Ooh.
So,
I may have to be there for that.
You and me both.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I was excited. I went to the final series of the year last year when he came into town to put eyes on him and to say goodbye to Charlie Blackmon. Man, so the schedule might play out like that,
Let's see if I could find this for us.
Yeah,
they're
that
here
would be cool.
Next
That would be
Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Dante, how much are you looking forward to Shohei being back? You're a huge baseball guy.
Oh, I'm so excited. I love seeing Shohei just do superhuman stuff that there's so many guys out there that struggle to hit, that are professional hitters, struggle to pitch, that are professional pitchers, and then he's just elite at both of it.
It's insane. It's insane. Guess who else is coming back? Joey Chestnut. He's returning to the 4th of July hot dog eting contest after not participating. Remember that was like a story at sponsorship
He was sponsored by like a vegan hot dog company, and Nathan said no.
Yes. Who's bigger to their sport? Joey Chestnut to the world of eating, professional eating.
Chestnut's the GOAT.
Shohei Ohtani, who is sitting atop the Major League Baseball world as well.
I think it's got to be Chestnut because I forget the other guy's name. There was the Japanese guy who would duel.
Yeah,
Kobayashi.
Yeah, Kobayashi.
Yeah, like those were the two I remember when I was growing up. They'd always kind of go at it. But like I think Kobayashi's since retired or taking a step back from the competitive eating.
I believe he's retired.
Like, and I remember last year, like I didn't even care. Like, you want to see Joey Chestnut shoving the dogs down his throat.
He's the GOAT.
I'm into it.
He is
dunking in the water.
Oh, gosh,
it's disgusting.
So gross.
I love it,
but
though.
yet so American.
A tradition unlike any other.
I just love it. All right, we're kicking out of the final slap of the mat on the 3 count. I have a question. All right? And we've been talking about this behind the scenes, and it's finally a time to take it on the air. I have a question about just how popular someone in sports is right now that I never, ever, ever thought I'd be asking this question, but I'll do it anyway next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy.
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Tell you about my new team in town, the board-certified sports medicine specialist, orthopedic physicians, and athletic trainers at the Sports Center. Common Spirit, now open in South Denver. Guys, this new comprehensive clinic specializes in sports-related injuries for all athletes, youth to collegiate, amateur to pro. And I'm thinking of myself here. Used to play basketball every single day. I still want to. Well, maybe not every day, but when I want to play basketball, I should be able to do that. I should be able to get through a round of golf pain-free. All right, and the Sports Center Common Spirit, guys, they're going to help you do that. Performance optimization and injury prevention programs, state-of-the-art imaging, advanced treatment options, and more. All right? The team at the Sports Center Common Spirit is committed to helping you play on. Learn more or schedule an appointment at mountain.commonspirit.org/sportscenter. Common Spirit Health, official healthcare partner of the Denver Broncos.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 23 best lawyers in America, 14 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Are you one of those people who dread going to the dentist? If so, have you tried sedation dentistry? Learn more about sedation dentistry at coloradosedation.com. Sit back, relax, and dream with the most experienced sedation dentist and staff at Clarkson Dental.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then, you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards. USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
As down payments get bigger, millions of renters across America feel like they'll never be able to buy a home. So instead of lowering expectations, Rocket Mortgage is lowering down payments to 1% for eligible home buyers with One Plus, helping more renters become owners. Call 800-4ROCKET or visit rocket.com to get a head start on your starter home.
Rocket Mortgage, LLC, licensed in all 50 states, NMLSconsumeraccess.org, number 3030.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. Right now, get free gutters with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new batt insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Looking to sell your used Rolex watch? We buy and sell pre-owned Rolex watches, all styles from old to new. Hi, I'm Scott Matthew with Matthews Fine Watches and Jewelry. Bring in your Rolex watch and we will buy it on the spot. Matthews, located in Highlands Ranch, serving Colorado since 1951.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Hey guys, Stokely here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Want to partake in our contests? Check out the rules at denversports.com. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
When it's over, that's the time I fall in love again.
All right, I have a question that I never thought I'd be asking, and I mean that in the most literal sense. I never thought I'd be asking the question I'm going to ask here in a minute. And You know, the impetus for the question actually started organically off the air about a week ago when we were doing the numbers and the ratings for the Stanley Cup, right? And measuring it up against the NBA, and then remarking how low the Stanley Cup numbers are, considering the factors that are working in its favor, a rematch of last year's championship, a literal rematch that went all 7 games. One of the faces of the league in Connor McDavid, who hasn't had his big moment yet, his Stanley Cup moment. He's the greatest hockey player of all time that has never won a Stanley Cup. It's almost unequivocal, really. Most accomplished, I should say. And people aren't watching, or not enough people. Not the number of people that you would think for this moment in time. And I actually got a DM from on Instagram, okay? Hit me up, ZBy23, shameless plug, that said, hey, am I reading this right? Was there a regular season WNBA game that outperformed the Stanley Cup? And I looked at the DM, I'm like, wait, could this be possible? So I looked it up for myself. Sure enough, the opening weekend of the WNBA season, Anilo Pirro filling in for Phil, the opening weekend of the WNBA season that featured Caitlin Clark and her Indiana Fever against Angel Reese, Chicago Sky, I want to say the name of the team is. And I'm not a WNBA fan. I don't watch as much, but I follow it from afar a little bit. And that game has outperformed every game of the Stanley Cup Finals. A WNBA regular season contest. And that wouldn't have computed 20 years ago, 10 years ago, I think even 5 years ago, maybe not 3 years ago. But then Dante behind the scenes said, I don't think that's fair. I don't think that's a fair thing to say. And I'm like, why? He's like, because it's Caitlin Clark. She's such an outlier and she's so popular. And to which I said, I don't care. We're talking women's basketball outperforming the
black and white numbers.
Stanley Cup, right. But it got us thinking here behind the scenes and asking the question, just how popular is Caitlin Clark, who, by the way, returned yesterday and was breaking the internet when she's logo threeing back-to-back-to-back threes in the first half yesterday because she missed a handful of games with a strained quad. She goes for over 30 points, 8 rebounds, 9 assists, shot blistering 55% from the field, 50% from 3. It was her 5th time that she's gone over 30 points in a WNBA game, and it's just her 2nd season. How popular is Caitlin Clark in the American landscape? Here's the caveat. Pro athletes under the age of 30. What does the list look like? Pro athletes under the age of 30 that are currently more popular than Caitlin Clark.
Under the age of 30, I think she's got to be 1 or 2. Like the only 2 that come to mind are her and Shohei Ohtani. And I know Shohei, Japanese influence, but an American sport here at Major League Baseball. I mean, Caitlin Clark and the power that she brings to the sport and the gravitas and how much you pay attention, it's on par with that of Victor Wembanyama when he came over and made his debut with the San Antonio Spurs. To bring it locally, it feels a little Tebow Mania-esque, where it's like appointment viewing when Caitlin Clark is on the basketball court, coming back from injury, just doing the things that she's doing and the way that she's been able to really grow this game. I'm not afraid to say it, man. The only time I've ever watched women's basketball, college or professional, before Caitlin Clark was when I was, on the couch channel surfing. Like, it was never something that I sought out. And when she was at college in Iowa against LSU,
yes,
in these high-stakes games, it was appointment viewing. And what she has done for the sport is incredible. I mean, you got Paige Beckers as well, who I think is going to be a star in the making in the WNBA. But what Caitlin Clark has done is rarefied air with guys like Ohtani, Tebow Mania, Wembanyama, Steph Curry when he burst on the scene. Like, that is how big this is. And I don't think it's an overstatement. I really don't.
No. I don't think you're overstating it. I almost want to peel some of those names that you just listed away from this conversation. Like, Victor Wembanyama did not meaningfully elevate the financial landscape of the NBA, right? A Steph Curry, now he changed the game, right? Changed the game. You could argue he's a top 10 player ever. But like basketball, NBA basketball was already super popular with or without Steph Curry, men's basketball, right. NBA basketball. I'm trying to think of another example. And really, what I want to say is, the Larry Bird, Magic Johnson window entering the NBA, who at that time was airing the NBA Finals on tape delay, Literally, in the 80s.
Crazy to
Not
think
the
about
20s, in the 80s. This was happening, and those guys saved the league. It feels like Caitlin Clark, and to a much lesser degree, Angel Reese, but she's a part of this, she's a part of her story, meeting in the national championship. There's a race dynamic at play, just like there was with Larry and Magic, and then they both go into the NBA, and they're butting heads in the NBA, and same thing with Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, and this is this game that we're citing that has outperformed every NHL Stanley Cup game so far, is the opening weekend. But Caitlin Clark, I mean, so what's the list of the, like, and Dante, if you want to be a part of this conversation too before we go, it's like, what's the list of American sport or American athletes under the age of 30 that are more popular, like definitively more popular than Caitlin Clark? As if like Caitlin Clark is performing in this arena and say Pat Mahomes is performing at an arena next door. Like, who are people going to watch? Maybe it's Mahomes, maybe it's Ohtani. I don't know who it would be after that.
No, it's a great point. And I think the point that you made about like kind of saving the sport, look, I mean, the bar, we know where the WNBA was before that. And I think like where you kind of back and forth with me on the Steph comment, I'm looking at it from like appointment viewing, like taking over the sport. But what she's done is absolutely incredible, Zach. I mean, it really is. And like, a lot of people get down and out on baseball, but like when Shohei, bursted on the scene, specifically with the Dodgers last year, but I remember watching Shohei launch moonshots at Coors Field for the home run derby. Like it's that type of ethos that we've kind of entered with Caitlin Clark.
You know who I think is a good name, actually, and I think is a very fair comp to this conversation. The way that he elevated an entire sport and made it appointment viewing. I'll tell you his name coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
A Tacori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers says something more.
From the very first sparkle when the box opens to wide and joyful eyes.
To the every last detail that continues to enchant for decades, day after day.
Only Tacori weaves all those details into every stunning engagement ring.
Meticulously crafted in Tacori's Los Angeles design studios by artisans that take as much care crafting the ring as you do selecting it.
A Takori engagement ring from Williams Jewelers will say everything, because everything is in the details.
I'm Bruce.
And I'm Steve Williams. And here at both Williams Jewelers, you'll shop from the largest selection of Takori engagement rings and wedding bands in Colorado.
Visit us at Williams Jewelers, your official Takori jeweler.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Have you been dreaming about playing a round of golf this week? Well, my friends in Aurora have what you need. Tee times, beautiful golf courses, and restaurants for after-round fun. What's up, guys? It's Zach here, and the city of Aurora is home to 5 courses you need to play this summer. Spring Hill, Aurora Hills, Meadow Hills, Saddle Rock, and Murphy Creek. My personal favorite is Saddle Rock. The views of the mountains are stunning. If you prefer a traditional course layout, head over to Meadow Hills. For more info and to book a tee time, visit golfaurora.com and then follow them on Facebook and X at Aurora Golf.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 5 with pregame starting at 5:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at wistaracu.com.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, just to go overtime on a conversation that we were just having, because I think it's fascinating. Conversation we were just having about Caitlin Clark. And who else, what other pro athlete under the age of 30 moves the needle currently like Caitlin Clark? And it got us talking into like comps. Like, what would a comp be? And I was giving you a little bit of pushback, although nothing crazy, about like someone like Victor Wembanyama. Like, the NBA is going to be what the NBA is with or without Victor Wembanyama. Not to say that he's not a draw. Not to say that he's not to some folks polarizing. But one person who swings an entire league the way that Caitlin Clark does. No one talked about WNBA basketball ever before. And we're going down this road, and she plays a game, and she's trending on Twitter and, you know, doing what she did yesterday. Like, I said this to you off the air about a different story. I said, yeah, I don't look that stuff. I don't look out for that stuff, but if it's big enough, it finds me. Like, I didn't realize Caitlin Clark was returning yesterday, but I found out pretty quickly, you know, going on social media, that stuff finds me. The comp that I can think of that elevated an entire sport, you have to go back, you know, over 25 years ago, close to 30 years ago with Tiger Woods. I think that's the most relevant comp. I can't think of another that Magic and Bird, Michael Jordan, Tiger Woods, Caitlin Clark, and I kind of run out of names from there.
Yeah, I mean, you think Wayne Gretzky in the NHL, but the NHL with Gordie Howe and company was pretty well established, but Gretzky kind of, you know, as an individual took it to another level. But like, I think even taking it sports aside, I think women's basketball as a whole, whether it was the WNBA, I mean, there's, you know, all these people that love to talk about how the WNBA is only floated by the NBA. That's the only reason it's a thing, right? Caitlin Clark has grabbed the attention, not just of the basketball fan, of the general sports fan.
Correct.
Regardless of age. Like you were talking about, you know, my dad's texting me about, you know, Caitlin Clark. I'm hearing from different friends that don't even watch NBA basketball text me about Caitlin Clark.
Yes.
I mean, she has evolved no one's bigger than the sport necessarily, right? Because she wouldn't be who she is without the game of basketball. But she's entering that Tiger, Jordan, Ohtani, Jeter type of realm of like that name carries so much weight that you know who that name is, you know who that person is, what they've done, regardless of actually watching them or not. Like it's a talking point. Like I hear the name Caitlin Clark and I picture at the logo half court shooting a 3-point shot.
Yeah,
like that's where I'm at right now.
Yeah,
she's imprinted in my mind.
And I'm gonna give you more pushback. No, like I don't even think Jeter belongs in the conversation.
Yeah.
As great as he was, and I'm a huge Derek Jeter fan. But this is different. This is a different stratosphere, and I'm curious if Caitlin Clark's Indiana Fever, because if well, I'll share my idea here in a second. But, like, if the Indiana Fever, for some reason, came through Denver and played at Ball Arena, it might be the biggest ticket in Denver sports of the year.
Yeah. Yeah.
Even over any singular Bronco game, even over regular season. I'll keep it to regular season. Like, if Caitlin Clark came to Denver, Ball Arena would be sold out. The secondary market would be Taylor Swift-esque in the Eras Tour. I mean, you
it's a good comp.
You talked about this off the air here. When she was supposed to play Angel Reese and the Chicago team, the tickets were astronomical. She got ruled out. The get-in price was $5-10.
Go to McDonald's, you could pay that and get some food. We actually got a couple of good texts here, 303-713-1043, RamosLaw.com text line. Two guys that I didn't even necessarily think of, Mike Tyson in boxing.
Okay.
I think that's a pretty good comp because boxing was popular.
It was still popular back then.
But Tyson took it to
he did.
Another level, like appointment viewing. And Michael Phelps in swimming.
I saw that.
That's a great comp.
That's a great one. And I have one more for you as well. And this is RamosLaw.com text line. Suggestion. Lance Armstrong. Cycling was nothing. It was not like...
I still don't even know any other name in cycling besides Lance Armstrong.
Me either. But the nation, and eventually I gave all the equity back as we figured out who he actually was. But you remember, half this country was wearing yellow Livestrong bracelets.
Yes, myself included. I think I used to wear those things back in the day.
I think so too. But that was like a thing. But no one ever talked about cycling outside of cycling circles. And then Lance Armstrong became a household name and a story. Caitlin Clark has a story in addition to being this supreme basketball talent. And again, like if Caitlin Clark comes through town, I think it's the biggest thing of the year. I really do.
I'm there with you. A couple other ones that are now coming to mind as well. I think prime Nadal and Federer in the tennis world. Like, again, tennis established sport, but like I remember watching Nadal and Federer back in the day, and then Djokovic came along the way. Appointment viewing. Serena, Sharapova.
Sure.
Right, like a little similar. Like maybe Sharapova's more the Angel Reese type. Okay. Serena, the way she dominated the sport.
Yes, Serena's a good one too.
It's there's not many examples. Like you really got to sit back and think about it. But I think what even makes it more unique, Zach, is the fact she's doing this in a team sport. Tiger, individual sport. Phelps, individual sport.
Lance.
Right? I mean, you think about Usain Bolt.
Yes.
Right? Like in the sprinting and the running. Like, like the fact that she's doing this with 4 other teammates and 5 opponents on the other end of the court.
Right.
It is that much more awe-inspiring.
And here's the funniest thing. And Dante, you just stole the thought from my head. Most of the league doesn't like Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. She's a villain to the players in the league.
Isn't that crazy?
She's a hero to all of us.
That like, hey, like ladies, like, we're watching you indirectly because of her. Like, so what's good for the goose is good for the gander? Like, she's raising the entire financial landscape.
Ride the wave.
You think that she would be a little bit more celebrated. She might be among the players themselves, among the biggest villains in that sport.
And what's interesting about that is I remember when Brittany Griner was coming out of college.
Oh, yeah.
Like, big name.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I remember, like, everyone knew the name Brittany Griner. So
she could dunk at a game.
100%.
Yeah.
Big deal. Brittany Griner, like obviously a solid WNBA player.
Yeah.
But where Caitlin Clark is at right now in year 2.
Oh, my gosh.
It is laps around Griner.
And there's no other comparison in the history of that sport. No. There's not, and all due respect to the Lisa Leslie's. I remember she dunked in a game 20 years ago with the Sparks. It was like, oh, my gosh. But even respect to her and whoever, Cheryl Swoops, like, they don't come close. They do not come close to Caitlin Clark. So,
I love it.
So, yeah, it's like Tiger, Lance Armstrong,
Phelps,
Michael Phelps.
We got a good one here. RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Dale Earnhardt Jr. or Senior. Let's go Senior first. Senior really brought NASCAR.
He did. He was.
I just watched his documentary as well, so I'm a little impartial.
I need to see that.
It's very good.
Okay.
It's very good.
Okay. Yeah.
But the fact that we're even like these are huge names. Like you're pushing back on me on Derek Jeter, right? Like Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
Like the face of Major League Baseball since the year 2000.
Yeah. How about this? Someone just suggested maybe Tony Hawk for skateboarding once upon a time.
You want to go that far? Take it Shaun White with the snowboarding. Michaela Schifrin here in Colorado. I mean, this cannot be a casual conversation. And I think there's a lot of people out there that look at WNBA basketball and women's basketball as a throwaway sport. But people like you and I that love the game, love the sport, we eat this stuff up, man. And what Caitlin Clark has been doing is nothing short of spectacular.
It's crazy, man.
Love it.
It's crazy.
Love it.
We were talking with Amanda Brown, our program director, in between breaks here. She's like, my dad has been reaching out consistently if I'm seeing what Caitlin Clark is doing. Like, this is where we're at, man. This is where we're at. And if you're just joining us, don't know why we're talking about this, is that there has been regular season WNBA games involving Caitlin Clark that have outperformed all the games of the Stanley Cup Finals, with their face of the league in the Stanley Cup, waiting for his crowning moment. And they can't outdraw Caitlin Clark's regular season games, or at least a handful of them. Incredible. Okay, do we have a new clue that makes it all but certain where the Broncos will be putting shovels in the ground for a new stadium? That's next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in. Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys. And I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month. But what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Brenda Stokely from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years. They conduct over 150 auctions every year, selling tens of thousands of items at the price you set. Auctions are held regularly for Colorado government agencies, and they always have big-ticket items at great prices. That's why I love Roller Auction. And almost all bidding is conducted online in real time, and it's open to the public. Anyone can participate. Check back regularly. New auctions are added weekly. Be the first to know about new auctions available for bidding when you sign up for email notifications. Go to rollerauction.com/thefan.
With Progressive Snapshot, you could save on auto insurance rates by driving safely, which is nice because you can just keep doing you. So keep on using that broken phone charger because it occasionally works. Keep quoting something you heard on a podcast as your own. Keep ignoring your sister's texts while you drive and after. And when baggage claim says, have a great trip, keep on saying, you too. And keep driving safely. And you could save with Snapshot from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Co-Etzel.
Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kit Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
Looking for a Father's Day gift that will give Dad that extra boost of health and energy he needs to live his best life? Low T Center is offering free weight loss consultation and free T-test as a special offer celebrating dads. Treatment is personalized to you and most major insurance is accepted. From now until June 21st, enjoy free B12 shots when you stop in for TRT and weight loss. Offer limited. Book now at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
Metallica in the round. The M72 World Tour continues. Live from the 50-yard line of Empower Field at Mile High. Metallica. 2 nights, 2 different sets. On No Repeat Weekend. Friday, June 27th. Rollin' with Limp Bizkit and Ice Nine Kills. Sunday, June 29th. Those Cowboys from Hell. Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies. Single day tickets on sale now at Ticketmaster. Metallica. The M72 World Tour continues. Presented by In Kind.
Every day, your local Salvation Army is there doing the most good, fighting hunger, homelessness, and hardship. Join us. Donate today at 160years.org and learn more about the Salvation Army's remarkable journey.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
I'll tell you what, I could not have foreseen the amount of reaction from that previous conversation on the RamosLaw.com text line. No, I am being sincere. That was about the 6th topic that we hit today. And I mean, we got over 100 text messages in like a 9-minute span talking about Caitlin Clark and her standing of popularity in the American landscape right now. Let me just get this one thought out of my head and then we'll transition back to Broncos. I said I had an idea. If I'm the WNBA and Caitlin Clark is must-see TV, she is a rock star, okay? She's a rock star. What do rock stars do, Anilo Pirro filling in for Philip Lindsay today? Rock stars go on tour. I would try to figure out a way, if you're going to play however many home games they have in Indiana at that field house where the Pacers play, instead, I would try to take 3 or 4 games off the home schedule. If I'm the WNBA and try to monetize the rock star that is Caitlin Clark, I bring her to a major city in a football arena and sell that thing out. And it absolutely would. How do I know? Because they already did it. And she was in freaking college. I would put that Chicago team that Angel Reese is on, and I'd be putting them literally on tour, whether it's a city like Denver or like a Final Four city like Houston, and sell out the Texans arena, which they did. And I would be trying to, again, she's a rock star. Rock stars go on tour.
Yeah, and I know Angel Reese loves to, she had those infamous comments last year about, the reason why you're watching women's basketball is not just because of one player, right? But I think you also look at where the WNBA is at as a whole. Like, they don't have the stopping power with the NFL. And I understand that there's some markets in the NFL that are hit or miss. Carolina comes to mind. NBA, some markets that are hit or miss. But, like, the WNBA, I don't want to say it's a crisis, but they need to grow the game. And Caitlin Clark, what she's been able to do, give this injection of life into women's basketball, I think you almost have to take advantage of it. Now, that would be, no disrespect to the Asia Wilsons of the world and these great Sabrina Ionescu and these great female basketball players that have been in the league, but you've got this incredible player in Caitlin Clark that can sell out football-sized stadiums.
Yes.
This could be the catalyst that takes the WNBA to a household league, a household sport for all sports fans.
And Danilo, my frame of reference for saying put her on tour, don't have her play all the home games in Indiana, bring her to Football City, Stella. Right now when they go on the road, a lot of times these WNBA teams are not playing the game in their home arena.
Yeah.
They're playing in the NBA arena. So you're already halfway there. So, all right, really, really interesting conversation that we sort of stumbled upon with Caitlin Clark. Transitioning back to Broncos, do we have a new clue that makes it all but certain whether Broncos will be putting shovels into the ground for a new stadium? So we got that news last week that 10 different LLCs that all tied back to one lawyer pretty much representing the Denver Broncos and spending $150 million for a plot of land by the former Burnham Yard rail yard. Okay. Now, today, Business Denver reporting that records show that the Broncos have expressed interest in Denver Water's land in the Lincoln Park neighborhood, which is near the former Burnham Yard rail yard. Combined with the news that we got last week with this additional piece of news today, does it make it all but certain this is happening, and it's happening right there in that sort of, I guess you call it like a central Denver neighborhood?
I wouldn't say a certainty. Just because $150, they could drop that out of their pocket, the Penner ownership group, and they're not going to notice it.
$150 million.
Or $150 million, excuse me, not $100.
Yeah, it feels like $150.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, right? So I think, obviously they've got some money to throw around to do their due diligence and whatnot. But I think the fact that we can now connect this to what we got last week, Zach, that is my interpretation of a double down. That they've been looking, they've been, analyzing this site for some time. They like the idea of staying in Denver proper. They don't need to go to Lone Tree. They don't need to go somewhere with a bunch of open space to accomplish and build out this vision that they have set for themselves. So I think the fact that we're getting, another little nugget here, for lack of a better phrase, about them looking at this site, I think shows, if I'm interpreting it, maybe staying in Denver with this Burnham Yards development might be the priority number one. That's where they want to explore every option first before they look at, tearing it down and building out in Lone Tree or something else.
Yeah, there's huge momentum behind this now because it's tangible. It's tangible. Like, it's not, hey, the Broncos could be exploring in Lone Tree. This is like they just spent 150 M's on a footprint in Denver. And so it becomes real. It just becomes more real. And then you had the KSE thing going on, which we get the news last week that they bought up the land that is Elitch's and Meow Wolf. And I mentioned this on Friday to Phil. I think the hope is, I have two hopes. The hope is that Denver sports fans become the beneficiary of, for lack of a better phrase, the greatest real estate arms race in the history of Colorado sports between KSE and KSE and Greg Penner, and you're going to have building at the same time. And the fact that it would be happening at the same time, that there's a family connection, you would hope that it brings out healthy competition between both real estate projects, and we get the benefit of that healthy competition.
And I guess I don't look at it as competition. I think it's a bit of a family affair. Like, there's obviously some connection there with the marital status and whatnot that I'm sure both of them are sitting across the table saying, okay, Broncos, you do this. Nuggets and Avs do this. We're both going to eat gazillions of dollars for the rest of our lives. Not that they aren't already.
Sure.
But I think it could be, an allied approach of like, okay, we're in different leagues, but we have this familial connection. Like, if we do this together, we can make the city of Denver ours. Like, you'd be like Gatsby in The Great Gatsby and turn in, his mega mansion out there in New York, right? I think that's what you're seeing. I mean, 5-10 years from now, Zach, you're not even going to be like, there's all these T-shirts with the Denver skyline out there and whatnot. Like, it's going to be an entire new city.
Yeah, it's a great point. Anyway.
It's going to be like, I went to school at Metro, so like I
go Roadrunners.
Yeah, I would go Roadrunners, baby. I would park at Ball Arena. I'd walk over, go to class, and then go to Ball Arena for Nuggets practice after class, right? And I'm just picturing like what my walk would look like 10 years from now if I was still in school.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, and a lot of people forget about that university that's just nestled right there up against the highway. And, now Elitch is likely going to go. I mean, I am so excited. And that's why I'm happy that the Broncos, for lack of a better phrase, didn't take the easy way out and say, oh, downtown, taxes, not a lot of space. Like, let's just go out to Lone Tree where we can build it in our own vision, right? I like that they're looking at keeping it centrally located. I like that they're trying to keep the ethos and the vein of the Denver sports fan by keeping the Broncos Stadium in city limits.
My other hope for this next era of Denver sports from KSE and Greg Penner is that as you're putting the shovels into the ground, remember to maintain the focus of the product on the field. And I'm mentioning that because, and Jake Shapiro really put this in my head with an article last week at denversports.com that you should go read. You could draw a straight line between the Rockies' incredible fall off with the building of McGregor Square and the finances and attention that was put into that. And there is reasonable speculation. It is speculation, but it's reasonable that you don't trade Arenado with such a financial loss if you weren't trying to do McGregor Square when the pandemic was happening. Because Dick Monfort relies on people going through the turnstiles. They don't have a great TV deal. It's about in attendance, and the fact that he took on that real estate project while the turnstile stopped spinning, Dick Monfort was in trouble financially and one of the least wealthiest owners. And I know this is not the case with the Cronkies and the Penners, but like you look at, and again, I didn't quite, realize the contrast between when McGregor Square started and the fall off of the on-field product. I just want to mention that because I think it's just simply worth mentioning.
Yeah, no, I think it's worth mentioning. I think it's also, to kind of double down once again, I think it's Walker Monfort. It's one of Dick's sons. Like, one of them is pretty proficient in the real estate industry. So they had a little bit of a foothold, if I'm remembering correctly, in the Denver Metro, like in and around Coors Field before they took on the big project at McGregor Square. So I think that there was a little bit of duality of the thinking of like, we have this baseball team, we've got this park. And I believe, story for another day, but there's something about the lease. I think Coors actually paid an upfront fee back in '95 to be called Coors Field and have the rights to that stadium for its lifespan.
Oh, was it an upfront? Oh my gosh, they got away with murder then.
Yeah, absolutely.
If that's right, they got away with murder.
But also, like Walker Monfort, and I forget the other kid's name, guys that, grew up in the organization doing different things, but I know one of them in particular is a real estate mogul, for lack of a better phrase. But I trust the Cronkies and I trust the Penner ownership group a lot more than I trust Dick Monfort when it comes to eye on the prize on the field while developing around.
Yeah, we can agree on that to finish that up. Something happened over the weekend that should make Denver sports fans feel just a little bit nervous. And we'll talk about why coming up next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive-laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, gentlemen? Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions. They've successfully treated tens of thousands of men with low T, and a lot of those men have seen amazing differences that those treatments can make in their life. Guys, if you want that energy to be a lot higher, if you want to be able to be more active, then you need to go down to Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and get treated. And if you're like a lot of these guys that are dealing with low T, within just a few weeks, you'll feel your energy return, the brain fog will go away, your sleep will improve, as will the workouts. And your sex drive, fellas, your sex drive will be significantly enhanced as well, and you want to have great sex. So what you need to do is take the Low T quiz on their website. It's a simple 10-question quiz full of yes or no answers. It takes 2 minutes to do. Then you schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where they will draw your blood and have the results within 30 minutes. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you as well, so there are no excuses. Go get it done. You can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Today at Berg Simpson, we'll get a call from someone who needs our help. We'll learn about their loved one's injuries. We'll listen to their concerns, and we'll promise to fight for them. Then we'll use our resources and experience to deliver the best possible results we can for that client. So today, when that client calls Berg Simpson, we hope they feel they've done the best thing for their family.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Stoke here for my hometown heating and cooling team. ROX rocks heating and air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Affordable? Yeah, we got that. Stylish? Got that covered too. Quality? You can bet on it. At Furniture Row, we stock furniture that's value priced, built to last, and looks fabulous. And during summer savings, every sofa, sectional, dining group, and bed is on sale. Check out the Summit for only $299.99. And just in time for Father's Day, buy one recliner at full price, get the second one 50% off. Or score 48 months, no interest. Summer savings on now at Furniture Row.
I am down 50 pounds in 11 weeks, and this program works. The pounds melt off. It's amazing.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal. I was so proud of myself.
Get in the best shape of your life with Soda Weight Loss.
Just 3 weeks in, and pounds are dropping off very quickly. I am down 26 pounds in 3 weeks.
Summer is right around the corner.
Your summer body starts right here because Soda's summer savings are on.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight without drugs, without hunger, and the weight stays off.
I tried other things, came to soda, just amazing.
I started on soda 8 months ago, and I have released 80 pounds now.
Summer savings, stunning results, only at Soda Weight Loss. Get started now at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window, and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
We're all feeling it. Costs are rising on everything. Gas, groceries, home repairs. And if you're a homeowner, you've probably thought, should I call American Financing to refinance and pay off this credit card debt? Then you second-guessed yourself because of that low mortgage rate you currently have. Listen up. That low rate, it's not saving you if you're drowning in credit card interest at 25% or more. That's the math that no one wants to face. but it's costing you thousands. Here's the truth. If you're only making minimum payments, that debt will follow you for years. That's why people are calling American Financing, because they're saving customers an average of $800 a month by using their equity to finally break free from credit card debt. You owe it to your family to see what's possible. No upfront fees, no pressure. It costs you nothing to find out what you could save every month. And if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Step Denver, a nonprofit solution to addiction and homelessness.
Denver Sports Snapshot.
Tonight on 104.3 HD2, championship basketball action continues as OKC faces Indiana in Game 5, with pregame starting at 5:30.
One of Newsweek's best regional banks and credit unions. Learn more at WisteraCU.com.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
All right, hanging out with you here on a Monday. Show is flying by here. Anilo Piro filling in for Philip Lindsay today. You know, I said going to the last break, something happened over the weekend that, and I guess I shouldn't speak for all of Denver sports fans, so I'll just speak for myself. That should make you a little bit nervous, and here's what I mean. There was a bit of a blockbuster trade in the NBA, and I guess I really shouldn't call it a blockbuster technically, because it didn't involve some sort of frontline NBA All-Pro, All-Star type of guy. But there was a huge trade. So whatever the step below a blockbuster is, that's what we saw yesterday when the Memphis Grizzlies traded Desmond Bane, a damn good basketball player, to the rising Orlando Magic for KCP, Cole Anthony, 4 unprotected first-round picks, and 1 first-round pick swap. It means it's a massive swing for Orlando to compete in the Eastern Conference, which feels wide open. And for the Grizzlies, it's an opportunity to add a championship wing like KCP, backcourt depth in Cole Anthony, and a major haul of draft picks. But we're not going to here breaking down the trade in wholesale here on Denver radio. But I did have to stop and just say, wow, Anilo, the NBA is open for business. This is the time of year that stuff gets done. The NBA draft is 9 days away, and it's a little bit unnerving for myself because you have deals happening like this right around you that will impact you indirectly, okay? You have the NBA draft in 9 days, and the Denver Nuggets still don't have a general manager in place. It's getting more confusing by the day here.
It's very bizarre. And, if you're Russell Westbrook, sitting back, I think Russ, there was no indication that he wouldn't want to come back to Denver. And again, for all those people out there that were maybe confused or blindsided by Russell Westbrook opting out of his deal to test free agency, Mark Stein said it, and people here at DenverSports.com, my guy Jake Shapiro said it as well. This was a formality. I mean, Russell Westbrook was coming off the best year in his career within the last 4 or 5 years.
Yep.
Ever since he's evolved into this role player type of dynamic after departing Oklahoma City. But if you're Russell Westbrook and you want to come back to Denver and you're Russell Westbrook's agent and you want to get him back to Denver, who are you talking to right now? You calling Ben Tenzer the interim GM? Are you negotiating with him, and then there's a Bob Myers type guy that maybe comes in a week or so? It is, we're a little late in the game, and the thing that I can't understand is right now, I guess I'm expecting somebody other than Ben Tenzer or Tommy Balcetis to be the guy, because if it was going to be an internal candidate like those two guys, what's the point in waiting? Why would you wait this long? So maybe if you want to play the optimistic card, maybe there is a Bob Myers type. Maybe there is a high-level executive that has not been mentioned in these rumors or reports yet that Denver is zeroing in on. But we're a little late in the game here, Zach. We're up against it.
It's a lot late in the game. And what I would say, if that was the scenario, like the NBA is the ultimate leak sport. We haven't heard anything. We have not heard a thing. And I know Josh Kroenke talked about potentially hiring a firm to gather the young, brightest minds. That I do not believe that's happening. We would know if that was happening.
A leak here, a leak there.
Something. right? It's just I refuse to believe that, because even when the young, talented, up-and-coming guys get interviews, their agents leak it because it's good publicity. So what'd you bring in, four or five bright young minds that you insinuated that you might, and then just none of it got leaked? I refuse to believe that.
And what is a firm going to tell you that NBA, ball knowers aren't? Like these GMs talk to each other. These owners talk to each other. Like Josh Kroenke probably has a short list of 3 or 4 different guys of names that he's heard in different conversations at the dinner table throughout the course of the last couple of seasons.
Sure.
Like, what is an outside firm? Like what would I be to hire, engineer to teach me how to do radio?
Well, I would just say this in to play devil's advocate. The Nuggets are a bit of an insular organization.
Yes, fair.
They are. Half of their roster comes from the same agency, literally. So they are not as connected as some of these other teams with one another. And what they've done with the most important position at the top of the organization, they've promoted internal 3 straight times, literally. So they have not.
Par for the course.
They have not gone outside their own organization in a very, very long time for a president of basketball or a general manager. So, I don't doubt that Josh Kroenke knows a bunch of people in the league. Of course, that's true. That's true. But I don't know if it's the same compared to his peers and contemporaries around the league.
I think that's fair. I'm just sitting back here, and I understand that the Nuggets roster construction, they got one hand tied behind their back. There's only so much they can do. Don't have a draft pick, this and that. Where is the sense of urgency, though? And I understand, okay, everything I just said. What is a Bob Myers going to do with the roster as? Maybe not much, but you're in a championship window with a guy who will likely be a top 10 player in NBA history, and you're acting like this is the Bill Hanslick coach Denver Nuggets. It's very, very Rockies-esque. It's too calm. It's too unserious. Like after you got bounced, and I understand that Adelman did a good job in the playoffs, and I'm excited for David Adelman as the full-time head coach. I am. But I still got a bad taste in my mouth because I'm watching Oklahoma City, and I'm watching Indiana put up a fight against them, and I'm saying, if we didn't dilly-dally the last year and a half, 2 years, they could very well be in an NBA final right now.
Possibly.
They should be contending for one.
Possibly, but they weren't as good this year as they were last year, and they weren't as good last year as the championship year. And this next step may be a similar sequence as you hope for the internal coach be the true guy, potentially the internal GM be the true guy, and the internal players that need to get better, Strother, Payton, Pickett, actually do get better. That's a lot of ifs right there. I am very, very unsettled right now with what's going on with Denver, because through all Nuggets things, I view through the lens of you do have a top 15 player of all time, and I'm just unsettled. I'm just unsettled here.
It feels like they're okay with whatever happens, as opposed to having that proper sense of urgency of, we have fallen short 2 years in a row. This is unacceptable with Nikola in his prime. It's one thing if Nikola's 23, right? And he's still this emerging superstar. Like when they brought in Paul Millsap, made some moves along the way.
Sure. No, he's him.
This is the best the Denver Nuggets will ever be.
Yes, and you got it by accident.
Yes. Taco Bell commercial, baby.
You got it. You stumbled upon it. And that's Tim Connolly sat right here and said, if we knew Nikola was Nikola, we wouldn't have waited for the second round to draft him. So you kind of stumbled into something. Now you have to maximize it, and it feels like the Denver Nuggets are a bit in neutral. And I think that it is unacceptable. And a lot of Nuggets Nation, as I'm out and about in the community, I'm hearing a lot of the same stuff. What are the Nuggets doing? So if you were how would you, if you were to pitch how excited you are for this coming year, and I didn't let you use Nikola Jokic's name, what would the substance of that excitement sound like? It's a lot of forecasting. It's a lot of manufacturing scenarios and forecasting, and it scares the hell out of me.
It just sounds like they're banking on Brucey B coming back home, which I'm all here for. I think that's a great move that they do bring him back.
Me too.
And they're expecting Michael Porter Jr. to be healthy and ready to go. But is that enough? We should be at the point where we feel supremely confident going into the season. You know what? They made this move. They got this GM. They got this player. This bench is shored up. Let's go. Top 3 seed lock.
Yeah.
Western Conference final appearance lock.
No. You would have by their actions, you would have not known that this team has been bounced in the playoffs 2 consecutive years in the second round.
And I don't, and it's different, like, because you look at the duality between them and the Avalanche, right? Like, the Avalanche have flamed out in their own right, but you don't feel that way. Like, the Rantanen trade leaves a bad taste in a lot of these fans' mouths, but you're like, we still got McKinnon, we got Makar, nature should be better. Like, you feel better about where the Avalanche are at from a roster construction perspective.
I agree.
Despite the Nuggets having the more impactful player.
Right.
Strange.
Yeah, it is. And speaking of those Avs, announcements came out today which Avs players were selected to Olympic rosters. There's one little hiccup. Where do we land on it? Also, we're entering into the period of the summer where things go quiet for the Broncos, but a few guys in orange and blue hope it doesn't stay that way. We'll tackle all of that as we go 40 consecutive minutes of commercial-free sports talk coming up next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy.
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This week's Recovery of the Week is brought to you by Step Denver, the men's residential addiction recovery program in Lower Downtown. Our Recovery of the Week this week belongs to Denver Broncos linebacker Alex Singleton, who last year in the month of September against the Tampa Bay Bucks tore his ACL and missed the remainder of the season, but he is back at practice, looks spry, is working on the side, and is fully expected to recover by the time training camp opens.
And that is your Recovery of the Week, brought to you by Step Denver. I'm sitting down with Larry at Step Denver. Larry, if you don't mind, just tell us a bit about yourself and your story and how you got to Step Denver.
Sure, Zach. Thank you. I've actually struggled with alcohol my entire adult life, and I've been in and out of programs. And I actually stayed at Step Denver a year ago for about a week, but I still at that time had a job, an apartment, so I wasn't really ready to give myself to a program and work it all the way through to kind of figure out why I continued to drink. So this time I knew what I was in for, and I like the fact that they have a regimented program, because that's a lot of people like myself previously that didn't really want to be here. So this time around, I took it seriously, and I've been able to kind of work through the program, and now I'm about ready to go to sober living. So it's been a great experience.
That is fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. What advice would you give to someone who is in your old shoes and who is considering walking through the doors of Step Denver?
Yeah, I would say if Step Denver is on your radar, you have to be really serious about getting sober, and that you have to be willing to work it all the way through in order to see, results. It's not for the faint-hearted, though.
Well, you look good.
Thank you.
And I'm happy for you. And thank you for being vulnerable enough to tell your story and hopefully have a positive impact on somebody else.
I hope so. Thank you very much, Sarah.
If you are struggling with addiction, or you simply want to make a donation to help the men who are calling STEP to get their life back today, please visit stepdenver.org.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Is your concrete sinking? Whether it's your driveway, sidewalk, or patio, those uneven surfaces are not just ugly, they're dangerous. That's where Groundworks comes in. They use state-of-the-art concrete lifting solutions to prevent tripping hazards, and they're the best at what they do. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Hey, it's Mike Evans. Restore your bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to thinning hair with the same simple one-day treatment I receive from Dr. Tanya Pauls of Advanced Hair. Your own natural hair begins regrowing the very next day, and your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. AdvancedHair.com.
Coetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Coetzel live at AXS.com.
Any jewelry store can sell you a diamond, but there's only one family jeweler in Colorado that was literally
built on them.
In fact, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. That's why we built Williams Jewelers, 2 stores totally dedicated to celebrating your love.
All the world's top bridal designers, 10 times the certified loose diamonds at our Diamond Bar.
And Denver's true diamond experts who will share their knowledge and passion and how to get the most diamond for your money guaranteed.
So whether you're looking for the perfect diamond engagement ring
or that second diamond celebrating a love of many years,
we have the perfect diamond for you.
And that's why every day more couples say will you with Williams.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway, and in Cherry Creek North, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
If you want your lawn and plants to be healthy through the summer months, it's Iron Rich. From the folks who make all the great Colorado-made Rich Lawn products you've known for years, Iron Rich is high in iron and sulfur and will keep your plants green and healthy without forcing a lot of growth and causing stress on them. The Iron Rich formula helps combat yellowing leaves on trees, common this time of year, especially after all that recent rain. Take it easy on your plants and yourself and pick up a bag of Iron Rich today. Visit richlawn.com for more information.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
You're listening to The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports, 104.3 The Fan.
There was a time I used to look into my father's eyes. In a happy home, I was a king, I had a golden throne.
All right, rolling with you here on a Monday, hanging out with Anilo Piro, filling in for Philip Lindsay today. And you'll be here tomorrow as well, Anilo. It's been a really fun show.
We'll have some fun. Real quick, some people texting in how to spell my name. Aniello. It's funny to see the different spelling.
That is an unusual name. It took me a little bit to know exactly what it was and to say it confidently.
Yeah. I will probably be the first and only Anilo that you come across in your life. So you could also, anyone out there that wants to text it, AP is just fine. I'm at Media by AP on social media if you want to check me out over there. Shameless plug.
Look at him plug his stuff
as
a guest. I love it.
I am our social media. Check us out over there as well. But yeah, Aniello. But my man, long time coming to do this show with you. It's been a blast.
Yeah, it's been really fun today. So announcements came out today, which Avs players were selected to Olympic rosters for the 2026 Olympics, which I can't believe is this coming winter.
Crazy.
There's one little hiccup, all right, and I'm curious where we land on it. Okay, so good for Nate and Kale, who got announced today. Canada does a slow rollout. So they announced their first 6 players of their roster for the Winter Olympics. Kale and McKinnon were 2 of the first 6. A hat tip to their current standing within Canadian hockey. Then you had Marty Netchis was named to the initial roster for the Czech Republic. All right, and then there's Gabe. Gabe Landeskog was named to Sweden's initial roster. So we know the story. His absence from game action was the 4th longest in NHL history among players with at least 700 appearances. It marked just the 3rd time ever that a team captain went over 1,000 days without an NHL game. So here's my question to you, Anilo, and to our audience on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. If the captain is playing his first regular season in 4 years, would you be okay with him going to play for his country during the 3-week break that the NHL will take this coming winter?
It's such a tough question because as a fan, right, like pure fandom, heart speaking here, like yeah, you want him to be rewarded. The fact that he can go out there and represent his country on this grand stage, it's a cool moment. I mean, the documentary, just even, I was in the building for when he made his return for the Avalanche. I was in Loveland.
Same.
Yeah,
I was not in Loveland. I was at his first game back.
I want to go to another Colorado Eagles game, by the way. That barn up there is
See,
fun.
That's what people say.
It was fun.
See, I need to get up there because that was my frame of reference before moving to Denver. So it's not like I didn't go to pro sports games. I did, maybe once or twice a year. But our life was watching a lower level baseball, and we went to the AHL games in Albany, New York. Those were the dates for me and my wife. We go to these lower level, sporting events.
Yeah, and, like the whole process for Gabriel Landeskog has been nothing short of spectacular. But I think, when you're the team captain, when you are the vein, the lifeblood of this organization, like McKinnon's the best player, right? We understand that. But Landeskog is the heart and soul of this team. And you saw what it meant for all of his teammates and for he himself. I was right next to his kids and his wife and some of his family members when he came out for his first skate before his first game back at home.
So cool.
Like you owe it to the organization that stood by you, didn't put any pressure on you that we know of, at least, to rush a comeback, dealing with all the setbacks. We're not talking about 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. We're talking about years to get back here. We'll discuss this a little bit more, but I think when it comes to him playing on the ice, I would like to see him lean towards the favoritism of the Avalanche and maybe put a little bit of that personal pride aside to do what's right by the organization that's done right by you.
Yes, and that last part is the part that resonates most with me because as the fan base got, a lot of us were frustrated. I know I was. Like, what are we doing here? What, another year? Another mystery in terms of what they're going to do or not do with your money. Like all those questions, not having a sweater with a C on it for 3 straight years, where it probably means the most in hockey as opposed to any other sport. That organization stood by his side. Man, they in addition to paying him tens of millions of dollars to not play for the team, they verbally would go up into microphones. Gabe has earned this. Gabe has earned this.
Arm in arm.
Truly. And even someone like myself, I remember I was like, Gabe needs to retire. This is too far down the road. And thank goodness he wasn't listening to someone like me because he came back. He came back and he was one of their best players, which is insane. But we're just too far down this road, man. We're too far down this road. The two parties have been through too much together to risk him going, because like we had that Four Nations thing, and I remember like being
electric.
But I was nervous heading into the event. Like the frontline players are going to be playing on these different teams. What if someone gets hurt and is not able to be a contributor for a cup? It happened to Kachuk.
Yeah.
And so, and I know that age a little bit different, but I would not want this to take place. I would not. With all due respect to his national pride, and I know he wants to play, I'm hoping that the organization literally goes to Gabe and asks him not to play.
Is it an all or nothing thing, though? Can he play a couple of shifts every now and again, like and scratch the itch, or?
If you're asking me personally, like, don't be lukewarm.
Yeah.
Be either in or out.
Yeah.
If you're going to play, just play, because he means so much to that team. So if he's playing at a high level, and because the NHL is literally going to break for 3 weeks right in the middle of the season. And that could be looked at as, hey, Gabe, you haven't played in 4 years in the regular season, game in, game out. What did he come back for? 5 games? Yeah, I think it was. It was 5 games. He came back in game 3,
he
right?
Played, 2 games with the Eagles, so he played less than 10 games total?
Yeah. So you're going to embark on a conquest of a whole regular season. Wouldn't it be nice to have an organic 3-week break right in the middle of the season for a guy like that? That's how I'd look at it.
Yeah, and I think there's ways that he could scratch the itch. Like, could he be on the coaching staff? Like could he be around the team? Like, there's ways that I think you can represent your country without having to play. And I understand that, a fierce competitor like that, you don't want that. But I think there's ways, like, he's 32 years old. Like, you got to think about it this way, too. Olympics coming back, he'll be, 36? So this might be his last opportunity in quote-unquote prime shape relative to Gabe Landeskog.
It could be.
To have this opportunity. So I'm sure that weighs on him. But I think, to your point, the weight that the organization carried for all of these years, the belief, the unwavering belief, I think you need to show that same level of respect back to the organization.
Yeah, that's where I land on it. That's where I land on it as well. And I just don't know if the organization will actually ask him to not play.
I don't think they will. Like, it just seems like a hockey thing of, like, don't really tell your players what to do.
Okay, so I'm going to bring this up, and this was not reported on, but during the second round of the playoffs, I had heard from an incredible source that if I said their name, everyone would know. Okay, let me just say
Play
that.
The guessing game.
And I've shared this before. I had heard that the Denver Nuggets organization asked Jamal Murray to not play for Team Canada. And that was a bit of an uncomfortable sequence because they were going to offer him the max contract. They did not want to make the offer before he went and played. He went and played terribly.
It's like he didn't even play at all.
Right. He became
He was better off not playing.
Truly. And he's trying to play through an injury, right? And it created an awkwardness. And I remember we were doing segments like, why is it taking it so long? If this was not going to be a hard negotiation, according to Calvin Booth at Summer League, why did it take so long? So we did have, and I believe that source, we had a similar ownership group ask a star player to not play for their country. That player disregarded that request and played anyway. But I wonder if someone on the Avs front would sit Gabe down and just explain the reasoning, which wouldn't be so hard to do.
Well, two things on that. One, I think Gabe would take it a lot differently than Jamal would. And I think the Nuggets they both would have their reasons. The Nuggets' reasons with Jamal are a little bit different. He's been injury prone. He's been known to come into seasons out of shape.
Yeah.
Like versus Gabe, it was a freak accident, right? Like injuries happen, right? As they do with Jamal.
Sure.
But
no, that's a good point.
And David Adelman, he didn't call Jamal out by name at his introductory press conference, but he put the importance on we need to get out to a better start. We need to show up in better shape. And to me, that is Jamal Murray. Show up, brother.
1,000%. Who else is he talking to? And by the way, something that didn't get as covered from that press conference is when David Adelman said, we need to be more professional throughout the regular season.
Yes.
I also believe Jamal Murray falls under that umbrella as well. So, yeah, I mean, we kind of dovetailed into Jamal the Nuggets.
I think point being is if the Avalanche asked Gabe to do that, I think Gabe would understand it, as opposed to Jamal, who was maybe a little bit like,
defiant.
You can't tell me what to do.
Exactly.
Gabe would be like, I understand. And I think there's a mutual respect between the two. Not saying that there isn't that with Jamal, but Jamal just does Jamal things.
Yeah, that's...
I don't really know how else to put it.
Nope. It's like if you
kind of
know, you know. That's what it is. Okay. This is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. Zach By hanging out with Anilo Piro, filling in for Philip Lindsay today. Phil will be back a little bit later in the week. Shifting gears, talking about Nuggets and Avs here back to Broncos. Anilo, we are entering the period of the summer where things go a little bit quiet on the Denver Broncos front, but a few guys in orange and blue hope it doesn't stay that way because we have now officially entered the period of the summer where the window is open for guys to get deals done before training camp starts. So we'll talk about the handful of candidates. You guys know their names, but just with the shifting dynamic coming out of OTAs and minicamp, Sutton was there every step of the way. I've talked about this quite a bit here in the last 3 or 4 shows, but it was interesting the last 3 weeks that the Denver Broncos never made Courtland Sutton available to the media as their most productive offensive player that is returning to the team, as a team captain. We were hearing from guys like DJ Jones before we heard from Courtland Sutton. All right. We're also hearing whispers that Sutton wants $25 million a year. By the way, that would make Sutton the 12th highest paid wide receiver in the NFL by annual average value. All right. We'll circle back to a question on that number 12 here in a second. Not seeing the I'll call them antics from last offseason, the letter of goodbye to Broncos country, the gifts, removing all the social media involving the Denver Broncos from his profiles. He's being a good sport about it, but we've also heard a little whisper that the way I've put it, Anilo, is the contract negotiations between the Broncos and Courtland Sutton are no longer in the fast lane, all right? My guess is they see things a little bit differently and where Sutton's value is. What do you make about all the moving parts to the dynamic between the Broncos and Courtland Sutton?
Moving parts is a good way to put it. And first things first, before we dive into the present, I think if Courtland Sutton was hell-bent on getting his bag and getting another long-term deal, the time to put the foot down was last offseason. Because now, Like, obviously, Cortland Sutton played a big role in Denver's 10-win season last year and getting back to the playoffs and this and that. But you feel good about where the Broncos are at. Obviously, Cortland Sutton's a factor in that overall. But, like, you know, Pat Bryant, Devon Vele, Marvin Mims. Now you got J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey in the backfield. Whereas last year it was like, who's Bo Nix throwing the ball to, right? And so if there was a time for him to put his foot down, and, you know, he didn't report to mandatory minicamp last year, was throwing out the social posts left and right, like, he doesn't have as much leverage in my mind right now than he did this time last year. And so that's where I think the Broncos are in the position to play a little bit of hardball because they do believe in these young wide receivers. And you brought up the different numbers and this and that. Cecil and I go back and forth on this. I think Cortland Sutton is a very good receiver. Am I a solidified number one type believer in Cortland Sutton? Like, is Cortland Sutton number one on every team?
No.
Exactly.
No.
Cecil tends to disagree at times.
Oh, does he?
He does. He's like, Cortland Sutton's number one. Blah, blah. Not to speak for him. Sorry, that was a little rude. But, like, him and I go back and forth because, like, that's the thing is, like, I look at Cortland Sutton, and what did you say? He'd be a top what receiver paid?
So, top 12. I do not – I think Sutton is on the outside looking in if you're drafting the top 12 wide receivers in the NFL.
Like, if you asked me, like, if I'm doing fantasy football rankings or I'm at the bar, you know, shooting the bleep with somebody, right? And you ask me top 10, top 12 wide receivers in the NFL, I'm not even sure Cortland Sutton comes into mind. I'm really not. And that's not a slight against him. I think he's a very good player, but he wants to make this top 10, top 12 type receiver money. Look, I understand where he's coming from, and he's done a lot for this organization. You know, he's shouldered the load, different head coaches, different coordinators, different quarterbacks.
To which they paid him handsomely throughout.
But what he's asking for now, he's going to be 30 in the middle of this upcoming season.
Right.
I can understand why the Broncos aren't just like, yes, we'll give you $25 a year.
Oh, 100%. Because if you look at the guys who make that money around him, you pulled it up before. I remember pulling it up last week. It's like Michael Pittman from Indianapolis. It's like Devontae Smith from Philadelphia.
Yeah.
It's Nico Collins from Houston.
To put it in perspective, like Stephon Diggs is much lower. Like Stephon Diggs, I believe, is at $21 million right now with this new deal. And Stephon Diggs, by name recognition alone, you know, kind of put him in that category, I guess you could say.
Well, and his is a little bit
different.
He's coming off and he's coming off the injury as well. But we have to ask the question: just how much does Sean Payton believe in these young receivers? All right, because what we have to remember is Cortland Sutton is under contract through this year. They're not going to trade Cortland Sutton. Okay, it's more likely that Cortland Sutton gets a new deal, and that might be the most likely result of this anyway. Even with the not speaking to the media from the Broncos PR, which by the way I bounced off Mike Kliss on Friday. I'm like, is that a total accident? He's like, no, it's not. So all that stuff notwithstanding, the most likely outcome is Sutton and the Broncos do a deal together. But I do believe it's worth talking about because of the dynamic with the young receivers, because the one thing that is different about Sutton between Devontae Smith and Nico Collins and Michael Pittman, those guys are significantly younger than Cortland Sutton. So, like, Sutton is going to hit 30 years old in October. The contract is not going to, the new contract won't take shape until next year when he's turning 31. And I think it's fair to ask, if you really believe in these young receivers, the way that Sean Payton says he believes in Troy Franklin, the way that Marvin Mims has probably proved in the last 7 games of last season that you should believe in him. Devon Vele having the second most successful season for a 7th-round rookie wide receiver in 25 years, and then a guy that you just drafted with a top 75 pick who you comp to Michael Thomas. If you believe in all those guys, and Sutton's going to be under contract for the this coming season anyway, I don't know. This is part of the reason why I think that maybe these conversations have slowed down.
Well, and I think you look at some of the numbers. Of the top 7 highest paid wide receivers, there's only one guy who's over the age of 30. That's Tyreek Hill, and he's making $30 a year. Like, that's where we're at. And it's also a bit of a crapshoot when it comes to paying these wide receivers this type of big money. I mean, like you look at like these top 7 or 8 different guys, like Jamar Chase. Okay, he just reset the market. He's making $40 a year. You believe the Bengals are a legitimate Super Bowl contender. Justin Jefferson's making $35. Like, I'm not buying what the Vikings are selling. Even last year, I thought they were a bit fraudulent. So now I'm sitting here like $35 million a year for Justin Jefferson. Like, what is that going to get you outside of ticket sales and jersey sales?
But he's a damn good player, Neil. You got to put some respect on his name.
It's not about Justin Jefferson as a player. It's more so about like where the Vikings are at is kind of where I'm at. It's like, do you want to pay one wide receiver in the Broncos situation? Do you want to pay Courtland Sutton $25 a year, or have 3 or 4 guys that are going to make that combined and have a similar output? That's my argument.
Especially,
it's not like quarterback.
No. I understand, and let me supplement your point here by saying this: the guy who is making the decision is the offensive play caller who views his own self as a bit of an offensive mastermind that maybe doesn't believe that over the next 40 years that he needs Courtland Sutton.
Exactly.
You might need him to bridge the gap for one more year until Pat Bryant's ready, Vele's more ready, Mims is completely established, and a Troy Franklin maybe emerges in a way he didn't a year ago. So I think that might be part of the dynamic too, that Sean inherited Courtland Sutton. I'm sure really likes that he's here, but as you look at the most prudent way to build a football team, I'm not sure Sean believes it involves a $100 million contract for Courtland Sutton that's going to not kick in until Sutton is turning 31 years old.
And experience is the best teacher. How'd the Michael Thomas contract shake out for New Orleans?
Good point.
Like think about it that way as well. And Deebo Samuel, a guy that was, linked by Broncos fans about, we love Deebo Samuel, right? Deebo's 29 years old, same age as Courtland Sutton. He's making just under 24. So that's kind of where we're at. I know it's $1 million and change difference, but that's a lot of money, especially up against the cap, this, that, the other. Terry McLaurin, he's 30 years old. He's making just over $23 million.
But I would say this, like, if
I would take both of them over Court.
I was going to say, Terry McLaurin is an absolute freaking demon.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking about 1,000 yard seasons in a row, and the one that wasn't is his rookie year when he went for 919 and 7 touchdowns. He's just in a different class of player, and you're telling me that he is McLaurin's not coming off an injury. So you said McLaurin's making under, what did you say, 23?
McLaurin's making 23.2.
Yeah, see,
at the age of 30.
Yeah,
one of the most underappreciated wide receivers in modern NFL history, Mike Evans, is making 20 a year.
See, there you go, and he's going to do a backflip into the Hall of Fame.
Yeah,
and he's also into his 30s, so his paycheck reflects where he's at in his career.
He's making 20, he's making 20.5, and then his running mate Chris Godwin is making 22.
Yeah.
And here's something that, because we're getting some texts here about this, about like he's not worth $25 million. You know where he's higher than former teammate Jerry Jeudy. I'll put it that way. He should be making more than Jerry Jeudy. Jerry's making 17.5. But I don't think he's somewhere in between 17.5 and 22, 23. I think 25 is the agent doing what the agent should be doing.
Sure.
But I think if he gets an offer for 22.5, somewhere in that range, that is pretty good market value.
Yeah, man. It's
for who he is.
Yeah, it gives me pause.
I just see also overpays across the board. Like DJ Moore's making 27.5. Like,
that's too much.
What are we doing?
It's too much.
Like, it's crazy. I don't know.
All right, so that's Sutton. All right. And if it was just Sutton, maybe this would be easier. But we know it's not just Sutton. You got a guy in Zach Allen. You talk about, and again, I know I'm about to throw out a lot of money to everyday people like you and I, but through an NFL scope, when Zach Allen signed his 3-year, $46 million deal with $32 million guaranteed in the 23 offseason, what a freaking bargain and bang for your buck Zach Allen has been at the D tackle position, and as disruptive that he has been for the last 2 seasons, for that price tag, he severely outperformed that contract. He's going to be looking to make up for that here on the back end with his extension. And I pulled up a recent comp. It's not perfect, but it's a recent comp. 26-year-old Milton Williams. Zach Allen's 27, right? Milton Williams signed a 4-year, $104 million contract with the Patriots, including $63 million guaranteed with an annual average salary of $26 million. My question to you and our listeners, RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043, would you feel comfortable giving Zach Allen a very similar deal as Milton Williams' 4-year, $104 million deal?
I would feel comfortable being that he's 27, so you're going to get, 3-4 really more prime years out of Zach Allen at a premium position. The only thing I would balk at is make sure there's enough change left over for Nick Bonito, because I think those two in tandem, you got Jonathan Cooper as well, who just got a new deal. Like, you have got to keep the trenches locked down.
But if you're his agent, if you're Tom Condon from CAA, like you're not doing Benito's bidding. It's like, hey, my guy Zach Allen plays a premium position. This would be my pitch. My guy plays a premium position. He's outplayed his contract in an incredible way. He's one of your leaders, all right? We have recent comps. My guy is the best defensive tackle not named Chris Jones in the sport these last 2 years. We want top dollar. We want exactly what Milton Williams got plus $1 million, something like that. And I think he's got a great case to get that money. Truly, Zach Allen.
Yeah, he's got a very strong case to get that money, without a doubt. You know, it feels, I know it's a little bit of a different position, but it feels similar to what Trey Hendrickson's going through right now in Cincinnati, where he outperformed in his mind his contract that he got, I believe, 2 or 3 years ago. He has, I believe, 1 year left on his current deal.
Right.
And he's, not even sniffing what the Bengals are selling, right? Because he wants this top dollar. Now, that's personality dynamics. That's what the agent's feeding you in your ear, this, that, the other. I don't know Zach Allen personally, but I think to your point, like, it's hard to look at the numbers and look at his age and say you're almost expecting that type of production, God willing he stays healthy for the length of that contract.
Yeah.
So,
and what would be my final point to emphasize it if I was Zach Allen's agent? It's like you guys are in the honey hole window as a franchise to pay a client like mine because Bo Nix is on his rookie contract. And I think that historically we associate a guy on a rookie contract with acquiring new talent and less about keeping the talent that you do have in-house. And that's what a Zach Allen sort of mega deal would represent, is keeping your own talent in-house while Bo Nix is on a rookie deal, because he's going to be on
now's the time to do it.
He's going to be on this deal for 3 more years.
And he's going to make, what, 50 plus a year once that deal comes up?
Absolutely.
Crazy.
Absolutely. So, yeah, Zach Allen's a big one. And then it's the Benito one. And I think a recent comp for Benito, again, not perfect, but in the ballpark, is Brian Burns, formerly of Carolina, who signed a 5-year, $140 million contract with the New York Giants. After being traded there, he immediately got paid $35 million signing bonus, $87 million fully guaranteed for Brian Burns. Would you feel comfortable with giving Nick Benito a contract like that? And I think it's a fair comp. Burns, before his 12.5 sack season, had never had a double-digit sack season. Benito never had a double-digit sack season until this past year when he went for 13.5. What do you make of that sort of comp and paying Nick Benito that?
My only concern with Nick Benito and that type of money, and I like Nick Benito a lot. I think he's a force to be reckoned with. I think he really helped set the tone on that defense and really developed into his own last year. 13.5 sacks, great. Can we see him do it again? Show you don't have to get 13.5, but can you get 11? Can you get 12? Can you be double digits again and warrant this type of life-changing type of money? I mean, it's interesting because we just are glazing up Zach Allen and what he's done. Look, you could almost argue that Zach Allen has a bigger. I mean, I don't even think you could argue it. I think Zach Allen does have a bigger impact on the game.
D-tackle in the middle of that defense
than Nick Benito.
Yeah,
and look at the wage difference that we're talking about here.
It's incredible.
And I understand that's just the logistics of the league and how the league functions as a whole. But Benito being 25, I would like, and I've also heard some rumors and conversation in and around the organization that the Broncos themselves maybe lean a little bit towards, let's see him replicate that to a certain extent before we shell out that type of money.
So the other side of the coin to that is, and of course, in a perfect world, you would want to see him do it again and not give a 5-record deal to a one-hit wonder, right? So
which I don't think he is.
No, I don't think so either, because I point to the ascension. You come in, you start 1 game your rookie year, you have 1.5 sacks. You start 4 games your second year, you go to 8.5 sacks, and then go from 8, then from 8 to 13.5. The other side of the coin is, say he goes for 15, 16 sacks. And the way that he could have had 4 sacks in the Kansas City home game. What if he finishes off some of those plays, ends up with 15 sacks? You could end up turning down, saying, man, I don't want to pay you the deal that someone like Brian Burns got. You may end up paying him what TJ Watt gets, or fill in the blank, Max Crosby, something like that.
Big money. Yeah, so, there's risk and reward on that front. I think you also like the aspect that he's younger than Zach Allen, so you're going to have more prime years. But to your point, I guess if he does come back and has 15 sacks, I think you feel more comfortable giving him that money because of where he's at. You're thinking another Von Miller type of guy that can, be the face of your defense, moving forward as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't they do something similar? Didn't they drag out the Surtain contract a little bit as well? Like, I could have recalled the year prior to last. Like, he was eligible for an extension. They kind of kicked the can down the road, and they made him the highest paid cornerback in the NFL. Point being, what you're saying, you might fall into that same situation with Benito.
Yeah, and I guess there's worse situations, right? I mean, you would love to see this guy emerge as a top 3 pass rusher.
Yes, that's a win.
Right, and you pay him what the market is.
He ain't going nowhere.
No.
It's just a matter of you got to strike when the iron is hot, when the right time is for the organization. It takes 2 to tango.
Right.
And the Broncos got to be willing to come to the table with these guys.
All right, what do you think Nick Benito's asking for right now? If I'm totally asking you to guess.
Oh, I would go based off the comp of Brian Burns. I mean, it's hard.
The floor is $100 million.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's probably asking 150, 160, 165 on a good day.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think I honestly think Benito, like, obviously everybody wants to get the bag, but if he believes in himself the way that I think he does, like, I don't think having him go out there one more year and earning his keep, gets him even more money. I don't think he's completely against that. I really wouldn't think so. Like, if you truly believe in yourself, I had 13.5 last year, and if I'm healthy, I can go get 15, 16 sacks, and I'm going to get $40 more million because of it.
Gosh.
Spirit of competition, baby.
Yeah, we'll see. That's a fascinating one as well. And then the last guy is John Franklin Myers, who signed a 2-year, $15 million contract with the Broncos. 10 of it was guaranteed, average annual salary of $7.5 million. John Franklin Myers is one of the best bang for your buck contracts that the Broncos have. And
good front office work.
It is. And with John Franklin Myers, this is another player also in his 20s. I believe he's 28. I'll double check it right now. But yeah, I don't want to just assume that this can't get done as well, because he's a really good player. He hasn't made a lot of money. Again, I don't know what he'd be looking for, but don't dismiss his impact on the Denver Broncos.
No, and I think, what I'm kind of thinking of as you're talking here? You can't have your cake and eat it too. Like, is it wishful thinking to think that they can get all 3 of these guys signed on defense and Cortland on offense? Defense in particular, right?
Sure.
But at some point, there's got to be a conversation you would think of, like, we could pay all 3 of these guys, but it's going to put us in this position, right? Is it a combination of, okay, we're going to let Zach Allen walk potentially after, and we're going to pony up for John Franklin Myers on a nice contract, and we're going to give Benito the ranch because of where he's at age-wise? Like, that has got to be an internal conversation that's going along. But, the other luxury that they're at right now is they've got, 2 or 3 more years of Bo Nix on the cheap?
They do.
So if there's ever an opportunity to inflate the value in the contracts of these defensive players and these wide receivers, now's the time to do it. Because when Bo Nix is getting 50-plus a year, then you can pull back the reins a little bit and say, okay, we did this then, here's where we're at now, and we'll adjust accordingly.
That's why I think this preseason, the ripple effect and butterfly effect of all this, I find fascinating, because you took 2 projects in the mid-rounds, okay? One out of LSU, one out of Alabama, one in the 3rd round, one in the 4th round. It's Savion Jones and Q Robinson. One of those guys has to flash in the preseason. And I think that if one of them does, all right, you're okay with saying, John Franklin Myers, we're not going to get you done. Go show to the rest of the league, why you are worth the money that you're asking for. And there's also a scenario, and he is 28, by the way, John Franklin Myers. There's also a scenario that maybe you don't see what you want to see in the preseason, which is super reasonable from Savion Jones and Q Robinson. They're rookies, super reasonable if they don't flash, is you go into the season with someone like John Franklin Myers, and if he's playing at a really high level, you can get that deal done. Yeah, he'll be a little bit upset that he doesn't have it before training camp or during training camp or whatever, but if he gets that security during the season and he's flashing again at 28 years old, you may circle back and get John Franklin Myers done as well. So
it's interesting, and I think another big picture conversation, and you hit on it with some of these draft picks, like, let's compare it to the NBA for a second here. Like, the NBA, you have to retain your talent. Like, it's very hard to hit on these 1st round, 2nd round draft picks, right?
Yep.
The NFL, There is a plethora of talent coming out from the SEC, the ACC. I mean, look at how they got Nick Bonito in the second round.
Right.
Obviously, it's hard to replicate that, but you could also, like, if you do let one or a couple of these guys walk, you could feel pretty confident. Like, I know George Payton, some people are hit or miss on him in this town. Can't question the guy's ability to evaluate talent in the draft. So, like, if their hand is forced, okay, Bonito, we can't pay you this much. Okay, Zach, we can't pay you this much. I would feel comfortable in trusting the front office to replenish the roster accordingly. Just a food for thought.
Yeah, no. These are like exploratory conversations. We'll see what deals get done. We'll see what deals don't get done. And it's going to be fascinating for these guys. And the dynamic that it's going to create if a couple of these guys do get preseason deals, training camp deals, even before training camp, and some don't. What is the vibe out there this summer when you have sort of the haves and have-nots? I know they're all making a bunch of money, but the guys who get deals done, the guys who don't, what that dynamic looks like. So I'm fascinated by it. If you want to react to any of these conversations, you can hit us up. RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. I have a question, Danilo Pirro, filling in for Philip today. I have a question about just how popular someone in sports is right now. And I can tell you, I never, ever, ever thought I'd be asking the question that I'm about to ask coming up next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road, bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next up, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you've got a gas-powered engine, keep it running like new at every fill-up. Stable in-season protection is your engine's preventative medicine, cleaning and protecting the entire fuel system in season. In outdoor power equipment, prevent gum and varnish buildup that could cause a rough or non-running engine. For cars and trucks, increase fuel efficiency and power by removing deposits, ensuring your engine's long-term health. Stable outperforms the competition in independent lab testing. So at every fill-up, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductwork guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985.
Co-Wetzel. Live at Fiddler's Green, July 6th. With special guests, Kip Moore, Corey Kent, and more. Get tickets to see Co-Wetzel live at AXS.com.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Imagine finding your dream home and moving in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. Sounds perfect, right? That's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. Buy your new home now and sell the old one later. Here's how it works. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then the Orchard experts take it from there. They handle repairs on your old home for you so you attract the right buyers. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent lists and sells your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first and sell your old home later. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Ready to find out how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
It's The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Rolling downhill. Here on a Monday, June 16th, we have Anilo Piro filling in for Philip Lindsay. All right. I'm going to ask a question that I never would have thought I'd be asking even 3 years ago, even 2 years ago, quite frankly, let alone 10 years ago, 20 years ago. So we started having this conversation off the air, and it got referenced enough that we're like, you know what? This is a segment. So we were measuring the ratings of the Stanley Cup Finals, okay, up against the NBA Finals. And I had a direct message on Instagram, and I keep my DMs open. You can hit me up, ZBy23, on Instagram. So this woman slid in there, and she said, hey, am I reading this right? Was there regular season WNBA games that have drawn a higher rating than the Stanley Cup Final? And I'm like, there's no way. That's got to be true. But I looked it up for myself, and sure as you know what, Anilo, regular season game has outperformed every game of the Stanley Cup Finals with a team from Canada playing in it with arguably the face of the sport, one of the certain current Mount Rushmore players. He's the greatest. Connor McDavid's the greatest player to never win a Stanley Cup in NHL history. You have a rematch from last year, and the series went 7, and somehow there was a regular season WNBA game that outdrew it, and it was Caitlin Clark against Angel Reese on opening weekend.
Think about, and I know you've processed it, but for the listener, think about that one more time. One more time. A regular season WNBA game is getting a higher rating than a Stanley Cup final.
Incredible.
A playoff final.
Incredible.
Rematch. McDavid, defending champion Panthers. It's ludicrous.
It's hard.
Caitlin Mania.
It's hard to process, considering the traditional structure and hierarchy of sports here in America. And it was Dante behind the glass who was like, that's not even fair. He's like, that's not even fair because it's Caitlin Clark. She's such an outlier. And I'm like, dude, I don't care. It's women's basketball performing the Stanley Cup.
Black and white. Facts are facts.
But it dovetailed into this conversation of like, wait a second. Among pro athletes under the age of 30 years old, can you count 5 current pro athletes of all the 4 major American sports? Can you count 5 that are more popular than Caitlin Clark? Because I legitimately do not think that I can get to 5. I don't know if I can get to 3. I think of Shohei Ohtani. I think of Patrick Mahomes. And then start to go, okay, who actually makes sense that is currently more popular in this country than Caitlin Clark is?
I think you can make an argument for Scotty Scheffler. 28 years old. I know golf was a little bit more niche, but like he's really taken over the sport in the last few years. Now, I don't know.
Does my mom know who Scotty Scheffler is? Absolutely not.
It's a good way to think of it.
She knows who Caitlin Clark is.
Yeah, I mean, I think the list, I would agree with you. It's Ohtani and Mahomes are the 2 that come to mind. Maybe you throw in Burrow. Maybe. I think Burrow has...
Joe Burrow?
I think Burrow has a lot of stopping power in regards to the minds of the people. Like, in regards to, like, recognition. Like, I think my mom knows who Joe Burrow is. I think.
Mine doesn't. I don't think.
I think Joe Burrow is probably the second most popular quarterback in the NFL right now.
Over Josh Allen? Over Lamar Jackson?
I do. I think in regards to brand name and recognition, I do.
I don't know.
I'm not saying he's better. I actually do think he's better than both of them. But
you could make an argument he's better than both of them. You could.
I don't know. Maybe it's my youth, and I'm seeing a lot of Joe Burrow. He's dating like these Instagram models, so maybe that's on my algorithm.
Okay.
So maybe that's it for me. But I do think that like, going back to college, LSU, like Joe Burrow has been front and center for about 5-6 years now. But, I mean, that's me grasping for a straw.
Yeah. Well, I'll say this. I think there is a very short list of people ever that have elevated an entire sport. Like, I'll ask like this, and this is, I understand I'm asking this question to the wrong audience and the wrong market. But if Caitlin Clark and the Indiana Fever came into Denver, Colorado for one game throughout a year, and it was on a Sunday afternoon, and it was at
1 p.m.
It was at Ball Arena, all right, at 2:25, the same time as the Broncos were kicking off, and the Broncos were hosting the Chiefs. I legitimately believe that the get-in price for Ball Arena would be higher than a regular season game at Mile High against Kansas City.
Yeah. And I think because that's an interesting thought. Because I think, like, obviously Denver is Broncos country. Like, the Broncos are Denver's team. But there's a lot of people that have moved here that aren't a part of Broncos country, aren't a part of that fabric just yet.
Yeah.
That maybe have, little kids, this, that, came from a different city that would rather see Caitlin Clark because they're a Patriots fan or they're a Cowboys fan, they're a Dolphins fan, right? So there's that dynamic. I mean, and this might be crazy of me to say. It really might come out that way. Caitlin Clark, to me, in talking, discussions, recognition, brand, I mean, the only 2 NBA players that I could think of that are probably more popular than her are LeBron and Steph. Like, her name carries more weight than Jokic. Maybe not in this town.
No.
Giannis. I think more people know Caitlin Clark than Giannis.
Coast to coast, you're right. But that was the original reason why we asked under 30 years old.
Right.
What pro athlete in American sports right now is moving the needle? Like, and here's what I mean by moving the needle. Dude, I didn't know that Caitlin Clark was coming back this weekend. I didn't know.
Neither did I.
She hurt her quad. She missed a collection of games. And when something like big is happening, like the algorithm will feed that into your social media timeline. I didn't have to know. It comes and finds you. Like the video is people tweeting and like when she goes into a lot of these towns, Atlanta, Chicago, they move the games out of the WNBA arenas
It's a scene.
and move it to the NBA arenas.
Yeah. We got a good text here, RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043 from my guy Brian in Thornton. Shout out the North Side, baby. He says, I'm recording the Broncos game in that scenario and going to see Caitlin Clark.
Wow. Yeah.
That's a real text.
Yeah. And someone say, hey, I've lost my mind. That's ridiculous. Broncos tickets would be higher. I just think the dynamic, if she came here one time, like a Taylor Swift coming into town, one time, she's going to be here for one weekend, I think it would be a comp to a Broncos regular season ticket.
Yeah. And I think with the way you phrased the question, under 30, I don't even know if I can get a fourth, but on the Mount Rushmore, in my opinion, it would be her, Shohei, Scheffler, insert fourth player here. Like that's my big three of like under 30 athletes that have that much gravitas right now.
Dante behind the glass.
You got a fourth one?
Dante, you were
we've mentioned Mahomes.
Mentioned Mahomes.
So there's your fourth.
And he's not 30 yet. You were one of the you were the person that originated this topic. How many names can you come up with American sports stars under the age of 30 that are as popular right now as Caitlin Clark?
I think we've said the names, and I don't even think Scotty Scheffler's more popular.
So I actually agree with that.
I would also agree with that. I think he's close. Like, people in the vein, like, he's like one of the few that comes to mind for me.
Someone says, don't you know that people watch the WNBA because of Angel Reese too? Not really.
Oh, my gosh.
Not really. And here's the evidence. The two were going to play each other, and the ticket prices to get in were insane. Caitlin Clark got hurt, and you could get in for $5. So, and I'm not saying she's not part of the story, because Angel Reese absolutely is part of the story, but they are not the same. They're not close to the same.
And if memory serves me correct, I was in Chicago last summer, and I believe the Fever were supposed to be in town, and I remember like looking for tickets because I was like, oh, I could go see Caitlin Clark. It was more than the Cubs game that I went to at Wrigley Field. I mean, it's crazy. And my closing thought on this topic, can we get a WNBA team in Denver, please?
They've tried.
I want to see Caitlin Clark in town. I want to grow the women's basketball game as well. I mean, we can't even get a practice facility for the Nuggets and the Avalanche. I mean, that's been 15 years in the making, 20 years in the making.
Right.
But, like, yeah, point being, like, she's incredible.
Dante,
she's incredible.
You got another name potentially?
I don't think it's quite there yet, but I think he could be Arch Manning.
If he plays well, because he's still got to go out and do it, right? He's still got to go out and do it. And I can't wait to watch this kid, because he will be. He'll
be a ratings bonanza.
Appointment TV for Texas. But you got to go out and do it, right? You're going to be in the SEC. He played Louisiana Monroe and ran for that 70-yard touchdown. You don't become the number one pick in the draft because what your ancestry DNA results say. You got to go out and do it.
Well, I'm not even talking about quality of player. I'm just talking about how popular they are.
Yeah.
And his stuff goes viral even in the 2 games he played last year.
It was crazy, Dante. I was there for one of them. I've never seen anything like it. I was there for Texas, Florida, and there was 70,000 people who stayed in that stadium in a 40-point game to watch Arch Manning play a series, and they were rooting against their own team on first and second down in hopes that Arch would throw the ball on third down.
But if he's leading them to number one in the SEC, he's going to be a draw.
I like that one. We got to keep our eye on that in terms of a rating perspective. But in terms of people who have entered the scene and elevated an entire sport and brought it to a stratosphere that it was not before their arrival, it's Tiger Woods, it's Michael Phelps. I mean, we were watching swimming, dude.
Yeah.
It's maybe if you want to say Serena Williams,
Lance Armstrong.
Half the nation was wearing a yellow wristband for a cyclist. Yeah, it's a very short list. I still cannot believe that a regular season WNBA game has outdrawn every game of the final so far in the Stanley Cup. Insane. All right. We will look back on what we think we learned today coming up next.
Does Bo Nix need to make a statistical jump in his sophomore season?
I want to see a more complete offense. I want to see more balance, and oftentimes when we're talking about balance, do you get more opportunities in the red zone to run it in? Those are things that end up happening to you. I want to see more explosive plays in the passing game, but I don't care if he jumps up 5 touchdowns throwing. That doesn't really mean anything to me.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, Broncos country? Phillip Lindsay here. And if you've ever watched me play, you know I'm all about speed, agility, and get where I need to go efficient. When it comes to your summer vacation, you need that same kind of reliable power, and that's why I'm teaming up with Hermes Worldwide. Listen, you guys work hard all year and deserve that epic summer getaway. And let's be real, getting to and from the airport can be a total fumble. Stressful parking, long taxi lines, unreliable ride sharing. And we all know nobody needs that. Whether you're traveling solo or with your family, Hermes Worldwide has you covered. With their dependable professional chauffeurs, and they understand that your vacation time is very precious to you. So let them handle all the details so you can focus on what really matters the most, making memories with the ones you love. So give them a call today at 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, that's ridehermes.com/DenverSports to book your next ride.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, Broncos country, I'm Terrell Davis, and I'm here with Donnie, owner of the Fitness Gallery. There is nothing more important than your health. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on.
You're ready to make fitness fit your schedule. Don't wait. Secure pre-tariff pricing today.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store, Fitness Gallery, and get started on your goals today.
Stoke here from my hometown heating and cooling team. ROX rocks heating and air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today about my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if he can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents The Drive with Zach By and Philip Lindsay.
All right, looking back at the day, Anilo Piro filling in for Philip Lindsay today. Been really fun, dude. Really happy that been here today.
Hey.
You'll be back tomorrow.
Do it again tomorrow, my man.
Yeah, no doubt. As we wind down here on a Monday, appreciate you guys for rocking with us. If you're listening live, shout out. If you're listening after the fact on the Drive podcast, shout out. Okay, so I want to look back at the show. What did we learn? A couple different things. We have a new clue that makes it, I just think, all but certain. Maybe that's not the right.
You're right.
Maybe it's not the right verbiage to use, but right now, a lot of momentum going towards putting shovels in the ground for a new Broncos stadium in Denver. It was Denver Business who earlier today reported that records show that the Broncos have expressed interest in Denver Waters land in the Lincoln Park neighborhood, which is right near that former Burnham Yard rail yard, which we already know last week they bought $150 million worth of land. Anilo, all signs pointing towards a Broncos stadium, probably stadium district, staying within the Denver city proper.
I think that would be a win-win for just about everybody. I mean, I know there's some subsect of fans out there that would like them to move it to the burbs or move it down south or whatever. Like, I am not one of those people. I love the idea of the Nuggets being downtown, the Avalanche being downtown, the Rockies, stone throw away there on the other side, and keeping the Broncos in the city limits of downtown Denver. I mean, I just think it's something that is unique to the city of Denver. It's unique in professional sports to have all four of those major teams playing in your downtown city limits and whatnot. So obviously we shall see. And it's funny you say that. I actually got a tweet up here from the Denver Post Broncos. A 36-acre campus next to potential stadium site at Burnham Yard. So that's a lot of land, 36 acres.
Yeah, it is.
You do a lot with that.
It is.
Everything that you want, I want, district, this, that, the other, you can accomplish with 36 acres.
Yeah, and I had been leaning towards, hey, go out to the suburbs because you can do the whole stadium district out there. Do the thing with the retractable roof, make it first class, make it big, make it so the Final Four is coming here, WrestleMania is coming here, concerts, you're a top priority for these A-list artists. But if you can do it in Denver, I just didn't know if there was going to be space to do it in Denver. And I definitely knew they weren't going to do it at the old spot because they don't own that land and billionaires don't rent. So I'm hoping they can accomplish both things here, keep it in Denver and do it grandiose the way I would like. So that's another another clue that we sort of gathered today. We also talked about the announcements that came out today, which Avs players were selected to Olympic rosters, and I thought that there was a little hiccup. So Kale is going to play for Team Canada. McKinnon's going to play for Team Canada. Marty Netjes was named to the initial roster for the Czech Republic. But on Sweden's initial roster, you can find the name Gabe Landeskog. And I just don't, it makes me unsettled, the fact that we had one of the longest absences in the history of NHL hockey. Just a third time a team captain went over 1,000 days without an NHL game. And then now he's going to start his first regular season in 4 years and then go play for Sweden in the middle of it. I understand the national pride stuff and all that, but it's a little bit unnerving, the fact that we are this far down the road and he's on the initial roster.
Is that surprising, though? Like, I'm sure the Swedish national team is just choosing their best guys, right?
Totally. Not surprising. No.
I think I would be surprised if he plays. That's kind of where I'm at.
See, I don't know if I'm there, man. I don't know. I think he would love to play for Sweden.
I just think, like, watching the documentary, like, seeing, being, at the arena and seeing him speak with the media and whatnot, like, that was a load to bear for him just to get back to being able to play hockey. Now, I understand the heart wants what the heart wants, and he's 32. This might be his last shot to play at the Olympics at a high level. So, never say never.
And it could be a part in his mind, hey, this is a part of my comeback story. I got to come back and play for Sweden. Like, look at what I have done here. Guys, from an Avs perspective, though, it scares the crap out of me.
The optimistic point of view on that, if he comes in, starts the regular season playing well, maybe it's not the worst thing to kind of just keep him going. And there's no saying that he'll play all 3 weeks. I mean, Sweden can get bounced, and he might be done a week in.
True.
I forget how that all works out exactly.
I'm not sure.
So, but, look, I would err on the side of caution. It's one thing if you're on a bad Avalanche team that has no chance of winning the Cup. You're going to be top 5, top 6 in odds coming next season already. So, see how the season plays out.
Yeah. All right. Good stuff. How about this? The Rockies have a 2-1 lead in the bottom of the 4th inning over Washington. And the only reason I'm mentioning it is because they won 10-1 yesterday in Atlanta. If they found a way to win today, they would be 3-2 in their last 5.
Don't let them get hot, Zach. Don't let them get hot.
Golly, man. All right, really fun show. Anilo, thank you for being here. You'll be back tomorrow. Look forward to it.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to Dante Gomez behind the glass, keeping us on the air. We will step aside. And it's Mike Rice and Denver Sports Tonight coming up next.
Is new running back J.K. Dobbins the perfect fit for Denver's offense?
The fact is, this is a move with no downside. Absolutely none. Because you didn't sign him for much. It's incentive laden. If this guy can just stay healthy, we know he's a dynamic player. We know he can play. We know he can contribute.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
It's summer. Time to enjoy long days, lazy nights, and great food. Because Uber Eats has deals all summer long. So, when hunger strikes, don't sweat it. Delicious deals are just a tap away on Uber Eats. Enjoy all your favorite grocery items delivered straight to you. Get ice cream, soda, and snacks from your favorite stores like Wegmans and CVS and make the most of every moment. Now that sounds like a good summer. Order now on Uber Eats. Terms apply. Product availability varies by region. See app for details.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Market volatility isn't slowing down.
If you're nearing retirement, now is not the time to wait and see. Every day of uncertainty can put your future at risk. It's time to diversify. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I want you to know you can create certainty, locking in guaranteed income for life. This means predictable, stable cash flow, even in turbulent times. You've worked too hard to leave your retirement to chance. Right now, there are options to receive up to 30% upfront or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't wait. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. Any examples provided are hypothetical. Annuities are issued with prospectus and sales brochures and should be reviewed carefully before funding as features and benefits vary. DBA in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Say goodbye to your lawnmower and take back your weekends by replacing your old yard with Pro Green synthetic turf. Hey, Brandon Stokely here. You may have heard me talking about my Pro Green custom putting green and how it's made my weekends so much more fun. One of the main issues folks have with artificial turf is how hot it gets. Well, Pro Green invented a turf system with proprietary organic cooling materials that actually keeps your new turf lawn cool. It really mimics the look, feel, and temperature of natural grass. Call my friends at Pro Green today. 303-479-3967. That's 303-479-3967. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 1043, The Fan. Welcome to Denver Sports Tonight, taking a look at the biggest stories in Denver sports. From your online home for the best opinions and information on the Broncos, Nuggets, Avalanche, Rockies, and more. DenverSports.com.
It was just seemingly a few hours ago that we were here for the Friday edition. And now it's the Monday edition of Denver Sports Tonight. Mike Rice, Dante Gomez. Dante, how was the weekend?
It was good. Went out camping out in the mountains. It was beautiful out by Twin Lakes. Highly recommend it.
Beautiful area.
Got a lot of sunburnt out there.
Okay.
It was funny. People were making fun of me when I walked into work today because I had sweatpants and a sweatshirt on. It's like I can't put my skin out to the sun right now. It'll hurt too much.
Wow. So you got the red treatment.
Oh yeah. Every time I move, I can kind of feel my shirt hit my neck on the back, and I feel it a little bit.
Did you forget the sunscreen?
No, we had it. I just didn't think I needed it until it was too late, and then I was like, well, now I wish I put. Well, I'm kind of tan to start off with, so
yeah.
In my head, it's like, oh, I'm good. I can pass on the sunscreen, but that was the wrong idea. We were out, fishing all day. We went to like a cliff jumping spot. I was out in the sun for a very extended amount of time.
Not good. Not all the. Yeah, that's not good. That's a rookie mistake for Colorado, especially at not only elevation in town.
Oh yeah, we were at like 12,000 feet.
Right, but then you're way, dude. I could have told you that.
Yeah,
I didn't think to tell you Friday after the show. Don't forget that sunscreen if you go to the mountains.
Yeah, I got like clear farmer's tan on my arms, on my legs where the shorts were.
I'd say that's funny, but I mean it is, but it isn't. I do feel for you a little bit.
It's kind of funny, because I did it to myself. It was avoidable, and I brought it on myself, so no one else to blame.
No, I mean you do have that part of it right for sure. Glad you're with us. It's that time of year, Dante, in terms of sports where things really slow down. Broncos offseason is in a pause until after the OTAs and minicamp, the mandatory minicamp. So the Broncos get a bit of a break for about 6 weeks until training camp starts at the end of July. The Nuggets have been in the offseason for far too long, as have the Avs, and both of their sports are winding down and in the finals, the final series to determine the champion in both basketball and hockey. And, of course, Major League Baseball is going on, but, it's arguably we don't have Major League Baseball in town right now.
I know, Mike, they won 10-1 yesterday.
Well, yes, I do. I'm glad for that.
They're winning right now as well, I believe.
I think it was, 2-0 or something like that. But the fact of the matter is it's been – I'll just be kind. It's been a rough stretch, okay? Just been a rough year, and I don't know how optimistic anybody is right now at the prospects of it turning around anytime soon. I hope so. I hope they take a few steps towards respectability and mediocrity. That would be a massive improvement for the Rockies. But they're not at the place where we're going to spend any kind of time talking about them because they are where they are and they are what they are. So we're sort of in this limbo of what's going on. All the teams are on a break. And so we're in one of those, what I call, what are we doing Mondays? It's like, what are these teams doing? Now, there's an old axiom. Okay, I made it up. Just because nothing is happening doesn't mean nothing is going on. So, think about that for a minute. That's a free pearl of whatever you want to call it. I wouldn't even go so far as to say it's wisdom because I don't know if it is. It's a free nugget for you. Just because nothing's happening that we see, that we can report on and really tangibly talk about, doesn't mean that nothing's going on behind the scenes. And I can only hope for the various teams in town, Dante, that there are things going on, no more so than with our Denver Nuggets. And that is where we are going to start tonight on Denver Sports Tonight on our What Are We Doing Monday. And that is an appropriate question as I think about the Nuggets. What are we doing? And it's you can ask that different ways. And my tone when I ask, what are we doing with the Nuggets is like, honestly, are you guys asleep at the wheel? I know that's not fair because I'd like to hope there are things going on behind the scenes, even though I don't see anything happening out here. But let's first start with the GM. What are we doing, guys? Honestly, and I'm asking with all sincerity. I'm not trying to be sarcastic, not trying to be facetious. What are we doing? What are we doing? Okay, so I'm going to try and answer that, and I want you to try and answer that. I think they're waiting until they feel that it's the right time to announce Ben Tenzer as the new GM. I would be more than a little surprised if it turned out to be the veteran, savvy, experienced, accomplished GM that I want and that I think you want. Would you agree?
I'm sorry. What you said?
I'd be surprised
if it was one of those.
Right. If it were that kind of GM.
Yeah, absolutely. At this point, I feel like we had to have heard of blank and blank is interviewing for the job. He's in Denver with Nuggets ownership, interviewing to be the next general manager of the team. I would be very shocked if it was not an internal hire. But at this point, I'd be shocked if it was an internal hire because why haven't you announced it yet? What are you waiting for? I would be more disappointed, I guess, if it's not an internal hire, just because I would hope that the wheels are already turning and they're already scouting players for the draft. I know they had 4 guys come in and work out for the team. Caleb Love, guard out of U of A, Hunter Dickinson, center out of Kansas, another center out of Indiana, and then I think a forward out of Kansas as well. My question is, first of all, who made the list of guys that's coming to work out for the team? Because as of now, there's no general manager. And 2, who are these guys working out for? Because there's no general manager, no front office. So who's evaluating these guys?
Again, yeah, we're left to speculate. And since you're asking the question, my answer would be Ben Tenzer. If you're an interim GM, theoretically you are doing what a full-time general manager would be doing. Now, I don't know that to be fact, but did you remember what Josh Kroenke said? And I believe it was his end-of-the-year press conference. I'm paraphrasing, but he said, look, Ben and there was another guy and I are all going to be evaluating the season. We're going to be looking at the guys we have coming back. We're going to be getting ready. He was talking as if it was going to be that triumvirate, those 3, including him, ostensibly being around more than he has been, to determine sort of the course of action. So right away, to me, and maybe I was reading into it, it's very possible, I took that to mean, and his comment of most of our answers and solutions are internal, I took all of that to mean that most likely the Nuggets are going to promote from within for their GM. I still believe that to be the case. We haven't heard reporting on really anybody being interested or being interviewed or being talked to. We haven't heard agent leaks. We haven't heard any of that from the outside about candidates, which again leads me to believe that the Nuggets are going to hire from within and they're just waiting till whatever time to make it official.
I don't get what the wait is for, though. I can't picture a reason.
I agree.
Why it's more beneficial to the Nuggets to wait to announce their general manager. The draft, I believe, is in 9 days. Free agency, we already saw a massive trade go down with Desmond Bane to the Magic, featuring a former Nugget and KCP going back to Memphis there. So Kevin Durant's supposed to be traded any day now. There's other guys that are rumored to be traded. RJ Barrett's available up in Toronto. So it's not there's big trades going on, and then there's small guys that would round out the roster for the Nuggets. Luke Cornett, the Nuggets or the Celtics aren't supposed to keep him. Maybe he could be the backup big here in Denver. So it's just I don't get the reason why you would be dragging your feet. I thought of one reason, at least. It could be maybe they're waiting to interview the assistant general manager of the Thunder. Maybe they're waiting to interview the assistant general manager of the Pacers, and they're just waiting for the series to finish up. But other than that, I don't see one good reason why they have not hired and made an official announcement of their general manager.
Yeah, and we don't know. So in fairness, I mean, again, we think there are things going on behind the scenes. If there truly aren't things going on behind the scenes, then I'm even more concerned than ever, because my assumption is that they know what they need to get done this offseason. They know, meaning Josh Kroenke spoke about the importance of Nikola Jokic to this organization. But what does that say to a guy like Jokic? And again, if things are going on and it's been communicated to Joker, okay, we're not privy to that. We don't know that's been happening. But I'm not going to assume that just because we all think that the Nuggets should be doing things behind the scenes, that they're actually doing things behind the scenes. I don't know.
I don't know what they're planning. I think they might have what I would call a delusional confidence in running this exact same operation back. I think that's their plan at this point. Is the roster is what the roster is. We're going to hire internally on the front office. The front office will be majority of the same. The coaching staff, they already hired internally there. I think they feel very comfortable with where they're at, and I would disagree, and they should not feel that comfortable in running this back and running the same roster out there, minus Russell Westbrook, who already declined his option.
Here's another element to that, because I agree with you. Josh Kroenke did everything but say, here's our plan for the offseason. We're going to hire from within, and we're going to basically run it all back. I mean, in not so many words, those were the signals he was giving off. Maybe it was a smokescreen. I don't think so. And so my question then is, what? Okay, you don't have a GM. then have Ben Tenzer at least call. And I mean, you never know what happens when you talk to somebody. All of a sudden you get somebody thinking, maybe MPJ is a fit for us. Maybe so-and-so is a fit for us. Maybe we could get a third team involved because I've been having conversations about this team, about this guy, and all of a sudden it gets other people. Now, nothing may come of it. The Nuggets may have no desire to trade one of their core four. It may not be anywhere on the radar. But at some point, Nico Harrison made a call about Luka Doncic at some point. So you don't even have to want something to happen, but if nothing else, there's a PR value. Because what did Zach and Danilo talk about earlier? And we've all read it. People in the league are going like, yeah, what's going on with the Nuggets? So at least you'd be sending a PR signal that, all right, they're still in flux. They still don't have their full-time GM announced. Maybe it'll be Tenzer. Maybe they will go outside. We don't know. Talking as somebody in another organization. But at least they're working on the roster. They're thinking about things. And there's value in that, too.
Yeah, you give yourself a 0% chance to make a trade and be in on these trades when you don't have a general manager. They don't have a point of contact for these other teams to say, hey, maybe the price on an MPJ trade has gone down enough to where, hey, we're interested. Maybe the Magic, they were looking for an outside scorer and they went with Desmond Bane there. That could have been the Nuggets. What if you're returning a couple guards, getting a plethora of first-round picks for MPJ? Because that's what the Magic are looking for. They're looking for outside shooting, a three-point guy who can play both ways a little bit, and that's what MPJ is. He's still young enough. He fits the timeline there with how young Banchero is and Wagner is. It's just you're not giving yourself the benefit of the doubt of even being in the discussions.
That's right. And that leads and that goes back to our question. What are we doing? What are we doing? And I'd like to think it's something, but with the Nuggets, after what's happened and what I heard in the postseason pressers and in the immediacy after Malone and Booth were dismissed, I got to be honest, Dante, I don't have a whole lot of trust that the Nuggets are really going to do what I think, even explore some things that could help them maximize the Joker years. Again, for me, it's about what are we doing, not for the sake of playing fantasy basketball, not for the sake of just making a move to make a move, but to maximize Joker's years. And I'm sorry, but after what I saw through the regular season this year, for the better part of 6 to 7 months, I know the old adage, games don't matter. Wins and losses don't matter until the All-Star break. Yeah, but you know what? Culture does. Chemistry does. Depth does. All the interplay between the likability that the guys have for each other matters. We saw none of that this year through the whole season for the Nuggets. And then they make the switch in the front office and the coaching staff. And then all of a sudden, well, let's see what David Adelman can do. And I thought he did an admirable job. But by that point, the die's been cast. And the fact they took the Thunder to 7 games, why wouldn't you want to try and build on that by then getting everything lined up, ready to go, boom, hit the ground running with the new regime here in the offseason? That's not the approach they've taken.
And they even had a head start. They fired Booth with a week before the season ended.
3 games left.
They've had plenty of time to figure this out. And unless they feel comfortable with the way things are going and they have a plan that just nobody else is aware of, I just don't get what their process is here.
Yeah, it's disappointing. I mean, because, again, it's disappointing, and the but for me, the asterisk is I'm assuming there are things going on behind the scenes, even though nothing has happened yet that I want to see happen. And, of course, I don't know that they're going to do the things I want them to do. And none of us know for sure. But, again, it comes down to trust. Am I willing, after what I've seen and the deficiencies that were allowed to exist and, in some cases, fester, I mean, I can't trust that things are going to get done that are really going to maximize the Joker years. I hope I'm wrong. And if if a veteran, accomplished GM is hired and some moves are made to really substantially try and improve the roster, then I'm happy on whatever Monday or Friday edition of DST say I was wrong. They were working on things, And that's what I'm leaving that door cracked because we have to, because we don't know, at least I don't. And yet, what are the signs that we've seen? What is the trust factor that we've seen based on how things have gone for how long? And since the championship year, Dante, hasn't the track record when it comes to that standard has fallen short. It really has.
Yeah, and I'm not even saying they need to go out and get a veteran. So that's not even on my
Would you like them to?
Not necessarily.
Really?
I think they could go young or veteran. I think as long as it's the right fit, that's what matters more than anything. I mean, I've seen plenty of veteran GMs go fail in their next stop. Same with head coaches. You see that all the time of, Mike Budenholzer won a championship in Milwaukee and he got fired his first year in Phoenix. Like Doc Rivers won a championship with the Celtics and hasn't done anything since. So I think veteran doesn't necessarily lead to success.
Fair.
Yeah, maybe it's something to draw on and it gives you maybe a higher percentage of success, I guess. But I don't know if that necessarily is a straight line of you've done it before, you're going to do it again here. To me, it's just what is taking so long to make the decision? Unless they already have made a decision and they're hiding it from the rest of the world, which I don't know what that possibly could benefit the franchise doing.
Well, the longer it goes before the draft, the less competent the organization appears. Like, you don't have a GM for the draft? That in itself is a statement.
Well, and on top of that, if you're working out guys like that, it kind of feels like, oh, you want to have a draft pick. They currently don't have any draft picks in this draft coming up, so it looks like they're going to have to trade into the draft, which takes general managers' talents as well. And I just don't understand what they're doing completely from a front office standpoint.
Yeah, and again, to build off that point, and again, we're just trying to piece some things together on this what are we doing type of Monday, because things are slow. And so we're just left to kind of sit back with a cold one, whatever night it is, it's a Monday night, and just kind of chop things up a little bit because we're trying to figure it out just like you guys are. We're all fans in that regard. But if you want to get back in the draft, you're probably, because the Nuggets, they don't have a first-round pick this year. They don't have one for a while.
I don't think they have any picks, first or second round.
Right. And so you got to trade maybe a player, maybe two, maybe get a third team involved, maybe get a fourth team involved.
A future draft pick or whatever.
Whatever.
It's going to take some figuring out. It's not like you just step in and you're like, yep, we're going to do this, bang, bang, bang. The other team's going to sign off on it right away. These things take time. Trades don't happen within an instant. You need to workshop this. You need to build a relationship with whoever you're making the trade with. I just don't think you're setting up whoever the future GM is for success at this point.
No, I on the RamosLaw.com text line, from the 720-628. Man, we all know what's happening. They're not going. This is Jeff, by the way, from Denver. They're not going to make any moves. They think they're good enough, and we all know that's not the truth. And that's what we're left to think. I think Jeff is spot on in what else are we supposed to think. They weren't good enough last year. They weren't good enough in the regular season. Nikola himself said it when he was asked late in the regular season. Might have been in the playoffs. It's all running together. When he was asked, well, are you deep enough to win a title? He goes, well, look at the teams that are making runs, OKC and Indiana. So, no, we're not. It's like you don't even – you ask him because you want him to say something. But we all know the answer is, of course, they're not deep enough. And then
they just real quick, sorry, they just got more shallow by losing Russell Westbrook, who was their sixth man all year, stepped into a starting role. So not only are they staying the same, I would argue they're getting worse actively by the day.
Yeah. Contrast that to the team that plays in the NFL, the Broncos. What are we doing? They're actually doing quite a bit, I believe. We'll dive into that next.
Russell Westbrook has declined his player option for next season should the Nuggets shift their offseason strategy.
It signals to me you have to go young. You're going to have to go young here. You have to go with Pickett. These guys are going to have to step up.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For your kitchen update done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 48 equal monthly payments with approved credit. For details, 800-362-8370.
If you're considering sedation dentistry and want to learn more about it, Clarkson Dental can help. When it comes to your health, you want to make sure you know all the details. The highly trained professionals at Clarkson Dental have your answers. Learn more at coloradosedation.com.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
When the game is on the line, you need someone you can trust and rely on. And when you've been seriously injured, you can trust Berg Simpson. The experienced and nationally recognized lawyers at Berg Simpson are ready to fight aggressively for your best possible outcome. We know that legal victories are not given. They are earned through hard work, determination, and commitment to excellence.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives.
Stoke here for my hometown heating and cooling team, ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Don't be caught in the middle of a heat wave with no air conditioning. Keep your cool this summer with a new air conditioner. You can receive system rebates up to $15,000 on select systems. Also, financing as low as $98 a month, but only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
The U.S. Senior Open is back in Colorado Springs, June 25th through 29th. Witness the legends of the game compete for another shot at history at the iconic Broadmoor. Spend a beautiful Colorado summer day with your friends and family while experiencing stunning views of the Rockies, world-class hospitality, and being a part of all the excitement. This is your open invitation to the 45th U.S. Senior Open. Don't miss out on this unique experience. Tickets are selling fast. Get yours now at ussenioropen.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
It's Denver Sports Tonight on Denver Sports Station 104.3 The Fan.
Hold on, Dante. Hold on a second. I'm just finishing my Yahtzee game. Hold on. It's true. It's right here. Let me just do one more roll, okay? Welcome back. Mike Rice, Dante Gomez, Denver Sports.
Stephen A. Smith?
Yeah. Pulling a Stephen A. there. Just playing
solitaire during the game?
Well, I want to. It's not just during the break, but I got to do it during the show. And make it, right. Yeah,
I've actually never played Yahtzee. I don't even know the rule. I just know you yell Yahtzee during the game. That's about it.
You've never played the game Yahtzee?
I don't think so. And I was a big board game family. Like, we played board games all the time, but Yahtzee just wasn't in our rotation.
Do you have a favorite board game? This might have to be a topic for maybe a Friday.
I love Pictionary.
Really?
I love Pictionary. That was a house favorite of ours growing up. We used to always play. I actually went on a little boys trip over the winter. We had like a little townhouse up in Frisco, Colorado.
Sure.
And the Airbnb we were at had Pictionary. None of my friends had ever played before that I was with, and I was like, guys, trust me, it'll be fun. After 2 games, they were begging to keep playing.
Really?
We played until 1 or 2 in the morning.
Don't
because
you love
they
that?
just were. Everyone got so hooked on the game, got very competitive, very fun. So I'd say probably Pictionary is number 1.
Can you draw?
Decently.
Okay,
Enough
so you're
to
not
convey
like
the
an
message.
artist.
No.
Okay.
But in Pictionary, sometimes that's not what you need. It's
True.
Getting your message across as quickly as possible so they can guess it. So.
Yeah, the sounds like signal and all that stuff, right? All right. Well, no, I was just. It was a joke. I mean, I had we got to play Yahtzee during the show or solitaire or whatever. I mean, just because we want to be like Stephen A. Well, that's our aspiration. Denver Sports Tonight. Just kidding. Denver Sports Tonight. Mike and Dante. It is a what are we doing Monday? Talked about what are we doing, Nuggets? What are we doing this time of year? Waiting for a GM. Draft is 9 days. What are we doing? There's a team called the Denver Broncos in town, and I tell you what, Dante. All indications are they're doing a lot, and they're going to be doing a lot. Here's what I mean. First off the field, a lot of news coming out in terms of the stadium. Every single signal is pointing to the I-25 and 6, the old Burnham Yards location. Now, Business Denver reporting that the Broncos have been talking with Denver Water about land that Denver Water owns in that area, and it sure seems like they're doing a lot behind the scenes, and they have been doing a lot. I don't think it's any secret. When you talk about a project like this, I think the Broncos have had a pretty good idea what they've wanted to do for quite some time. You don't just dream up these kind of things overnight, and the clock is ticking on their lease, and they have to make a decision, and I think a lot of the decisions have been made. They're trying to get deals done to make the decision that they want an actual reality. So what are we doing? It's much more like, oh, yeah, they're getting a lot done, at least on the stadium front for sure.
You don't think it's the next future site of a Walmart location?
It's possible. I mean, yes, it's possible, but no, I don't. I don't think that's going to be the site of the future. Maybe there's a Walmart with the stadium. Maybe there's does Walmart have I know they have the grab and go sections. How do I know this? Don't ask. When you have a family, you'll know. But I wonder if they have and they have the corner market type of Walmart concept thing. You don't know.
Kind of, maybe. I don't exactly know what you're describing.
What I'm saying is there might be some. Maybe there'll be maybe the new.
Oh,
stadium,
like a smaller version of. Gotcha.
Right. So I don't know if that's the name of it, but maybe there'll be some sort of new Walmart concept to go with the new stadium in the whole district that we all think the Broncos are planning and eventually going to build wherever it is. You want the I-25 and 6? You believe they're moving in that direction?
I mean, I live right off of the I-25 and 6. I live a couple miles west of there, so I actually am not looking forward to. I guess I'll probably be moved out of there by the time the stadium's built, but the extra traffic that goes along with that. I think it's a great location, though. I think it checks every box that Broncos country could be looking for. It's in a central location if you're coming from the south, the north side, the west side, the east side. It's kind of all in the middle of everything. Hopefully it comes with the district and all the hoopla and the restaurants and the bars and maybe some Walmarts.
Yeah. But again, given the trust, given what we've seen the Broncos do, Go back to the Walton Penner Group in their first year owning the team. They made the move with Russell Wilson. Like it or not, they made the move. They ripped the Band-Aid off. Before that, it was the Sean Payton move. Sean Payton might not be your favorite coach, but they went out and got the guy that they felt good about, and then he starts to implement a plan. Again, we might not agree with every single step of the plan so far from a football standpoint. I think the plan has worked out pretty darn well. They find their quarterback. They get rid of the quarterback that was an albatross, that wasn't the right guy, and now they make the playoffs, and now they're seemingly building from there. We'll see what the results are of the building process as we move forward into the season. But I have trust based on what I've seen thus far from the organization, that they're going to do what it takes. They're going to do what it takes with the football team. They're going to do what it takes with the stadium. And I think they're going to do what it takes for the city and the area and the region. And I know this is a big discussion in Broncos country. I happen to believe the Broncos are a regional team. Yes, they are by name the Denver Broncos, but the Rocky Mountain region lays hold to the Broncos tradition and that name and that franchise as well. And I think this ownership group is aware of all those things. I think they've pressed all the right buttons because they've done the right things to this point. That doesn't mean everything works out perfectly. And ultimately, Broncos country wants at least one more, if not multiple, Lombardis. We all get that. But coming from the depths where they were when they took over, I trust the ownership group, and I do with the stadium issue. And if they feel like the best place is I-25 and 6th, let's go. Get the land. And look, you think Denver Water's going to not sell their land to the Denver Broncos? Come on. Of course they are.
No, I mean, the ownership group has shown that they won't take shortcuts. They will spend the money that's necessary. They hired Sean Payton, a very expensive coach. And that's why I was always hesitant when they were talking about moving out to the airport. And I was like, what if they're willing to just spend the big bucks? Because I'm sure land in Denver is a heck of a lot more expensive than it is out by the airport or down south. So to me, they've shown they're willing to pay, and they have the extra money. They have the funds. They are able to do these kinds of things for the betterment of the organization, for the betterment of Denver and the whole area, as you said, in terms of the Rocky Mountain region. So it feels like there is no I'm trying to,
like, a limit.
Yeah, no limit, or like what is it saying? Like, money isn't an issue.
Right. Money's no object.
Money is no object. Exactly. That's what I was looking
for.
There we go. It feels like they've shown that time and time again that they are willing to spend the extra money if it means that it's going to improve the organization. They're building a whole new training facility down south there at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. So they have shown that money will not get in the way of what their ultimate goal is, and that ultimate goal is greatness.
Yeah, and so there's a trust factor for me. There's a trust factor for me, and it's been backed up in it's been a short time frame. It's been a small sample size. When you talk about a great tradition, that's not built in a year or two. But again, given where the team was on the field when this ownership group took over, 10-7 in a playoff berth and finding seemingly a franchise quarterback last year, that was a pretty good year. And I would expect steps forward this year in terms of the growth. Can they start to become the perennial playoff contender? I absolutely think they can. And eventually you want to me, what's realistic is, can the Broncos again become a team that regularly contends for a Super Bowl? We all know we'd like to win it every year. Every team would like to win it every year. That's just not the way it's going to work. But can you contend? Can you be a team that's realistically in the conversation to make and win a Super Bowl in any given year? And I think the Broncos are off to a great start in that regard, and it gets harder every step of the way. And, I mean, they had so much ground to cover, and they've started to chop into that mountain. And now they've got to take steps further up the hill, and I think they're going to. That's why, what are we doing? I trust the Broncos. I trust things are going on, even though we don't yet know exactly what's happening, to go back to sort of the thought that we had at the top of the show. I'm not really trusting there's much going on with the Nuggets, and as a result, we don't see much happening. I hope I'm wrong, as we discussed in that first segment. Let's talk about some of the players for a minute.
That's where I wanted to go
Yeah.
with. Do you trust everything that's going on contractually with the players that are looking for some money here?
Yeah, and this will be a regular topic of conversation until training camp starts, until some of these guys get signed or the organization simply makes a declaration that we're going to wait. And we've heard that before. We're going to wait till we're not going to deal with that this offseason. We're going to see how the season unfolds. I want to bring up a couple of points, one of which we've talked about, one of which we haven't touched on recently. Number one, the Broncos have shown a willingness to take care of their guys early, if you will. Now, part of that is the player has to give a little bit. If they get the contract early, they're giving up potentially some money on the back end about what they could get had they waited. I believe Shelby Harris was in that group. I think, I'd have to look, I think Malik Jackson was in that group at one time. Garrett Bowles was certainly in the group. Now, Garrett was motivated by wanting to stay with the Broncos, but he got his deal done. Jonathan Cooper got his deal done last year. So the Broncos have shown that they're willing to make commitments to guys that they have identified as core type of players. The point we have talked about, Dante, and I keep coming back to this. Let me frame it this way. If I were to say, when it comes to Courtland Sutton, how likely, Dante, do you think Courtland Sutton will get an extension done before the regular season? One being no possible way, not going to happen. They're going to play out. He's going to have to play out this year on his current deal and see what happens next offseason. To 10 being, I am positive that deal will get done. Where do you stand?
I'll do 7.5. I feel pretty confident that they're going to take care of him. It feels like that was kind of the negotiated deal from last offseason. It was like, hey, go out, do it again. We'll take care of you. Even beyond that, I think the Broncos need Courtland Sutton at this point. They don't really have another proven receiver to go to. And you have a second-year quarterback in Bo Nix. You don't want him to take a step back this year. You want him to even get better than what he showed in that rookie year. And I think taking away Courtland Sutton is not how you get Bo Nix to be any better than he was. So I think they gave him his word, and then on the field it makes sense to keep him and give him that extension as well.
Yeah, I'm at a 9. I think it's a virtual slam dunk. And to me, the only thing that can derail it is Courtland just decides the number isn't right. When I hear the reports that he is asking for $25 million a year, you know what I think? I think that's the number he's going to float out there, but we all know how negotiations go. He goes a little bit higher than what he thinks he's going to get realistically. The Broncos will come in a little bit lower, and likely the number will be somewhere in the middle. I could easily see the number being somewhere between 20 and 22 million. And I know Anilo and Zach talked a little bit about, well, maybe you bump up the AAV and make it a shorter term. I could see that. I could see a 3-year extension on paper, Dante, that's in effect a 2-year deal in terms of the guarantees, in terms of the AAV and that kind of thing. And the third year basically becomes, okay, we can cut him and there won't be much of a dead cap. At that point, we're figuring our younger receivers are coming into their own and are really going to carry the load. So maybe it's 3 years, 75, but it's front loaded, and the last year is like 18 or 19, and it's basically a wash, or however they frame it, so that it's basically a 2-year deal on top of what he has this year.
Exactly. I think you're exactly right. I think they're going to find a way to make it a little bit shorter than maybe Sutton's looking for. Maybe it is that 3-year deal that's actually more of a 2-year deal because that last year's not heavily guaranteed.
Yep.
So I think that's perfect, and I think that 2-year window would be perfect for the Broncos on the field as well. Then at that point, you'll know what you have in Pat Bryant. You'll know what you have in Marvin Mims. You'll know what you have in Troy Franklin. And hypothetically, what if none of them work out? Then you can circle back with Courtland Sutton and get another maybe contract extension done, or maybe by then you've drafted another guy in the draft that we haven't even heard of yet. So I think that works on all sides. I really do. I think it works for Sutton. He gets a big payday, or a bigger continuous payday here. I think it works for the Broncos on the field, and you're still giving your other receivers an opportunity to go prove themselves in the meantime.
I think we've talked a lot about trust this hour. don't kid yourself. Other Broncos players, especially those who are either due for a new contract, want a new extension, or want an extension, that kind of thing, they're watching, and they know, because as soon as the Broncos told Court last year, hey, do it again, we are going to take care of you. That's a fact. And if the Broncos go back on that, you think Nick Bonito's really going to trust if that's what he and his agent hear? Nick, let's see how the opening part of the season goes, and we'll talk on the bye week. We'll talk during the season. We'll keep look, the Broncos, I do not believe I do not believe they will go back on what they told Cortland last season. He went out and did it. He will get a deal that he is happy with, and then he will make sure that he tells the other guys, hey, it's a good deal for me.
Exactly. And I think during the odd years there when Pat Bowlen wasn't in the mix and they hadn't gone to the new ownership yet, I think that looked poorly on the organization for a while there. I think players around the league looked they didn't like what they were seeing out in Denver. And you've built up all this equity with players in your room around the league of like, oh, no, these guys are going to take care of you. They're going to do what it takes. And I don't see them just throwing that away because they want to lowball Cortland Sutton by $5 million, something like that.
Right. And the rest of us on the outside, we all want it done yesterday. These things do take time. They actually take time. There's a third major team in town. As we talk about, what are you doing? Doesn't look like the Avs are doing much. Could things be different? That's next.
You asked for it. You got it. It's the Drives Brouhaha. This spring, Zach and Phil are back on the road bringing their party to you.
Hate to break up the brouhaha.
Next stop, North Glen, June 27th from 2 to 6 at the Glen Bar and Grill. Come find out what the commotion's all about.
So you're the little lady who started this great brouhaha.
Head to denversports.com/drive for more details.
Guaranteed to bring the brouhaha.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your teams and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
When you have your furnace blasting and you see all that dust blowing around, it's annoying, am I right? If you don't get your air ducts professionally cleaned, well, you'll never solve the problem. But I have the solution for you. You can call my friends at Ductworks. See, your heating components, they collect dust, allergens, debris that will continue to circulate through your home until you get it removed. And I know from personal experience, the Ductwork guys, they're the best to get it done. Ductworks provides the most comprehensive air duct cleaning service in Colorado metal through their patented system of scraping and vacuuming that removes all the dirt, debris, and dust from the walls of your air ducts. In addition, your technician will go through and clean every ventilation line to make sure that all that icky stuff is gone. So, if you finally had it with all the dust blowing around your house, call Ductworks today, 303-425-0985. Ductworks also offers free residential and commercial estimates. Go online to their website at ductworks.com.
303-425-0985. Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Ring that bell. Dan Jacobs for Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040. You know, my lovely wife Kimberly loves helping our clients so much, she installed an old boxing bell at the 303 Law 4040 office. We ring it every time we get good news, and clients love ringing that bell when they come in to get their settlement checks. And it's been ringing a lot lately. Our college freshman client rang that bell when she came in to get her check after we got her $125,000. She's going to use that money to pay for school and buy a house. Our bride-to-be rang that bell when she picked up her check. She's going to use it for her dream wedding in Mexico. And the whole family we helped after they were hit coming home from the lake rang it when we got them a settlement they weren't expecting. And we rang it when we found out we got a lady who was the victim of a hit and run, $75,000. She cried tears of gratitude. Most of our clients aren't looking to get rich, but we help them get feeling better and to get money for what the other drivers put them through. So save that number in your phone. You never